We are approaching actual, real, tangible, talked about, hyped about football.
Who told you that?
I'll tell you who told me that. We have this whiteboard in here, and here's what the whiteboard is for. It's for dummies like me who are very forgetful and need reminders on things. And on this whiteboard that we have in the studio are a list of games that are coming up on Altitude Sports Radio. For the longest time, that whiteboard has been pretty bare. We get a Rapids game mixed in occasionally. What else have we had, Nelly? Is the Rapids kind of it? What else have we had for live programming?
Well, I used that whiteboard to promote a couple of my band's shows over the summer because you got nothing else to do, so come hang.
That's right. You did do that. But there was something else. What am I missing? I guess we had like the Stanley Cup final that was on.
There's a bunch of hair metal band logos that got drawn on that whiteboard, so I blame Moser.
That was definitely Moser's fault, and then compounded by others around here. But this whiteboard, it's a reminder. It's a symbol of life. And in sports life, the one thing that you get that you don't really get anywhere else is appointment television for live viewing. It just doesn't exist anymore. I have watched some great television shows, and none of them are like me and a friend are all watching from a different place at the same time. It's just difficult to find. But now I look at that whiteboard and it says Friday, 7 o'clock, Valor High School at Pine Creek. Nate and Tyler are going to be on with a TV simulcast. Saturday at 10 a.m., it is a ranked football game between Iowa State and Kansas State from Dublin. 4 o'clock on AM 950, you get Fresno State at Kansas, and then at 8 o'clock on Saturday, we get Rapids and Galaxy. Like, we're back to live viewing of sports again. And it's coming up in just a couple of days. Now, if you're a psycho like me, you've been in what I'll call the occasional, the every once in a while live viewing of the Colorado Rockies, who, after winning 5 of their last 6, open up the series against the Dodgers last night. And as you would expect, the Rockies beat the Dodgers with a walk-off in the 9th. Woo! That makes 6 of their last 7. Don't let the boys get hot. Don't know what to tell you. Your brand new favorite new Rocky warming Bernabel with the walk-off in the bottom of the 9th to score Tovar. Vibes high. Where are vibes really high with me? Denver Broncos. Very. I went back and watched the game again last night. And I'll tell you the play that stuck out more than anything else. It came on the first drive. It was not the Evan Ingram throw, although there was a lot to love about that play. Most notably, the downfield blocking. One of those little flyby blocks from Troy Franklin, but Pat Bryant putting his guy into the opposing bench was also very nice. It was the touchdown run from R.J. Harvey. And courtesy of a good friend of ours over at DNVR, Ryan Green, who is one of the best photogs. Is that what they call them? I never had that job before, but Ryan takes amazing pictures and on awesome videos that you guys, I'm sure, have seen over and over and over again. Ryan's like the best in the business. He's got the reverse angle from the Broncos end zone on the R.J. Harvey run. And if you guys go back and watch it, if you're watching on Twitch or on YouTube right now, you'll be able to see this. Nelly, if you could pull this up behind me whenever you get the chance. It's a play that I don't think existed over the last few years. There wasn't a big hole near the red zone. There was a tiny hole. I don't even know if you would consider it run-throughable. But R.J. Harvey gets skinny in between all these players. Again, if you're watching on Twitch or on Altitude TV, I want you to see where he chooses to run through. And tell me if you've seen a running back do that for the Broncos since, Lord knows, early Phillip Lindsay? Something like that. Like, I don't know. Find the gap, get skinny. Once you get through, explode with a burst, get to the back of the end zone. I remember last year the Broncos were absolutely horrified at the idea of running the ball near the goal line. Even at times they tried. But they almost tried with the expectation of failure. That's why when you get down to 4th and goal from the 1, you run a reverse pass from Sutton throwing the ball to Bo Nix at the front pylon while covered. That's how you get to that point. What happened when you got near the goal line and you did want to run? Well, Michael Burton took a lot of those carries. Like, you just didn't trust somebody to get in. And I'm telling you right now, that was a missing potential massive asset that could have helped, 1, your starting quarterback who was a rookie, 2, your offense as a whole because they are forced to now respect the run, but 3, play action in a way that Sean Payton loves to use that. Play action doesn't work if you don't and cannot run the football. For example, if DeAndre Jordan is standing outside the 3-point line and he pump fakes, is anybody going for it? No, because he can't do that. It's the same thing with the Broncos trying to run last year. They couldn't. And so no one feared it. And so when you have that, and a lot of these Bo Nix skeptics are wondering, well, why was he Timmy check down all of last year? Probably because they knew that the running the football wasn't going to be a threat to them. So you play a soft sort of shell defense and only give things underneath. Like, I am so excited about the prospect of what this running game can be with both Harvey and J.K. Dobbins. And Nelly, I think I said Harvey this time. Please. As I said, the guy getting skinny through the hole was R.J. Harvey. I can't remember if you were here or not. I had another video compilation that I played, I think when you were gone, where I referred to R.J. Harvey as J.K. Dobbins, and I'm going to do that over and over again. Something about first name is 2 letters, last name is 2 syllables. I almost called J.K. Dobbins J.K. Simmons on multiple occasions.
Well, none of that happened on my watch, so it's okay. By the way, if you ever call him J.K. Simmons, I'll just throw a folding chair at your head and then go, not quite my tempo.
Not quite my tempo. What an amazing movie, by the way. I saw that got great reviews. You ever seen a movie that gets great reviews and then in your head before you watch it, you're like, I don't buy this? I thought that was going to be one of those, and then I watched Whiplash, and I'm like, what an incredible film. Just 10 stars, no notes.
Yeah, and you have that moment where you're looking around the theater and you're going, this movie is loved by critics?
Well,
Am I crazy here?
I'm trying to figure out, there was a movie just recently that was just adored by critics, and I went and saw it, and I was not a fan. I saw the movie Sinners. I thought Sinners was kind of like that, but Sinners was okay. I think enough time has passed for a spoiler. I'm not going to do it. But it's like it was a very simple explanation. It had such a cool concept, and then the actual centerpiece of what's happening in the movie gets revealed, and I'm like, oh, well, that's a bummer. That's like the easiest thing you could have done. So anyway.
Quick quick aside before I keep derailing this show.
By the way, Sinners, if they have a soundtrack, I'll buy it. The music in that movie is amazing. Go ahead, Nelly.
Did you see the trailer for a horror movie that was just released called Good Boy?
Yeah, I ain't watching that.
Dude, that trailer is so cool. I don't do horror movies, but I'm kind of curious about this movie. If you haven't seen it, it's a horror movie that is told from the perspective of a dog who notices that his owners are getting possessed by supernatural entities. And so it's from the whole movie's from the dog's perspective.
Yeah, you're just filming like you're walking like a dog, from what I understand. I can do pretty much any movie. Horror movies are fine. I can watch a slasher film with the best of them. Your Freddy's and Jason's and Screams and all that stuff. I don't do possession stuff. I don't do that. I watched The Conjuring, and I decided I'm never doing that again. No, thank you. That used to be back in the day with stuff like, what's the one where their head turns around? The Exorcist. The Exorcist. It was almost so over the top that it was fine. Now, back in those days, I'm sure all those graphics freak people out. Don't do those movies anymore. Don't like them.
The only person you want to be possessed is R.J. Harvey when he hits the hole like that.
That's
and just
right.
Rips open a gap in the line out of nothing. He's basically the anti-Trent Richardson.
Thank you, Nelly. Keep me on track.
That guy would have an opening the size of the Panama Canal and couldn't see it when he was a member of the Raiders. Meanwhile, R.J. Harvey, that hole in the line that he used to score a touchdown was like my width. That thing was tiny.
Yeah, and it's in closing. But he just jumps through. And here's the thing about being a little bit smaller as far as height. You can kind of get lost behind those guys. You know, I spent my childhood watching Barry Sanders do that, 20 times a season, where it's just like he runs into a pile and then all of a sudden you see this tiny person burst out. But I don't know the last guy that did that. And that's what made me very, very excited about what the potential of this running game could be. And everybody is kind of like, we're all waiting for the big reveal. And here's what the big reveal is. You remember the TV show? What was the one where they used to park the bus in front of the house and then they would do their big reveal of like the
Extreme Makeover Home Edition.
Yeah, Extreme Makeover.
Move that bus.
So they're going to have one of those, I think, in week one or the first month of the season. It's going to be a slow moving of the bus. And what you're going to see behind it is a willingness of Sean Payton to run the football or not. Like, it's either going to be they move the bus and the house is either the same or deteriorating, or they're going to move the bus and it's going to look beautiful. And I think it's just a matter of Sean Payton didn't have the money to redo the house himself, and so he had to get qualified through some TV show. And that means they won the lottery with running backs that they trust in J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey. That's what I think is going to happen. But, God, sometimes it just takes one play where you're like, that's something you just haven't had. So we'll get back to this in a bit. Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. A lot more to get to with the Broncos. They have the series every year. The guys who used to be in charge of Deadspin, I believe his name is Drew Majeri, I believe. He does the Why Your Team Sucks for each team, which is always great. And they just had that for the Denver Broncos. So we'll get some highlights of that a little bit later. Stick around. All right, can I just give you an excerpt from Drew Magary? Is it Magary or McGarry? He used to be like the lead sports guy at Deadspin, and Deadspin had the whole, I think they shut down because of the Hulk Hogan thing, right? There a big lawsuit between Hulk Hogan and Deadspin.
Yeah, and I think that he sued Gawker, who owns Deadspin.
Yeah. So this is now on something called defector.com. But he does these for every NFL team before the season starts. And, ooh, that reminds me. Nelly, I got to pick a day. I think you've been around for one of these. Every year, shortly before the season starts, when's the first game? The opening Thursday. Which day is that? September what?
I think it's the 4th.
September 4th.
And then the 5th is that, isn't that a Brazil game? Like there's a Friday game?
It's Kansas City against the Chargers, and that will be on YouTube, of all things. But I do something every year. It's just the people love it. The people love the appetizer when it comes to football because we get to do stock up, stock down. We get to do also this. Some people do power rankings. Some people do tiers. I do both. In one list, I give you the NFL power rankings preseason with tiers. And so that will come, I would assume, somewhere around a week and a half from now. Anyway, here's just an excerpt from Drew Magary. It's a long article. I suggest you read it, though it's funny. He talks about your coach. So each one of these, he goes through your team, your quarterback, your coach, your this, your that. Here's his write-up. Expressed anal gland Sean Payton, who has single-handedly kept the Bill Parcells coaching tree alive. The rest of the NFL's coaching ranks have adopted more contemporary methods, such as establishing a healthy peer-to-peer relationship with their own players, employing load management, fostering a culture where players and staff alike enjoy going to work every day, not being a complete D to everyone. None of those guidelines represents the Parcells way, which prizes walking by you during the stretching period and saying, "Looking good there, you bleeping fat." That's how you can tell that coach just wants what's best for you. Sean Payton hasn't won a title in 16 years, but he's won just enough in the interim to make you believe he's got one more Super Bowl run in him. He doesn't. I know because I see Pete Carmichael still lurking on this coaching manifest, and because of this guy, where he goes on to Bo Nix. That's just an excerpt from it. These are excellent. It doesn't matter if you're an undefeated football team or if you're the worst team in the league. You all get treated like this, and I love it. So I would suggest you go and read it for yourself. Now, I know that like nobody cares, and we're getting to like the point of the calendar and the season in which football is going to be top of mind, top of discussion. But guys, the Rockies have won 6 of the last 7. They just beat the Dodgers in game 1 of their series last night. I told you yesterday, if you thought the Rockies were chasing history, I hate to break it to you, they're too good to be that bad. That doesn't mean they're good, but they are too good to be as bad as the worst teams ever. Now, I watched a good deal of this game last night. I watched Shohei Ohtani in his first 2 at-bats, really first 3 at-bats. 2 of them almost took the head off the pitcher. But Freeland goes in, I wouldn't say was great, but was okay.
Kevin Freeland?
And to the bullpen's credit, they came in and shut the door pretty good on that Dodgers attack, giving them the opportunity for the chance to come back in the 9th. Now, I don't know where the Rockies end up. If the Rockies end up just having a merely really bad season as to historically bad, because they got what? They're 36-89. So they're 125 games into the season. That makes another 37 left. Right now, they're pretty much a 500 baseball team since the All-Star break. So if they were to keep on that stretch, that means that they got another 18 wins in their pocket, which would take them all the way up to 54, which, again, is bad. But it's nowhere in, history books terrible. A lot of teams have been in the 50s as far as wins. The one thing that I do like, and I'll make this quick, about this team is I think from a position group standpoint, I am still very much you're bullish when things are good, you're bearish when things are bad. I'm bearish on the starting rotation. I think all of them have kind of had their run already for the most part. The exception being Dollander, who's a young guy. But your Marquez's, your Senzatellas, your Freemans, your Gombers, your guys like that, it's just I don't know what more you can do with them. But I think Tyler Freeman has been an asset to that lineup. I think Mickey Moniak has been a good surprise. Hunter Goodman's obviously had a good year. Jordan Beck is a very, very intriguing young player. Tovar, we already know about. Bernabel has been hot ever since he got called up. Bretton Doyle has really turned his game around from, in the batter's box over the last couple of months, hitting the way that we expect Bretton Doyle to hit. I mean, for the month of August, he's hitting 377. Last month, he hit 327. That was after a pretty miserable start to the year. So good to see him turn it around. And then Kyle Karros is another guy where just got called up, but a young kid, 23 years old with a bunch of promise. They have really intriguing young players in the lineup. Their pitching staff is just horrifying because those are older guys who are under contract, making a decent amount of money, and I don't know what you do with them. So, your quick Rockies update for the day. Give the boys credit. Winners of 6 of the last 7, won their last 2 series, now taking on the Dodgers, and hopefully can win one more. Took game 1 of the 4-game set. So today, Gomber goes against Sheehan at 6:40 tonight. In the meantime, did you guys happen to see last night Cincinnati Bengals, Washington Commanders? Joe Burrow got some run. They were in the camp of let's get some of our guys some looks. That included Jamar Chase. That included Chase Brown. That included Joe Burrow. Included most of their starters. And they've had a problem. Cincinnati has had a familiar problem that has happened over and over and over and over again, which is this. They don't have a defense that can stop really anybody. And they don't have an offensive line that can stop pressure from getting to Joe Burrow. Kind of looks like more of the same. Joe Burrow last night had this highlight in which he's running for his life in a preseason game. And I don't know what Joe Burrow's thinking in this either. Nelly, I know that you saw the play that I'm talking about. He is running wildly around the pocket. He scrambles outside to his left. He does a pirouette. He's got 3 giant 300-pound men staring him down. He runs back to his right. And I'm just thinking, Joe, it's preseason. Throw the ball away. But instead, he goes back to he runs all the way back to the 1-yard line and then gets dogpiled with 1,000 pounds of humanity on top of him. And all you could think to yourself is, but why? Why would you do that?
Well, did you listen to the audio from the video clip that I sent to our show chat? If you listen to it, Joe Buck on the call, I'll pull it up later. He even says, he goes, Joe, fall down. It's August.
Yeah, it's preseason. It doesn't mean anything. Get on the ground. But see, this is what I'm getting at here. I watched that play, and then again, I don't know if it was because of this reason or it was just a poor decision, maybe a little bit of both. I go back to that week 1 safety that was taken by Bo Nix. And I think part of me is just like, he wasn't going to take a hit because it's August. And if it's a safety, then it's a safety. Oopsie daisy, who cares? You know what I mean? There's no purpose in trying to extend a play or take a shot as a starting quarterback when it requires you getting popped in the preseason. There's just no purpose to it. And somebody should have said that to Joe Burrow before he took the field. If you even feel like you are close to taking a hit from somebody, you get the hell out of there. Leave immediately. But I think all the preseason week 3 games, because that was a Monday game, do they have one extended all the way to the following Monday? No, everybody's got Saturday games or Thursday, Friday. Oh, yeah, they have to be because they have cut down day shortly afterwards, which reminds me, I think I got a 53-man roster that I feel pretty confident in. You know, it's, again, the Broncos are one of the teams that they've got a pretty set roster. They don't have too many battles to talk about, at least of note. There's not guys on this roster that could get cut that I think are going to surprise you, I guess is what I'm going to say. There's going to be guys where they get cut and you go, oh, man, really? I wish that guy could have been on the team. You're going to have your Estimes or your Awazariques or your Damari Mathises or your J.L. Skinners or guys like that they're right there on the roster bubble that you wish you could keep that you just can't. Those will exist. But the Broncos have done such a good job of, first of all, identifying the talent, second of all, keeping them on the roster, and identifying the people that they have deemed worthy to be here long term. You know, that's one of the things after the Zach Allen deal gets done, after the Courtland Sutton deal gets done, after all these different things that took place in the offseason, the only question left for guys that you know for sure are going to be here long term, it's Benito. He's the last guy. And after that, there's no more like sort of panic set, right? There's no more of, well, now that you got him done, you have to get this guy's deals done. It's like, nope, it's just Benito's the only one left. And there is no way they're letting him walk out that door, especially if he's going to have the kind of season that he at least showed in those couple of drives in preseason week 1. Remember that one drive where he went sack, and then almost sack, which led to a broken up play. And that was against who the hell they play week 1? Why am I blanking on this? The Niners. Texture says, is Vele on your 53? I think he is. Vele's just interesting because he's a young player as far as NFL experience, but he's an older guy. Devon Vele is 27 years old. 27. But it feels like he's been in the league for 3 minutes. You know, he was drafted. He was a 7th rounder last year. And as a rookie, had a very good season in 13 games at 41 catches. The impact felt more than that. He was your second highest reception leader at the wide receiver position. But I really think if Troy Franklin has truly made a jump here and Pat Bryant continues to play the way that he's been playing, somebody's going to be the odd man out. And it feels like it's either going to be Vele or it's going to be Franklin just because he's a rookie and he's going to have to earn his way onto the field or something like that. Texture says, what about JFM? He's pretty important. He is, but is he important enough to also get a contract right now? Now, remember, you just can't pay – when you're a good team, you can't pay everybody you love. There's not enough money for it. So you have to choose who are priorities. That's what we've seen over the course of this offseason the last couple of years. Who are the priorities? Well, their priorities were offensive linemen. They were Pat Surtain, Zach Allen, Quinn Miners, Cortland Sutton. Like, all these guys got their deals done. And if anybody has been griping the most out of not being paid, it's been John Franklin Myers. And I think he's going to be waiting until, the offseason. And maybe it provides a chip on his shoulder that could really help him. Contract year guys are really fun guys to watch because they are playing for literally every cent they can get on their next contract. But JFM is incredibly important to this team. I don't know how important that he is to the Broncos' plans with their future salary cap, is the way I'd put it. And the reason I put it that way is I haven't heard a lot on the JFM front about contract negotiations. Maybe it's in the works right now. But my guess is, from the way that John Franklin Myers has been talking on Twitter over the last couple of months, probably not. By the way, if you missed it, here is Joe Buck on the call on ESPN yesterday when Joe Burrow was scrambling 60 yards in a circle in the preseason.
And it brings up 3rd and long with Burrow still out there and Higgins and Jamar Chase on the sideline. 3rd down and 12. Burrow steps through, hangs on, and is spinning around looking for a block. Go down, Joe. It's August. And they're going to give him progress near the 3.
No need. In the 8 to 10 plays that Sean Payton said that the starters will play next weekend or this weekend, when we're talking about Broncos week 3, final game of the preseason, 11 o'clock against New Orleans. If you find yourself in that scenario, Bo, either fall down or throw the ball as far as humanly possible. You can always listen to us on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Back after this.
Go down, Joe. It's August.
Nelly, I didn't even tell you. Are you proud of me? I actually stopped by the gas station this morning with time to spare to get to the studio. Isn't that incredible?
Good for you, bud.
It's a little inside thing between me and Nelly. If I got to go to the gas station, Nelly knows that I'm going to be cutting it close. Close.
It's just very reassuring because I think that's one of those universal experiences that we all share where you're driving home from work one day and your gas light flicks on and you go, you know what? I'm tired. I got to get home.
Yeah.
I'll leave a little early tomorrow and I'll remember to fill it. And then you get in your car the next morning with the exact amount of time you need to get to work, turn the keys and go, uh-oh. And I know that's pretty much what you do anytime you need gas.
It happens to me a lot. Now, I'll say this. The reason why it happens to me is I'm usually the one going to get our daughter from daycare. And so I'll just be like, I'll stop at the gas station before I go there. But then my wife is like, hey, I'm already out. I'll just go grab her. And then the next morning comes and I go, oh, no. And immediately I'm like, Nelly, we have a problem. I didn't plan for this. And I have my morning timed out to a T. So this is an issue.
And I like how you never tell me what's going on. I just get a text from you that says, gonna need a minute.
Yeah, gonna need a minute. Coming in hot.
That's it.
Coming in hot. Well, this is the least surprising news we could have, received. I think we're all expecting this. But the Browns have named Joe Flacco their Week 1 starting quarterback versus Cincinnati. Very unsurprising. If I had to, put down money, do I think Joe Flacco ends the season as the Browns starter? I would doubt it. But somehow, Joe Burrow's been able to hang on and play pretty well for them. If you remember, the big thing that he did, he took over a couple years ago for Deshaun Watson when the Browns felt like they were left for dead. And he steps in and he goes 4-1 as a starter in the interim. I believe that season they made the playoffs, didn't they? Yes, they did. So he steps in, plays well. He wins comeback player of the year that year. The Browns finish because of that 4-1 to close out the year at 11-6. And they lost their wild card game in pretty big fashion to the Houston Texans, but I think it's what kept Joe Flacco's career hanging on. So they saw him play well. He goes out last year. He plays okay for the Colts. The record wasn't as good, but the numbers were similar. And they said if he can keep that together with us, then maybe that'll make us competitive and give us time to sort of incubate the two young quarterbacks that we have underneath them. Now, their plan on what they're going to do with those backups, I have no idea. Do they keep one? Do they keep both? Do they try and stash one on a practice squad? Because I don't think that's going to work. Somebody will pick them up. I don't know what they do. But my best guess, Flacco is not going to end the year as the starter. It's the same way I feel about in New York. With Russell Wilson, I just don't think he's going to go 17, 18 straight weeks as the starting quarterback before Jackson Dart provides too much pressure. Too much pressure behind him and too much of a loud, vocal fan base yelling at them to make a move. I just don't think that he's going to be able to survive that because you need to play really well in the middle of it. I've always said this when it comes to vet quarterback and young quarterback trying to battle it out for playing time or starting position. The veteran has to be leaps and bounds better than the young guy. Has to be. It's kind of like where the Stidham-Bo Nix thing was last year. Stidham could have been the starter. I think we all gave it at least an opportunity. But he wasn't that much more standout than what Bo Nix was. So the thought process after that is, well, let's let the young guy start. It's probably going to suck the first few weeks, but hopefully he grows and learns from it. And at the end of the year, he'll be a viable, good quarterback that we trust. It's kind of what everybody thinks. And so, again, if you're Joe Flacco and you're trying to fend off this Dylan Gabriel, Shedeur Sanders sort of two-headed monster, then you got to play really, really well in order to do that. And I just don't think that's going to last for the extended period of time necessary to keep those guys at bay. Can I give you guys an update on Tulane football, the Green Wave? I know you're dying to hear it. There is something that they did where they, you remember last year where the Broncos had that they ate the most Uncrustables per week in the NFL or something like that, which if you haven't had an Uncrustable, it's incredible. Tulane has another thing of their own. They ate, over the course of this camp, 10,880 meatballs. I'm not a huge meatball guy. I like meatballs as much as somebody else. But it is an insane amount. Even with how many guys? 10,880.
That's what I was going to ask. What's the average number of players on a college roster? It's more than 53, isn't it? Closer to 100?
Oh, it's closer to 100. Yes.
So that's still what? 10,000 divided by 100. That's still 100 meatballs per player, right? That's still insane.
Yeah. Hang on, is that right? Oh, God, we're doing 6 a.m. math. Yeah, it's a little over 100 per player.
There you go, boys.
I don't think I'd have the stomach for it.
Turns out the Green Wave is made of meatballs.
Maybe that's a secret sauce. Like, maybe that's what makes them good. Tulane has been an all right football team over the last couple of years. Go ahead and take a look at some of the things they've accomplished. Was it them who had the quarterback a couple of years ago that was kind of like the sneaky mid-round pick that everybody was kind of wanting before Bo Nix got here? But last year they finished 9-4. The year before that, they were 11-2. The year before that, they were 11-2. Like, Tulane's been killing it. And you know what? Maybe it's the meatballs. Perhaps the Broncos should try and take up some of that. Maybe. Anywho, 303-504-0925. Shump Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. So, again, a lot to get to today. We have, by the way, the winner was announced yesterday of the pairs of tickets to the Nuggets, correct? On Kreckman and Lindahl at 4 o'clock?
Yep, we did it.
Did we ever hear, was there an email of what games that guy chose? Did you ever hear that? I'm curious what everybody else thought about the most intriguing games on the Nuggets schedule this year.
I did not see who he picked, but if you want, I can tell you who I picked if I had a choice.
Yeah, I had a few of those too. Okay, never mind. Forget about it. Just curious. Again, reminder to you guys that towards the end of this week, live sports, live football is back, and it starts Friday. Valor High School against Pine Creek. Nate and Tyler are going to be on the call. And I believe in this, we're going to have a mic'd up Coach Sanford during this broadcast, who is now the head coach of Valor. A mic'd up Coach Sanford during that broadcast. It starts at 7 o'clock right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And then after that, so you're listening to that on the way home from work. You then pull your car in the garage, shut the garage, turn your car on the next day to go to the gas station, go get yourself a breakfast sandwich somewhere. And at 10 o'clock, The first college football game of the year, Iowa State versus Kansas State, is at 10 a.m. on Saturday.
Let's go!
Cannot wait. Texter says, Brett, are you going to do some sort of college football preseason starting point for stock up, stock down? Not a bad idea. Maybe I start it this week. Maybe.
College football.
I like it, Brian. I like where your head's at. Never done it before.
The Big 12.
Maybe preseason. Maybe I need a starting point on where to go. Things can only go up or down from where I think they're going to be. You know what? Later in the week, we'll do it.
A preseason stock up, stock down.
That's all what college football is about. The AP's got to get their stuff out. Why not me?
Well, let's see. If this is week 0, then your rankings before week 0, these are going to be week 00.
Yes.
Stock up, stock down.
All right, we'll do that later in the week. Can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download Safeway's deals and delivery app. Get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the Altitude Sports Radio channel today and don't miss anything from from Denver's #1 sports radio station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Well, we keep asking about the running back situation. Can you evaluate how you thought it looked tonight?
All of them, I thought, played well, which I don't know if it clears up our but I thought we got into the defense. We got downhill into the defense a number of times. RJ's touchdown. Yeah, I thought for the most part, and I thought as the game wore on, our down and distances, our third downs were much more favorable than theirs. And I think that's going to, I'm sure it had a lot to do with the conversion rate as well.
Boom! Pace that kills! Ooh, yeah! I love that quote so much. Because, Moj, it sounds like something that I would say. And I have been saying for the last year. You run the football effectively on the first couple of downs, conversion rate goes up because 3rd and 8 turns into 3rd and 3. So it's amazing how much easier that is. And I want to get to the running back stuff in a second, but guys, I have a very exciting news.
Yeah, by the way, Vic, it's all math. Just math. Math.
And mathematics?
Yep.
I have very exciting news for you guys today. Very exciting. We have a whiteboard that's in this studio that typically is a reminder of live sporting events that happens. And what's happened over the last few months, because there's been nothing, is Moser has written like Metallica on there, and then somebody else wrote Flock of Seagulls, and then somebody else wrote Tesla or something. It was just band names up there.
Yeah.
And then Nelly put, hey, my monkey, the Brass Monkeys are going to be playing downtown at Rhinehouse or something. You know what I'm looking at on that whiteboard now?
What?
On Friday at 7 p.m. on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, Valor and Pine Creek will be playing each other with Nate and Tyler on the call.
Football.
And a mic'd up Coach Sanford. And then on Saturday.
Hold on. They're doing games for Altitude Television. It's going to be simulcast on radio. Is that what it is?
It says Nate and Tyler on TV simulcast.
Great. So radio and television.
And then shortly after that game wraps up, you get a little shut-eye Moj. Then you wake up in the morning, go get a coffee or something like that. At 10 a.m., it's Iowa State and Kansas State. Two ranked teams in the Big 12. We have live sporting events back to go along with the Rapids.
Can I do it? Can I do it?
I don't know what you want to do, but Moj, you go ahead. I'm in a good mood this morning.
They're going to be live from Dublin.
Yeah.
You're drinking Guinness over there. It's the Cyclones versus the Wildcats.
I wonder why those two teams, like of all the teams to choose to play in Dublin, Notre Dame played, was it last year or the year before? I understand that. I understand, like, teams, when I think of Irish, I don't think of Kansas State.
I think it's just more, it has nothing to do with you have Irish in your name or not. It's just
a game.
Just a game.
Yeah.
Like, I think Nebraska and Northwestern a few years ago played in Ireland. That was the game because if you guys remember, their credit card system failed or something, right? And then they just started giving away beers for free.
Free beer.
Yeah.
So can you imagine having...
Because the Irish are very good hospitality-wise.
I love this. Vic, they get all these people from the States over, all these Corns and all these, Northwestern fans are over there. So they can't sell beer or anything, right? They can't sell beer. And people are like, look, I didn't travel 4,500 miles to not have a beer. Yeah. They're like, all right. All the Americans are
get out the Guinnesses.
Give them the Guinness. Let's go. All right. It's okay. Fine. For free. It was great. They're like, we do not want an American riot in Dublin, so take the beer. That's so good.
What sporting event in America would you have to go to where the credit card machine breaks down and they just say, that's it, free beers?
It's got to be
that ain't
UFC.
happening in the
it's
NFL.
It's not
White.
Happening. Dana White in the
Dana
UFC
White,
would
maybe.
probably just go, you know what?
Maybe.
He's crazy, so let's just give it to him.
Yeah, the Live Tour would probably give away free beer.
Ooh, that's a good one, Vic. Yeah, you're probably right on that. Yeah. Anyway.
You know what else? The Savannah Bananas would give away free beer.
They probably would, yeah. He's right, though, Moj. He's right.
100%. They ain't forcing you to pay for their beer.
I just watched, you know what, he doesn't want to hear it, but I'm going to share something with you, Vic. I just watched an interview with the guy who's the owner of the Savannah Bananas, whatever.
Yellow Tux Jesse.
Yeah. And they said, have you been in contact with the MLB about them trying to, get a piece of this? And he
we
goes,
would
no.
never sell.
And he goes, if you look at the ticket prices, the secondary market, they're $300, $400, $500, $600. He goes, we charge $40, $50, or $60. Mm-hmm. Not about money. It's just about being a cool brand.
At some point, it will become about money. It's not about money yet. At some point, the number will get to a point where he's going to say, okay, it's about the money now.
Maybe.
Oh, it will be about the money at some point.
Yeah, your star pitcher, Rocco Rollover,
What are you doing?
he's going to go, I need to hold out for more bread. I mean, that's what he's going to do.
Okay, so the initial quote there from Sean Payton talking about the running backs. What do you call these guys? Ryan Green, he's like the best in Denver. He's a photog. Is that what he is?
He's like a photojournalist type, digital.
Why are you enunciating the T so much in photo?
Right, you know what he is?
He's
you know
a
what he is?
photog.
You know what he is? He's my former intern.
Okay,
is what he is.
Vic's former intern.
Did I tell you what I had him do once as an intern?
Mm-mm.
So we were back when the Broncos were very accessible before Camp Sean Payton moved in and closed everything up. We used to be able to do whatever the hell we wanted with the players. So I said, here's what we're going to do. Nate Jackson played for the team. I don't even know what, maybe early 2000s. So Nate Jackson came in to do an interview. We're sitting down. And Ryan's my and he will attest to this. I said, here's what I want you to do. I want you to walk up to Nate during the interview, sit on his lap, and have him tell you a story. And that was the entire interview. It was Ryan Green sitting on Nate Jackson's lap while Nate tells him a story.
What story did Nate tell him?
Just about his life story.
I kind of want to see this now.
It was great. I'll find it.
He's got a pretty. Did you guys, when you guys were riding together, when he picked you up in L.A., did you
I never met him before that.
I understand that, but he recognized you. You Brett? Yeah, I'm Brett. Hey, all right, cool. Did you guys talk about anything?
Well, I was a redheaded pale man standing on the side of the road in California. I looked like I didn't belong.
Do the listeners know that? I'm not going to get into the whole story of our trip to L.A. or whatnot.
No, but it was like a 40-minute drive to the stadium with somebody I'd never met before. It was like an Uber driver.
But we sent Nate Jackson. We said, hey, Nate, Brett needs a ride. Can you get him? He's like, sure, no problem. So we sent Nate to pick up a dude he doesn't know from Adam.
Yep.
And how will I find him? He's a redheaded, pale son of a gun who will be standing on a curb.
Yeah.
No problem. Got it. Gotcha.
So what about Ryan?
Too many of these. Oh,
what about Ryan here?
Just Ryan is very good at what he does. And look, this isn't his video, but he did tweet something last night that I want you guys all to see. It represents something that I don't think we've seen around these parts in a while. It's the R.J. Harvey touchdown run from the game on Saturday. And it's the reverse camera from the Broncos end zone looking towards the opposite end zone, right? I want you guys to see where R.J. Harvey recognizes the hole and how he gets skinny through this. So watch this up here. And tell me the last time you saw a Broncos running back who did this, especially near the goal line. The hole didn't seem to exist, and he found that little sliver, crept through, burst through for a touchdown.
Remember, you and I talked about this at training camp last week. We saw him do this against the Cardinals.
Yes.
And I turned to you and I said, that dude has the ability to get skinny.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
And to get skinny means turning your body in a manner in which your legs still operate, but your torso isn't a target anymore. And that's not an easy thing to do when you're running between 300-pound dudes.
And remember when we were talking to Leggy last week, and he said, the holes for guys in college would be, X wide. The holes in the NFL are this big. Mm-hmm. And he goes, he's got to recognize that instead of bouncing it outside.
Let me give credit to Throckmorton. Not only does he engage the Lillard safety,
incredible block,
but he pushes him out.
Yep.
So he leads the way through the hole. He engages the safety who has come up to plug the hole, and he knocks him right out of the way. But I like this right here. Watch this. Watch where he gets sideways right there. There he gets sideways, squirts his way through, and then squares his shoulders up. I love that stuff,
Having a running back that can do that. Again, this is a matter of trusting where the hole is and sticking with it and then finding the burst when it does open up. He's got that ability, which I don't think many guys have had in the past. And if you guys go back to inside the 10-yard line last year as far as the run game, do you remember what that looked like? It really was non-existent. When they got near the goal line, they ran like Michael Burton a lot. He was like fourth and goal to go from the 2 and in was like Michael Burton fullback trap. See if you can do something.
I wondered about that, though, as I remember watching it last year, and they couldn't get any push.
Right.
And I kept saying, is that the running backs or is that the offensive line? What is it? Why can't they get any push?
For a quote graded top 5 run blocking offensive line, yeah, I don't know the answer to that either. But it's going to bring a different dynamic to the offense, which is going to help, if nothing else, with play action. You know, I think of play action like this. Here's a comparison I made in the appetizer. Vic, if you're guarding DeAndre Jordan and he pump fakes from the 3-point line, are you biting on it?
Mm-mm.
That's what a play action is without a running game.
Yep.
That's what a play action is with nobody that's even like a 500-yard rusher.
And to make it even harder, when you're not set up under center for a lot of these play actions and you're set up in the gun and you're play actioning the guy that's standing next to you, nobody's biting on that.
Right.
They're just waiting, right? It's just much tougher to run when you're in the gun.
It's just good to see that for, last week we talked about this, Moj. Harvey had a good week 1, too, but it felt like he was bouncing a lot of stuff outside, trying to use his speed to get to the corner, which it worked for him a couple of times it didn't. It's not going to work for you a lot in the NFL. In the span of a week, he had the opportunity when he saw 4 offensive linemen basically smushed together at the beginning of that to try and bounce it somewhere else, and he just trusted where the hole was going to be and found it. And as you said, got skinny.
Yeah, got skinny sideways. It was really good. You've got a big defensive end on this side. If he tries to bounce it right, he's going to get smoked.
Yeah.
And you've got a pretty nice job sealing over here on the other side by this corner. So not, the Cardinals, outside of getting blowed up in the middle from 4 offensive linemen, they had the bounce covered pretty well, and he went right up the gut. Good stuff.
And that's the one thing Sean Payton said after game 1 in San Francisco. He wanted to see his young running back hit the hole and quit bouncing everything to the outside, because you could do that at K-State. You could do that in college. You could do that in Central Florida. You can do that all over the college football realm. But in the pros, you bounce it to the outside, you're losing yardage.
Mm-hmm.
They're too quick.
And he is fast. And there are times that he might be able to catch the corner. But, man, that angle of that run made me very, very happy. It gave me just a little bit of something I haven't seen in a while.
So you guys watched the game last night. Any of it? Did you watch any of that preseason game?
Yeah, I watched the beginning.
So they start showing the Bengals' schedule. Did you hear Buck and Aikman talk about the Denver Broncos?
I had the sound off.
Okay.
So no.
So they're showing the schedule, like in that Monday night game, week number 4 is going to be an awful lot of fun. Troy's like, yeah, it's going to be a great time, da-da-da. But then they start going on, Broncos, well, don't sleep on the Broncos now. They are getting to be a hype pick and whatever they're saying. I'm paraphrasing here, but they're talking up the Denver Broncos with Sean Payton and Onyx, and I mean they are right now. They are darlings, Vic.
They have the national media's attention again.
Yeah,
it's been a long time, dude. This is where the Broncos belong. And having watched the Broncos for the last decade just sit around in the barrel of just in the bottom of that barrel, right? Just lingering there. It was sad.
What were you just going to say? Sitting
the barrel
around
of the basement?
The barrel of the I was going to say, they're sitting around the barrel of the butt beast.
Speaking of, Moshe,
bagged on.
We're making wine for the last time, and we have 2 fresh barrels that we have to wash out. If you want to join us in the wine-making expedition, I'm going to expect you to clean these barrels.
See, I'm more of the maybe squish a grape kind of guy, not power wash
we don't
barrel
do that anymore.
kind
You
of
just
guy.
get the juice. You don't squish anymore.
No grapes, okay. Why do you have to clean the barrels out? Because
they have to be
loaded with
spotless.
Crap? Okay.
Yeah, well, they got the old wine there. It's gonna
spoil a new wine. Okay.
Who are we just talking to that said that somebody died from a bad wine?
Yeah, who said that? You're right.
Who was that? We just talked to somebody about this.
Was it Raj? Somebody said they made the wrong wine and somebody died.
Man, I'd be dead 30 times over. Trust me, I've consumed a lot of bad wine.
Is kind of a D thing to say, by the way, because you were just talking about that. Like, hey guys, do you guys want to come help do the wine? And then Raj goes, oh yeah, like my great uncle died of that.
Yeah, thanks.
It's like, oh cool, great story, Raj.
What I don't want to do though is I don't want to pressure wash the barrel and then lose all that, that goodness that the barrel's going to provide.
Yeah,
to
why
the
can't
wine.
it be like a cast iron skillet? Just kind of leave it on there for flavor.
I don't know the rules. Do I look like a cook? What do I look like?
No, you don't.
A
No,
distiller?
not at all. No, you don't.
Barely know how to. I had my 12-year-old nephew. You talking about embarrassing? My Vespa wouldn't start. Wouldn't start. I tried everything. Wouldn't start. So I'm about to take it in to get it fixed. And who knows how much it costs to get fixed. Got a new battery. Still wouldn't start. Nephew comes over and says, Zio, which means uncle in Italian. Zio, you have no oil. I go, what do you mean? He goes, look, no oil. So I put oil in. Boom, starts. It's clean again. He's 12.
Dude, you're going to burn that motor up with no oil in it, man. What are you doing?
I did not know that you had to have oil all the time.
What?
For God's sake.
What do you mean you didn't?
I thought you just sort of give it to it a little bit once in a while.
Anyway, yeah, just a little taste. Brett, either way, I was really excited about what I saw out of 37 this past weekend.
So a lot more to get to with that. 303-504-0925. Hey, guys, said it once, say it a million times. These Rockies are too damn good to be that bad. Too damn good. Dude. Next. All right, because we're so close to football season, they gave you some futures yesterday on the Circus Sportsbook. Let me give you some nows today. Rockies are red hot. They won 6-7. Just took game one, walk-off win, bottom of the ninth against the Dodgers last night. So how much would it cost on Circa to see if they can win 2 in a row against the Dodgers? Well, plus 242 on the money line. Can find that and all the baseball odds along with now. I mean, guys, really take a look at those futures odds. Did I tell you yesterday, Pat Surtain to win Defensive Player of the Year is plus 5,500, which is an incredible long shot for somebody who's defending that crown. Find all of that in the Circus Sportsbook. Tight money line splits, low holds, and excellent customer service. Download the app right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
1 pitch. Bounced up the middle. Into center field. Tovar rounds third. He scores! Warming Bernabel, his first walk-off hit as a big leaguer. And the Rockies make it 4 in a row.
That's 6 of the last 7. They've won their last 2 series. They started off this against the Dodgers, and it looked like you would expect. There was Freeland getting touched up early in that game. He almost got his head taken off by an Ohtani liner right by the bill of his cap. But, Moj, are you buying into the comeback kids of the Colorado Rockies now? Huh?
Did you see my, what do we call it? Did you see my ex last night?
I don't pay attention to your tweets.
Likewise.
Okay, well, as soon as it was over, I said, any day the Rockies can beat the Dodgers is a great day. I'm sitting there watching it. I'm watching the walk-off.
10 straight, Mark.
I said today was a great day.
Mark, 10 straight.
I know they had lost 10 straight. I understand that. And watching them come back in the bottom of the 9th and get it done, actually the 7th, they send one home.
Tovar hits a homer to tie it in the 7th.
Who was it? Who's the right fielder that made the huge mistake? Or maybe just didn't get there in time? Because it allowed Tovar to get to second. The whole thing was awesome.
Hernandez?
Teoscar. How do you pronounce that? Hernandez.
Teoscar.
Yeah. So it was great, man. Watching him just take advantage of the miscue by the Dodgers was terrific. And then certainly the next batter, here's Warming. Boom.
Your guys' is 2 minutes of Rockies here. I'll tell you right now, I am very bearish on the starting rotation. It's one of the things that's just depressing because I think most of these guys that are on there right now, with the exception of Dollander and a couple, Gordon maybe, I don't know what the future holds for Freelands and Marquez's and Senzatellas and Gombers and guys like that.
Kevin Freeland?
Am I crazy to say this, though? I like a good portion of their starting lineup. I think Tyler Freeman's been a really good addition. I think Moniak's been a good addition. Hunter Goodman's obviously having a good year. Jordan Beck, by the way, is playing great. I don't know if you guys have noticed after a miserable start for Brenton Doyle has been on fire for 2 months. He's hitting 370 this month.
Would you say that on top of that, would you say that the Rockies have the best catcher in the division?
Well, he's arguably the best in the National League.
Yeah, I mean, the way he's playing right now, would you take another catcher over him right now?
Over Goodman? No.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't.
I mean, Goodman's got 25 homers this year? Yeah, 25.
Almost hit another one last night, just hooked. They've got, all right, yes, I don't want to get out of hand here. They're still the worst team in baseball. However, the numbers do not lie. 6 more wins is all it's going to take. You understand that? Mm-hmm. 6 more to avoid the worst record in Major League history.
Yeah, they're too good to be that bad. How many times I got to say it? But I'm just saying overall, Moj, between Freeman, Moniak, Goodman, Beck, Tovar, Bernabel is still looking good. He's hitting over 300 still. Kyle Karros in his initial call-up's all right. Brenton Doyle looks like
what do they have?
They have
40
good position players who are young, is what I'm saying.
They have 30-something games to get 6 wins?
35 games left.
There you go. Or
37. Sorry, 37 games left.
I'm watching Alex Karros last night. And he looks like his dad. I mean, obviously.
Who's this? Sorry?
Alex Karros.
Oh, yeah.
And his dad played for the Dodgers.
Kyle Karros is his
Kyle Karros. I'm sorry. What did I call him, Alex?
Yeah.
Karros.
Alex Caruso is what you called him.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at him and I'm saying, my God, that's got to be weird because his dad hurt the Rockies for so many years as a Dodger.
Yeah.
And he's sitting up there, and that tells you how old we are.
Nelly said, I got a quote from Warren Schaefer after the game that's going to piss off Moj. Let's hear it.
To just keep going and play with emotion and energy every night. They never quit. They never quit. That's them. I mean, that's just who they are. It's such a fun team to manage, man. It's just a blast to manage those guys because they always think they're going to come back. What more can you ask for?
Well, you can ask for more than 36 wins, but I get it. To
his point, I think what he's getting at, for a team that was on pace to be the worst in history, they've had a lot of pretty cool comebacks for a team that is probably expecting failure. Does that make sense?
And you know what? Let me say something else though. in today's day and age, with the money thrown around and so on and so forth, there should be no team ever from this point on in any pro sport that sets the all-time futility mark. There shouldn't be. There just shouldn't be, a basketball team that wins 5 games. There shouldn't be a baseball team that wins 39 games.
I agree with you. There's too much money out there
to
fix it.
There's too much. Exactly right. There's too many assets at your disposal to fix that.
Well, unless you think the Rockies are going 5-32
they
rest
are not.
of the way.
No, they are not.
But you remember, those old teams that lost all those games, when you're comparing the Rockies to yesteryear, a lot of those teams, remember the one that was owned, one owner owned 2 teams, and he took all the best talent away from that team? That's not happening today.
The Cleveland Spiders.
Yeah, it's not happening
Damn
today.
Spiders. Anyway, the point is this. I don't bag on the Rockies. I don't beat them up. I fully understand where they are in the overall baseball landscape, and I have forever, okay? So I don't beat them up, and I don't bash on them. I don't do any of that. I just don't really pay attention that much. And maybe that's worse. But I watched last night, and it literally, as the ball's going up the middle and Tovar's coming around to score, I compose my tweet and I send it out.
I'm just last thing. I am just happy to see a whole bunch of guys who've had a really rough year smiling a lot lately. Okay, it seems like they're having fun at their job, which is a big contrast from what happened earlier in the season.
Brett, and I give them credit for this, and that's where Warren is correct. You have a team that has been beaten up mentally, physically on the diamond. They've just been beaten up, and the ability to just say, okay, it's all right, we're going to play and we're going to win, and we don't care what you think or what you say.
But Vic,
that's impressive.
Vic, I think that mostly, maybe some of the fan base is kind of hoping that they would set the futility mark. Now, they're not going to at all. But I think that that was kind of the one thing they were hanging on to for, in a sadistic sort of way this year. And then other people are saying, like, here's one right here from James. Monford's convincing himself right now that they're on the right track and he doesn't have to change anything. Well, I don't know that he's doing that because they still, again, have 36 wins. But they've got some players. I mean, I love Tovar. There's guys I love. Goodman. There's guys on this team I really like.
They got young position players who are good.
Yeah.
They do.
Okay, but Brett, I mean, what's that going to equate to next year?
Well, even with their starting pitching doesn't get figured out, then nothing.
Even with a slightly better rotation, are you looking at 65 wins? I mean, if we're looking at 70 wins as an awesome year, then we suck. Then that's on us, man.
They're building. They're building.
Okay.
Anyway,
right.
It's fine. We can move on. In the least shocking news ever, Kevin Stefanski in Cleveland has named Joe Flacco the starting quarterback in Cleveland.
You are?
Yeah. Very obvious. I don't think it's a surprise to anybody. I don't think it's a surprise to Dylan Gabriel or Shedeur Sanders. The question is, what happens from there? And if I made you choose between one of the two, who starts longer for their respective organization? Is it Joe Flacco in Cleveland or is it Russell Wilson in New York?
I would say
it's Joe Flacco in Cleveland, although the start to their schedule is going to be tough, I think.
I would say that the players behind Russell Wilson, especially Jameis Winston, is a more proven player than the players behind Joe Flacco right now.
Yeah, but Vic, do you think
that they would...
Don't discount the fact that they love Jackson Dart.
I know.
Well, here's the thing. Do you think they would make the move from Russell Wilson to Jameis as opposed to Russell Wilson to Jackson Dart?
I don't know what they would do. I don't understand how some of these coaches think. A lot of it depends on the welfare of the coach, the job security of the coach. Dayball's fighting for his job.
Yeah.
So you will do whatever it takes to get dubs.
Right. Flacco's it's a really interesting last couple of years. If you guys remember, the last time he was in Cleveland was 2 years ago. Cleveland was pretty good. And then they lost to Deshaun Watson. Not that Watson was good, but remember, they had a really, really good defense that kind of won a whole bunch of ball games for him. And then Flacco came in the last 5 games of the regular season. He went 4-1, led them to a postseason appearance. They got shelled by Houston that year, but got him there. He then went to Indy last year, had similar numbers, but the record was bad. So they brought him back, and I think they're kind of looking at Flacco like, don't make mistakes, and we're going to win games.
Hold on the fort.
Yeah. It's like when Fangio had Teddy Bridgewater, like that sort of mentality. We'll be good enough if you don't mess things up.
Well, I think you've got one guy. This is what blows my mind. You've got one guy in Kenny Pickett who's shown that he's just a dude.
Yeah, I don't know what the purpose.
I don't
of
get
him
that
is.
one either.
Okay. Number two, which rookie quarterback do you believe has the higher upside 5 years from now? Is it Gabriel or Shador?
I think it's Shador. I mean, we're biased.
Well, so do I. That's where I would lean. Not even to mention Deshaun Watson. What do you do with him when he's back from his torn Achilles? Then what do you do?
You wait one more year, you put him as a backup, and then after that, after next year, you say we're going to eat the $80-some million. So I think it goes down to similar Russell Wilson.
Then
money.
it sounds like, as a collective group, our decision has been made. The bigger upside, the bigger playmaking ability, I think the bigger star power lies with Shador Sanders. Now, maybe Gabriel's a more responsible quarterback. I don't even know how to put it. I don't even know what to say because I don't have a high hope for his future. But I'm out on Pickett, and if it's between Gabriel and Shador, I'm going with Shador Sanders, and I'm going to get him. I'm going to try to get him up to speed as much as possible because Flacco ain't no spring chicken. At the age of 40, he's not going to be around that long.
So just so you guys know, Deshaun Watson this year has a dead cap of $167 million. Mm-hmm. Next year, it's $131 million. The year after that, it drops to 50.
Yeah.
Which is the number that the Broncos paid the first year of their 2-year buyout of Russell Wilson.
I know why. Good God! I know why they're going with Flacco. It makes sense now because their ownership is like, oh my God, this is ridiculous. We got holes all over the boat. It's sinking. We got this quarterback that we have to pay off. He's not going to help us. They want to maintain some level of stability and professionalism. The last thing they want to do is take a shot at a rookie who they don't know if they're not sure if they'll be able to handle the moment. And they become the laughingstock of the league again, as if they haven't been already.
The question is, what do you feel like, and I'm asking this like if I'm talking to a Cleveland Browns front office member, what do you truly feel like you can be with Flacco? What is that going to get you?
You're not going to be a contender, but you're going to be stable. I guess what they feel is he's Uncle Joe who's going to help the young guys just get through the muddy waters here until we get some stability back.
Except Uncle Joe's going, bleep them kids.
Pretty much.
He's not really doing the mentor thing.
Uncle Joe's going to the barbecue with his own 12er and telling all the kids, get away from me. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, take the lighter fluid.
He's not outside. Yeah, he's not outside, throwing the ball around with his nieces and nephews and whatnot. He's out there going, hey, get out of my face and go dig a hole.
We spend a lot of time talking about pro sports and where certain franchises stand and where they can go. I'll ask you this. This offers some perspective. Who has a bigger upside? The Cleveland Browns and what they're facing, or the team we just discussed, the Colorado Rockies?
What do you mean? Say this.
What?
Say that. Say
Which
that again?
franchise has a bigger upside?
For what? For like their
Chance
future?
to rebound. Chance, yeah. Just the next 3 or 4 years.
Oh, football. It's certainly
it's
easier.
Cleveland Browns.
Yeah.
Even with all that dead money?
Well,
sure.
If you've got we've just seen it here, Vic.
Okay.
The evidence is right in front of your face. Do you have a face? You have a face.
Do you possess a face?
That's right.
I asked the question.
The
you
evidence.
answered it.
The evidence is right in front of your
Okay.
face. If you have a quarterback who can play on a rookie deal and he can really play, then you can get out of some problems. The Niners did with Brock Purdy. The Broncos are doing it with Bo Nix. Okay, to have Bo Nix come in and be successful and not have to pay a quarterback $40 million, $50 million a year, and he can play, you're able to function with that dead money on your cap. Now, that being said,
I mean, you have to think of it this way, Vic. Even with the monetary disadvantage that the Rockies are in compared to teams like the Dodgers, there is an evenness to the cap in the NFL that everybody pays the same amount of money. Now, your argument would probably be, well, Deshaun Watson is eating up a good portion of that cap.
I just think the Cleveland Browns
from the limited amount of money compared to the Dodgers that the Rockies have, their highest paid player has played like 10 games in 3 years in Chris Bryant. They're dealing with like the same thing, it feels like.
Yeah, I just think
we need a full season of KB.
Cleveland Browns in a whirlpool, and there's nothing that's going to pull them out. They've been in a whirlpool for a long time. What a dysfunctional, pathetic franchise it is. And I feel bad for all you Cleveland fans who love football. Because, football's still king up there, no matter what anybody says. It's king. And you guys happen to root for, or have to root for, one of the – I mean, it's a pathetic franchise. You're pathetic.
I feel bad for our boy Ryan. So happy a couple years ago they make the postseason. He's geared up. He thinks the team's turning around, and then they win 3 games the following year. Just a big kick in the jewels. Anywho, 303-504-0925. Broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for seriously injured.
Hang on a sec. All I needed to see last night was 4 plays. How many yards was it? 4 plays, 70-something yards. Then Jaden Daniels. Did you see his touchdown run last night?
Yeah, it scares me every time he runs the ball, to be honest with you, because he's not the largest man, and he's always taking on a linebacker, it seems, to get across the goal line and the first down marker. It's only a matter of time before he gets hurt doing that, guys. It's only a matter of time.
You're probably right, but I watched him take it up the middle, then bounce at like the 7, then take a hit like at the 3. I mean, that guy's such a player.
It's also only a matter of time
a player.
Before the other quarterback on the field gets hurt if he keeps doing that. Did you guys hear the audio from Joe Buck?
Yeah.
If you didn't, we'll get to it next.
Hey, it's Moser. I'm not saying you got to do it today, but I'm saying soon. If you're looking for an electric vehicle, Silterhar Motors in Broomfield is absolutely your place. They've got a huge selection of EVs, including the all-electric Ford F-150 Lightning, the Mustang Mach-E. 0 interest right now for 72 months and lease credits up to $11,000 off. But you got to hurry up because all of the federal tax incentives are going to go away on September 30th, and you need to take advantage of it right now. So get to Highway 36 in Wadsworth or go online at sthmotors.com. Greg Larson and his staff are there. They're going to kill it for you. They are absolutely the best I've ever worked with. sthmotors.com. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership. One more week, Bretsky. One more week, baby.
Until the open of college football, or what?
No, just one more week for preseason football. Then we can start to prepare for the regular season, but I know where you're going.
Hey, Vic, hi. We're on the air, Vic. Yeah. Vic!
Shut him off.
Vic! All I hear is Rich Eisen.
Shut me off.
Setting up something for later in the show. I don't know if you guys saw Rich Eisen for the first time in 20 years hosted SportsCenter last night. Now that NFL Network is part of ESPN, they were purchased in exchange. And I don't know if you watched a little bit of it last night, but the end of it was such a touching tribute. And in a bit, after we're done with Brett's tomfoolery, whatever his topic is.
Actually, it's my tomfoolery coming right up.
It's yours. I want to go through your top 5 SportsCenter anchors of all time.
Okay, sounds good. What I'm getting at is, I know what you're getting at, and that is just get through this weekend healthy.
Yep.
Just everybody, please, stay put together. Because last night in the first quarter, things could have got really bad.
Well,
why is the game at 11 Saturday?
Because
is it national television?
I think most. I think most of them. Most of the games are at 11. There's a few that are later, but let me see. They only got 3-4 games that are happening late that night. So a lot of them are just get them out of the way. And I think, Vic, it's because they got to do cut downs the day afterwards, trying to give guys time.
Yeah.
Now, if you guys missed this, you were talking about Jaden Daniels. Hey, he can't do that or he's going to get hurt. Joe Burrow's just going to get hurt by playing behind the Bengals offensive line. It's actually pretty amazing that Cincinnati has had 2 issues for a few years now. They can't seem to play defense, and they can't seem to protect Joe Burrow. And then Joe Burrow hits the field, and he is running around. Did you guys see when he ran like 60 yards, he was scrambling in the backfield before eventually being tackled at like the 1? Here's what it sounded like with Joe Buck.
And it brings up 3rd and long with Burrow still out there, and Higgins and Jamar Chase on the sideline. 3rd down and 12. Burrow steps through, hangs on, and is spinning around looking for a block. Go down, Joe. It's August. And they're going to give him progress near the 3.
Go down, Joe. You know, this takes me back to that play in the first preseason week where it was the safety from Bo Nix. They just said, hey, that's a mistake. And I go, maybe he just didn't want to take a hit. Don't let what happened to Joe Burrow, which is 1,000 pounds of humanity, jumped on him at once.
Last season, Vic, Joe Burrow, with that offensive line, completed 71% of his passes for almost 5,000 yards and 43 touchdowns. So, I mean, the guy is obviously a special player, but you can't ask him to get hit, can you?
Well, they invested their money in the skill positions. So they put their money. Look at how much money they have tied up in 2 receivers.
Oh, I know. And their quarterback, for sure, which is, I guess, why they don't want to pay Trey Hendrickson. What I also understood about that, and you're talking about one of the best pass rushers in the league, is that the term and the money per year is very much worked out between the Bengals and Hendrickson. It's about how much guaranteed money he's going to get. And the Bengals don't want to guarantee even a dime after year number 1 of this contract. And he wants, obviously, more. It's crazy.
Where did he go?
Your boy Brett Kane right now is having a major snot problem. So rather than do what you do, and that is blow your nose on the air and snot out and stuff up your nose, he left the room to go get where's Tick, by the way?
Don't worry about my business.
Where's Tick?
I don't know.
But see, that's not the way I operate. Whatever we are physically, mentally, this is what we are, and our audience should share in that. The end.
There's a couple of different things. Well, it's not to mention I'm having a Moser problem. Last few days, my nose has been super dry. And the sneeze is now kicked up.
Yeah.
Not just snot.
Yep.
But some other red stuff that I'm not a fan of.
Yep. It's not very fun when it gets like that, Brett. But anyway, the point is that get through this, just get healthy, stay healthy. I mean, he did all that last year with that offensive line, he's obviously very, very good. And even Joe Buck said it last night, they cannot score enough points. And he's absolutely right, especially if Hendrickson doesn't play football for them. Dude, they're going to have to win 45-42. It's crazy.
Okay, top 5 SportsCenter anchors of all time. I'll give you my 5 since you guys haven't had time to think about this. And it's all subjective.
By the way,
clearly.
if the NFL Network getting bought out by ESPN brings back that version of SportsCenter, I'm happy with it.
Yeah.
That like that one. I want that one.
That's what they did with Eisen last night. They sort of,
That's what I'm saying.
Went back in time. My top 5, and apologies to Rich, he doesn't make the cut on my top 5, although I really like him. To me, the number one, this is a personal list that this whole business is subjective.
Wait, are you going 1 to 5?
I'm going to go 5 to 1.
Okay. Yeah, it's really hard, but people might not like mine either.
Number 5 on my list is Keith Olbermann. When he and Patrick were doing the thing, it was elite writing, elite SportsCenter delivery. Everything about it was elite. What the hell Olbermann's doing these days, my God. But Olbermann was number 5 on my list. Number 4, Dan Patrick. The two are interchangeable. Number 3, Kenny Mayne.
Kenny Mayne's
an
number
acquired.
1.
Okay, wait for your list. He's an acquired taste, but Kenny Mayne always made me laugh. He was his wit was different. It was acerbic, and you had to really pay attention. Number 2 on my list was Stuart
By the way,
Scott.
you realize that Kenny Mayne played quarterback at UNLV behind Randall Cunningham.
Yeah,
okay.
I do.
All right.
Number 2 is Stuart Scott. Some people loved him. Some people hated him. I thought he was great. I thought he was a great entertainer. Read his book. It's an outstanding book. He's been gone now. God, I think he's been gone more than 10 years. Number 1, SportsCenter anchor, and this is different because he's still doing it, is Scott Van Pelt. I think he's got it all. I think Scott Van Pelt is the perfect SportsCenter anchor. He is not a hot take artist. He just does the sports and occasionally offers some color on the side. I think he does it the right way. So 1 through 5, Van Pelt, Scott, Mayne, Patrick, Olbermann. Those are my top 5.
See, you've thought about this. You spring it on us and act, like
I know, I'm sorry. That's why I had you think. I had you think.
Top 5 vegetables of all time.
Well, I mean, you shouldn't have to think that deeply. It's not a profound topic. I mean, just think about it. Who are your favorites?
You're probably not going to like mine.
All right, go ahead. It's subjective. It's subjective.
Number 5 for me, Craig Kilborn.
He wasn't bad. Kilborn, again, Craig Kilborn was funny. And he had a different sense of humor.
Wait, didn't
either
he
loved him or hated him.
Didn't he have the Daily Show before Jon Stewart took it over?
Yes.
Yes, he did.
He walked away from everything.
He did.
Then he went into Hollywood. Remember, he was featured in Old School.
Old School. Yeah, he was the boyfriend in Old School.
Dude.
The one where he's driving his Porsche, he drives off the bridge and dies.
So there's this thing called the Mark Twain, it's the Mark Twain Award. Usually goes out to like comics or somebody like that. And if you win this award, you have to have one of your friends do a speech for you. So Jon Stewart was the winner a few years back, and he had Chappelle do the speech for him. And he goes, Jon Stewart took over for a failing Daily Show. No offense to Craig Kilborn, yuck. that was his assessment of the show.
That's kind of funny. I like Kilborn doing sports. I thought he was pretty good. Number 4 for me, I'm going to go Linda Cohn.
Linda's good.
I think she's been nothing but a total pro for 35 years or whatever, how long it's been. I think she's good. And she's a hockey gal, so that's kind of near and dear to my heart. 3 for me would be Stuart Scott because he was an icon. Absolute icon.
Change the game.
And not
if
only
you
that,
change the game, if you change our business, and that's what he did, people don't understand. People started using different nicknames and analogies, and they started throwing different phrases. That's Stuart Scott's.
Exactly.
That's Stuart Scott's presence. That's
Not
what
only
he did.
that, I think he made the best this is ESPN commercials. I think he was in all the best ones, all my favorite ones. Number 2, I'll go Dan Patrick, and then number 1 for me is Kenny Mayne.
Kenny Mayne was the best.
Kenny Mayne was hilarious. People are asking.
I would throw an honorable mention to John Anderson in there somewhere.
John's great.
Anderson's
I worked with John.
Yep, total pro.
I worked with John in Phoenix. He's great. The guys they have now, we had Gary Streisky on last week. He's great. Randy Scott. that combination. And I told Gary when we had him on the air, that's the closest combo to the old days that exists today.
But what
those
about
two guys.
what about the old school guys when we were young, Vic? Like the Bob Lees and the Charlie Steiners, man.
They were a little too boring for me.
Were they? Okay.
Bob Lee was
they were a little
more,
too boring.
Yeah, the reporter style.
Yeah. Someone says, why isn't Chris Berman on the list? Chris Berman wasn't a SportsCenter host. He was an NFL guy.
I mean, he
did
was,
other stuff.
but not really.
Yeah, but nobody really knew him for that. And there's different styles, and that was not the host I admired as much. I mean, again, there's a certain dance to what those guys did.
If we're doing the shows, like if you just took all shows, not just SportsCenter, all of them, you give me Boomer on the fastest 2 minutes. I think it's one of the best.
But that's not a sports.
No,
but he wasn't a SportsCenter anchor. He was an NFL guy.
You give me Harold Reynolds. Used to be on Baseball Tonight.
Yeah, now you got a different list.
I understand. I'm just saying.
All right, so is your list the same? Your number one is Kenny Mayne?
Number one's Kenny Mayne. Everybody else, yeah.
In all honesty,
some order you guys.
Boy, they treated. You know what they did to Kenny Mayne at ESPN, right? They basically phased him out.
Oh yeah, they did, big time.
And I'll never understand that
because they thought you're too old and you don't connect with the youth. That's what it was.
I never understood why they didn't appreciate his humor. It was
dry, sarcastic,
outstanding. It made you
you're
sly. Watching a highlight.
Made you think.
Yeah. You're just you're laughing and you're just saying, God, that guy. Who is the person? And it just goes to show you how subjective this business is. It's all somebody at SportsCenter, somebody at ESPN looked at Kenny Mayne and said, "Nah, we're good." How stupid do you have to be? Who is this stupid? I want to know what names.
Anymore. We're probably not the audience anymore.
But I want to know who the stupid person is that decided they didn't want that. By the way, honorable mention to Neil Everett. I thought he was great.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I thought the combo of Stan Verrett and Neil Everett in L.A.,
yeah, they're good.
I thought that combo I could really watch all day and all night. I thought those two guys were really good.
Didn't they have like an American Idol show? This is how big SportsCenter was.
They did.
Kids. They had like an American Idol show for a SportsCenter anchor, and I watched it. I watched every episode of that thing, and I can't remember the guy's name who won, but he went on to do Big Ten Network stuff.
That's when it was.
Mike,
that's when it was must-see TV, dude.
Mike Hall? Is that his name?
I don't
no
know.
clue. Couldn't care
I have
less.
no idea. But I again, in the late 90s, early 2000s, you don't go to bed without watching SportsCenter. You just don't.
No.
It's just part of your daily menu. It's part of your programming.
People are throwing Chris Fowler in there and whatnot. Chris Fowler is excellent. He's our boy. But now he's a college football guy.
Yeah, he's not a SportsCenter anchor. Like Reese Davis is not a SportsCenter anchor. They've dabbled in it, but they're not the typical SportsCenter anchors. They're not.
By the way, you guys are just talking about Kenny Mayne. You like dry, sarcastic sense of humor? Well, there's a guy named Drew Mageri. He used to work for Deadspin.
I remember him.
Every year he does a Why Your Team Sucks article for each team in the NFL. I'll give you an excerpt of why he thinks the Broncos suck next.
Oh, no.
All right, so Drew Majera used to be with Deadspin and Gawker before I think Hulk Hogan took them to the cleaners and basically ended their sites, right? Wasn't that the big story? I think there's a big Netflix documentary about that. I forget the context of it. But Hulk Hogan sued him and then they disappeared. So Drew is now working for a site called Defector.com.
All right, so I'm going to go to it right now because I want to read this comment. What is it? Defector?
Defector.com.
The hell is that?
I have no idea. But he does one of these for every team. So it doesn't matter if your team is 16-0 or 0-16.
Do you see the very first thing that comes up when you go to the Defector?
I just clicked the link to the article, so I have no idea.
The very first story on Defector.com is Michael Porter Jr. is the incredibly dumb man for an incredibly dumb moment.
Well, Mike's been talking a lot. I mean, he's been in the news. But he does one of these. It doesn't matter if your team went undefeated last year or didn't win a football game. It's always why your team sucks. So it's a long article. It's always funny. It's always a fun read. It's always broken down to what your record was last year. He makes fun of your team, and then he goes to your quarterback, your coaches, and blah, blah, blah. So I just want to read the excerpt he has for Sean Payton. Your coach, expressed anal gland Sean Payton, who is single-handedly keeping the Bill Parcells coaching tree alive. The rest of the NFL's coaching ranks have adopted a more contemporary method, such as establishing a healthy peer-to-peer relationship with their own players, employing load management, fostering a culture where players and staff alike enjoy going to work every day, not being a complete D to everyone. None of these guidelines represent the Parcells way, which prizes walking by you during stretching period and saying, "Looking good there, you bleeping fat ass." That's how you can tell that coach just wants to get the best out of you. Sean Payton hasn't won a title in 16 years, but he's won just enough in the interim to make you believe he's got one more Super Bowl run in him. He doesn't. I know that because I see Pete Carmichael still lurking on this coaching manifest, and because of this guy, he goes to Bo Nix. So it's a long article where he breaks down a whole bunch of that stuff. It's just silly and funny. I recommend that you guys check it out. But it is funny. Sean Payton certainly still carries himself with the resume of the guy who's got the Super Bowl and he knows more than anybody else.
Here's what he says about Payton's relationship with Bo Nix. Quote, "Well, now Payton has capable disguised backpack boys' shortcomings with screen passes and dump-offs, but eventually he's going to need his QB to post an average depth of target above German Shepherd. Mention Drew Brees to me right now, and I'll push you off a cliff."
It's good. It's, again, little sarcastic, funny read.
I guess what makes it funny is there just an ounce of truth in there a little bit?
Well, everything is based on...
I reckon. I mean, it's not that dramatic, obviously, but is there just a little bit?
What has always sucked is one of the categories. Denver has been a city everyone just wants to move to for long enough that it's now chock full just as many rude and status-obsessed people as L.A. But instead of being influencers or actors, they all just work in marketing.
He goes on to say... the beer gets worse every year. The downtown still smells like cow farts. The airport is still spiritually located in Kansas. And Broncos fans are still so entitled that they may as well... I'm sorry, I lost my spot. May as well be cheering for an SEC team. Lord knows they'll own enough firearms to qualify.
So go and check it out for yourself. It's a fun little read that every team gets poked fun at before the season starts.
I don't want to worry. I don't want to get into this worry stuff. But one of the first things I brought up on the program today was when Joe and Troy last night are looking at the Bengals schedule, they could have talked about anybody in the first 8 weeks of the season, right? Whatever.
Sure.
But they specifically
gravitated.
They specifically gravitated to that Monday night game against the Broncos because they wanted to get some Broncos love in there, or it just came naturally, whatever the case may be. And I'm thinking to myself, okay, they better be pretty good. I said it to you, Brett. This Broncos team better be good because they are suddenly everybody's little darling. Everybody on the Broncos defense. Everybody's on Bo Nix year 2. Everybody's on Evan Ingram. And, oh, look at the rookie cut through the hole. And look how he slithers through these second and third string defenders for the Arizona Cardinals. And look, I like exactly what I'm saying. I love it. Vic, what I don't want to do is go, no. I don't want to do that. I want to be happy.
Matt Greed describing the Broncos running game. So look out, Broncos country. You guys are both going to dink and dunk this season. It'll be like holding two lit sparklers at once. What a thrill.
All right, Moj. Vic, let me throw this out to you.
Please.
Without saying injury, give me the reason why it's not going to work.
Offensive line doesn't get the push that it needs to get the running game going. I still have to see it.
What if they're just not as good as we think they are?
Give me how.
I gave you a
Vic
how.
Vic did. I want for Moj.
Well, 25-year-old Bo Nix doesn't have that much more ceiling to get to.
Okay.
That would be a problem.
Is that a concern with – you know what? Actually, let's throw this out there. Real quick. Hang on. Hold on, Nelly. Get my hotkey up.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
Are you concerned that Bo Nix's ceiling is just kind of where it was last year? Like he's just a decent quarterback and that's it? Or do you think there's way more that he has to offer? Because I think there's plenty of people that what you suggest, I'm not saying that you believe that, Moj, but what you suggested, I think there's plenty of people who do think that.
Well, what's the one thing he hasn't done yet that I'm waiting for? He's done a lot. He's proven a lot, man. His touchdown to interception ratio, he's won a lot of games already. He got his team to the playoffs already. Mm-hmm. But what's the one thing he hasn't done yet that I'm waiting for? What is it?
Consistently hit guys downfield, like
rally his team from a deficit in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
Here's all the guys.
Is he an elevator? Is he somebody who can carry a team, or is he somebody where things have to be right?
Again, this is from a guy who comes from the Elway era when it happened every week. When you're down a touchdown or two touchdowns in the fourth, it didn't matter because your quarterback is good enough to rally you. Is this guy good enough to rally them when they need it most?
Okay, and again, I don't want to be unfair to him because I think he's very good. When he came in as an aged quarterback out of college, here's all the guys who are his age or younger. You ready? Will Levis, meh. Jordan Love, Trevor Lawrence, Brock Purdy, Bryce Young, Jaden Daniels, C.J. Stroud, Caleb Williams.
Why are you concerned about age, though?
Well,
he's got 15 years he can play if he wants to.
I understand that, but I'm saying where's his ceiling going to go? Because I'll tell you what, I look at the ceiling for some of these other guys, and I don't think they've hit it yet. I don't think Jordan Love has hit his ceiling yet. Obviously, Trevor Lawrence hasn't. Has Brock Purdy? Maybe he has. Jaden Daniels has not. C.J. Stroud has not. Caleb Williams has not, although he looked terrific in his preseason game the other day. And Drake May, they're really high on in New England. So, I don't know. I'm just saying I don't know where his ceiling is. It maybe is a lot higher. But that you're asking me if I had a concern, that would be a reason they wouldn't get to where I think they can get to.
If Bo Nix was a quarterback is really good when the stuff around him is really good, is that good enough for you? Like if he's who are some examples? I think Goff is one of those guys where if things are good around him, then he's a really good quarterback. If they aren't, then he's not. I think Brock Purdy is one of those guys. If he's that.
You know what's sad is what I just asked for. I said, God, can he rally your team? He did rally his team. And then the kick got blocked.
Yeah.
He did that. He did it in Kansas City on the road. He put his team in position to win that game. And then the kick got blocked. So he was denied that from his resume last year. Now, it wasn't like the drive in Cleveland. He wasn't at his 2-yard line. It wasn't that. But he got his team in field position.
Against arguably the best defense in the league.
He did. He did it. And it got ruined by a missed block.
Yeah.
So, but can he do so where you are confident? Like you're watching a game and the Chargers score with 1:04 left. And they're up by 4. Are you confident enough to think he can?
I actually do think that.
Okay.
I was thinking about it a different way. I think he's capable of doing what you're asking, Vic. My question is, what if there's a game in which the defense just doesn't have it? Can he do that? Can he win like the shootout where it's like, you know what? It's not going to be perfect every week, Oh. And you know what? Justin Herbert just threw for 4 touchdowns on your defense. Can you keep up?
That's called the Buffalo game.
Yeah.
The defense didn't have it.
Can you do that? Or the Baltimore game
or the
earlier
Cincinnati
in the
game.
They took Cincy to OT.
I understand that, but how much of that was him?
No, I agree. But that's what I'm getting at. Like, let's say that they have a stretch where you, knock on wood, PS2 and Benito just aren't in the lineup, and they both have some sort of injury that sidelines them for 3 to 4 weeks. Is he capable of overcoming that stuff and having the offense play better than the defense? That's what I don't know yet. Because it felt a lot like hand-in-hand stuff. Like he'd capitalize on a pick from the defense and score. You know what I mean?
For the record, I think he's ready to make that leap.
Yeah.
I really do. I think this is the year. I'm going to tell you right now, I think there are going to be 2 or 3 games that he rescues. And you know those games, right?
I hope so.
Sure, yeah.
Where your quarterback rescues you. You know those games. Everybody, again, who's been around long enough, Elway would get how many? He'd have like 5 or 6 of those a season.
Yeah, he would. I want to reiterate, too, that I'm not saying that I don't believe there is a high ceiling for Bo Nix.
Oh, but you're asking, and I think it's fair.
No, I'm not asking. I'm just saying you're asking me to come up with a scenario. I'm having a hard time outside of injury, Brett.
Yeah.
I'm having a hard time coming up with scenarios, especially with the new weapons and the emerging weapons that he has. I'm having a hard time coming up with a scenario where the Broncos regress to 8-9.
Let me ask you this.
Okay, so that's I'm just saying that would be, however unlikely that Bo Nix scenario is, that would be one of them. So get off my case, toilet face.
Can he win games he's not supposed to win?
That's the next step. They won the games they were supposed to last year. They beat one, as long as you don't include Week 18.
Kansas City doesn't count.
Yeah, they beat one winning team last year, or a playoff team, and that was Tampa. They did that in Week 3.
It was pretty good
It was
win.
probably
pretty
their
good win.
One
It
of
was
the
a
most
great
impressive
win.
performances.
No, it was a great win.
Hey, it was a pretty good win. And you know what? They won some games, Brett, as well, that I don't know if you should win that game. They went and they stomped Tampa in Tampa. And again, the Bucs were coming off a big win the week before. But they won some other games that I was pretty impressed with.
Well, I think I've given you guys this number before. Last year, they were 9-0 in games they were favored.
Yeah.
They were 1-7 in games that they weren't. That's what's got to change. They took care. I've always said this. Good teams beat the teams they're supposed to beat. That's the ones you favored in. Great teams win the games that either they're not supposed to or it's like a dead even sort of lock. But I got a question surrounding that I want to pose again. I think we did this about a month ago. Let's just get a little recheck. Think about this during the break. Can the Broncos get to where they want to go if Bo Nix is still the 3rd best quarterback in the division? Get to it next.
All I can say is at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, their treatments work when pills or herbals fail. It's pretty much all you need to know if you're dealing with any sort of form of erectile dysfunction. Look, summer's about feeling your best. There's plenty still to go this summer, right? Relaxed, romantic, unforgettable, all that kind of thing. But if you're dealing with ED, don't slough it off and don't be embarrassed by it at all. Get it fixed. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has success rates well over 90%. And they've served the Front Range here in Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So do yourself a favor. Don't worry about it. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're total pros. Initial visit's only $99, includes the medical consult with the Colorado licensed medical provider, TPSA test, all there. And if medically advised to test those there at the office, if it doesn't work, your appointment's totally free, but it's going to work. And you're going to be happy. They've got that expert staff, and they're going to take care of you. 5 locations from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So if ED is an issue for you, Don't wait any longer. Get back to being you. Call them today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900 to go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right. As a reminder, if Bo Nix is the third best quarterback in the division, is that good enough?
Well, I'm curious.
He's not gonna supersede
curious.
Patrick Mahomes, so he's not gonna be first.
Okay, then. Straw poll it up one more time, please. I'm curious. Thank you.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
1, 2, 3, or 4. Where is Bo Nix in terms of quarterbacks inside this division?
He's better than Geno.
1, 2, 3, or 4.
Better than Geno.
Get in right now, 303-504-0925. Let us know. Where is he? 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Do you think if the Raiders were offered Geno for Bo Nix straight up, would they do it?
Probably.
Yes,
303-504-0925. Would the Chargers do it?
No.
Would Kansas City do it?
No.
Okay. So you have him firmly at 3.
So right now, Now, Bo Nix makes a big step forward, then things can change.
Well, maybe you don't know Jim Harbaugh's thought process, and maybe secretly he's going, "Hey, man, I wish I had me some Bo Nix."
I don't know if Harbaugh takes that job if he didn't like Justin Herbert.
Well, you can like him all he wants. Maybe if the Broncos had, he had his druthers and Payton wasn't here and they had Bo Nix, he'd take the Broncos.
Yeah, but the question right now, I don't even think that this is debatable. He's third. Right now. It's whether he stays that at the end of the year is what I'm asking. If that stays, is that good enough?
Is he third because the needle is pointing up and he's young and up and coming? I mean, Geno Smith, what is he in your mind? What is Geno Smith?
Geno's fine.
Geno Smith to me is I wanted to say serviceable veteran, but I think that's unfair to Geno Smith. I think he's better than that. I think he's a pretty good vet.
If I had to win a game right now, I'm picking Bo Nix over Geno.
Okay, it's fair.
That's what I'm doing. I am not taking Bo Nix over the other two in the division, though. And that's sort of where I'm at. And I'm like, Herbert is, for whatever you think of him, the Herbert debate is weird because it's a results-based thing or an eye-based thing for a lot of people. Now, I'm more of the eye guy when it comes to Herbert. It almost kind of reminds me of a Staffordish feel to it, where it's like if you look at his win-loss record, you'll be like, well, this guy's not that good. And then it's like, well, it looks pretty good to me. It looks good. And Harbaugh had him on a tight leash last year, where it's like, don't get too crazy. Stay close to my hip.
Well, Harbaugh dialed it way back.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, way back.
But I just think that I actually believe if Nix is third, it's still going to be okay for what the Broncos have built their team around, which is a defensive juggernaut that needs an occasional bump from the offense. That's what it feels like they've built.
Well, I could take your same poll and just take it to the other side of the ball and say, rank the defenses in the division.
The Broncos have the number. Well, no, but
I don't know if it's debatable.
Kansas City, Kansas
Both
City.
Kansas City and
Chargers
the Chargers
were
are like
good, too.
they're both
pretty
top
good.
They're all
Yeah.
top five.
Yeah,
I mean,
pretty good. Yeah.
I mean, that tells you how damn deep the division is.
Yeah.
We're talking quarterbacks, head coaches, and defenses. All three of those categories. This division is loaded.
Well, and here's the thing. Again, such a credit to the process of thinking for the Payton and Payton law firm. What's easier to do? Make a quarterback better than Patrick Mahomes or have a defense that's slightly better than the other two really good defenses?
Have a defense that's
you know what I
slightly
mean?
better. I love people chiming in here on the text line. Vic, you're banned, so you can't see it. Mahomes is on the decline.
Well, I believe it when I see
At
it.
the age of 28.
Yeah, Mahomes is 29 years old. He's not declining
20,
anywhere.
20 to 29.
You could tell yourself that.
And it says Herbert overrated. Look.
Look, they might be right about that. I don't think so. I think that Herbert's still really good. Yeah.
Yeah. Mahomes is 29. He'll be 30 in late September. Okay. I mean, these guys are, look, we don't have to beat up Mahomes and Herbert to prop up Bo Nix or say that we like him and we think he's got, even from this point on, tremendous potential.
Yeah. It's just a matter of, God, when you put it that way, Vic, I didn't even think about it that way. When you said, where do the defenses rank? If I have to do it, we all have to do it. I think Chiefs 1, Broncos 2, Chargers 3.
That's
I think.
fair. Yeah. The Raiders have by far the worst defense. For sure.
Yeah. Like, that's the interesting thing. We're all geared up about the Broncos defense, and we should be. They should be really good. Okay? And they very easily could be the best defense in the division. They could. The Broncos, surprisingly, led the division in one thing, and it wasn't points allowed. It was points scored. They scored more points than anybody else in the AFC West last year. And we're all kind of waiting like, is the offense going to be good enough? And I understand why, and it's totally fair to question that.
Let me reiterate to the fans out there, Vic's.
Do you know who led the division in points allowed last year?
It was the Raiders.
No, it was the Chargers. No.
Wasn't the Raiders?
Raiders gave up 434 points. No.
So they let him. I mean, I was thinking most in points allowed.
No. Like the best. The best.
Well, no. Let me reiterate then. Yeah, the Chargers had the best.
The Chargers.
They gave up 17.7 points per game.
Yeah.
The Denver Broncos, that was number 1 in the league. Philly was number 2. The Broncos were 3 at 18.3 points per game, and Kansas City was 4 at 19.2.
Hey, you know what helps?
It's like, oh my God, man, are you serious?
You know what helps your defense a lot? Running the football effectively, because you keep time of possession in your favor. You aren't forcing them to go out there more than they need to throughout the course of a game. Anyway, hey, just quickly here, I'm reading this article from CBS Sports, and it has the 14 NFL veterans in danger of being cut. There's no Broncos on this list. We kind of went over this yesterday. The Broncos don't feel like they have a vet that's going to be a surprise cut at the end of camp. One of those guys doesn't exist. Let me throw out a name to you real quick, though. We know how much Sean Payton loves his former Saints. A name on this list is Taysom Hill. If he was to become available, do you think Sean Payton sniffs around?
Where do you play him?
He'd be
what do you do with him?
backup tight end. Back up to Evan Ingram.
So you part with Troutman?
Yeah, part with the Troutman, pick up Taysom Hill. Because remember, Taysom Hill doesn't just do that. He plays special teams. He's the, I believe, what did they call it? The punt protector? Mm-hmm. The guy up front. He can do some quarterback stuff if you need him to. He can run the football if you need him to. Like you know how much Sean Payton loves his versatility in players. I know he's probably in his mid-30s now, right? Because those guys who graduate from BYU, they graduate at 26. Just wondering if he is one of those, quote, surprise cuts from Saints camp, does Sean Payton go sniffing around the New Orleans well again and try and bring in somebody else?
He could. I mean, we all know that the roster a week from today is going to look different. All right? They're going to acquire one of the 1,300 or so players are going to be available on the open market after cutdown day. All right? We know this. Mm-hmm. Now, we don't know where. We don't know who. We don't know why. But it'll happen. It'll happen. They're going to get somebody that falls through the cracks, that fits a need, whether it be on the active roster or on the practice squad. They're going to acquire guys.
Yeah. Did you look up his age, Moser? Is that what you were typing?
No, I was looking at... Somebody chimed in and said Herbert's injury prone. I said, well, he's only missed 5 games in his 5 years in the league. That's not exactly injury prone. I mean, he does play with injury. He's played with banged up, fingers and ribs and all different kinds of things. But Austin asks, what has Herbert won in his career? You're right about that. He hasn't won jack squat. Part of the reason that Herbert didn't win jack squat a little while ago is because his head coach was a moron and did stupid things.
And his defense gave up 35 points a game.
And that changed under Harbaugh. So I'm just saying...
You know what he has been able to do, though?
Just be careful.
I'll say this about Herbert. He's been able to beat the Chiefs.
Yep. He's a good player, man. I don't know. People can try and doubt him if you want to. It's like, watch the guy throw a football. He puts it on the money. The reason the Chargers have lost football games isn't because they've scored 13 points. You know what I mean? You can watch the last minute and a half of a game, and it's like, did he overcome a 4-point deficit to get the win? Okay, maybe he didn't do that.
I need to write a letter to Roger Goodell.
No more letters. No more letters. I don't want a letter. I don't want a letter. No letters.
I'm going to do it on my own then. This division is a joke.
Vic, it's unfair.
Vic, I'm going to come out and say it right now. This division is an absolute joke.
No. Nelly, no.
Competitive joke?
Yeah, dear Raj, how are you today? How's New York? Hair looks great, period. Roger, the hell are you doing with the AFC West? Question mark. 3 coaches have won the Super Bowl, comma. Another one has been there and won a natty, period. Why are you doing this to us, period? We got a pretty good quarterback, but Brett thinks he's 3rd best inside the dang division. Why can't he move his way up?
You happy with your decision, Nelly? You happy with this?
I propose that we combine the AFC West and the AFC South and make it one big happy division, or even trade out some teams. What do you think? Question mark. Love, comma, Moj.
Okay, yeah. See, Nelly, your job is to sniff out the BS before the BS happens. And all
I do not apologize.
All you do is indulge him. With every bad decision Moser wants to make. Hey, I'm thinking about getting an 8-ball. I don't know, Moser, it's your life. I think you should live it the way you want to. Great idea.
And $2 million. Hey, but what
I haven't paid attention for the last 2 minutes.
I'm just asking for an 8-ball and $2 million.
It's one of my favorite. It's one of my favorite tweets that I see pop up over and over again. Doctor, you aren't exercising enough. You're exercising wrong. Nutritionist, you're eating the wrong things. Liquor store employee, excellent choice. Every single time. I think that's a brilliant decision.
So if you're
and that's Nelly to Moser. It's always like, what do you want to do? Something that's terrible for you? I think it's a great idea.
Let's say you're D'Amico Ryans.
It's like he's the libertarian behind there. Whatever you want to do is free game.
You're D'Amico Ryans, or you're any other coach. I don't know. Take your pick around, because the AFC North is a pain in the butt. The AFC East is okay. Buffalo's the cream of the crop there. But if you're D'Amico Ryans and you've got the Houston Texans winning the division every year at 10-7, and you're looking over at the AFC West, are you going to yourself, whew, I sure am glad I ain't over there.
Yeah, of course.
Because it's a bear. This division is a monster. It's horrible. And the crappiest team in the division has a Super Bowl winning head coach and a running back who's now running through people. I don't know.
Hey, now that we have a couple of minutes, can I share something with you? There's an article on ESPN that says the 2025-2026 NBA milestones that could be set this year. So there's a few. There's Steph Curry with threes and assists with guys like James Harden. How's this one for you? Last season, Jokic, a 3-time MVP, set an NBA record when he recorded the league's first 30-20-20 triple-double, while also leading the league with 34 total triple-doubles on the season. This year, the Nuggets triple-double maestro is just 18 away from passing Oscar Robertson, who has 181, for second most in NBA history.
That's crazy.
He is behind Russell Westbrook, who is at 203, which would put him 40 away from Russell, it sounds like. No, I didn't do the math right. Whatever. A little bit away from him. As the Nuggets try and maximize their championship window, it's not out of the question that Jokic could hit that mark while also becoming the second NBA player in NBA history to reach 200.
Yeah, well, what that tells me, barring injury, knocking on wood so hard right now, barring anything, any setback, he will have the record for most triple-doubles in NBA history, and he'll have it soon, within 2-3 years. And he'll go into his retirement with that record, and it's going to be hard-pressed for anyone to beat him. It's a number that's... Now, there are a lot of people that aren't... Remember when Stan Van Gundy, when he was... Who was he coaching before he was fired? Orlando? Is that who he was coaching?
No, I think he was in Detroit. I think it
his
was
second job. He said, I really don't take much stock in the triple-double. It's an overrated. I remember him saying that.
He coached the Heat, then the Magic, then the Pistons.
In Detroit, and then he coached the Pelicans from 2020 to 2021.
I remember him talking about, it was when he was with the Pelicans then. The triple-double's overrated, this and that. It's overrated until you see how he gets his triple-doubles, until you understand that he's not chasing them. They're coming to... When Russell Westbrook went his heyday, come on, let's be honest, was he chasing triple-doubles?
Yes.
Of course he was, and all the Nuggets... I'll never forget it. The Nuggets fans were so thrilled to see him get it at Ball Arena.
Chasing and getting them are completely different categories. When they come to you because you're just such a numbers machine, it's a different deal. I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday, former Nuggets ball boy like myself, huge Denver fan. He lives elsewhere now. He lives in Pennsylvania, still watches every game. And he said, how do you think the team's going to do this year? And I said, I don't know what to say, because usually you've heard me. I'm pretty cynical and I don't really hop on the bandwagon. I'm not that way. I'm always cautious. You guys know me too, right? I'm cautious.
Mm-hmm. You're scared.
I'm always scared. I'm telling you, I'm scared at how excited I am. I think this is a championship team.
I do too.
I think it's a championship team.
I think
you know what?
You have three teams that could be competing for championships this year in this city, and I think the Nuggets have the best chance of all of them.
And I can't wait for them to play Minnesota and OKC.
Me too.
Where in years past, in the last 2 years, I would like, oh, God, you got to play Minnesota. Oh. Like, It's completed. Now it's like, all right, let's go.
Play.
Isn't that amazing?
I'm thinking of Les Grossman.
Yeah.
At Tropic Thunder.
Yeah.
Yeah, Les Grossman. I'm thinking Vic right now is Les Grossman and out on the Nuggets, right? Play.
Well, even on their run in 2023 when they won the championship, I was still cautious. Even in the playoffs, you remember, I was cautious.
We were so Brett. You and I sat there. I couldn't have felt better from the get-go.
Wait, win their championship year?
The championship year, and I'm like, dude, they're good.
You know what?
Win
You have such an awful self-inventory memory. Like you're so bad at this.
I felt so good about it.
You're an idiot.
Both of you were screaming at me on how stupid I was that I thought the Nuggets were going to demolish the Lakers.
Well,
you guys were like, oh, this guy just doesn't know the history of Denver and blah, blah, blah. And I tried to explain to you that the Lakers, that version, and the Nuggets, this version, weren't the same. And you were yelling at me saying I was stupid for it.
I think that you're having a little Vic osmosis on
No,
towards
I
me.
think he's right. They haven't.
Vic.
What I'm trying to say, you're right.
You're putting Vic's peanut butter spread onto me, man. I didn't.
You were the peanut butter. You were the chunky peanut butter is what
God.
you were.
Oh.
What I'm trying to say is I'm fearful of my hope. I am so hopeful and optimistic that scares me because I'm usually not like that.
Yeah.
No, you're really not.
Vic,
just
there's plenty of reason to be. The Nuggets with Jokic have never had this kind of roster.
They've got a backup center.
Yes.
Dude.
Do you know what it's like to have a backup center?
Dude, it's
Have
good.
you ever had a backup center? I got 3 or 4.
The answer is no, Vic. Never. And neither of the Nuggets.
I asked for one for Christmas one time. Santa did not.
Sorry,
deliver.
he just
If you're
got you.
listening to this show, are you walking around right now with a backup center? Because it's awesome to have one.
Hey. Moser asked Santa for a backup center. And instead of Santa, he got the guy from Pawn Stars who was like, best I can do is Dario Saric.
I'm confused.
That was the best he could do.
Pretty much.
All right.
Also, listen, Hastings had a great story about Oscar Robertson the other day. Really cool story.
Okay, we'll get to that in a little bit.
Have him tell you sometime.
Yeah, I guess. Well,
Great way to spring that on before we go to break.
Love you, Scotty. Love you.
I guess we'll wait for Scotty's show that starts at noon. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
Well, you just heard us hype up the Nuggets. Often seen at Nuggets games is my boy, Dan Kaplis. Dan Kaplis Law, the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. Why? Because, like the Nuggets and the Avs, Dan Kaplis Law wins in record-setting ways. A serious firm for serious cases and accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. So, if you need Dan's help, do not hesitate. Pick up the phone and call him right now. 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551. Or hit him up at dankaplislaw.com. That's CAPLIS. That's dankaplislaw.com.
Hey, Vic. Got a question for you.
Huh?
How often is meatballs on Bambi's menu?
Meatballs are there every day if you really want them. They're always at the center of the table, whether you're eating hot dogs, spaghetti, pizza, chow mein. There's always a meatball available.
How many?
Your mother has never made chow mein in her life.
I don't even know what the hell chow mein is. It just came to my mind.
How many meatballs would you say you've consumed in the last year?
I'm not a big meatball guy. Not a big meatball guy. That's my wife. My wife, she's into cheese balls.
Cheese, like fried cheese curds, or what do you mean?
Cheese balls. My grandmother used to make cheese balls. They're like meatballs, but there's cheese.
Okay. Don't need your private show mode. I asked this because I didn't know that meatballs were such a big hit in Tulane. The Tulane Green Wave, by the way, if you guys haven't been paying attention over the last few years, Tulane is a very, very viable and good football team.
You know, their program was almost canceled. How many years ago was that, Vic?
Yeah, it was like 4 or 5 years ago.
Their program was canceled. Then they brought it back. I mean, I think it was canceled. They brought it back.
They were 2-10, and since then they've had 2 11-win seasons. I believe they were 9-4 last year. They're a good team.
Yeah.
Well, they just put this out. Consumed during fall camp. The Tulane Green Wave football team has eaten 10,880 meatballs just during fall camp.
You what?
How about that?
But see, the meatball is so good because, honestly, you were talking about college football players. You don't have to have the top grade.
10,880, Moj.
You just take a piece of meat. It could be an alley cat. It doesn't really matter.
You put it into a ball.
You grind it up and you put it into a ball. It doesn't matter what the animal is.
Breadcrumbs?
I mean,
you can do some breading outside of it if you want to. Sure. You put it in with the tomato sauce.
And you put some sauce on it, or you can do them different kind. You get teriyaki balls or whatever kind of ball you want. Anyway, the point is that college football players, if I would eat any meatball you put in front of me.
So we were trying
from whatever animal, I don't even care.
We were trying to do the math. So there's probably 100 guys on a college football team. Would you say 100 on a roster?
Probably something
around there.
Yeah, but
they're
coaches
starting to limit the rosters now.
Yeah, but coaches too make it up. Trainers,
but red shirts and guy, that sort of thing. It comes out to a little over 100 per guy. Which, there's some guys that are like Vic that aren't meatball fans. So some guys horking down like 300 of these meatballs.
But let's just say you're having how long every day during camp. Let's say you're having 6 per day. That's 180. 6 per day for 30 days, 180. That ain't bad at all.
Yeah.
That's nothing.
Did you guys hear what Middle Tennessee is doing?
I did see that, Vic, and I think this is smart.
So in the era of fashion, we're in the fashion era. It started with Oregon. Throwing out all these new helmets, jerseys every week. It's a new lineup. Hey, check us out. Every team's doing this. CU's doing it. CSU's doing it. Air Force is doing it. Every team. All into the fashion now of what we're wearing and, buy more jerseys. Middle Tennessee this season is going into the season with 1 helmet paired with 2 jerseys, home and away. And that's it. And with that, paring down their closet, it will save them $668,000.
$660,000?
Yes.
Almost $700,000 that they're putting toward NIL.
Yes.
Now Middle Tennessee is not a big program. I get all that, but if you can save some money that way, I think it's a really smart thing to do.
It's one thing that I've never understood. Like, Moser, it's one thing I don't get about you. Anytime that you see a team, and it could be like an NFL team, it could be a UFL team, it could be a team that plays in that 3rd division Irish soccer league, you'll say something like, I really like those uniforms. And I do not care about uniforms at all. Like, at all.
Somebody
unless
does.
they're hideous. If they're hideous. But what I'm getting at, Vic, I mean, Oregon was the team that started this, that they were wearing a new uniform every other game. Like 20 years ago they started doing that, and then it became like the norm.
I remember Louisville, when they went to that Christmas ornament helmet, I'm like, okay, it's on now.
But I couldn't imagine being a recruit and being like, what was a big pull for me in going to that school was the new unis I get to wear.
Well, you may not think so, but it is a pull.
Well, I know. I'm just saying, I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Let me ask you this. Is there a team out there in college football that hasn't jumped into that ring? That
Penn State.
Penn State has
Alabama.
Notre Dame.
Alabama hasn't
Ohio
jacked with
State.
their uniforms.
Oh, Notre Dame. Well,
Michigan.
Notre Dame has. Oh, no, Notre Dame has.
They went to the very bright. They went to the Christmas tree ornament.
Notre Dame has altered its
you-
uniforms many times.
Are you talking about a 1 week sort of deal? Or
I'm talking about not touching it. Has USC touched their uniforms?
I don't think so.
I don't think they have.
I don't think Texas has.
Has Michigan?
I don't think Michigan has.
No,
So here's the deal. If you're pretty good,
I don't think
you
the Buck-
kind of just
I
keep
don't-
things the same, don't you?
Yeah, I don't think the Buckeyes have it all.
Yeah, I don't think Bama's
Although-
been doing a lot of it. I don't think Florida's been doing a lot. I don't think Miami's been doing a lot.
Florida's going to a throwback this year.
Okay, but I don't consider that the same real category. Like Oregon has a million different uniform combos.
Oregon, like when you watch, what team is this? It's that kind of drastic change.
Yeah.
You don't even know who's playing.
Although Nebraska this year, I did see they're going to wear all black unis. Did you see that?
But are you considering an alternate uniform for a week that category? I just think that's just a one-off whatever thing. I don't know.
CU has a different uniform for every game.
Yes, CU changes it up all the time. All the time. Yeah. It does kind of feel like if your team's good, you don't really mess with it.
Yeah, but can I say this about the Air Force Fighting Falcons and Navy and Army? When they go to those military motifs with the fighter jets
cool.
and,
they're cool.
and the ships and all that, I think that stuff's pretty cool, man.
Every year when Air Force does that, like, hey, we're going to break out this new uniform you haven't seen before thing, and you're like, oh, those are nice. Real nice.
Yeah, it was really cool. Navy versus Army? They had the Jolly Rogers, the F-14 Tomcat. It was pretty awesome.
So when you learn how much money Middle Tennessee is saving, close to $700,000, you wonder about the investment made by these schools and if the investment pays off. And I'll say, like at CU, it has. I'm sure CU has invested millions into recreating their uniforms and jerseys. But imagine how much money they've made in the sales of those very jerseys and uniforms.
Oh, a ton. I mean, it's the exact reason why, we talked about this a lot, but why don't the Broncos just go to the old D uniforms that everybody loves? Why don't they do that? Well, because they can sell more unis if they use that as the alternate.
Finish for Card says CU wears 3 colors. They don't change every game. They have white, black, and gray. They change the uniform almost every time I see him play.
There's different helmets a lot.
Yeah, helmet that goes with it.
The combos are always different. They don't wear this. I don't know that they've worn the same combo twice.
I do like when they go all.
Gold, yeah,
the all black is sweet.
All black,
nice.
all white,
with the black helmet,
gray.
All whites are
sure.
nice. Yeah. Yep.
But
silver,
that's technically it's silver.
But you're right though. Alabama doesn't change anything. This is who we are.
Yeah, Penn State hasn't done jack, I don't think.
Yeah. I mean, it's an easy way to save some money. By the way, speaking of college football being back, and you will hear it this Saturday at 10 a.m. with Iowa State and Kansas State live from Dublin. You want to know how I know that college football is back? Because I took a picture earlier of what was on ESPN. First of all, Paul Feinbaum's on the screen. That means college football is back. Also, here's the headline, the topic of discussion. Should SEC schools call Dion regardless of Colorado's season outcome?
Here we go.
College football is back.
Feinbaum, you suckhole.
College football is back, guys.
Speaking of that K-State, Iowa State game.
Wait, Vic, real quick. College football! What did he say that got me so mad? He said
Boulder,
was really down.
Boulder was like the middle of nowhere town.
He said it was
something like that.
A nothing program in the middle of nowhere that had been irrelevant for decades until Dion showed up.
Yep.
Okay, so now he's asking, should Prime be pried away by an SEC school no matter what happens this year? I mean, come on, man. Come on, man.
The cultural hub of America, Tuscaloosa, Alabama, Moj. I mean, come on.
Yeah, when you think of the Renaissance era, you think of, Florence, Italy, and Tuscaloosa.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nailed it.
I was going to say Athens, Georgia, but Athens is a beautiful town. It is a beautiful town.
I've never been to Athens, Georgia.
It's a beautiful town.
I've been all over Georgia. I've never been to Athens.
Been through Athens, not to Athens.
Well, I've been through Stillwater. Does that count? I drove through Stillwater.
Would it take you 2 minutes?
Kinda. No offense, Stillwater.
Here's the thing. I don't want big towns for my college. I want the small.
Agreed.
I've been to Manhattan, Kansas 3 different times. I love Manhattan.
Can I say
it's a great
this?
Town.
You're right. A small college town, there's nothing better because everything revolves around that town. I was in one, South Bend, Notre Dame, everything. I was in Lawrence, as you guys know, last week, and I'm driving around Lawrence.
Lawrence sucks.
And I'm saying to myself, honestly, and no offense to those who are from Kansas and those, I was saying to myself as I'm driving around the streets of Lawrence, the mean streets, I'm saying, what the hell is this?
I'm telling you right now, Lawrence, Kansas, terrible. Why? Because I went to a wedding there once and I got food poisoning, so now it's the entire town's fault. Lawrence sucks. Manhattan, amazing town in Kansas. I love Manhattan. Manhattan's great. The Little Apple. 303-504-0925. Jean Mazda text line back after this.
I apologize if I got a little foul and said the A word and told him to suck it. But he can't.
All right, hang on. There is, to me, this is shocking. If anybody is paying attention to the Week 2 matchup that the Broncos have, because Moser has already declared not only is Week 1 against the Tennessee Titans going to be a victory, it is going to be a resounding win. That backups will be in the second half. That's how Moser feels the Tennessee game is going to go to open the season. The next week they do what?
You want a proclamation? Bo Nix will be wearing a baseball cap.
Okay.
That is a dub.
The next week, the Broncos go on the road for a game that we all thought was going to be a W as well. We assumed better team than Tennessee, but it's at Indianapolis. Well, a decision has been made. According to Adam Schefter and Stephen Holder, the Colts have just named Daniel Jones their starting quarterback over Anthony Richardson.
Let's get weird.
Huh?
Danny Dimes seems to be more fit for their offense.
So they're done with Anthony Richardson. They've said this is over. This is
Pretty
it.
much.
After a couple of years, we're done with this.
Pretty much.
No more.
Hold on, timeout. You realize he's 2 years younger than Bo Nix.
Yeah.
He's only 23 years old.
I think he entered the NFL at 20.
He just turned 23.
Yeah.
Okay, a couple months ago. He's still very, very young. Vic, I challenge you right now. I don't think I know the answer, but I might know the answer. How many games did he play in college? In Florida?
Richardson, I think it was like 13 or something.
I think it's 12. Okay, I think it's 12 total games. I mean, he's still a very young guy. If I'm the Indianapolis Colts, I have absolutely no problem throwing Danny Dimes, who's 28, in there.
He played 24 games. He played 24.
Oh, did he really? Oh, my bad. I have no problem throwing him as the backup and let him learn some more. I guess if he's going to be a future guy for you.
Sorry, Moshe, to your credit, he played in 24 games. He had 12 starts.
There you
what
go.
It looks like.
That's what I meant.
Here's the thing. Can I ask a question regarding Anthony Richardson? He has raw talent. Like we've seen. Nelly, if you can find it, can you find Week 1 last year? He had a touchdown pass that was like an 80-yard just rip. Do you guys remember this?
Yeah, his arm
the
is
first
his arm
week
is
of the year
tremendous.
last year. See if you can find it and pull it up behind me if you do, Nelly. Was he done the second he tapped out of that game midway through last year? You guys remember that? When he went off, he went off for a scramble, tapped his helmet, and said, "I need a breather."
I remember that.
And then ever since then, the Colts were like, it felt like they were done with him right then and there, right? Because there was a whole bunch of backstory, and then I think they played Flacco a little bit after that. They gave him the starting job. I think that they were done with him midway through the year after he did that.
Well, here are his numbers against the Broncos last year in that game in Denver. You remember Anthony Richardson was 17 of 38, 0 touchdowns, 2 picks. That same game.
That game was like a 7-point game with like 10 minutes left, by the way.
That was the game Jonathan Taylor gave the ball back right before crossing the end zone. You remember that?
Yes. And they had the double reverse pass that was picked off by Benito.
Indy was up in that game with a chance to take a pretty good lead, and Jonathan Taylor says, "Nah, you can have the ball. I don't need it.
I got to see this throw again.
I don't want it."
This is from Week 1 last year. I want you guys, let's all watch this for a second. Just look what this arm can do. Stumble. He's in the middle. He's backing up like against his body, and he chucked it. That looked like from the 30-yard line
to the end zone. To the end zone.
Like with his weight back and not even stepping into it. Like
Bo Nix
raw
did that.
talent. Raw talent, though.
Bo Nix threw a 67-yard dart.
Yeah, it wasn't like that, though. This is a guy who's off balance, falling backward, Vic. I don't,
I just, to move on that quickly, gosh, that's got to hurt. That's really got to hurt.
I don't even know that they're moving on. I just think
Moj, you don't start Daniel Jones to give him the job back.
You're probably right.
I mean, I guess you can say that kind of happened last year in Carolina with Bryce Young, where they gave, it was Dalton, right? Dalton a few starts and then gave him the job back, and Bryce Young played better. But it's very rare that you're like, Week 1, I'm starting somebody else than my young quarterback who's had a couple of years in the league.
Who's the best, Vic? Who's the best rehab project, quarterback-wise, that you can think of?
Darnold's got a pretty good
Sam
case
Darnold,
right
he's
now.
He's got a pretty good one going on
Well, Rich
right
Gannon
now.
became an MVP in Oakland.
Yeah.
He did.
That's a good question.
After Kansas City?
Texters, help us out. Help us out. Who would you consider like the guy who was young quarterback that was given up on that got a second opportunity and capitalized on it?
Would you consider Baker Mayfield?
Baker's a great example.
Good one.
I mean, listen, the Browns wanted him gone. All he did was unlock all the beer joints or all the beer, what do you call it? All the beer coolers in Cleveland, and he unlocked them all, right, with that win. And, on 2 days' notice, he goes to L.A., right? Remember he went in and filled in for the Rams? 2 days' notice, played his butt off.
Some
Got
people are saying
chance.
Drew Brees. Well, Drew Brees was a pretty damn good quarterback when he was in San Diego, and Sean Payton just took him next level.
Well, Brees, wasn't it more like people were concerned with his shoulder?
Yeah, he had an injury. John Lynch caused it. John Lynch hit him in the end zone, jacked up his shoulder.
Alex Smith is a good one. Geno's got a case for it. He came back from the Jets, started those few years in Seattle, became a starting quarterback again.
I feel like we're missing someone, though.
I do, too.
I feel like we're missing somebody that should be even more obvious to us.
Rich Gannon became an MVP of the league. He was a backup to MVP.
Yeah.
Kurt Warner, someone says. Kurt Warner was different. Kurt Warner was...
That was a rags to riches
thing.
He
made a movie.
He was a never was that became somebody, right?
He wasn't a washout. It's not like he came into the league much ballyhooed and washed out. That wasn't the case. Nobody knew
I got
who
a
he
couple.
was.
I got a couple. Goff? Would you consider Goff that? The Rams kind of gave up on him.
Yeah, but he was traded. I mean, he was a dude for dude, not hey, we'll bring you. They brought him in as a starter there in Detroit, Brett.
Ryan Tannehill, when he went to Tennessee and took him to the AFC Championship game, he had a couple really good years in Tennessee. I think that's the one that decent.
Decent is the word.
But if you're looking at these guys, who was the first guy we were just talking about? Because I'm thinking, let's say Zach Wilson, Trey Lance.
Well, these guys they haven't even had a shot. I mean,
we
were talking about Darnold first.
Do any of these guys have a chance? And Anthony Richardson, any of these guys have a chance at a reclamation project at all? Because I tell you what, if I'm Zach Wilson and I realize I'm behind Tua, I've got to feel that I'm going to get some pretty good opportunities to get in the game and get some snaps this year.
I'm so glad we aren't in this space anymore because we certainly were for about a decade. But if you're the Jets, they don't have a young quarterback on their roster. They have Justin Fields that they're trying to do this with. Mm-hmm. What are you willing to part with to take a flyer on Anthony Richardson? Former, what was he, 6th overall, something like that? 4th overall? There was something.
I think just to make it a bigger party, I think Cleveland should sign him.
God, that'd be funny. That would be really funny. But do you go like Moj? You seem to like the potential of what Richardson. He's huge. He's athletic. He's got a strong arm.
Oh, he looks like an Adonis.
Would you give up a third for him?
No.
If you're one of these teams that doesn't have a quarterback, like you're
that's
desperate.
stupid.
Let me admit something.
I asked Moj. I think Moj might.
I speak for Moj.
I love arms. I
know you do.
I love
Moj might give up a third for Zach Wilson.
Dude,
who knows?
I love watching guys just drop back and huck the football. It does something to me. So I might. It depends on my situation. But he's still, I think the key here, boys, is that he's not 27, right? He's 23 years old. He just turned 23.
Yeah.
He's still a baby. I mean, I guess I'm like every other stupid GM in the NFL. Man, if I get my hands on him, if I get my guys' hands on him, I can make him something.
So let's go through this again. You always talk about getting a hot start to the season. You want to start the season off well. Get the vibes up. Get the juices flowing. Your first two matchups are a number 1 draft pick in Cam Ward, who plays for a very, very bad football team, who's going on the road against one of the league's best defenses.
And who just got in a fight at camp with one of his defensive linemen.
The second week, you have Daniel Jones. Weeks 3, 4, and 5 get a lot more difficult because then it's Herbert, Burrow, and Jalen Hurts. And then after that, it's Justin Fields and I think maybe Russell Wilson. It's like you have sandwiched 2 fairly easy quarterback matchups, 3 really tough ones, to 2 easy ones again. Not the worst sort of start. If you can steal kind of one in the middle, not the worst.
You know, in the last 25 years, the Denver Broncos have drafted how many quarterbacks in the first round? Think about this for a second.
Drafted?
How many quarterbacks? Drafted in the first round.
Paxton Lynch.
Paxton, Tebow,
Jay
Bo
Cutler.
Nix, Jay Cutler. That's
All right, so
4.
Four, right? Bo Nix is still under wraps.
Yep.
Paxton Lynch washed out. They traded the other 2 guys. They traded Cutler and Tebow. Do you remember what they got for the fact that they got stuff back for Tebow?
what did they
You know what
get?
they got for Tebow? They traded him to the Jets for a 4th and a 6th round pick.
Okay.
Cutler was traded to the Bears.
Yeah, what did they get for Cuddy?
Look at this.
Well, they
haul.
got Kyle Orton.
They got Kyle Orton along with 2 first-round picks.
Yeah.
2.
But Cutler was, here's the difference.
2.
Cutler could play.
But
Like,
they got 2 of them.
Cutler could play. Like, that's the thing with Richardson. Richardson ain't getting that because Richardson has not proven whatever you thought of Cutler.
The most Richardson would get is a 6th round
No
pick.
way. No
5th
way.
or 6th.
No way.
He was 4th overall.
It'd be more than that.
Again, he's
What are
23
you talking
years
about?
old, man. He's still young. He's still
talking-
very young.
What did the Broncos trade for Zach Wilson?
It was
Look
a
it up.
pick swap. It was like a 6th or a 7th
So
or
you
something.
mean to tell me that Anthony Richardson has shown you more than what Zach Wilson showed you with the Jets?
Yeah,
They get nothing for him, dude. Nothing.
I got a hard time believing. And I think it's more than just his arm or whatever. I think it's the athleticism and his size.
Vic, if I bring
You
up,
might be right. You might be.
if I bring up this name from the 3088, what do you think people think? Ready? Pretty good reclamation project after a stint with the Patriots and the 49ers.
Let
Ready?
me think about this. Hold on a second. After a stint with the Patriots and the 49ers.
This guy went to another team and won a Super Bowl.
I know.
And
Won a Super Bowl.
Who?
Wait,
Patriots and 49ers?
Patriots first, then 49ers?
Yeah, but it's old school.
Oh, well.
That's what I'm saying.
Steve Grogan. I don't know.
Steve Grogan.
What? No. Why are you making fun of me?
Dude, Steve Grogan had the longest neck.
Dawson.
That guy could take a bite and it wouldn't hit his stomach for 20 minutes. That's how long that guy's
I thought
neck
you were going to
was.
say Jimmy G. I mean, Jimmy G went from the Patriots to San Francisco and made the Super Bowl.
Who is it?
Jim Plunkett.
He started with this. I didn't know he started with the Patriots.
Yeah, he started with the Patriots out
I
of
would have
Stanford.
never guessed that.
Yeah.
Jim Plunkett had the
Grogan.
fattest
Look at
face.
Grogan's neck. Dude, look at that.
All right, now show me Plunkett's face.
Well,
Just a big old face.
Why do you want to make fun? And he wore that tiny little. Dude, I was just a kid when the Raiders won the Super Bowl with Plunkett over Ron Jaworski and
Jaws.
the Philadelphia Eagles.
I hated Jim Plunkett because the Broncos and Raiders, that was an all-time hatred rivalry
but
at the
Jim
time.
Plunkett was a sort of a flamer outer. There he is. And he won the Heisman Trophy, for God's sake, at Stanford.
That's not even the helmet. That's hairspray.
Yeah, how did...
Like, how would that save you? Look at that helmet. Like, if you got hit in the ear hole like those quarterbacks did back in the day, that helmet doesn't help.
You lose an ear.
The face mask is a chin strap. How does he not break his nose like every week?
Man.
That's insane.
I was looking at it. I always go down this rabbit hole.
Remember the guy you remember the dude you guys were telling me about that wore no helmet in the mid-90s?
Yeah, Kreckman Kevin.
Actually, there was a theory on that. You want to prevent concussions in the National Football League. Somebody
don't
actually
worry
wrote a
about that at all.
paper.
Yeah.
Somebody wrote a paper on let them play without helmets.
Yeah, no, it's safer to do bare knuckle boxing instead of putting on the gloves too. Yeah.
Well, no,
Sure.
but you wouldn't have crown of the helmet stuff to worry about because nobody.
Oh, you're right. There's no psychopaths in the NFL that
I
would
don't
be
know, dude.
willing to snap their necks to make a hit. You kidding me?
Yeah,
You think guys are going to barrel down the field with the crown of their helmet if they're not, or head if they're not wearing a helmet?
Vic, if I asked you if you had no knowledge of what happened previously in the NHL, and I said, you really think that guys would not wear a helmet and sit in front of a slap shot, wear that off the face?
Dude, the craziest
It's
thing
the
about
same
the NHL.
thing.
Yeah, Brett, stop. I want you to remember, there was a time, there was an era where hockey goalies did not wear masks.
I know, and you guys are telling me that if you
Listen
just
to me.
remove the helmets, that
Listen to me.
football
Brett,
players aren't going to be psychos.
Brett,
I disagree with you.
I want you to sit there and close your eyes and imagine yourself inside a hockey goal with slap shots coming at you, and you're not wearing a mask.
I played third base. Same thing. I didn't have a mask on.
For God's sake.
Same thing. I wore one off the face. What are you talking about? Anyway, 303-504-0925. It reminds me, Brian Cushing. Remember that crazy man? You think that if you didn't put a helmet on him, he wouldn't still stick his nose into somebody? Please.
I bet he probably would.
All right, back after this. Rapidly approaching live football this weekend. Starting on Friday, Valor taking on Pine Creek, and it's going to be Nate and Tyler on a TV simulcast, by the way. Altitude TV. That'll be at 7 o'clock on Friday. Saturday morning, 10 a.m., the opener to the college football season from Dublin, Iowa State in Kansas State. 2 ranked teams, Big 12 teams. Implications for CU's upcoming season on the line. By the way, speaking of, I saw this earlier on ESPN. They had Feinbaum on First Take with the headline, "Should SEC schools call Deion regardless of Colorado's season outcome?" I don't know what that means, regardless of their season outcome.
I don't understand it either. I mean,
he finishes 0-12 and they should still call?
First of all, he has a contract and it's a pretty large buyout. Remember when they announced all that?
He's making $10 million a year. Yeah.
I think ESPN just regurgitates stuff for the hell of it. You put Sanders on the air and it becomes why would you even report a story like that? I have no idea what to expect out of the CU Buffs this year. Do you guys?
Well, it leads me to the question I wanted to ask, because regardless of the outcome is a wild thing to say. We have some expectations for the Broncos. They have to make the playoffs again. And I think for most people, winning a playoff game is the logical next step for you to be successful season. What does that look like for CU?
No idea.
You don't know what you would consider a success as of right now?
Well, I don't know what they are. I mean, does anybody? I don't know what they are. First of all, is Juju going to play quarterback? Is Kane Salter? Who's the quarterback?
Well,
both?
Here's what gets weird.
Staub?
Here's what gets weird with college now. I don't think anybody really knows what their team's going to be.
That's a good point.
Everybody's team is brand new. You need to have expectations outside of that. It's easier in others. It's easier with the Nuggets because we know the players. It's easier with the Broncos. We know them. It's easier with the Avs. We know them.
Yeah, but this one's different because they lose 2 perennial. They lost 2 guys who had their jerseys retired.
Well, and with that, Vic, it's what kind of team, what kind of echelon do you want them to be in? Ohio State lost really good players last year. Michigan lost really good players. Georgia, Bama, they lost really good players, but they still have the same expectations.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think
what should CU be?
I think you're asking, can they reach the level of those teams where you just get new good studs in?
Well, that's the imperative in college athletics now.
You're not going to find another Travis Hunter, but it seems to me the transfer from Liberty and the freshmen are pretty damn good players. So I mean, I don't know what the expectation should be. I would love the expectation should be that you pick up right where you left off and there's no big deal.
Here's this. If they aren't with a couple weeks left in the conversation for a Big 12 title game, is that not successful to you?
I will be bummed out.
If we hit week 10, it's they're too far back. They can't make it. I don't think that's something you live with. I really don't. I think you should expect more.
Based
Regardless.
Based on what?
Based on $10 million head coach.
Okay, so are you certain that this is a team like you just mentioned Ohio State, you mentioned Michigan, Alabama? Those are replenishment programs.
Yes.
The expectations are this. You know that program's going to replenish every year. Is CU a replenished program yet?
But see, Vic, that's what I'm getting at with Brett.
I'm
saying
go ahead.
It'd be great if they were, Brett. That's all I'm saying.
When you pay a coach that kind of money, CU might have different ways to value success. Part of the $10 million they paid Deion was what? Attention on the program, merchandise, getting out-of-state people to come to their school because Deion's there.
I'm going to argue to you, Brett, he's already paid for himself.
Okay, but hang on. That's part of why they pay them. I don't care how much money they make. If I have a $10 million head coach in my state, I want that coach to produce at a $10 million level. I'm not asking him to be Bama, okay? I know they aren't going to do that. But to be competitive and be in the conversation for a Big 12 title every year should absolutely be the standard with that.
I got another topic I want to talk CU and CSU in a moment, but betting odds from FanDuel. Where do you think CU ranks right now, betting odds to win the Big 12 championship? I'll go down the list.
Oh, they're probably high because they're going to get a lot of money on them. I would say
no.
third?
I would hold
They're
on.
not even close.
Yeah, I was going to say they're probably like 8th.
Kansas State and Utah and Texas Tech all tied at plus 550, top three. Arizona State plus 600, Baylor plus 650, TCU plus 850, Iowa State plus 1,200, Kansas plus 1,500, BYU plus 2,300, and then Colorado at plus 3,000.
I'm actually surprised by that just because I thought people would – it's like when people would put money on the Lakers to win every year the NBA championship.
You mentioned the coach. You're putting money on coaches.
Yeah,
and
that
the
tells
ability
me
to replenish the cupboard.
Okay, I'll give you how about this? I'll give you another example, one that I know a lot better. There were years I knew Nebraska was not going to be good, but Nebraska's money and their odds to win the Big Ten would always be high because a lot of people would bet on Nebraska from Nebraska that they'd be better. And I knew they weren't going to be that. I knew that they weren't Ohio State. But the odds did not match up with their team because they had a lot of money on them.
Yeah, I mean, I just think the betting public is saying we don't believe it. I mean, you lose Shador and you lose a Heisman Trophy winner, you're going to have a regression big time. I mean, they finished really fourth in the Big 12 last year in terms of overall record, but they were tied with the three teams in front of them inside the conference at 7-2, right?
Yeah.
I'm looking at I want to believe. I want Jay Norville and company to have a double-digit win season. I want some 10 wins for the Rammies.
Speaking of that, I hate to go down this road again, but it just sucks. Moj, do you remember a few years back when CU and CSU got it on the first game of the season, or maybe the second at that point? I don't remember. And they played down at the stadium.
I think it was the third week the last couple of years.
Well, there was a few years ago. Moser and I got down there, and we took the Vespa out, and we went tailgating before the game. And it's all we talked about that week was the game.
I barfed.
You barfed on a lamb chop. The fact that game, all right, so this year CU opens up against Georgia Tech. That'll be a hell of a game, too, at Colorado. That's a hell of a game. CSU opens up against Washington. That's a hell of a challenge. You know, CSU does theirs on Saturday, August 30th. CU does theirs on the 29th. But, man, do I miss CU-CSU already. And you cannot tell me it's not talked about, it's not hyped up, because we hyped it up every time. We all did. And it's gone.
I have so many fond memories of going to that game, no matter where it's held. Whether it's at Folsom, whether it's up at Colorado State. Mm-hmm. Canvas, Mile High, it's just a lot of fond memories.
I mean, I'll just ask you, CSU opens up against Washington. Again, a hell of a freaking challenge. CU opens up against Georgia Tech. Are we more interested in those games or if they played each other?
If they played each other.
Well, of course. Yeah.
So why aren't they playing each other?
I do not possess the answers you're looking for.
I think the Rams can be a 10-win team. They cannot win at Washington on the 30th. They cannot. There's a lot of games they can win, though. There's a lot of games the Rammies can get it done. And that Boise State game toward the end of the year always scares me. The Air Force game always scares me.
But they finished strong last year. They found their stride.
Yeah, they did.
Texas says Jay Norvell mentioned this year they're trying to get Colorado on the schedule for next season.
Do it.
Yeah.
Whatever it takes. Do it.
But anyway.
I don't think it's CSU's choice.
No, it's about what CU wants to do. But again, the expectation thing is hard to get your mind wrapped around because it's hard for really any team. But I will say when your coach is making the amount of money that he's making, and the texter says that they don't have the money that the other teams do to be competitive year in, year out. And they got enough money to pay their head coach that much.
Who's they?
But they don't need. Here's the other thing I would say: they aren't competing with Georgia. They aren't competing with Michigan and Ohio State.
Yeah, but they are competing with Kansas. And did you see what that Kansas alum just did? $300 million, the largest gift ever. I think his name is David Booth. They named the stadium after him. And the rest of that money's going to NIL. $300 million. Bam.
What was it for?
Sports.
Yeah, but what?
Stadium and sports. Here you go.
So most of it's towards the stadium. Like a stadium contribution.
Well, they redid the stadium.
Yeah.
So he pretty much has his name all over that, and the rest of it is earmarked for athletics.
Have you seen the new Kansas Stadium? Have you seen all the stuff? It says rock chalk and seats at the top. I mean, it looks pretty impressive to me.
I'm trying to figure out. You guys have asked me this before, but if I was a guy who owned a yacht, I had that kind of money. When I toss like $12 million a year to my good old UNO Mavericks to get Derek Jeter to coach them, would I do it? I might.
He wouldn't do it for $12 million a year, though.
But I can't do that because my boy's coaching right now. My former teammate's the head coach right now. I can't oust him.
The $300 million.
What are you erring?
The $300 million. This guy's an asset manager, whatever the hell that is, from Austin, Texas.
Fake.
The largest single gift in the history of college athletics, not just Kansas. Nowhere in the history of college athletics has there been a single gift this large. Not even T. Boone Pickens eclipsed that number at Oklahoma State. That's how big of a donation that was to the athletics department.
Hey, but if you take inflation in, I bet at the time Pickens' donation was probably more.
Maybe so.
Yeah. Yeah, they might not be that, but...
Kelly, sup?
Yeah, Kelly. Got to get back on Kelly. Hey, just quickly. The Ringer. I like the Ringer. Ringer got sharp folks there. Broncos and the rankings of every NFL offense heading into this season. If I told you the Broncos were 15th, does that sound right?
Nope.
Better or worse?
I think they should be like 12th or 12 or 11.
Yeah, I would have them closer to 10, 11, 12.
Right around there.
The team right behind them at 16 is the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah, too close. Too buddy-buddy with the Raiders.
I don't think, well, again, you've got the best tight end in the division. One of the best tight ends in the league. You've got a running back who, in his small sample size against 2s and 3s, is running over people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, Brett. I don't know.
The team ahead of them is the Texans at 14.
That feels about right.
Top 5 you could probably guess.
Philly, Kansas City, Buffalo, Baltimore, Detroit.
Buffalo is. Baltimore is. Philly is not.
Philly's not a top 5 team.
Kansas City is
top
not.
5 offense.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you meant teams.
No, offense.
My bad.
So Detroit is 6. They're outside the top 5.
6 for that
That's
offense?
stupid. That's stupid. I don't want to hear this.
Bills 1, Ravens 2. I don't get this.
That's stupid. It's a ridiculous poll.
Somebody needs to explain this one to me. Because I've seen a lot of people do this. Smart people.
Well, you're the one who brought it up.
No. I've seen a lot of smart people do this. People I respect in NFL circles that have said this over and over again that I just don't see it. Their number 3 offense on the Ringer. Again, people I respect. I like people who work at the Ringer. I think they're sharp. Their number 3 offense in the NFL is the 49ers. And I need that one to be explained in detail.
History, pedigree, lineage.
What, Kyle Shanahan's just going to figure it out always and forever sort of thing?
You what they're looking at.
I don't see if they got McCaffrey healthy, they still got Kittle, they still got Ayuk, still got a decent offensive line. I get it, but Purdy is going to lead the 3rd best offense in the league. Okay, I'll believe that when I see it.
Well, Ayuk is out for like not even half the year. How long is he out for? He's going to miss a couple months. Is that what it is? 6 weeks? Okay.
Unless you think Ricky Pearsall is some like gem that's about to break out and be amazing with no Debo there anymore.
No, but Jawan Jennings is a pretty damn. If they've got Ayuk and Jennings and Ricky Pearsall and Kittle, then and McCaffrey stays healthy, that's a pretty damn good offense.
Regarding that poll, how can you not have the Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles ranked in the top 5 when they've proven? I mean, you may not like their offense, you may think it's weird, but they move the ball whenever they want to move the ball.
I would say probably because their greatest asset is their defense, which was crazy, and then their offense scored when they had to, sort of thing.
Their
offense wasn't like amazingly good last year. They needed like a late 80-yard run from Saquon to get on top a lot of times.
How is Detroit not on that list? Come on.
Yeah, they got Detroit 6, and they have them behind Cincinnati at 5, which is, I think, fine. Here's another one, though. People are doing they have Green Bay at 4. I'm going to have to see the Green Bay stuff.
Yeah, I got to see it
before I buy
too.
that.
I agree.
I'm going to have to see that one. Got a lot of talented guys. Green Bay is still, by the way, do you guys know this? Green Bay was the youngest team in the NFL by far, one of the youngest in NFL history 2 years ago on offense. They're still the youngest this year. Still. Because they had all of their wideouts were like 21-year-old rookies.
Let me take one more little gander at those guys. One more little one. Starting quarterback is Jordan Love. All right. Running back Josh Jacobs.
Pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty damn good.
Wide receiver Jalen Reed. Mm-hmm. Matthew Golden, Romeo. Oh, they've got some dudes, man. Tucker Kraft, tight end.
Yeah, like I said, they're good. Number 4 offense in the league, I'm going to have to see that one. Because that feels a lot like the same as Shanahan. Like, oh, Shanahan will figure it out. It feels like, oh, LaFleur will figure it out.
Yeah, but you know what? Maybe this is the optimism. Because what you said is true. Jordan Love is growing with those guys.
Mm-hmm.
And some of those guys made some catches last year, Vic, we're going, oh, my God, look at this guy. Like, they have chemistry. They have big-time chemistry there.
I think they're in prove-it mode. You got to prove it to me.
Yeah. I mean, it just to have them.
Do you like Christian Watson?
I understand my bias in this. To have them 2 spots ahead of Detroit that put up a bajillion points on teams last year seems like a pretty tough sell to me. That's all I'm saying. So, again, you can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Fact checker next. I give you one of two options. Right now, you got to put your money down on the Denver Broncos winning their final preseason game, or the Colorado Rockies beating the Dodgers again tonight. Where are you going? The crapshoot of the preseason football starters getting 8 to 10 snaps, according to Sean Payton this weekend, or tonight, the Rockies, for the second time in a row, beat the Dodgers. What are you going to do?
I'm going full-on Broncos.
Me too. Broncos have proven that their backups are pretty damn good. They got look at their numbers in the preseason. They've got the best numbers in the preseason.
Nelly, record this, will you, please?
Yeah, I'm going to predict that the Broncos backups are better than the Saints backups. That's my prediction.
But do you think that even the backups won't get as much run, and it'll be just sort of third-teamers and guys who are going to get cut?
All right, so let me ask you a different way. Do you think Sean Payton, in his return to New Orleans, will want to win that game?
Well, he already put a spanking on him last year. I mean, yeah.
I agree.
What did they won that game like 38-6 last year or something?
I don't know if he really cares. I don't know if he really cares. It's probably always nice to go there to the Superdome and get a dub, though. I would say the Broncos have the better chance because you know who's on the hill tonight for the Rocks?
Austin Gomber?
The Nibbler is on the hill.
Is he?
Gonna nibble his way to
0-6 with the 6.75 ERA.
That's
He's been nibbling.
I have a feeling that this could be out of control by the 6th inning.
I believe my Rocks. Winners of 6 of 7. They're on a hot streak. I mean, yeah. Just wait, Moser. Going to be down 2 in the bottom of the 8th. And here come the Rockies. It's going to be my prediction.
Can you explain the Milwaukee Brewers to me?
They're a good team.
Got some dudes.
What would you like? What would you like me to explain?
I just can't lose.
Got some players.
Yeah, there is. I'm telling you right now, there is something that's magical about. I know it's been a while
when you get on a run,
but when a baseball team gets on a run like that, God, is it fun to watch? It's really fun.
The Rockies in 07, it was like, yeah, they'll win.
But it's not. It's not like. You know, we've watched the Nuggets rattle off 10, 11, 12-game win streaks. It's like, that's cool, but it's like when it's baseball, I don't know why. It just feels different, doesn't it?
Yeah. Let me do a little math. The run differential between the Milwaukee Brewers, who are best in the league, and the Colorado Rockies, who are the worst in the league, what's the run differential? Take a guess.
Why are you bringing up some old stuff?
Take a guess.
The Rockies have won 6 of 7. Stop bringing up some old stuff.
Between them, let's see, the Rockies are up 300 something. I'd say the difference would be 520 runs.
Close. It's 494.
Okay.
That's through this point in August. It's 500 runs.
Why can't I just like
enjoy a couple seconds?
Why can't I just be like, yeah, the Rockies are playing some fun baseball before you like, well, the run differential at the 15 games in a row in April.
It does
just stop.
It does throw some things into perspective, Jack. It's pretty crazy.
My perspective is the last week. That's my perspective of Rockies.
Well, then you're
baseball.
myopic.
And
you know what?
In the last week, the Rockies are World Series contenders.
You're obtuse.
Intentionally obtuse. Which is better than just being obtuse.
You know, I'm looking at their lineup. Yelich has got 25 jacks, hitting 265. The right fielder's hitting almost 300. You got some dudes there. They're just kind of doing it as a team.
Moj, by the way, I don't know if this could be like just a shoulder shrug that you don't know. Alex Gagne, 2-year entry-level contract. Got anything for me?
He's a guy.
Okay, you don't. Okay, that's fine.
Well, no, I mean, he was a captain at New Hampshire.
No, it's fine. I wondered if you had any like inside dope. Is this guy got some potential?
Big
something,
old
something.
stay-at-home defenseman who will be a guy to help out with the Eagles and whatnot.
Okay, gotcha.
Greatest Gagnes of all time. All right.
Eric Gagne.
Eric Gagne. Hold on.
Sam Gagne.
Lights out, Gagne.
I got you.
But it's a different Gagne.
I got you. Wore the glasses, the rec specs, whatever. That's fine. Do you remember the old Mean Gene Oakland days of wrestling? There was a Gagne in the wrestling ranks in the 70s and early 80s who was pretty badass. I think his name was Brett Gagne.
Oh, so you don't even remember his name. That's how famous he was, huh? Pretty badass guy that you don't remember his name? There's really not a lot of Gagnes out there. I mean, Eric is the guy, and that's the one.
Well, Sam Gagne, the hockey player, has an R at the end of his name. So I don't, what do you want to do about that? It's Gagne, but there's not just an E with a thing over it. There's an R hanging out at the very end. So now what do you do?
Vern Gagne. He was born in 1926. His name is Vern.
Okay, I just looked up Vern Gagne.
Hey, Brent.
Let me tell you. Wait.
King of the sleeper hold.
Why do we take all the crap?
Let me tell you
King of the sleeper hold. Dude, where would we be without the guy who invented the sleeper hold? Vern Gagne is the most famous Gagne of all time.
Time out for a second. He's not. It's Eric.
No, it's Vern.
Kevin likes Simone Gagne, the former Philadelphia Flyer. I like that too.
So
Simone Gagne, yeah. He was an All-Star, by the way, in 2001 here in Denver.
Vern Gagne, as I'm looking at a picture of him, that is probably from the 1930s. He's doing the classic old wrestler pose. Okay? This thing.
Yeah.
Where he's got it's not like a Speedo, whatever that thing is that the wrestlers wear.
Trunks.
And he's doing this. And I'm telling you right now, I've seen 15 guys at a family cookout that look like that manning the grill.
All right, well, you can say what you want. His son, Greg Gagne, was a member of the High Flyers, the tag team wrestling squad, Jim Brunzell and Greg Gagne.
No, Nelly. The singlet it's got the shoulder straps that go over the top, too.
Oh, you're just talking about like
he's just got the diaper looking thing.
Yeah.
The women these days would call those booty shorts. Rocking booty shorts, doing this pose, and I'm telling you right now, that man was every one of my friends' dads in high school cooking up a steak.
Well, you can think what you want. One of the reasons I didn't wrestle.
How the heck did we get onto Gagnes anyway?
I don't know. Brett brought up Gagne.
Why are you bringing up Gagne when you know he's going to do this crap? Why are you doing it?
I asked Moser a hockey question to his answer being,
Alex Gagne. Yeah.
So that's how we got there.
Brett.
I was doing my job correctly.
Brett, he's a depth guy for the organization.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know. If it was somebody I should pay attention to.
He was drafted by the Lightning about 4 years ago. Never signed with them. Played all of his career at New Hampshire in terms of college career. Was their captain. Big old defenseman at 6'5". Stay-at-home kind of guy. There you go.
One thing you learned from that conversation, kids, you put some respect on Vern Gagne's name.
Also, look up Eric.
We know Eric Gagne. Everybody knows him.
We know Greg Gagne.
You should know Eric.
Gagne. Yeah, we know them all.
Lights out, Gagne. You understand? Anyway, Vic, you were talking about Sports Center anchors earlier. They brought Rich Eisen back for an episode of Sports Center last night, and it's the Sports Center that I think we would all take if they returned.
You grew up with that. We all grew up with different eras of Sports Center hosts, and I've got my top 5 of my favorite of all time. But I thought Rich Eisen, man, he was so good last night when he paid homage to his former partner Stu Scott. And here's a little bit of what he said at the end of that Sports Center that he hosted for the first time in 20 years. Okay, Steve Nelson is on top of it.
He's talking to the kid.
Yeah.
Sorry, we have some esteemed company, Vic, and I'm just letting him know about the business. So if you have anything you'd like to chime in
don't worry about the show.
We
got. Don't worry about us. I mean,
you doing your thing? No, I'm not listening to the show at all.
If you have Rich Eisen, please. Rich Eisen on Sports Center last night.
My bad for inspiring the youth of America. Here you go.
There should be someone else right here in this chair next to me. Right there. As he was for my 7 years in the role he referred to as my TV wife. And that's my dear late friend, Stuart Scott, who is indeed looking over my shoulder tonight. I frequently think of Stuart a lot and what he might think of the sports headlines of the day, like, say, Bill Belichick being the head football coach at his beloved school. We used to host sports centers after LeBron's high school games, so what would Stuart think of James still playing at age 40 with 40,000 points? And with all these new crossing of sports TV streams, like, say, ESPN buying NFL Network and partnering up with My Daily Show, what would it look like if Stuart sat in with, say, Ernie, Shaq, Kenny, and Charles? when Inside the NBA comes here to ESPN this fall. I could go on and on because I miss Stuart so very much. He should be in that chair with me, with us tonight.
Again, very touching tribute from Rich Eisen last night, who was a fill-in host, and it just jogs my memory. Top 5 all time: Olbermann, Patrick, Kenny Mayne, Stu Scott, and Van Pelt.
When he was there at the ESPYs, we all remember Valvano's speech, but Stuart, when his daughters were there, oh my God, dude. Oh boy, I mean that was really tough.
What was
really
your era,
tough.
Brett? Who was your era of SportsCenter? Because we all have generational eras. Who was yours?
Kenny Mayne.
Kenny Mayne.
Kenny Mayne, John Anderson, Neil Everett.
Yeah.
All those guys. And honestly, like, I really don't know why they don't go back to it. Mm-hmm. Like, if it's just one version of SportsCenter where it's just all the highlights, you do it like you used to do it. Like, even hearing the music when they did that with Eisen yesterday was like, yep, that one. I want that one. Not the, all right, here's the highlight from the game. Now we go over to Kendrick Perkins for 5 minutes. What did you think of Shea's 35 point? It's like, just do the highlight thing. That's all we need.
I do miss just seeing an in-depth highlight package. Like, if you missed the game, just show me everything I missed.
Baseball was dead on that network the second they took away baseball tonight. The second that was gone, I didn't get my web gems. I didn't get any of that stuff. It was over. It was you knew it. The writing was on the wall.
Who was the guy that was Hawaiian? Larry
Beal.
Larry
He's
Beal.
in San Francisco now.
Oh, is he really?
Mm-hmm.
Aloha means goodbye. That was Larry Beal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember,
I don't
remember
know who
Larry
that was.
Beal? Yeah.
No.
He would say what on a home run, aloha means goodbye. He was a Hawaiian.
There were a bunch of, we went through that era of really serious, like Bob Lee was really serious. Charlie Steiner was really serious.
Bob Lee, I'm sorry. I respect him as a journalist. Whenever he was on the TV, it was like, nope, no thank you. No thank you. It just felt like he was talking at me. Okay, that's what it felt like. He was on that show. What was it called? Was it the Sports Reporters or the Outsiders or something like that? He was on that show. And it's like really good, in-depth sports journalism.
That's not you.
I said, no. I said, not for me.
Vic, I got one for you. That gets forgotten. He passed away unexpectedly.
I know who you're going. I know exactly what you're going to say.
Tom Mees.
So when I worked in
Tom Mees was good.
Bro, when I graduated, I worked a fellowship in New York City, and I went out to Bristol just to visit. And at that time, they would show you around, and I got to hang out with Tom Mees for like an hour just to watch what he did. And he was so cool, such a good dude. What a tragic passing for him. Then he died in a swimming pool accident.
Yeah, well, he drowned. Yeah.
All right, Nelly, fact checker.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
I'm sorry, Nelly, just quickly. I just remember Bob Lee being like, the investigation into the NFLs, and I was like, nope. Nope, whatever you're going to say next is not for my ears.
As soon as the word investigation is brought up,
I hear investigation,
Kane changes
I'm like,
the channel.
Who cares,
Nope.
bro?
Highlights
Who
only,
scored
please.
last night? That's
Highlights
all I wanna know.
only.
Go ahead, Nelly.
Well, I wasn't listening to the show 5 minutes ago, but I was listening earlier when Vic told us about a problem he had with his Vespa, and you know who troubleshot it was his 12-year-old nephew, I believe you said. Here was the problem you had.
He's 12.
Dude, you're going to burn that motor up with no oil in it, man. What are you doing?
I did not know that you had to have oil all the time.
What?
For God's sake.
What do you mean you didn't?
I thought you just sort of give it to it a little bit once in a while.
Anyway, yeah, just a little taste.
Vic, free bit of advice: put oil in your motor vehicles.
Hey,
just keep it happy, right? You don't spoil it. Just hey, turn on. No? Oh, you want that oil?
Ain't got no oil in it. Ain't got no gas.
Let me tell you something right now. I got one more impression for you. You want to know how fast my finger hits the channel change button? Hello. Welcome to Outside the Lines. I'm Jeremy Schaap. That's all it took for me. And I was like, that's it. Done. All right. You guys.
Poor Shepard, man.
I like Jeremy Shepard. That show, not for me.
It's hysterical.
iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane. Have a wonderful Tuesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you. Bye.
Man, what a way to start a 2K Tuesday. I can't tell you the last time outside of a 30 for 30 or a Scott Van Pelt Sports Center that I had appointment viewing on ESPN that wasn't play-by-play. And last night with Rich Eisen and that late 90s, early 2000s, right? Last time Eisen hosted SportsCenter was in 2003 when Peter Forsberg was the MVP of the National Hockey League before the Iraq War. It is another lifetime ago, back when SportsCenter was actually good. Dude, I tuned in and did not miss a second of that last night. It was phenomenal. I cried when he called out his late buddy Stuart Scott, who passed in 2015. And it felt like the Sports Center of old. I got to watch Jaden Daniels scamper in from 14 yards. I got to watch Joe Burrow run around for his life in a preseason game. Welcome into 2K Tuesday, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's the Morning Sprint. Alex Ranemi alongside, live from Valor High School, the coach, Mike Sanford. Coach, how you doing this morning?
I am doing awesome. And yes, when SportsCenter feels like SportsCenter and ESPN realizes that maybe if it doesn't cater all of its programming to Gen Z and all of you millennials, Raj, sometimes you just got to get some good old-fashioned boomer television, and that's what we got last night, and it was a lot of dadgum fun, man. I agree.
I could not miss a minute of it, and it started with obviously the crazy Monday night preseason game going on between Cincinnati and Washington there. I know you wanted to get Joe Burrow some touches because Cincinnati doesn't want to start off like they did last year, right? If they start off like they did last year, they will miss the playoffs. They can't. You have to find a way to win games early on in a brutal AFC North, even when you have probably the greatest passer of the football in the game today. That dude is going to get killed.
Why? Like, what is even the intent of Joe Burrow playing? Is he play the back-to-back preseason games that he played big minutes and ugly minutes and minutes where you watch the only hope for your franchise to have success this year is Joe Burrow spinning the football to Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. That's it. So why are you playing preseason 2 weeks in a row, especially when he's getting peppered? The Bengals franchise continues to bewilder all of us. What are we watching? What do the Bengals want? Do they want to tank? Do they want to see their franchise quarterback that is arguably the purest thrower of the football get hurt in preseason? It's their only shot. But I'll tell you this, as a Broncos fan, you love it because you got those Bengals coming up in the first 5 weeks, man. And if you could get a Bengals team that is a little bit out of sorts, Trey Hendrickson not signed, Joe Burrow maybe a little bit banged up like he was 2 years ago, you got a really good shot to knock off one of the most talented offensive teams in football.
Right, and it started last night. It would then extend to this morning is news and happenings around the league that directly affect the Broncos in the first month of the season, right? So you have Cincinnati to close out September on Monday night at home. It's a team that you should have beaten last year. The defense was really just starting to find its way back as Riley Moss came back from a long-term injury. And the secondary, for the first time really all year outside of the Baltimore game, like it struggled big time. And that's a win that you look back and you go, or a loss rather, that you look back and you go, that should have been a W for the Broncos. The offense sputtered in overtime, not once, but twice. And that's a team you should beat this year. If that offensive line looks anything like it did yesterday in front of Joe Burrow, the Denver pass rush should be spectacular. And then what happens this morning? While it's good news for the Broncos, right? Because you look at Cincinnati and that terrible defense and a porous offensive line, you go, all right, you can find a way to get at Joe Burrow. You can find a way to win that game in week 4. The second week of the season at Indianapolis, as of this morning, automatically gets harder.
Danny Dimes, my offseason prediction, has been named the starting quarterback for the Indianapolis Football Colts. And yes, Danny Dimes himself is going to be the comeback player of the year. I just hope that the Broncos just take care of business against Danny Dimes. He's going to be good. Shane Steichen is going to like what he has finally as a head coach and an offensive play caller for the Colts that isn't going to just throw the football to the other team or attempt to take off and take people on every single time in the open field with their throwing shoulder like Anthony Richardson does. Danny Dimes is going to be an improvement for the Colts. I'm just telling you right now. So anybody that penciled that game in as an automatic victory, be careful. I do think the Broncos are a much better football team. But Danny Dimes, as bad as he was in New York, I believe some of that was as a result of the dysfunction of the New York Giants franchise. I don't believe that you're going to have the same type of dysfunction with Shane Steichen calling the shots for the Indianapolis Colts with an actual functional quarterback, unlike Anthony Richardson.
Right. I don't think he is a threat, Daniel Jones. He is, however, a far better option to win a football game for Indy than Anthony Richardson was. And that's why I look at week 2. I expected the Broncos, without even kind of sweating, to be 2-0 going into that second road game in a row and your first divisional game at LA in week 3. And now I wouldn't say it's up in the air, but I'm way less easy on it now. Way less easy.
Big game. Is it not a big game, Raj? It's a huge game for where the Denver Broncos want to go. I love this from the 548 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Danny Dimes, which is his nickname as a New York Giant, now has become Indiana Jones.
That is a great nickname.
It is fantastic. And that, speaking of old school dad joke, Sports Center for boomers and Gen Xers, that's a really good boomer Gen X nickname for Danny Jones. No doubt.
Looking ahead at that Broncos schedule, right? So I kind of guaranteed that they were going to be 2-0 because I thought Anthony Richardson was going to find a way to win the job, or that Indy was going to force Richardson into the starting role because you spend that first-round draft pick on him. But you know what? Like, Shane Steichen, yeah, you're coaching for your job at this point, right? You can't pick in the top 5 and the top 10. If you do, you're probably going to get fired at the end of this season. The best idea for him is to put the best quarterback in, and that is Daniel Jones. Through those 4 weeks before you go to Philly, I thought 3-1 was you must be 3-1. Do you still feel that way now after seeing Cincinnati throw out Joe Burrow twice and after knowing now that week 2 Daniel Jones will be the starter on the road? If you're not 3-1, is the division in jeopardy?
The starting 5 games especially after the first 2. The first 2, we just talked about the Colts. You need to win both those games. Titans, you got to win at home.
You're going to kill the Titans.
At the end of the day, you're facing Cam Ward and Daniel Jones in your first 2 weeks of the season. As much as I am glazing Danny Dimes, why I am glazing Danny Dimes with the Colts is that the Colts were a bit of a competitive team a year ago with not even relatively competent quarterback play. So you had where Danny Dimes is, he has the chance to be a top 20 quarterback, top 25 quarterback in the NFL. I don't even know that you could say Anthony Richardson is a top 40 quarterback in the NFL. Would you take, like we said it yesterday, would you take Jarrett Stidham or Anthony Richardson as your starting quarterback?
I would take Stidham over Richardson. I don't know if I could find 8 backup quarterbacks that I would take over Richardson.
I don't know, man.
But it would be close.
What was the ESPN or Sports Illustrated ranking of backup quarterbacks? Did they not have Jarrett Stidham as the number 20 option in pro football?
He had Stidham. Sports Illustrated had Stidham at number 20. Cousins at number 1. I would say yes. Garoppolo, you take over him.
Yes.
Jones, you take over him, who's now not a backup. He's a starter. Jake Browning, probably.
Yes. He's competent. He doesn't throw the ball to the other team. He doesn't come off the field and act like he's tired.
I don't know. Do you have to get to like Malik Willis, Jacoby Brissett, Sam Howell?
A cold-blooded baller for the Packers. I mean, I hate to say it, but Malik Willis outplayed my guy Jordan Love last season at times. He did. When Jordan Love was banged up, man, the Packers were kind of on fire with Malik Willis. I'm telling you, AR5 he's nowhere near a starting quarterback in the NFL. Goes back to your original question. Where do you need to be going into that stretch? Namely, is it Baltimore and Philly that you've got?
Philly first, then you have a couple of easier games against the Jets and the Giants.
And that's game 6 and 7, is that right?
Game 6 and 7 in London or it's technically a road game, at New York, October 12th, and home against the Giants on October 19th. You have Dallas at home, and then you travel to Houston in week 9.
you got to be a minimum of 2-2 going into Philly. I'm okay. Like, I'm not happy with 2-2, but the season is not lost going into Philly at 2-2.
I think if you're 2-2 and you end up splitting the division, like you and I have said that, like we think the AFC West has a really good chance of splitting all the way across the board, somehow each team going 1-1. If you're 2-2 and everybody splits the division, I think you're going to have a really, really difficult time winning the AFC West because you have road games at Philly, at Washington. You have the wild card of what happens when you have to go overseas and play a bad Jets team, but like that's kind of a crapshoot when you're playing that early game on Sunday. And then your other non-divisional games, home against Green Bay week 15, at Houston week 9, home against Dallas in week 8. Like Dallas is the only game that you look at and you go, yeah, that should be a pretty like, it should be a win for the Broncos. The other ones are kind of toss-ups.
What is the Baltimore game? Am I right in saying that are you at Baltimore yet again, or you host?
You don't play Baltimore this year.
Okay, all right. For some reason in my brain, I just always think about the Broncos playing Baltimore.
You do not play the Ravens.
Obliterated. So
No.
the Ravens game is the Eagles game is the one that it looks terrifying on paper, and frankly, so does the Commanders game on paper.
Yeah.
Those two games are
the game at Washington in late November could be a nightmare, especially if it's weather induced and it turns into a rushing attack, right? Because then you can just tuck and run Jaden Daniels the entire time, and then they have the advantage.
Speaking of behind enemy lines in the Commanders, Deebo Samuel did not look quite as overweight and incompetent as a runner of the football. He looked explosive, fast. He looked back. And so the narrative about his waistline or his hips being childbearing, if you will, that's got to be thrown out the window. That dude looks like he looks to be back to form. He looks like he loves the offensive system that will fit him. And he's going to get a lot of touches, man. That's a big improvement. We'll see what happens. Scary Terry. I heard there was some potential lip reading that happened with Terry McLaurin, that he needs to get to $66 million. We'll see what happens with him, but a lot of interesting things behind enemy lines.
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. Alex Ryan, Emmy live in studio. Coach Mike Sanford out at Valor. By the way, you can listen to Valor at Pine Creek this Friday night on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You can also watch it on Altitude Plus as they're offering a free trial. Head over to altitudeplus.com and use the promo code ALT7FREE. That's ALT7 free for a free 7-day trial. You can watch Valor and Pine Creek coming up on Friday as the high school football season kicks off. Don't go anywhere. It's Altitude. Some news out of Family Sports Center. Some hockey news here in mid-August. Logan O'Connor is skating for the first time with, I believe it's Milan Hajduk and who's the Avs' new skills director? He's a former Popovic. I think Mark Popovic is the new skills director out there. So Logan O'Connor, according to Brennan Vogt of Hockey Mountain High, is out there on the ice for the first time that we have seen him since getting his hip resurfaced. He's still expected to be out for the first couple of months of the season, but that is a welcome sight for Avalanche fans as we gear up for training camp starting in September, and then the beginning of the season in early October as the Avs open up the season in LA against the Kings. Good news there. Also, other news around the National Hockey League. USA Hockey has released their men's Olympic orientation camp roster, and Avalanche centerman Brock Nelson has been invited to that camp. So there's a chance that Nelson could represent the red, white, and blue coming up at the Winter Olympics.
He probably will, won't he, Raj? I mean, he was a mainstay on the Four Nations. Didn't he skate in the second line for the U.S.?
He probably makes the team, especially if he looks really good in the middle of Landeskog and Nichushkin, or if he gets some time on that first power play unit with Nate and he starts putting up some points and stuff. He's the type of player that you want in an Olympic setting. He's defensively sound. He can play both ends of the puck. He brings a little bit of physicality and a lot of length to that game, especially when you're playing on bigger ice, and the Olympic sheet is significantly larger than the 285 that you play National Hockey League games on.
Is it really?
Oh, it is, dude. It's a completely different game. It's huge.
What's the reasoning and logic for international competitive hockey to have a bigger rink?
I don't exactly know the story behind why it is.
Is that the only level of hockey where you skate on that size rink?
Yes.
Is essentially so Four Nations was just NHL regulation.
NHL regulation. Yeah, international hockey. A lot of European hockey plays on international sheets. It's kind of going back and forth, but when you see international hockey, you'll typically see a larger sheet. You have a lot more space on the outside of the hash marks, and a lot more space behind the nets. So you're going to see a lot of that in the Olympics this year.
Dude, does that lend itself to players like Nathan McKinnon and, say, for the Avs, Marty Necas and would he play for, is it Chechnya?
Czechia.
That's right. It's formerly known as the Czech Republic,
yes,
correct?
Czechia is what it's known by now.
Would that type of ice, that sheet of ice, lend itself to having those types of fast, frenetic skaters to have more success in the international game?
Faster skaters should be way better with more ice and more space. So McKinnon should be amazing at it. McCarr should be great at it. You're going to want to see defenders that, a slower, bigger defender is not really someone you want on an international sheet.
So what you're telling me is that our favorite friend of the morning sprint, Peter DeBoering, not probably going to be up for the Team Canada job with a big sheet of ice.
You can't really trap an international sheet. It's tough, dude.
That's what I'm saying,
it's really tough, especially with how fast those guys are now. It's tough to trap an international sheet. But Nelson should make that team, man. You know what I was thinking about last night when I was watching Jaden Daniels, scamper in from 14 yards, and he didn't really do anything.
But he's pretty good.
He's pretty good. You know what I was thinking about? This is how other fan bases have to feel when they know they've got a pretty good guy on their team, whether it's another hockey fan base or another basketball fan base. Philly, when they had Joel Embiid, right? And he was still playing games. This is probably how they felt when they went, we really like our guy, but holy crap, look at him. The same thing with the Vancouver Canucks or the New York Rangers. When you look at Adam Fox and you go, we really like our guy. And then you play against the Avs and you go, but holy crap, Cale Makar is really good. I kind of had that feeling last night when I watched Jaden Daniels. I really like Bo Nix. I think he is good enough to win the AFC West. I think with a really good defense and more tools around him, like we saw out of Evan Ingram and RJ Harvey and Pat Bryant, I like Bo Nix, and I think he can get it done. But holy smokes, was I jealous of Washington last night.
There's a reason that you had a player of that magnitude that was able to do what he did last year as a rookie. And that was really clear to me. When you watch Jaden Daniels, are we talking, this is a player that now is top 7 quarterback in the National Football League, even top 5 in some people's QB ratings. And Jaden Daniels is just a mere 1 year into it. But you know what? You don't have to build your team here in Denver based off the quarterback's abilities and strengths solely. You can build your team around the quarterback and build it with this unbelievable core of defense and be good enough to not only compete with, say, Washington Commanders, but potentially beat a team like the Washington Commanders. How fun of a Super Bowl would that be, by the way, in about 2 or 3 years?
Washington
Commanders,
and Denver?
Broncos.
It'd be
How
phenomenal. I would love that.
That would be like,
give it to me this year.
Why not?
Von Miller has to play against the Broncos in his final game as an edge rushing Hall of Famer. And
Champ Bailey in a Commanders jersey coming off the edge at number 24, Von Miller. How fun would that be?
Bo Nix is just elusive enough to get around I don't know how old Von is. Von 38 at this point. Get around a 38-year-old Von Miller and not get strip sacked like Cam Newton.
I know he's older than you, Raj. He's younger than me, but he's older than you. So, yeah, that would be a lot of fun, man. I think that Jaden Daniels is one of those players. There's a reason he was drafted.
36.
36. Okay. So he is older than you by just a couple years. Correct?
Yes, I'm 32.
Oh, 4 years. He's got quite a bit.
Just a spring chicken here, Coach.
You are, man. I'll tell you what, man. Your hairline's holding strong too. I think we have 3 good hairlines here on the morning sprint, if I'm not mistaken.
Brother, first off, you know my hairline is all crooked. You don't give me too much credit there, Coach.
The hair
looks good, man.
The hair ain't going anywhere. I can tell you that. I traded what my pops didn't give me in height and size, being a 6'3" Finn. I also didn't get the lack of hair that comes with that. So you know what? At this point, I'll take it.
Oh, man. Have you seen,
but it's also cheating at this point, too. You know what? Actually, hold on. I have a bone to pick with that. Now, all you have to do is fly to Turkey for 2 weeks, and then you can get hair for the rest of your life. So all the people like me who are vertically challenged, right, who are always the tiny guys, I've been okay with it for my entire life. I had one thing to lean back on when I was, trying to market myself out there, right? As a single man. And my thing that I could fall back on was I'm always going to have hair. I have great hair genes. And now nobody knows.
Where do you go in Turkey to get hair?
I don't know. I had one of my buddies, my buddy Rudy, he's a Barstool guy. He flew over to Turkey and he got his hair done and now he's got hair.
What do you mean by a Barstool guy? Is he on Barstool Sports?
Yeah.
And he's got hair now?
He's got hair now.
Is he talking about it publicly? Or
he talks about it all the time. They did a whole blog about it. They're like, hey, we're going to fly to Turkey, and all of us balding 32-year-olds are going to go get hair plugs or something like that. Now they have hair.
So
it's cheating. It's a cheat code.
I used to know Turkey as the Turkish delight from Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and now I just know strictly it's
hair
Turkish
plugs.
Hair. Turkish hair plugs. But you know what, Raj? You complain about that you can go out and get hair, and that's one thing that you do bring. You can go get height. You can go fly to Serbia, man. Go pick up some height. Get about 6 inches of height, if that's what you choose to do.
Yeah, you can snap your femurs, and then you have to relearn how to walk. No, thank you. I'm fine being 5'7", brother.
Give me the Serbian supersize. That's what I want.
Someone's going to take a hammer and a sickle to the middle of my kneecap? No, I'm all right. I'm good. Jaden Daniels, plus 750 right now, according to ESPN Bet Sportsbook. He has the 5th best odds to win regular season MVP. The quarterbacks in front of him, Patrick Mahomes at 650, Josh Allen at 650, Joe Burrow at 600 and Lamar Jackson at plus 450. There is a massive drop-off from Jaden Daniels to the other quarterbacks in the running for MVP. And again, this is obviously preseason betting odds. Jalen Hurts, Super Bowl winner, plus 1,600 is then followed up by Justin Herbert. So there's a massive delta in between Jaden Daniels at plus 750 to win MVP and the next guy, Jalen Hurts, at plus 1,600.
What's the money on Patrick Mahomes for MVP?
6.5 to 1.
Okay. So the leader in the clubhouse again was
Lamar Jackson at plus 450.
Yeah. He's winning it. He should have won.
Bo Nix slots in at plus 5,000. He's tied with the names as follows: Tua Tagovailoa, Trevor Lawrence, Kyler Murray, Drake May. He trails running back Saquon Barkley. Bo's not going to win MVP. You and I have gone through this. We've gone through the numbers that would require Bo to win an MVP. You have to win 13 games. You have to throw for like 4,200 yards, 35 plus touchdowns, single-digit interceptions, if not close to 5 interceptions, and like maybe I'll give you 2 fumbles.
The Josh Allen stat line from a year ago.
It's the Josh Allen stat line.
That's the best path forward for Bo Nix. 13-14 wins for the Broncos would certainly contribute to the cause. And when you look at Josh Allen's stat line compared to Lamar Jackson's throwing stat line last year, it wasn't even close. I mean, they were two completely different stat lines. But Josh Allen had the rushing touchdowns, man. And that's where the Bo Nix rushing touchdowns inside the red zone. Is that an area that Sean Payton doubles down more on the athleticism of Bo Nix? Maybe.
We didn't see it a lot in camp, though. And how much, actually, I do want to ask you about that. For someone who has gone through nearly 3 decades, right, of offensive installations from the quarterback perspective, either when you were playing or when you were QB, wide receivers, running backs coach, head coach, assistant coach, coordinator, all of those roles that you have held. Fullback coach. Sure, I was going to leave that one out there.
Wingback coach in a wing tee. Keep going. Anything else?
Is that helping you right now, getting ready for Friday's game?
I was the long snapper and punter and kicker coach at UNLV. Just haven't coached O-line, and frankly, I haven't coached anything on defense outside of scout team defense. That's it. That's all I've done. Scout team.
How much would I expect to see quarterback-driven run in a training camp?
Not much.
And how much can you get out of it if you try and install it, because you're not taking people down to the ground, and not only you're not taking people down to the ground, even when you're playing up, right, when you're just thumping, quarterbacks aren't thumped. You don't play up with the quarterbacks.
You don't. And it's a bad look. Like if you had a joint practice with another team and you've made an agreement that the quarterback is off limits.
But we're playing up.
Why would you call like a quarterback power or a quarterback counter? Because you're not going to even find out what you got in terms of your runner, your quarterback, in terms of how he can run, because nobody's going to even touch him. And it's just like, what are we doing? The other thing I'd say about quarterback called, designed, driven run game in training camp is it is one of those dirty little secrets of many offensive play callers. They don't want to give any information away about how they would use their quarterback in the run game. And you got fans there, and people will talk about it. We would talk about it, will we not? The DNVR crew would talk about design quarterback runs. And then that starts circulating through the National Football League. And then a fan starts videoing some type of quarterback-driven run in the red zone. And now you tip your hat. We've learned Sean Payton does not want to give up anything. So where do you do those things? In the walkthrough sessions during training camp, in the evenings, in the indoor facility when nobody is watching. And that's what I think he's doing. I do think that Sean Payton's doing that right now in real time, and has even alluded to it slightly in some of his pressures about Bo Nix, the red zone touchdown scoring runner.
Allen rushed for 12 touchdowns last year, 531 yards. He actually had a better rushing season in 2023 when he had 15 touchdowns and 524 yards on the ground. In terms of actual yardage, he had back-to-back 760-yard seasons in 21 and 22. I don't know if you're going to sniff 12 for Bo this year. So you still have to up that number of passing touchdowns. Like, and again, I know he's a dark horse, obviously, at plus 5,000 to win that award. But if you get him into the 37 touchdown range, which is just 8 more than he had last year, another 500 yards through the air, which does feel like a whole ton, then that conversation becomes very real. On the ground last year, Bo Nix, 430 yards and 4 touchdowns. He's not adding 8 to that. Especially, he could, but you also added so much to the running back room that I feel like, shouldn't you rely upon those dudes?
You should. What we didn't see much, if at all, was Sean Payton trusting any semblance of run game inside the 10-yard line last year.
No.
I mean, we've pulled the stats. Actually, Bo Nix, the passer in the red zone, was way better than you thought he was, meaning the general you. We all thought that that's an area of growth for Bo. He's got to be better in the red zone. His red zone passing numbers, Raj, you pulled them out. They were pretty dang good. They were in the top.
They were efficient. They were efficient.
They were efficient.
There were not negative plays, but you still wanted to see more positive chunk plays and scoring plays. They were fine. Now, I do think that's a Sean Payton thing. Like, let's even look back to what Jarrett Stidham was doing at the end of the first half in week 2 of the preseason, right? The drive that goes 70 yards and it stalls on the 2, the Lutz field goal drive. When they are goal to go, they're passing the ball twice, goal to go, rather than relying upon Bidet or relying upon McLaughlin, whose rushing attempts on that drive got you to where you were. He threw the ball twice with Stidham, including a play action pass from the 2-yard line on 3rd down. Like, he doesn't want to commit to that, even in a preseason game, unless you really want to see what Jarrett Stidham can do on a play action bootleg from 3rd and goal on the 2. That doesn't tell me anything. But what it does tell me is that I don't know if you've changed your stripes, Sean Payton. I don't know. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today. 2K Tuesday. Get your favorite 90s and 2000s songs. Request in. KJ will play them throughout the day. That's Coach Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryanemi on Altitude.
Hey, Colorado, Coach Mike Sanford here, and I'm going to tell you about the best time of year. We all know what it is. It's football season. College football is back this Saturday, August 23rd, and Circa Sports of Colorado is your one-stop shop for everything that you should be looking for. And I got some live odds for you right now. Live from Dublin, Ireland, Kansas State is taking on Iowa State in a Big 12 tilt. -3 is the spread. Kansas State is the favorite over the Cyclones. Both teams look to have a strong squad. In fact, Matt Campbell, one of the best coaches in the Big 12, has a good team ready to go. So that's one you might want to take a look at. Another one of note, Stanford traveling to the Rock, playing Hawaii, one of those later kickoffs. And then Stanford Cardinal under the new look, Frank Reich as the head coach. 2-point underdogs at Hawaii. So whether you're looking for college football, even preseason football, or playoff futures, NFL postseason futures, Circa Sports, it's got you covered. Download the Circa Sports Colorado app or visit circasports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You can listen to the Valor at Pine Creek game this Friday night on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, where that guy, head coach Mike Sanford, will make his Valor debut on the sidelines. No, coach, you will not be calling this game, but actually, calling plays in that game. So best of luck coming up in week 0 of the high school season. You can also watch it on Altitude Plus. They're offering a free trial this week. Head to altitudeplus.com and use the promo code ALT7FREE. That is ALT7FREE for a free 7-day trial. The revamped Altitude Plus features DVR functionality, multi-view, and the opportunity to save $40 by signing up for the new annual plan. More info at altitudeplus.com. And the promo code for that free 7-day trial, again, is ALT7FREE, as football is back this week in full force.
It's real too, Raj. That's what I'm excited about. Do you realize that there's college football live from Dublin, Ireland on Saturday morning?
And it's a top 25 matchup.
And it's Matt Campbell versus K-State. I mean, Iowa State, Kansas State, that's a great football game no matter what time of year it is. But on August, 23rd? Huh.
Who's the kid with the flowing blonde locks, the quarterback at K-State? The dual threat stud.
Avery Johnson.
That's the guy. Like, if Kansas State wins the Big 12, that's a dude that you can look at and you go, watch out for a Heisman bid.
It's funny, at Kansas State, 2 of the quarterbacks that I recruited very hard are now at Kansas State. Avery Johnson had Minnesota in his top 3 before committing to Kansas State. And then Jacob Knuth, the backup quarterback from Harrison High School in South Dakota, Gatorade State Player of the Year, signed with me at Minnesota. I got fired. And then he transferred to K-State, so he's the backup there. So it's an interesting one. I'm just excited that Altitude Sports Radio has been so committed to bringing football of all kind to our airwaves, and it's finally that time where football really matters, really counts. And it starts, frankly, this Friday with the high school season in Colorado and Shasta in week 0. All these teams. You got Cherry Creek and Regis in week 0. That's a Thursday night game at the Stutler Bowl. I might have to do some scouting there. I might show up with the disguise with the fake mustache and fake glasses on.
Do the old Bobby Valentine?
It sounds like a plan, doesn't it?
Is that Groucho Marx? Is that what the big nose and the eyeglasses?
Yes, very Groucho Marx.
That was one of my favorite things I've ever seen live, is when Bobby Valentine got yeeted from a game at Shea Stadium and then showed back up after putting on a dollar store disguise and tried to hang out in the dugout for the rest of the game. We don't have enough characters, enough clowns in professional sports like Bobby Valentine was. They don't exist anymore. We're all too serious, man.
You know who does have some of those fun personality traits is our guy, friend of the program, Clint Hurdle.
Clint Hurdle would don a dollar store disguise and get back into the bullpen, into the dugout. He would do that. I need more of that, right? Like, I just need to see more fun. At least I saw some fun things from the Rockies last night. You come back and beat the Dodgers.
What is going on? What is happening with the Rockies?
They're red hot. 6-1 over their last 7. The bullpen continues to be phenomenal over their last 7 games. This is from Guerrilla Sports. The Rockies bullpen has pitched 28 innings. They've given up 9 earned runs, 19 hits, 6 walks, 37 Ks, and 5 saves. The Rockies have won 6 of 7, and they've basically guaranteed they will not overtake Chicago for the worst record in the history of Major League Baseball.
Did you just say the Rockies have won 6 of their last 7 games?
I think we're on a 6-7 roll this show, Coach. I don't really know what that means. You're around the kids.
6-7.
I still don't know what it means.
I don't either, but I'm around them all the time, and I hear
the text message has been rolling in. Like, you guys have said that 3 times. I don't know what it means. I don't know.
Hey, it's everywhere. You never intend to talk about 6-7. It just keeps coming up. I mean, there's power forwards in basketball that are roughly 6-7, right? That's just kind of how it goes. KJ's dying because he knows the whole deal, man. Okay, so the Rockies feel a little bit hot right now, right? So I was thinking, the Rockies over their last 20 probably have a winning record, right? Nope, still 7-13 over the last 20. It feels like since the All-Star break, they've been on a torrid pace. I guess the last 7 games have kind of disguised what you really feel. But 7-13 over the last 20 games.
Yeah, find a way to beat Yoshi Yamamoto last night. You've won 4 straight, 4 out of 5 within the division. You still have 3 more. Gomber has to go up. Does he have Ohtani tonight, or is Ohtani game tomorrow? I think the Ohtani game is the Wednesday game. And then Chase Dollander gets to pitch against one of, if not the greatest pitcher of his generation in Clayton Kershaw. And that comes up on Thursday afternoon at 1:10. That's a really good experience for a young, hopefully future ace of your staff to have, is to go up against that guy. And I know Clayton Kershaw is a shell of who he was, but that is a first ballot Hall of Famer. For him to be able to go up against Kershaw in a big league setting, if we're looking for silver linings, and we always are with the Rockies this year, that's something that if he performs well in front of the home crowd there, and you can continue to win games, that's something that I'll take and put in my back pocket going into the offseason.
So the probables for the Dodger-Rockies series goes Austin Gomber versus Emmett Sheehan tonight, which is a winnable game, even though Austin Gomber has yet to record a statistical victory in a very healthy season. He's 0-6. And then we have a Tanner Gordon, 3-5, good record if you're a Rockies starter, versus Shohei Ohtani. Chase Dollander, Kershaw, as you mentioned, will be the final of the 4-game set. Can the Rockies win a series against the vaunted, expensive Los Angeles Dodgers? Is that even possible?
I'm going to say no, but I think they go 2-2. I think they split the 4-game set. Let's not act like the Rockies are world beaters right now. They're just they're a little hot and trying to stave off historical crappiness.
I mean, that's going to happen. What is it? Only they need 6 more. Is that right?
6 wins in their next 37 baseball games. It's going to happen. There's no way that you go 5-32. No way. Especially when we went over this last week, we were talking about these very difficult games coming up, and that was against Arizona, who was still trying to find a way to get back up above 500. The Dodgers, who, yes, they've been going through a dry spell as of late, but they are the Dodgers, and they've got some incredible players. I thought they were going to get beaten 3 of 4, if not swept in the 4-game series. You have to go up against Paul Skeens in one of your 3 games against Pittsburgh. These were games that I thought they were going to lose. The last 4 games, I thought they were losing 3 of 4. They've won all 4 of those. They're going to get this thing done, man.
Are you okay, Rockies fan? 303, 504, 0925. Are you rooting for victories? Fervently rooting for victories?
Now you are. Because they've taken the fun out of it. They've taken the fun out of it. If it was they need to win 6 of their last 10, 6 of their last 12, then we're sitting on pins and needles through the end of the season. They have taken the fun out of losing because they've been too good as of late. And that's a good thing, right? You want to see them crawl back up. They've done the right things this year. They drafted properly. They traded away bullpen arms when they needed to. Did they get top prospects? No, but they added a top 5 prospect in their system. The second baseman from the New York Yankees. You did things that you haven't done over the last 3 years. So while I thought you had to go and hit rock bottom this year to look yourself in the mirror and say, all right, it's time to turn this thing around, maybe they did it midseason. I'm okay with moving goalposts. I do it all the time.
Okay. So Rockies fan that's fervently rooting for victories so as to change the trajectory of the feeling of this club going into next season. With that, does it come Warren Schaefer coaching himself into the full-time role? Is that a good or a bad thing for the Rockies? Would love to hear.
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us today. Also, take us wherever you guys want to go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to WilhiteWins.com. That is WilhiteWins.com, the 775. Yes, chasing win 42 has made me want to watch and pay attention to the Rockies here and there. All right, so there's little nuggets to tune in and to watch a terrible team. Again, Anytime you beat the Dodgers, I'm fine. You beat LA, I am very, very much interested. The 2-3-2, I'm absolutely rooting for Rockies' victories. I am a fan. I don't want to see them set the record for futility. I will be in the third row behind the plate tonight. Have so much fun down at Coors Field. We'll roll into hour number 2. As we were talking about Jaden Daniels earlier on in the show and how my jealousy started to boil up inside my chest last night, even though I love Bo Nix and I think he is the right quarterback for this team, and I do believe there's a Super Bowl championship in his future here in Denver, I couldn't help but feel a little bit jealous of how good Jaden Daniels looks. My question to you, why did he run away with Rookie of the Year last year? We're going to look at their stats over their last big-time 6-7 games, once again, from this season, or this past season. That's coming up next. He should not have run away with it. Bo should have been closer. 303-504-0925 as we roll into hour 2 of a 2K Tuesday. Alex Ryan, M. You guys know me better as Raj, alongside the coach, live from Valor High School. He is Mike Sanford. KJ Granderson is behind the glass today. Been talking a whole bunch about the Broncos and quarterbacks that they're going to have to face this season. Namely, it's been Daniel Jones and the Anthony Richardson thing that happened this morning with the Colts, as they have gone with the former Giants quarterback and Danny Dimes. You can expect to see him in week 2 of the season, talking about how Cincinnati, even though they got everything they needed to see out of their first team offense and Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, they decided to, throw the really expensive and important dudes back out there on a Monday night, even though the offensive line had no desire to block for their $60 million quarterback. 2 guys who you'll see in the first 4 weeks of the season. Another quarterback you'll see coming up, week 9 this year, if I'm correct, against the Washington. Is it week 9 against the Washington Commanders? Week 13 against the Commanders after the bye week. Jaden Daniels, while he didn't play much last night, looked good. And, Coach, it got me thinking. Remember how Jaden Daniels ran away with the Rookie of the Year at the end of the season?
I remember it, yep.
And he separated himself like crazy.
You gotta remember, because of the primetime moments and him delivering in primetime moments, that Caleb Williams Hail Mary victory on national television, I believe was it a Thursday night game? It might have been a Sunday night football. I think it was Sunday night football game. Those moments, Jaden Daniels had his coming out party, whereas the unfortunate nature for Bo Nix, as related to winning the Offensive Rookie of the Year award, was that some of his breakout moments were just somewhat obscure games against teams, like the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah, but you needed to win those football games.
You did. It just didn't have this. And I would argue that Jaden Daniels needed to win those football games.
He certainly did.
He also won some bigger games in bigger moments with a national audience. And let's think about Bo Nix's big moments. I guess was the Cleveland Browns. That was a night game.
That was a night. Yes, that was a primetime game. I've gone through their last 7 meaningful starts, and Daniels barely played in the final game of the season against Dallas. So I'm throwing that out the window. I'm not putting those stats in there. It didn't matter. It didn't do anything for him. It actually would have hurt him in this scenario. The final 7 games that really mattered for him started in week 10 against Pittsburgh at home. He went 4-3 over the course of those 7 games, threw 16 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, and averaged 226 yards through the air in those 7 games in which the Commanders went 4-3. The 3 teams that they lost to: home against Pittsburgh, at Philly, home against Dallas. The 4 games that they won. We want to talk about marquee wins. Let's talk about the 7 games that you had to have down the stretch, right? You beat Tennessee. You went to New Orleans and beat them by 1. And then the 1 game that you get, I'll give you this. You beat Philly at home by 3. You had a big-time win against the eventual Super Bowl champions, and then Atlanta took you to overtime with a rookie quarterback in which you won 30-24. Sure, you won games, but there is one really impressive win in there. When you went 4-3, 16 touchdowns, 7 picks, 226 yards through the air. He would rush for 2 touchdowns and an average of 57 yards per game, right? He had one wild game where he ran for 127. That was the overtime game against Atlanta. Now, let me bring you through Bo Nix in those 7 games. And yes, I am including the Kansas City game because you had to win it. I don't care who you played against. You had to win it to get in. Am I going to call it an impressive win? No. But I have to include it because he played the game and you had to win to get into the playoffs. Bo, over those 7 games, went 5-2. He threw 19 touchdowns through the air compared to 6 interceptions. He averaged 260 yards through the air. He did not rush for a touchdown in those 7 games, but he did add 20 yards per game on the ground. The delta between throwing the football from Bo to Daniels in those 7 games, 34 yards more per game from Bo. On the ground, just 37 yards more per game from Daniels as compared to Nix. Now, if you add in the 2 rushing touchdowns, Daniels has now accounted for 18 compared to Nix's 19. They should have been neck and neck the entire way down the season. Those 5 wins, you go back to Atlanta, they beat the living crap out of the Falcons, 38-6 in that game. They didn't have to go to overtime. They beat the Raiders on the road. Not a great win. I'm not going to call it marquee.
I was in that building.
You put up 41 points against Cleveland, 31 points against Indy. None of those wins are like really impressive. But there's only really one win for Daniels over that course of 7 games that makes you go, I guess he did something really special. The numbers tell you it should have been neck and neck the whole way.
2 things. National awards are oftentimes given because of moments, not always because of just strictly stats and analytics. Because if you went strictly off stats and analytics, and we would both agree that Lamar Jackson had the MVP season at the quarterback position over Josh Allen. Josh Allen had several moments that were significant, and he also had a little bit of that, hey, he hasn't won it yet, and we're going to keep giving. There was fatigue, like the Nikola Jokic fatigue of just handing the MVP
I'll give
to
you
him
that.
every single year. But with the Offensive Rookie of the Year, I felt like after that Bears-Commanders marquee showdown in prime time between pick number 1, Caleb Williams, pick number 2, Jaden Daniels, watching what he did, it almost felt like he had to throw away his chances to win Offensive Rookie of the Year after that. Second thing, just the eye test of the way Jaden Daniels got his yardage, the eye test of the way that Jaden Daniels got his rushing touchdowns.
Talk about a Nikola Jokic argument you're about to have.
Right. This is when you watch Bo Nix and a lot of his production, can we all agree that some of his production had something to do with Sean Payton and calling screenplays that were dial-ups that led to big touchdown passes? Simple bootlegs that there was somebody wide open, just like the Evan Ingram from Jarrett Stidham for 58 yards. That was magnificent play design.
I don't care how you get the yards, just get them.
Well, the Offensive Rookie of the Year and MVP voters do care. They do, because they watch these games, particularly in prime time. When the national attention, the writers, the media members are all at the same time watching critical moments. What does the eye test look like? And Jaden Daniels, he clearly won the eye test, right, wrong, or indifferent. Last year, he was flashier. He was a flashier player than Bo Nix. Does that mean he's a more productive player than Bo Nix? He was, marginally. Was he not, Rush? So if the stats are just slightly in favor of Jaden Daniels, and then the flash is big time in favor of Jaden Daniels, you've got your Offensive Rookie of the Year award. Bo Nix has to be the quarterback that wins 13, 14 games and does have the consistent production, and then the awards will start following.
I see the text message coming in from the 485. The narrative really changed when Daniels hit those Hail Marys. Yes, it did. But if you're looking at how those yards and how those scores happen, I look at a Hail Mary and I go, yes, is that for lack of a better term, a Heisman moment? It is.
It feels that
But
way.
when I look at a Hail Mary, I go, that you didn't do anything there. If you throw that ball 10 times, it gets batted down 9 out of 10 times.
I completely
So
agree.
I go, you reached into a bag, and instead of grabbing a handful of crap, you came out with roses in your hands. So sure, the narrative changed there, but I don't think it should have. Those 7 games that you had to win, Bo had a better record. He accounted for more touchdowns, both through the air and on the ground combined. And the yardage difference between the two was, what did I say? Daniels averaged 3 more yards per game. And we look at Jaden Daniels as a dynamic two-way threat. Bo was oh man, he can move his feet, can't he? He used to be the number 1 dual threat quarterback recruit when he was coming out of high school, but we forget about that. We look at Jaden Daniels and we go Heisman Trophy winner, dual threat out of LSU. He can still do it in the pros, so therefore he must be more valuable because he can do more things. The numbers don't say that. So why was I so enamored by Jaden Daniels last night? I shouldn't have been. I have learned as I got up this morning that He's just as good. The numbers say he's just as good. He just doesn't look like your rookie of the year, much like Nikola Jokic didn't look like your MVP. Not you, Mike. The collective we, or you rather.
Raj, you're having two different arguments here. Offensive Rookie of the Year is a regular season award. And I agree with that. What did Jaden Daniels do in the postseason? He did what no rookie has ever done before, and he broke the all-time rookie passing yardage record and shattered it. Shattered it in 3 games.
I haven't talked about the postseason. I'm looking at last year's regular season.
No, but you were talking about why am I watching him last night, enamored with him when you have the same thing that you in Bo Nix.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I see where you're going. Okay.
The freaking postseason matters a lot in the National Football League. And you know what Jaden Daniels has now done that Bo Nix has not done? He's won not 1, but 2 postseason games. Got to an NFC championship game in his rookie year. That's why you're looking at him differently. In his 3 postseason games last year, he was right around the 100 passer rating mark, 822 yards passing, 5 touchdowns to just 1 interception. That's why you have that feeling when you watch Jaden Daniels, because of what he was able to accomplish in the postseason. I understand that has nothing to do with the Offensive Rookie of the Year award, but it most certainly has something to do with why he's already considered potentially a top 5 quarterback in the National Football League by some lists.
And Bo is still down in the mid to late teens in a lot of those lists.
Right. And can Bo win in the postseason? I totally believe he can. You bet he can. Did he play horribly against Buffalo? I don't think so. I think he started out strong. He threw a great ball down the field to start the scoring, and then it just got a little stagnant after that. And you got beat by a better team, a team that was built to run the ball down your throat, and they did. And Josh Allen played timely, experienced, veteran, savvy quarterback play, and you lost big.
If Jaden Daniels and the Commanders play in Buffalo, heck, I don't even care if they play in Buffalo. If they host Buffalo in the first round of the playoffs, does Jaden have an opportunity to go beat a very injured Detroit team on the road? And it would have actually been on the road because they had to go to Tampa, to Detroit. So let's say they have to go to Orchard Park, round 1. I don't want to be the guy that gives excuses for everyone, but the AFC, we all know this. The road through the AFC is exponentially tougher than it is through the NFC just because of the quarterbacks that you have to play against. I love Baker Mayfield, but Baker Mayfield is not the league MVP and Josh Allen that Bo had to face.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, but you got obliterated. You didn't even have a chance. You didn't score points. You scored 7. In the game you could look at the Commanders-Eagles game in Philly, the eventual dominant Super Bowl champ. And until the fourth quarter, the Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders had scored 23 points against arguably the best defense in pro football last year. Fourth quarter, that's where the game got away from you. And that's where Saquon Barkley took that game and ran with it and scored 21 unanswered points. So I would say that even against the best of the best, which clearly the best of the best, Raj, was Philadelphia last year, not the team that didn't even make it to the Super Bowl. The team that got obliterated by the team that got obliterated by the Eagles, and that's the Chiefs. Right now, you can't make the argument of comparing the two and say that they're in the same conversation because the postseason matters, especially that position. Really matters.
That's the Coach Mike Sanford. 303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. Again, football is back this week. It's week 0 in Shasta High School football here in the state of Colorado. You can listen to Valor take on Pine Creek on the road this Friday night on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and you can watch it live on Altitude Plus. Head to altitudeplus.com. Use the promo code ALT7FREE. That is ALT7 free for a free 7-day trial. KJ's NFL notes are coming up next. Every day here on the Morning Sprint, we go through the biggest headlines on the gridiron with KJ's NFL Notes. Mr. Granderson, start us off.
ESPN released their 2025 power rankings after week 2 of the preseason, and they also asked the question, who's under the most pressure? The Broncos went up from 14 to number 11, and our very own Jeff Legwall said Sean Payton's under the most pressure. Quote, he has rock-solid job security, a deep-pocketed ownership group to support him, and a proven personnel department to build a roster. But Payton has been the most vocal throughout training camp about his team's Super Bowl worthiness. He believes the Broncos are good enough, if they do the work, to play for the Lombardi Trophy. It makes for good conversation now, but he could be at risk if the Broncos have any significant stumbles or injuries in 2025. Could Sean Payton be in trouble if they underperform in 2025, guys?
No. Seriously, come on, guys. I love you, Leggy. I love you, ESPN. Sean Payton's not going to be in any trouble whatsoever. Now, one thing that we will say is high achievers like Sean Payton that are not young, that are not in their 30, 40-something quest to make a name for themselves, if it doesn't go well, and it then doesn't go well in another year, say 26, 27, and yeah, you could see that Sean Payton would be in a completely different headspace. Right now, man, the arrow is pointing so far up right now for this Broncos franchise that any thoughts whatsoever of Sean Payton being in any turmoil job-wise, regardless of what happens this year, is pretty wild.
When you were on with Kreckman and Lindahl yesterday from 3 to 4 p.m., you guys talked about something that you and I brought up on our show on Monday morning, which was, like, would you trade Jarrett Stidham if you could get a 4th-round draft pick for him this year because his stock looks to be higher and teams are always looking for quarterbacks? And Nate had a really good point. He goes, well, no, because the rebuild is over. It is. You're not in the middle of the rebuild anymore. You made the playoffs. You have every piece available to you outside of I don't know. I want like the luxury wide receiver 1 or the luxury young tight end of the future. You don't really need either one of them right now. You're good enough to compete as is. So it's over. The answer would then be, well, if Bo gets hurt, you need someone who can steady the ship, make sure that it doesn't sink, and take a 4-game stretch. Instead of being 1-3, you go 2-2. Maybe get lucky, you go 3-1, and you continue that trajectory. If they underperform, it's based off of narrative from this year, right? Like, I don't think the expectation is the Broncos are like in the AFC Championship this year. A lot of people are going, well, they could be a dark horse. They could surprise you. What does surprise mean? It means win a playoff game. It means in a year in which the Chiefs should probably take a step back, that you might be able to sneak up and grab the division for the first time since 2015, right? That's what surprise means. It doesn't mean win the Lombardi. If they miss the playoffs, yeah, it would be super disappointing. But Sean's here next year if they miss the playoffs.
Sean's your head coach for the next 3 years minimum.
Until he doesn't want to be the head coach.
That's the name. That is what it is. I mean, he is your head ball coach, and right now he is pushing all of the right buttons for this franchise, and there really there's no way you can even spin and create a spin that he's in trouble. Now, what I will say, as a guy that's been a coach for a long time, man, you're always in the hot seat with the same breath. In the same breath, like you're always like a game, 2 games, a segment of the season away from being on the hot seat. So that's just the nature. But you could say that for every single head coach in the history of the game.
KJ, what's next?
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
That's why.
That's exactly why, Coach. On Saturday, Broncos president Damani Leach, he stopped by 9 News set in the pregame show, and he talked about Lone Tree not being ruled out as a potential option for the Broncos moving there as far as their stadium sites. In an exclusive statement that was released by 9 News from Lone Tree Mayor Marissa Harmon on Monday, she said, quote, the team's vision, an activated year-round destination integrated with transit, walkable streets, and first-class mobility, aligns with the long-standing plan for the Lone Tree City Center near I-25 and E-70. Envisioned with employment centers, shopping areas, restaurants, hotels, an array of housing, parking, plazas, The Lone Tree City Center is proposed to be Metro Denver's next large-scale vibrant downtown. And, quote, if you guys had to give an early prediction on a scale of 1 to 10, how likely is it that the Broncos leave the city of Denver?
2.
6, 7.
That was good. That was good. He didn't miss a beat. It's better for the Broncos to be in Denver. I expect them to stay in the city proper. Also, for us to talk about like the metro area and add Lone Tree into it, we are dangerously getting close to like how people talk about the greater Dallas area and how if you're within 50 minutes of Dallas-Fort Worth, you're in Dallas. No, you're not. Like, I'm out there. I would love to have the Broncos Stadium down kind of south near me. It would be cool for me. It wouldn't be cool for the vast majority of Broncos fans. Keep them in Denver. I think that's where they're going to stay. But also, Lone Tree is not the metro area, people.
It is.
The burbs.
And anybody wants, like, you point to Dallas. Man, Dallas doesn't really even have a vibrant downtown whatsoever. I've spent plenty of time in the greater Dallas metro. Basically, all of the Dallas metro is Dallas, whereas Denver is a real downtown, a real city. You could say that it's got some problems. I personally love Denver, even with all of its problems, because that's what big cities are. Big cities have issues. They always have. I love the Denver Broncos in Denver. I love the ability to take a walk across the river and go to a site, the Burnham Yard site. I think would be a tremendous site where, and you would have the opportunity to build up some commercial, some food and beverage, some opportunities to really improve the overall economic, I guess, trajectory of the city of Denver. And I think it'd be a great thing for everybody involved.
Keep it going, KJ.
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
Well, let's head to the top story outside of Denver. Colts head coach Shane Steichen has selected Daniel Jones as the Indianapolis Colts Week 1 starter over their 2023 fourth overall pick, Anthony Richardson Sr. There did not seem to be much of a separation depending on the reports coming out of Indianapolis. But there in recent days, Shane Steichen stressed that some minute factors would loom large in the decision, and ultimately that's what led to him making that decision today. If you're the Colts, what's next for AR5?
I have seen some musings around social media over the past couple of days with an AFC West rival and how their head coach has always been enamored with Anthony Richardson. Could the Raiders trade for Anthony Richardson and sit him behind Geno Smith? Because Pete Carroll has always loved the raw talent of Anthony Richardson. And if that has any juice, if that has any sort of leg behind it, I welcome it with open arms. Get that dude into the division tomorrow.
Yeah, but here's what I've been hearing about Pete Carroll. I've heard from multiple sources across the league. He's got 3 years. He wants to win in 3 years. It's much more likely that Micah Parsons would be a Las Vegas Raider and combine.
Jerry Jones is getting to you there. You're removing the S every time.
Oh yeah. I'm a Michael Parsons guy now. I'm just full-fledged. It's become part of my nomenclature.
Together.
Yeah, that's right, Jerry. Why don't you pronounce your most valuable commodities correctly? But I could see the more likely scenario is that you end up having the world-beating edge rushing tandem of Max Crosby and Micah Parsons so that Pete Carroll could do something very unique and very different than the rest of the league, and that is to have two of the top 3 pass rushers in football on the same roster. Then you could see Pete Carroll getting to a point of relevance in his first 2 years as the head coach of Raiders when he's, dang near 80 years old?
I think the moral of the story here is that the Colts and Anthony Richardson are not living past his rookie contract, and that fifth-year option will not be exercised.
Is it dumb to say that Anthony Richardson, you should just cut bait and start the conversation about playing tight end?
Yeah, I would Trey Lance him right now. I would Trey Lance him tomorrow. Like, he's not your quarterback. If Daniel Jones beats him out, he's gone. And what you have to do is the Kyle Shanahan thing and go, sure, if Mr. Irrelevant's going to beat him out, we are going to cut ties with him, let him go to Dallas or wherever the heck Where is Trey Lance now?
Trey Lance actually, he looks awesome under Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh is resuscitating.
Oh, yeah, he's a Charger.
Trey Lance is a Charger. We'll see.
Yeah, do that.
My thought, Raj, and I said cut bait. I meant that should the Indianapolis Colts cut bait with the quarterback experiment and say we own the rights to this extremely talented Greek god of a body type and make him a tight end, and now you would potentially have, your Tyler Warren as your true traditional Y, and then developmentally try to get something out of a guy of the physical stature of AR5 as maybe an F. I don't know.
Good luck getting that dude to commit to playing a non-quarterback role when he pulls himself out of games regularly.
Yeah, that's true. I'd also
It's
say
a football
good luck
player that doesn't like getting hit.
Good luck to that dude to ever playing quarterback ever again in this league. Hey, you better learn Canadian, buddy. You better learn French Canadian because you're going to be playing in the CFL there, buddy.
What's next, KJ?
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
So there's a story that's coming out of Washington that's kind of getting a little weird now. Let's go back to yesterday. So Jordan Schultz of Fox Sports, he reported that the Commanders have been shopping running back Brian Robinson Jr. to teams around the NFL. They're not looking necessarily to trade him unless the price that they're looking for is qualitative, right? Dan Quinn comes out last night and says he and GM Adam Peters informed Brian Robinson Jr. on Saturday afternoon of their plan to keep him out of the game. Quinn then addressed the rest of the team that evening about keeping him out of the game, and Quinn goes on to decline to provide any specifics about their convo with Robinson or his future with the team. So my question to you guys is, with there not being a clear answer to what's exactly taking place there, how likely is it that BRJ is traded before the start of the regular season?
Man,
how much do you trust in the legs of Austin Eckler?
Just such a niche back. Austin Eckler's not your 3-down back. He's not the player that you want turning 45 to 55 snaps a game. He's more slightly built. He is, what is this, year 8 for Eckler?
I feel like it's a little bit more.
Yeah, he's a bit longer in the tooth. I don't think that you want to hedge your bets on Austin Eckler as your go-to guy.
9 years of NFL experience on Eckler.
This would be year 10.
It did look like Eckler had lost a step the last time we saw him. Like, he's still going to be effective, but he has definitely lost that burst. Robinson's going to play for the Commanders, but I don't know if I'm giving him a new deal right now, man. Like, he's a good running back. He's not great. 800 yards, 8 touchdowns last year, 730 yards, 5 touchdowns the year before, 800 yards, 2 touchdowns as a 23-year-old rookie. I kind of think that's who he is, and he might only have a couple more years of that level of play. If I'm Washington, I know I have to pay Jaden Daniels 3 years, 4 years from now. I'm not spending that money on a running back, especially with what happened with Terry McLaurin recently. I'm not doing any of that.
All right, I got an idea here since we're talking about that. If you're the San Francisco 49ers, why aren't you picking up the phone right now and calling the Commanders about Brian Robinson? That is a team that has been injured at the running back position last year and going into this offseason. Christian McCaffrey could use a real 1B running back.
Yeah, he could.
What is last year in Christian McCaffrey's absence? There was some pretty productive players at the position that came out of nowhere.
Jordan Mason
was one of them, and I think there was another back that came in as a flash in the pan. Jordan Mason still a 49er?
I'm not entirely sure. Your rushing leaders last year, Jordan Mason, Isaac Guerendo.
No, Jordan Mason is now a Minnesota Viking. Isaac Guerendo was a draft pick out of Louisville that ran incredibly fast 40-yard dash at the combine 2 years ago.
And Patrick Taylor had a big game as well. But that was about it.
And Isaac is currently slotted as their second running back on the depth chart right now.
Which makes sense. And ironically, Isaac Guerendo, 6 foot, 220-pound player from Louisville, does run very well. But Yahoo Sports just brought up that very point. Could the 49ers look to trade for a running back with a familiar team? And yeah, that's a Brian Robinson Jr. That's a good thought. Now, how would Christian McCaffrey feel about that? I don't know. Brian Robinson Jr. He's a bona fide starting running back in the National Football League.
I mean, C-Mac's not going anywhere.
Would Brian Robinson? I'm just talking about from a locker room management standpoint. One of your leaders of your football team. Brian Robinson Jr., would he be the best tailback if he were to come on the if he were to arrive in Denver and become a Denver Bronco? Would he be the most proven best running back right now?
He and Dobbins are kind of contemporaries, right?
They are very similar.
They're kind of the same guy. Dobbins, 900 yards, 9 touchdowns last year. In the next full season that he had, I mean, it was half a season, 500 yards, 2 touchdowns in 8 games. And then as a rookie in 2020, he rushed for 800 yards in 15 games and 9 touchdowns. They're very similar in terms of their production.
They are. And the interesting thing about Brian Robinson Jr. is that in his 3 years of service, he's never played more than 15 games. He's been a 12-game guy, a 15-game guy, and a 14-game guy, and he's never had more than 800 yards. 799 has been his cap. So, yeah, I mean, that is the right profile. Now that I look at it, it's the right profile to fit a Christian McCaffrey. And I thought Brian Robinson Jr. was a little bit older. This is just year 4 coming up for him, for BRJ.
KJ, one more.
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
Over the weekend, the Texans traded wide receiver John Mechie III to the Philadelphia Eagles, and in return, the Texans are getting tight end Harrison Bryant and a 5th-round pick in exchange, as the Texans are getting a 6th-round pick as well as Mechie. But the trade for Bryant obviously comes because the Texans lost a young tight end, Brevin Jordan, and so now they need a backup for Dalton Schultz. But I want to focus on the Eagles portion of things here because Mechie, entering his 4th season, has only 40 receptions for 412 yards and a touchdown in 29 games. If you're the Eagles, I know he's not going to be a major threat for you at wide receiver, but why would you add another wide receiver depth piece when you are a run-first team anyway?
Man, I don't. Maybe it's because Mechie doesn't command the type of volume to be satisfied in the locker room, right? To be. I mean, I don't know. It's right. It's kind of nuts. I mean, he really is that guy. Hey, Mechie's like he's a wide receiver 3, but he's got more physical attributes. I don't know. I could see it happening.
How many more years of elite play do you have out of a 28-year-old A.J. Brown?
I'd say 4.
4? Okay. That 4's for me, it's probably on the long side because once you hit 30 as one of those elite high-volume receivers like A.J. Brown has been for his career, I think you start to hit a cliff. So why not take a chance on a kid who had sky-high pedigree coming out of Alabama? I know he wasn't a first-rounder, but he was an early second-rounder. And you get to have him sit behind Devonta Smith and A.J. Brown and learn from those two dudes and then hopefully kind of turn into something when he's 26 or 27 and A.J. is over that 30 and Devonta Smith is coming up on 28, 29 years old at that time. I think it's a good chance for them.
Is Devonta Smith, in your opinions, the two of you, has he been a success in the National Football League?
Yes.
No.
What do you mean no?
I don't feel like he has been, because I loved the prospect. I thought he was gonna completely.
What are we talking about?
Football League.
The worst season this guy has had was 13 games in which he caught 68 passes for 833 yards and 8 touchdowns. That was last year, his worst season, in which they won a Super Bowl. He's got multiple 1,000-yard receiving seasons under his belt, another one at 916 yards. He's been largely healthy his entire career. He's been a disappointment? We're screwed in Denver if Devonta Smith's been a disappointment at the wide receiver position. What are we talking about?
Would you have said that Devonta Smith would have had better statistics going into his 5th year than a Cortland Sutton would have when he was going into his 5th year?
Sure.
I mean, he should be, based off the draft profile of a Devonta Smith, pick 10 overall in the 2021 NFL draft, first round. His ceiling for touchdowns in a season is 8. 8. He was picked 10th overall.
He's a Super Bowl winning wide receiver at 26 years old with multiple 1,000-yard receiving seasons and is relatively healthy all the time.
Jerry Jeudy, his contemporary at Alabama, who we all thought was the absolute bust of all busts, had more receiving yards last season than Devonta Smith has had in any one season of his career. And Jerry did it with 17 quarterbacks for the Cleveland Browns. He had 1,229 yards. I don't know, man. I just feel like Devonta Smith hasn't been an absolute bust. He just hasn't been as dominant as I saw. Man, that dude was a baller at Alabama. I mean, he was cold-blooded killer when you watched him play against SEC defenses. I just haven't seen it.
68 receptions, 833 yards, 8 touchdowns in 13 games in a Super Bowl. Yeah, we're gonna kick that out of bed here in Denver. Yeah, get out. That doesn't do anything for me. Kick that out of bed.
I mean, as it relates to like elite wide receivers, I would give that a 6-7. That's where I'd put that right there.
NFL Notes are brought to you by Colorado's most complete local appliance store. That is Mountain High Appliance. They have locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. No, KJ and Mike Sanford, they'd say, they'd spit on Devonta Smith if he was wearing orange and blue. You guys are crazy.
That got weird.
I'm going to put this very bluntly at the end of a 2K Tuesday. Spice Girls. What a pull, KJ. Who's your favorite Spice Girl, by the way?
I'm a Sporty Spice guy.
Sporty Spice guy, huh? Was a Ginger Spice guy for a while. Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Sure
All right.
was.
That tells me a little something or two about you. Some preferences.
I don't know what it was.
Which one is Beckham's wife? Which one was she?
Posh Spice.
Yeah.
That's not a great English accent, but you get where I'm going.
She's a posh Spice.
She's a posh girl. And then the Scary Spice Girl, I think her name was Mel. She was on America's Got Talent for a bunch of years. They all had relatively like good careers. The Ginger Spice, I think her name was Jerry. She married the dude who was the head of like Red Bull Racing for the last 15 or something years.
Seems like a smart decision.
Yeah. Posh dated and married and has kids with David Beckham. I don't know what Sporty Spice did. You're keeping up on her Wikipedia page? This is off the top of my head. I know way more about the Spice Girls than I should ever know. But I am going to put this bluntly. I would give my left nut for Devonta Smith to be a Bronco.
You don't say.
I would trade that right now. You guys kicking him out of bed is like kicking a Spice Girl out of bed.
Well, what I learned from our brilliant Shot Mazda texters is that we have some Eagles fans that listen to this program.
No, they have people who have two eyes and watch football.
No.
Over the last 4 years, Sean Payton me. Over the last 4 years, Devonta Smith, since he walked into the league, and again, going against guys who have been here, been there, and done that in the league. A bunch of veterans who had more seasons in their belt before he walked in as a rookie. Since Devonta Smith walked into the league, his 244 receptions are good for 14th league-wide. His yards per game are good for 15th league-wide. His 22 touchdown receptions are tied with Terry McLaurin, Stephon Diggs for 10th league-wide in the last 4 years. And we don't want to touch any of that. And that's a disappointment? He's got better numbers than DK Metcalf over the last 4 years combined. Better numbers than Jerry Jeudy, Garrett Wilson, Jalen Waddle, Drake London, Brandon Ayuk, Nico Collins, Amari Cooper. And we don't think that guy has lived up to number 10 overall billing?
Solid number 2 wide receiver.
He's a number 2 wide receiver because A.J. Brown is there and Dallas Goedert is there, and his quarterback has fewer than 2,000 pass attempts over the last 5 years combined.
Solid number 2 wide receiver. And if that's what you want, if you want to draft that at number 10 overall, go ahead. Have fun with that. If the standard is get a number 2, and we're not talking about a number 2 receiver like we're talking about Jamar Chase and T. Higgins as 1 and 2. That's a 1A, 1B. This is a very clear 1 and 2. He's good. I watched his Alabama film and I was in love with Devonta Smith. I was in love with the player. And just frankly, I haven't seen, as an NFL wide receiver, I haven't seen the wow that I expected to see. The thing you got to understand, Raj, is I love the player. I love the draft profile. I thought he was one of the best route running receivers that I had ever seen at the college level. What I haven't seen is the dominance as a route runner. You know why? Because he's slender. Because he gets eaten up by man coverage. Because NFL press man coverage like a Pat Surtain II. Within the first 5 yards, Devonta Smith, when he sees those types of looks, doesn't have the same kind of juice as when he sees off and soft coverage. He's a great free access receiver when he's given the opportunity to run without any bumping at the line of scrimmage.
Oh, it's just...
And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And by the way, Sporty Spice, all I found out is that she's still alive. She's doing well.
She's still kicking.
She ran the London Triathlon twice. She's a big-time supporter of Liverpool. You never walk alone. Other than that, she's just kind of, she's a performer, electronic pop punk kind of deal. So there you go. Melanie C is what she's known as now. Melanie C.
I just can't get over the Devonta Smith thing. But he's not your cup of tea. I get it. But it's like kicking a Spice Girl out of bed. Like I think he would make a huge difference here in Denver. For a team that's more pass oriented than the Eagles are. Like, he's a guy who, I was going over the course of the 4 years combined since he walked into the league, and there's a lot of number one wide receivers that he's around there. But, like, he does that all on 330-something targets, which is down in, like, 20th, tied for 20th in that time. And he's putting up numbers that are relatively like number 10 around the league in terms of like average per game and reception TDs. He's up there with a bona fide number one in Terry McLaurin. He's up there with a bona fide number one, at least when he was in his prime, in Stephon Diggs and DJ Moore. And Justin Jefferson only has one more touchdown reception than he does over the last 4 years. Like, I don't know, man. He does it for me. Doesn't do it for you, but he does it for me.
He does it for me. He just hasn't done it to the level that I thought he would in the National Football League. That's where I'm coming from. Not the place that he's a bad player. He's a very good. He's a plus wide receiver 2 in the NFL.
I
think you might have that in Pat Bryant here.
Oh.
I do.
Unpack that. You've seen enough out of 13?
I've seen enough that he is the same things that I just threw shade at with regards to Devontae Smith. Frankly, the same stuff that Jerry Jeudy had a hard time with. The physical at the line of scrimmage nature of the position in the National Football League. Sean Payton and how he employs wide receivers. You need to be big. You need to be strong. You need to be physical. It's not so much about just pure clock in the 40-yard dash. Because if that was the case, then Jerry Jeudy would have hit as a Denver Bronco.
Who was the kid out of Baylor that ran that crazy sub 4.40 and never turned into anything? I think he was a first-round draft pick to Tennessee, if I'm correct. Like super small but mega fast dude that we all thought was going to be the next guy.
You also had John Ross, was it not, out of University of Washington?
John Ross, yes.
He was in that same vein. I'm trying to remember the kid. I remember recruiting him out of Texas. He ended up playing at, I think, TCU Baylor over the course of his career.
Corey Coleman. Corey Coleman was the wide receiver that I'm looking for.
Corey Coleman was physically huge. Like he was slapped together but could run also, just a little bit stiff. Pat Bryant is not stiff. He doesn't run great, as we know, but he runs functional and he runs powerfully. And I think you have what is going to end up being, man, I love what I've seen out of Devon Vele. I've loved what I've seen at times out of Marvin Mims Jr. But to be a dependable wide receiver 2 in Sean Payton's offense, man, I think the guy that's going to be up for that role is going to be Pat Bryant this year. I do.
Patrick Bryant, as it stands, August 19th, is Patrick Bryant already your second best wide receiver on this team in your mind?
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say yes.
He's looked great so far.
I'm going to say yes based off the fact of what we've seen at training camp. Caught my eye. He was already working with the ones in the first week. His football IQ, his football maturity to be able to just jump out there and play right now. I see it. And Pat Bryant's going to be a star. And he's going to be another example of Sean Payton, George Payton, but namely Sean, looking at all of us and saying, I was the smart guy, not you guys.
You looked at smarter than you.
Huh? You looked at you want to know what the 40-yard dash was? Pat Bryant and his 4.67. Didn't matter, man. Didn't matter because that dude can ball.
It's going to do it for us today. For Coach Mike Sanford live out there at Valor High, KJ Granderson behind the glass. I'm Alex Ryan. Thanks so much for joining us on a 2K Tuesday. Stick around. PhD's got so much more next. Nate and Andy on your drive home from 3 to 6 today. We learned something about each other. Coach was a Sporty Spice guy. I was a Ginger Spice guy. And apparently Devonta Smith isn't good enough to play football in Denver. See you guys tomorrow morning at 10.
All right, we got you covered today because indeed we do love football. So Tyler is at the Broncos practice right now, and even though it's not training camp, the Muggles are still allowed to watch practice today, tomorrow, and Thursday. And after that's done, then you go into regular season mode. And the way that works is that you're allowed to watch the first 15 minutes or so, and then they skedaddle you out of there, and then you sit there and you figure out, what the hell am I doing with my life? And then they bring you back after practice for all the interviews and stuff. The first 15 minutes of practice back in the day used to be like pretty valuable. You could learn a lot because the coach was John Fox, and Foxy was an awesome guy, and he loved to chat. He loved to have conversations, and you could even talk to some of the assistants kind of off the record and all that. Those days are done. Sean and Coobs wasn't really into that either. And Fangio was the most grumpy, like miserable dude I've ever covered on a regular basis. A lot of people like Vic who didn't like cover him day in and day out. They just sort of saw Vic when Vic was in a good mood. For example, Vic loved basketball and would go to Nuggets games where he was really, kind of fired up to be there. He hated hockey. He didn't know anything about hockey. He didn't care about hockey. So when he put on a Gabriel Landeskog sweater and I asked him, who's your favorite player? He could have gone this guy. And he said, nothing. I don't really like players.
I can't tell you a lot of the hockey players' names.
Yeah. He's wearing a Landeskog sweater when he's saying that. Anyways, that's Vic. Hackett was, Hackett was a spaz. So really the last great guy to hang out with when practice was going on was actually John Fox. Sean Payton won't give you the time of day unless you work for a national outlet, and then he'll just spill the beans to you. So I sound probably a little bit whiny right now, but I'm just telling you the way it is. So the last chance to really find out something significant about this team is actually these next 3 days. So I'm glad Tyler's out there. We can't broadcast from out there because training camp is over, and we're only allowed to broadcast while training camp is going on. So here we are. And Tyler should be back. Practice is going to go till around 12:30. Pretty warm weather today. We'll see if that has any impact. Hopefully Garrett Bowles is feeling fine. I anticipate he'll be okay. It'll be interesting to see what's going on with our outside pass rusher. We'll see. He's hurt, right? He got, some stuff shaved off his toe. Casabenito's, he's hurt, right? Like, this has nothing to do with some sort of hold-in or the fact he's possibly staring down the barrel of, hopefully for him, $90 million guaranteed. It's simply a procedure that had to be done at this time, and yeah. Sean said he would likely be back at some point this week. So Nick Bonito, when was the last time Nick Bonito actually practiced? It's been a minute, huh? Like, are we going on, gosh, what are we doing here? Because he played in the game.
Yeah, he played in the first preseason game.
So I guess that would be the last time, right?
I think that was the last time he played.
Yeah.
He suited up, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, because Sean said, remember, he was out the next practice, which was a Monday, and Sean said he'll be back the next day, and then we're hearing about some sort of medical procedure. Well, we didn't hear about that the next day. We heard about that a couple of days later, and we're told this has nothing to do with a hold-in or anything like that. And then we heard, well, he'll be back in a week, and so, okay. So you bought yourself some time, so we'll see what we go. Listen, the Broncos have about as little drama as you can imagine. I mean, the Broncos have like nothing going on compared to all the rest of these teams. So the Broncos are in great shape overall, and the only potential of drama is this Nick Bonito situation. So that's the status of today, and I look forward to hearing. But meanwhile, the starters should be kind of amped up for today, I would suspect. I mean, they didn't do anything on Friday, Saturday.
They did practice Sunday, but not in pads. They had Monday off. So, I mean, it's been they've been resting for the better part of a week.
Other than the media differences, because technically training camp's officially over, what are there any differences that you know of, DMac, just practice-wise that is different from training camp?
Yes, there are. That's a very good question. One is you're only allowed to have pads on once a week during the regular season and only 14 times during the year. Now, a lot of times that's not a big deal because you have a short week. You wouldn't be in pads anyways. And nobody really goes in pads late in the season in December. So, but that is not the case here. This is the last time all year you're allowed to go back-to-back days in pads. So there's that. And I think you get a little bit longer on the field during this time than you do in the regular season. I think. I'd have to double-check that. But yeah, that's why Sean does have them going in pads, because this is it. This is the last day you kind of do this. And they'll probably go into regular season mode next week. The difference is they would normally have a fourth preseason game. So you'd have this game on Saturday, and then you'd be playing like on Thursday. So what they'll probably do is, and don't forget, they used to not have the Labor Day weekend off. Now that is mandated off. You get like 4 days off. So you get a little mini break in there as well. So yeah, it's a good question. And this is the last time you get to kind of push your guys like this. And I think it's a great way to do it, because you can push your guy. First of all, you've rested your guys. Now you can push them a little bit, play the starters 8 to 10 snaps, something like that. And then you get you're in regular season mode. And you can see what some teams are doing. Some teams are, Brown saying Joe Flacco's our guy. The Colts said Daniel Jones is our guy. So much for Richardson. I guess his career's over. I don't know how else to look at it, Shizzle happens. Guys get hurt. So, I mean, it wouldn't be the first time a guy's been thrown in the trash heap, the starter gets hurt, and, you kind of go from there. So that's the situation with our dear Denver Broncos.
So they'll face a rookie quarterback in week 1.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones in week 2.
Yeah, and this is where you get to there's some I heard the morning show talk about this, and it was a good conversation. It's a semantics debate about must-win games. Now, I've always had a problem, because when I hear must-win games, for years, I've taken it literally. And I need to get over that. There's a difference between a must-win game and an elimination game. So if you don't take must-win literally, you could say it's an important to win game. But if it's easier just to say must-win game and we're not really taking it literally, then I'm actually okay with it, as long as we can differentiate the fact that an elimination game is more important than a must-win game. So if we can sort of just all out there sort of agree on that, then we can have a fine conversation. But if we're going to sit here and yip and yap about what a must-win thing means, then forget it. But I'll tell you, if you just accept that parameter, that a must-win game means winning the most winnable of your games on your schedule, meaning that a game over Tennessee with a rookie quarterback is a more winnable game than a game in Kansas City against Patrick Mahomes. I don't know how that would even be a debate. And when you look at what the Broncos did last year, it was pretty impressive. Every must-win game, meaning winnable game, over an opponent they could and should beat, they won. They won every single one of those games, which is great. Usually you fall apart and you lose that. That's what the Bengals did. The Bengals lost a bunch of must-win, winnable type of games. And they found themselves out of the playoffs because of it, because they get off to such a lousy start, because they're a horse shizzle organization that wants to get now rid of Trey Hendrickson. And they're the idiots that left Joe Burrow to be buried on the field during a preseason game last night. They are a dumb organization. They're poorly run. They're cheap. They don't deserve Joe Burrow. It's lucky Joe Burrow wasn't out for the year after last night. Really insane. And that's what the Broncos have to face in week 4. So I'll tell you this. You want to talk about must-win games, we can just accept this premise. First 2 weeks of the year are must-win games. Must-win games. And it sets you up nicely for a 2-0 start. And starting 2-0, I don't know, the Chargers. Chargers are tough. And the Bengals, usually the Bengals just really stink. I think the Bengals were like sick of these lousy starts, so this is their way of, hey, we're going to get ready for the beginning of the season. And it's backfiring on them almost immediately.
Dude, did you start?
Yeah, we've been going for a little bit.
This is why, can I say something?
What's up?
This is why I never stop you to talk with sales.
I don't care. You got something to do. It's fine.
I was making his money.
To make us the money.
Making his money.
That's what it's all about, honey. Make the money.
So what are you talking about?
The first 2 games, Tyler's at practice. Oh. We kind of went over all that. We've done a lot so far.
Well, let me tell you about my day.
Sure.
Filmed my first golf at altitude.
What course?
Red Rocks Country Club. Let me tell you
Red
what.
Rocks Country. Where is that located? Is it near Red Rocks?
West of 470. Oh, no. You basically, our first shot, you can see Red Rocks Amphitheater, like as the crow flies, 1.5 miles away.
Oh, I spent some time up there. I'm not familiar with the golf course.
It's up, the course is in
Morrison?
Mac. It's not quite far enough north from Morrison. I don't know what
north enough from Morrison.
You basically, I had to get off 470 to Bulls, turn back around to Bellevue, and then go under 470, and it's just right up that road, whatever that road is.
Okay. All right. All right. Fun.
Beautiful. Unbelievable course. Fantastic views.
Yeah.
First one I've done this year. We're only doing half. I used to do like 12 or 13 a year.
Yeah.
But no, it's an unbelievable course. So I got to do that.
Congratulations.
Yeah, got home, changed my clothes, come here early. And then
you've been here for a while.
Then I was here before you.
I know
I watched you walked in.
You saw me walk down. I've actually.
See, there it is, right there.
Red Rocks Country Club. All right, I got a 470. Yeah. All right, so that's kind of where. It's close to where the Speedway used to be.
Yeah, I don't think you go as far as that though.
Well, it's in that range. It's going in that direction. Going up, it's just south of 285.
Yeah,
beautiful road up there.
That's a good drive, right? In fact, I'm driving to Glenwood Springs tomorrow after the show.
You going 285?
I don't know. Is that the best way?
Nah, it's slower. 70 is the quicker way.
Yeah, probably go 70.
Yeah.
Spend
That's a pretty drive. I mean, I wouldn't do it at night, but
spending night there. Well, there used to be.
Where are you staying in Aspen?
We're staying not in Aspen.
Carbondale?
We're staying at Glenwood Springs. We're staying at the Hotel Colorado.
Oh, that's nice.
Tomorrow night, and then the golf course is only 20 minutes away.
You going to get in the pool?
My back's been killing me. I thought about maybe I ought to try.
Have you ever been in the pools at Glenwood?
Not there, no.
Well, I'm rolling my eyes. Like it's a super touristy type of thing, but at night.
But the hot water might feel good on my back.
Yes, sir. And that thing stays open till like midnight or whatever. It's open.
Well, I got a podcast at 9 tomorrow.
You could podcast from the pool.
Oh, that would be kind of.
You could podcast from the pool. I think it opens that late. I know it's open 12 months a year for sure because I've been in there and snow's all over the place.
Really?
Oh yeah. It's awesome, and they've got huge. They got big lap pools too. So if you're just into doing laps, you can do that.
Are you still doing that?
I haven't. No, I got to get back into it.
Ever since you tore your hoodie thing.
I gotta. Yeah, I've not been swimming this summer, which is terrible. I really like swimming. I love the challenge of it. I got to get back into it. I want to get back into it.
We found out that pool that's opened up right in our building. Is that going to have a lap pool in it?
Don't know yet. I hope so. I've kind of missed the window on swimming laps outside, which kind of bums me out.
Oh, how hot it was today?
Yeah, I like though. You know what? Bad on me. I should be doing that more. I want to get back into it. I hate swimming and love it all at the same time.
My daughter plays a lot of soccer, but she also plays volleyball and swimming. I'm not sure. And it hit me this summer going to tons of swim practices and swim meets.
Swimming's great.
Maybe the greatest exercise for kids. And even if your kid's not any good,
I think everybody ought to put their kid in swimming team.
I think everybody. Well, I don't know about swimming team.
Well, but that way you got to go to practice, and you're getting. Well, they all should have swimming lessons, but at least with swim team now you're getting laps every day or every other day.
There's three things I would do mandatory as a parent. Kids got to learn to swim,
right?
By hook or by crook. Got to put the kids on skates just to see.
Ice or roller?
Ice, roller, whatever. And I think you should put every kid into a wrestling club for at least a season just to see what they're made of.
Or jiu-jitsu.
No, wrestling. I don't know about jiu-jitsu. I couldn't tell you about jiu-jitsu.
It's wrestling.
I have no idea how a 6-year-old can do jiu-jitsu.
It's wrestling, but I can hurt you more.
Well, just do wrestling. Wrestling clubs for 5 and 6-year-olds are fun. You're just running around a lot.
I'm 11 now.
And then you get your nose busted, and we'll see if you're tough or you're not tough. Then will you come back or not? But it teaches you good discipline.
So if you were to do it over, you and mom, and now it's your open house.
Well, we did all this.
All of a sudden the action gets going a little bit more. You might have another one. You could do that.
I told you. I am
you're damned up.
I'm Saving Private Ryan.
Yeah.
I am Tom Hanks on the bridge. I'm shooting at the tank. and the Air Force has saved me.
Yeah. The bridge has been blown up.
Just think of me as Tom Hanks in that department. Ain't nobody crossing that bridge, brother, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
That being said, glad you're here. I have some preposterous observations about the Rockies.
Well, they had a good win yesterday. Stopped, a 10-game losing
What if
streak?
I were to tell you the Rockies right now are a playoff team? What if I were to tell you the Momforts may have got it right? Stick around. It's PhD on 92.5. All right, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation, and every case is different. Finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just an okay experience and an amazing one, and it's given that a better medical practice leads to better outcomes for patients. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic practices better medicine. They're the leader in treating men's sexual health issues in Colorado. So hit them up today. Their success rate, well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or even more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. So schedule a consult. That initial visit's only $99. You get the consult with a licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test, if advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. You could be having sex the next day. Call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Ground ball up the middle. This should do it. Around third. Here comes Tovar. Ball game over. Bernabella's won it. The Rockies 4, the Dodgers 3. The 10-game losing streak is history.
All right, we're going to get to Sean Payton here in a second. And Tyler will be back. He's watched the entire practice, so he'll be on his way back. So when Sean starts talking, we'll be football, and they've got it lined up, so this could be beginning any second. So I better get to my stuff quick here. Scott, what if I were to tell you the Momfords may have figured it out?
It's funny you're going to bring this up because I was driving to the golf thing today, and read before I left the first time 10-game losing streak to the Dodgers or whatever it was, and blah blah blah. And I was following on the phone.
Remarkable game last night.
4-4. They win 5-4. Boom boom boom. What fun they should have had for all those Dodgers fans at Coors Field last night.
Yes.
But I was thinking, what if he's right? What if these young guys? What if this is the, and I use the Houston Astros, and I'll tell you the funny take I was going to take. The Houston Astros, I think, had 3 years in a row of 100 games losing also.
Mm-hmm.
Next year in their playoffs, and the year after that, they're in the World Series, and then they won a World Series, and they cheated a World Series. I think they won 2 World Series after losing 103 times in a row.
Kind of been rolling ever since.
So my thought was, now how can we cheat?
All right. Well, before we get to
if we've got young enough guys, is there something that can we start stealing signs? Can we start?
Let me present something to you. I did some research on the White Sox last year. The White Sox before the break last year were 27-70, a winning percentage of .385. Terrible, obviously. The Rockies before the All-Star break, Scott, were 21-74, .283. Worse. After the All-Star break, in fact, right after the All-Star break, the White Sox lost 17 games in a row.
Which the Rockies haven't even come close to this year.
They finished the White Sox 14-51, and that includes winning 5 of their last 6 games. Their winning percentage was .274. They started better than the Rockies, and then they truly fell apart. The Rockies, since the All-Star break, are 15-15.
Wow.
And that includes an 8-game losing streak. There may be something to the fact that this Rockies team has never lost more than 8 games in a row. They've done it 5 times, which is a lot. But they haven't done it more than that. And how in the world did a team that was worse than the worst team ever be so significantly better after the All-Star break? And it's because the younger players are performing. Now, Greg Penner technically signed the contract for Russell Wilson, and it was bad. Now, he was pushed to sign, and he was barely taking over the team. So, yes, the Chris Bryant contract is terrible, but you're clearly just going to move on from him. Charlie Condon is ripping it up in Double-A, your first-round pick. Ethan Holiday, everybody has the highest hopes for. We see Kyle Karros right now. Tovar is an all-star caliber shortstop. Ritter is a quality second baseman. And then you have Warming Burnable, who won Player of the Week in his first week playing in the majors, who got the walk-off yesterday. Hunter Goodman is a legit all-star right now. And then your outfield of Jordan Beck, Mickey Moniak, Brenton Doyle, and Tyler Freeman is shockingly good if you haven't paid attention. But they've had inconsistent pitching, or have they? When you look at the relief pitching of the Rockies, Vonnick has been lights out of late. Mejia's been really good. Halverson is injured, but he's been great before that, and Chase Dolander is coming along. They even have Braxton Fulford as a backup catcher who's had clutch hits and appearances recently. Scott, what I'm here to tell you at 15-15, when you only have to win 88, 89 games to make the wild card, as the Guardians and Diamondbacks did to get to the World Series, What if the Monforts actually have figured this out?
I would say it wouldn't be the Montfort, but it'd be whoever the
whatever. I mean, Montfort,
somebody.
Montfort meaning Bill Schmidt, meaning their personnel department. And when I just
maybe Montfort's son is doing actually a job.
All indications are, and it's a team that believes in themselves. They play for each other. The White Sox fell apart. It was only a miracle they won 5 of their last 6 games, or it would have even been worse. They didn't care. Now they're being sold and whatever. They didn't play with the same spirit or verve or excitement that this Rockies team is, who just beat the Dodgers. Do you know there's a 413 game differential in terms of win-loss between the 80+ 87 Dodgers and the minus 317 or whatever it is Rockies? Yes. Yeah. Run differential difference between the two teams is 413. That is bonkers. Staggering. Never mind the fact the Rockies, I'll give you one, they won their 36th game last night. Going into the game last night against the Dodgers, they were 36 games behind the Dodgers. They were behind the Dodgers by as many games as they had won. And the Dodgers just swept the Padres and are only 2 games in first place, meaning these games, all of these games matter for the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Who have a lineup that includes the best player ever in Shohei Ohtani. Then you bat Mookie Betts, then you bat Freeman, then Teoscar Hernandez. I mean, their lineup is bonkers. And you get guys like Juan Mejia shutting them down. Juan who? I don't want to know.
Well, I don't. Yeah.
And he got his first save on that crazy catch and got leveled by Warming Burnable. And it's weird having a guy named Warming on the team. But Scott, I present for the evidence, this Rockies team right now, after the break, is a playoff caliber team. They're just saddled with a terrible record for how bad the season started, where Bud Black in the month of April got 4 wins. So you can say whatever you want about the Rockies and crap all over the Monforts if you want. But I put in front of you, what if they have figured it out? What if this really is a playoff team right now?
And now you start now to the start of next spring.
Correct.
Finding the pitchers.
So here's what the White Sox did. They got way worse as the season went on. And Scott, this year, they're marginally better. They're marginally better after finishing way worse. Because how bad can you possibly be? The Rockies are a totally different team. And this chase for 42 wins feels foolish now. They only need 6 more games to do it. And now you look at it, if the Rockies can actually finish with the second, I don't know if you do this or not. After the All-Star break, by statistics, they have the second hardest record in Major League Baseball. They're doing this against playoff teams. They're not doing this against chump teams that have nothing to play for.
Right.
They're doing this against playoff teams that need it.
Including Arizona, who was just in
Cardinals needed it. Arizona needed it. The Dodgers need it. They all need it. They're not like playing in September with a bunch of their chump change guys. Not at all. These are big losses for these teams. These hurt. Wait till you see what the Giants present in the last 3 games of the season. It's going to be their kids. The players' kids may be throwing up pitches. It doesn't matter in September. Once you get to September 14th, it can get goofy when teams are way out of the playoffs. But this Rockies team is digging their heels in. Why? How? Why are they doing it? Why do they care? I'm telling you right now, I'm telling you this is remarkable. You possibly, hold on to your hats here, folks. If the Rockies can play as they are playing right now, they could go from contending for the worst team ever to the playoffs next year.
What do they have in the minors as far as pitching?
It's always a great question. And who knows? We'll see. Some of their best pitchers may be here right now developing, to be honest with you. They're mostly young guys there's not a lot of older guys here. They got rid of Kinley. They got rid of Bird, who is an older guy. They really don't. Hergert's a little bit older, but they don't have a lot of older pitches. Senzatella's older. Marquez is older, obviously, and they may be on their last days, and that's starting pitching. That's important. Kyle Freeland has been really good in spurts. Last night he was really good. And Yamamoto was pitching lights out for the Dodgers, and they chased him eventually. He didn't get the loss, but they got rid of him. Freeland actually had to come out after 5. Something was bothering his shoulder or his arm or whatever.
Who's had his last couple starts have been pretty good.
Really good. Very good. So hopefully he's got a little bit more juice. I think he would. Chase Dolander's fine. Yeah, listen, I gotcha. I think Marquez can be fine. Senzatella, I don't feel great about. But, I mean, you got 3 of your 5 starters there and kind of go from there. We'll see. But if I were making an investment, and I know it's been a long time since Mike Hampton and Denny Nagel. I know. And I know these are, but I'd be tempted to maybe make a go at a, 1 or 2 big-time pitchers in free agency, which sounds crazy because how disastrous that's been.
I don't know baseball rules. Can you buy out baseball contracts?
I'm not even sure. And with that, let's get back to it later. We present the glorious Sean Payton with practice.
Some third down, red zone, obviously 2-minute work, and then some situation work mixed in. Any questions?
Going back on the film from the run game on Saturday, last week I know you talked about the backs having a little more patience inside. What did you see on that area specifically?
Well, and look, part of it's the front, and then what's the design? Look, I know there's been a lot of attention to, hey, what's this going to look like? And those are good questions. A lot of it is, the defense you're seeing. The first touchdown last week was a pretty good block, well-blocked inside zone. And, so you're going to get the wider zone schemes. You're going to get the gap schemes. A lot of it is front related and how they're playing defensively. So we get used to our defense quite a bit because we're seeing most of the reps versus them. We have another game still coming up, and then we go from there. I thought the backs had some big runs today. Dobbins had real good run. He'll keep working on it though. Mesh points, the timing of it all.
Sean, you're young. Player like take Jade, for example, how much are you trying to figure out what his role is week 1 versus what you think he can do over the course of the season?
Yeah, great question. Look, I remember us doing Malcolm Jenkins out of Ohio State, and he was a corner there. He played outside boundary corner. Our vision was nickel for him year 1 with safety flex. Our vision, I think, with Jade is nickel with corner flex. And so that's pretty valuable. If you can play outside, you can play inside. He's very smart. As the game went on last week, he really got involved and made some really good plays. But the vision for him is, he's got that ability to play inside but also flex outside. His size is plenty big enough, and his speed and physicality, those are all things that help him at that position.
You talked about having a bunch of guys that can cover. At what point how late do you let it go before you start to sort of hone in of this is week 1, these are...
We got time, but by the time we get ready to play Tennessee, we'll have a lineup in nickel and penny, and we'll have roles for these guys and how we see us wanting to play them.
Coach, you've talked about how important a fast start is to the season. Did you do anything in the next couple of weeks leading up to...
It's been a little different. I think, obviously, we'll pay attention to week 1 at home. I can talk about it, but then I also have to look at the schedule and say, hey, what do we want to do differently? And we'll pay attention to that.
Sean, back on Jade, the vision for Nichols Cornflakes, was that how you guys saw when he was coming out of the draft?
Yes.
That hasn't changed.
That hadn't changed one bit. We were crystal clear on how we saw the player.
Sean, with Nate banged up and Burton banged up, I guess nice is it to be able to find Prentice, who obviously you have familiarity with.
Yeah, and I'm not as familiar with him as some of the other guys have been, guys that were there even after. We'll continue to pay real close attention to the tight end wire and also the fullback. We had a few of those guys in to work out. We've always kind of had an F, and I think quietly Nate was one of those players that I don't know a lot of attention, and yet, man, there was a lot of respect around the league and in the locker room for the way he did a number of things. So, it'd be good to get him back when we do. In the meantime, we've got to fill that void somehow.
You want something in place before the opener?
Say it again.
You want something in place?
We're looking. Yeah, we think that's important. Yeah, and but I think we'll have that in place by the opener. I just, I'm hopeful he's here, and yet we're paying attention each week, and then certainly the 53 cut.
I mean, you had Nick Benito back today. Everybody talks about how quickly he gets off the line of scrimmage. Can you maybe talk about what you like about that?
Well, he can bend. I think you can get off the line of scrimmage quickly, but I think more importantly, the thing that helps him is when you have someone that can get off the line quickly with the snap count, anticipate it, but then also can really bend lower than where the tackle wants to put his left hand. That can be problematic. It's good to have him back out here. I thought, we all felt the same way. Training room and Nick having what he had done wasn't going to keep him back very long, just based on the location. Having Dre back out, all of those things we talked about last week happening here today, Tuesday. Nick, we put on reserve injured. That's an ACL and a pretty significant injury and season ending. So that's a tough loss.
You watch that Ingram playback and you see Troy coming over to make the block and Pat Bryant sprinting 30 yards down. Is that kind of the buy-in you're looking for, big picture from the?
Usually, yeah. I mean, we talk about it in the run game, but it also occurs run after the catch. When you find a long run in the NFL, you probably find receivers doing a good job on the perimeter, and it's not easy. You get a good run after the catch the same way. You got to be smart with your angles and with the rules. But that was a big play just in that series of really flipping field positions, if you will. I mean, we started at our own 3, and then, within the matter of a play, we're literally on the other side of the field.
We'll keep tabs on more things that Sean Payton has to say, but there you go. Nick Benito was back. Dre Greenlaw was back. We're not really concerned about that, so you guys can all tell me to pound sand about the Nick Benito. Kind of bummed. My little conspiracy theory gets blown to shreds here today.
Pound sand on Nick Benito, but nice job on the Rockies.
I'm glad I could get something right. So there you go, Nick Benito. And they're going to add somebody. There's a Lutz situation at fullback, meaning they're gonna. It could be somebody that they have, maybe it's Prentice, but if they're going to add one person to the Broncos who's not here right now, it looks to be a fullback or a tight end for that fullback sort of role, that F sort of role. So they're committed to it for sure. Shows you how much they value Atkins too.
I was going to say, so Atkins he's going to be a couple weeks in the season, isn't he?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. So you may have somebody on this team that's not going to be here for long. Unless Atkins gets Wally pipped, you never know. Tough spot to be if you're Nate Atkins. That sucks. Like, I'm on the team. They love me. There's no reason for me not to be there. I'm hurt, and they're looking for my replacement, even though they love me. Tyler's here. Look at that. Wow, got back quick. All right, well, we got to take a quick break.
Oh, look at his button says.
Family tent.
Family tent. Oh. Better view?
The penthouse.
A much more chilly view. Got the shade, got a seat. Yeah, it wasn't bad.
All right. Well, we look forward to hearing everything about practice today. That's next here on PhD. All right, back in the barn, Tyler Polumbus, who was out there. Different vibe, I know, from training camp, but still you're able to watch the practice. So glad you were out there. Glad you could see it. How was the how's the weather? First of all, start there. What was it? What was it like out there?
Well, it's definitely warm. I mean, I don't know what the temperature was. Felt like 90 degrees to me.
Yeah.
I got to be in the shade for quite a bit of the day, which was nice. But it still felt like training camp. I mean, there's sponsors out there today, so I think they said there's about 500 of them.
Were they in the stands?
Yep, they were in the bleachers, where the fans would be sitting. And what I think they said, what does that hold? 800.
Yeah.
So, I mean, a little bit of vacancy, but it more or less just felt like a normal training camp practice to me.
Okay.
Good day, though, man. I thought it was a good day of work. It was a different style of practice a little bit. There was a lot of 11-on-11 work, multiple no-huddle periods. I couldn't tell. It was really hard to tell if they were actually working a 2-minute drill or if they were just working an up-tempo offense because there wasn't a situation put up on the clock. So I think they were just working an up-tempo offense. And matter of fact, I'm pretty confident in that because there were some personnel grouping changes that were going on in the middle of the drive and everything like that. But Bo had a good, clean practice. It was exactly what I wanted to see. Backed up his good practice against the Cardinals with a good day of work today. And you guys talked about it yesterday, and Coach came in with Nate Nandy, right? And he said, why not let Davis Webb start calling plays? But you talk about the hurry up. They went 2 minutes late in the quarter. They got a touchdown from Stidham. Yeah. But it seems like in the third quarter with Ellinger, they went and played a hurry up type of offense and didn't huddle a couple times early in that third quarter. So they may back and watch that. I'm not sure if I even noticed that. Maybe they're playing, but the point is maybe they're going to play with that and say, hey, let's. Well, it's something that almost every team has in the tool bag. Some teams utilize it more often than others. With Peyton, that was our Top Gun series. When Gary was calling plays, we would huddle up. When Peyton was calling plays, we're on the ball, right? When I was playing with Kyle Shanahan, we called it our Turbo series, and we really simplified things. We're always out of a strong right formation. But everybody's got this in the bag, and it's something that is good and useful, especially when your offense is just in a rut. You're like, all right, let's just get on the ball and let's go.
Okay.
Well, they looked sharp, and they were doing that a little bit today. Maybe. Listen, I'm almost positive they were doing hurry up on the third quarter with Ellinger. I'll have to go back and look at that. I didn't even notice. Yeah.
Well, good report, man. Happy to hear it. Starters had a lot of time off, frankly, before they had to have a practice like that. So it sounds good that they went out there and got it
When
today.
he talked about J.K. Dobbins had a couple good runs today. So, I'll just go through my notes here a little bit. But I did write down, I didn't count the reps or anything, but it certainly looked to me like Dobbins was getting the majority of the work with the ones today. Now, I wonder how much of that factored into it that they did a lot of passing situations today. So, is Dobbins your passing guy, right? I don't know, but it certainly looked to me like he was getting more work in there. A couple good runs in there, but it was primarily a passing-driven day. They worked on a lower red zone period. Bo had a good drive, got down to the lower red zone, stalled out, unfortunately, did not get a touchdown, but it was a good-looking drive. Let's see. Lots of 5 wide, man. Lots of 5 wide today. Today was clearly a passing emphasis.
Okay. And good day for Bo. How was Stiddy? Was he fine too?
Stiddy was good.
Yeah, consistent.
Bo had a better day than Stiddy today, probably.
Okay.
But Stiddy didn't get as many reps, so you could tell in the threes. Yeah, they're starting to wrap up the reps here a little bit. Starting to give the ones a little bit more work.
Reality hurts. Because the cuts will come Saturday afternoon.
Nick Benito's back out there, so I don't know if DMac's ready to come off the conspiracy yet.
I already did.
Hey, but you missed the Rocky segment. Oh, I heard. Thank God. I literally thought to myself, thank God they're doing this while I'm in the car.
It was strategically planned. Got it done. So Benito's back. That's good. Greenlaw's back. That's good too. A.T. Perry, Josh Pickett, but most importantly, Benito. Was he mixing in? Like, was he practicing, or was he just kind of out there?
Looked like he was mixing in to me.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, there you go.
Greenlaw, like you said, Greenlaw was out there. I wonder if this is
coincidental or not. I'm going to guess it's not coincidental. We didn't see a whole lot of schemed up Marvin Mims stuff throughout training camp, right? And I think that was probably because Sean Payton's got all these fans out there. He's like, I'm trying to keep this in my bag here a little bit. There's one or two schemed up Marvin Mims plays today. The one thing I will say about Marvin is that we came into training camp, and the one I kept saying, he's got to turn into a complete wide receiver. We can't scheme you up every time you touch the ball. Every time you touch the ball, it can't be a schemed up play. And it doesn't feel like we got that evolution out of Marvin in training camp. Does it feel that way to you?
Not as of yet. No. I mean, I can't even think of an instance where there was the first game or many practices where you see a whole lot of schemed up looks from Marvin.
Well, is that more a result that Troy Franklin is just developing more, and you know?
Well, it could be a combination of that and a combination of what Tyler said, that coaches are paranoid about everything. Let's wait till we get less and less eyes on it, and now especially news media. Was there as many news people out there as usual?
Oh, it looked like there was quite a few. Yeah.
I mean, you got to sit in the special seats.
I did. Yeah. It was funny because Dominic, guy that runs alumni stuff, after we got done signing autographs, he's like, hey, you want to go over sit in the family area? And I was like, no, I'm good. I'll go with the media. Then I started walking over. It's like, wait, a seat in the shade. Elevated.
Better view.
Or I could stand there with the media and have my back hurt. Yeah, you know what? Actually, I'm going to go to the tent.
I did sneak up in the fan section at one point. I wasn't there very long, maybe 5 minutes, but it was like, if you
Your
could.
face is super red today.
Thank you. If you could stand the heat, the stands where the fans were.
See better.
Never mind where the family. It's so much better to see what's going on.
Dude, that family area, that is money. I mean, you got luxury seats in there. You got catered food. It's nice.
Now, is that the one that had the elevated?
Yeah.
So did you go on the top part?
Yeah, I was sitting down below for a while with Juwan Thompson and Benny Fowler, but then at some point I moved upstairs.
The Broncos really, all things considered with what they got going on, they figured it out, man. And it's only a couple more days here.
Listen, you know what? And you've been saying it, no doubt it, and I'm not – listen, every ownership group screws something up somewhere, somehow, whatever. But I think this ownership group has been spot on 99.9% of the stuff.
I think listen, I still think Burnham Yards is the leader in the clubhouse for a lot of reasons, especially because the Broncos have spent so much money there. But I think this Lone Tree thing is interesting. I'll just put it like that. Like, there are way less complications with the possible move to Lone Tree, as I'm finding out, than the Burnham Yards location.
Meaning what?
Like there's people over at Burnham Yards that just are not interested in selling right now, that they kind of need to sell.
I thought they already bought it all up.
They didn't. Not all of it. A lot of it.
$125 million worth.
A lot of it. Yes. A lot of money sucking. Oh yeah. Hey, I get it.
Can you imagine buying $125 million worth and being like, we didn't get enough?
What is?
Well, did you ever see the movie Up?
I don't think so.
What's it?
The old guy with the balloons on the house.
Oh yeah.
Just moving.
Yeah.
Right there amidst all of them buildings.
What's it? Our family spend for SoFi. What was the value? What was SoFi? $4 billion?
Wasn't it like $2 billion over?
I thought it was.
Something like that?
I thought it was in the $4 billion range. So I'm not saying 100.
What do they need that they haven't gotten?
Just the space. There's just properties they need to buy up still. There's still things they need. And you have to deal with the city of Denver, and the city of Denver politically and stuff it's a lot more complicated than Marissa Harmon in Lone Tree. Well, I found out she was a hairdresser at Lincoln and Yosemite before she became the mayor in 2024.
Yeah, she has a small business owner.
She's a small business owner with a small town that is in prime location if they want it. It's just like, here you go. So you have a here you go situation compared to the complications of downtown. And I still think downtown will get it. I think that's where they want to go. But it was interesting doing some digging behind the scenes to find out, okay. It's a little tricky. But I was going to say $4 billion. What's $150 million when you're making a $4 billion sort of investment? I mean, then $150 million is like, it's, not nothing. but it ain't the end of the world.
Take that and put a charging station down there.
What's that?
Use Burnham Yards and make it a charging station.
A charging station? I mean, who's to say you couldn't do whatever you want with that $150 million? You don't have to. You still own all the land. You can do, if you really want to build stuff down there.
I don't care what. That's still a stupid amount of money, man. That's a stupid amount of money. Even if you're spending $1 billion, $2 billion, $3 billion, that's still a stupid amount of money.
It's a lot of money.
It tells you everything, in my opinion, about what their desire is.
It's clear the leader in the clubhouse. I'm just saying, all of a sudden, this Lone Tree thing it's interesting, and maybe they are using it for leverage. Who knows? I have no idea.
Well, you always want leverage, right? In any business deal, you always got to have someone else.
But it's no skin off the nose of the Lone Tree people because the land is open and they're going to develop a city center there anyway, one way or the other, whether they plop a big stadium there or they just do what they're already planning on doing. It's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing else there. It's just nothing, whereas Burnham Yards has all sorts of stuff. We'll see. It'll be an interesting drama over the period of years here while they develop. Nick Bonito speaking. So how about that? We'll take a quick break. We'll come back and hear what Nick Bonito has to say. Coming up next year on PhD. Hey, check it out. Friday, it's Valor at Pine Creek. Our own Mike Sanford coaching it up for Valor. It's right here on 92.5. You can also watch it on Altitude Plus, and they're offering a free trial. So head to altitudeplus.com. Use the promo code ALT7 free, FREE, for a free 7-day trial. They have revamped Altitude Plus, features DVR functionality, multi-view, and the opportunity to save 40 buckaroonies by signing up for the new annual plan. More info at altitudeplus.com. The promo code for the 7-day trial is ALT7 free. Give it a shot. And Tyler is on the call with Nate and Rachel Vigil on the sidelines, and should be a fascinating game. Make sure you go to the right stadium. How much work are you going to do? And we're going to have Nick Benito here in a second, but how much are you going to go out there? Are you going to talk to the players and coaches and do all that sort of stuff?
Well, we already talked to the coaches and did probably 45 minutes or so with each one of them, which was nice. You know, new coaches at both programs.
So not just Sanford, like the assistant coaches, coordinators, that sort of thing?
No.
Just with Mike? Like you just talked to Mike again?
Yeah.
More in a formal setting, like, all right, coach, let's talk.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you know, when we're sitting here, we're not drilling him down on his too deep. Mm-hmm. You know, we're not going roster for roster. Who's your backup left guard?
Of course.
So yeah, just did a Zoom call with him, and did a Zoom call with Trevor Hudson, head coach at Pine Creek, and they're both new coaches at both legendary programs, so it should be fun.
I cannot wait. I think that is going to be awesome. It's going to be an awesome listen if you're driving around or you want to do it that way, but you can watch it as well. And Sanford's going to be mic'd up. Is that right?
Yeah, he's going to be mic'd up. It might be a post-production. I'm not entirely sure how that's going to work out. We're still working through that a little bit, I think.
Okay. All right. Do you have any sense about like the game itself, like how they match up?
Well, I mean, listen, Valor has got an insane amount of talent on that team. It's stupid. They are as loaded as they've ever been. The amount he must have 4 or 5 dudes with 20 plus offers on that team. Crazy.
It's not crazy.
Crazy. Pine Creek isn't necessarily like that, but they're a
good ranked team, high ranked team.
And yeah, they've been a great program for a long time.
And Brock's son is, I'm forgetting his name off the
top. Brock Hewart, Titus.
Starting for Mike? Or is that a big secret?
Yeah, I'll let Mike talk about that.
Okay, all right. I don't know how it all goes. I'm happy to whatever. I just know that he's there. I've never heard great things. What can I tell you? And Brock's such a great dude.
I know they've got 2 quarterbacks, and it was a really, really tough training camp battle for them.
Yeah, because they got a senior that's pretty good, too.
Yep. I shall leave it alone because I don't know the politics of it, so it'll be what it'll be. So look forward to all of it. Okay, Nick Benito. What'd you notice out of Nick Benito today?
You know, I wasn't watching Nick overly closely other than the fact that he was out there, which was good to see. You know, they said that he was going to be back quick. And when they said he was going to be back in just a week from a surgery, anytime you hear that, you're like, well, that sounds awfully quick. Scott, I don't know. Did you say you have done the bone spur surgery?
No, I got a handful.
You have bone spurs, but you haven't fixed them.
No, I haven't fixed them.
Got it. Yeah, me too. I've got bone spurs in my ankles that I never fixed. But I've never done the surgery. So for him to be out there after just a week's time, good to have him back. Good to have Drake Greenlaw out there. I still think you keep them both in bubble wrap. Neither one of them play in the game.
Mm-hmm.
But great to have those guys back out there.
All right,
and definitely, I mean, I know you already acknowledged it, but it definitely puts an end to the whole conversation of was he having some sort of hold in that was contract related.
It ends it. Yes, it does. That's much to my
gets
consternation.
DMac driving on that 2-way straight in the right direction.
I know.
Yeah.
I sadly have to bury that conversation because he practiced today.
Well, for now.
We tried to bury it for you. You just wouldn't let us.
No, I needed that moment. I got it. I mean, there's nothing else to say. If the guy's back practicing, fine. Okay, fine, whatever. Best of luck to him. Hopefully everything works out.
Nick did say today, though, that the contract talks are going well, and he expects it to get done.
Well, let's hear a little bit of Nick Benito. Go ahead, Dan.
How's the foot? Can you take me through the process of having the bone spur removed and the decision to have that done?
Yeah, so it was kind of just a thing that showed up in the 49ers practice. And it just, ever since then, it was kind of bothering me. Was trying to fight through the game, and like it felt like I told the trainers if I kept playing, I don't think I could have like really kept going on it. So it was just something where like we could either keep trying to fight through this throughout the season or have the procedure done and not worry about it. So I feel like with the trainers, what they told me and what coach told me, they were like I should get it done. So I have full trust in them, and that's what we ended up doing.
Did it feel fine today?
I'm still trying to get used to just my footing and moving around again and stuff like that because I wasn't really able to this past week or so. So I'm still figuring my way out.
Nick, how's the contract? Can you give us an update on contract talks, and has that been tough to put to the side as you're out here at practice?
Yeah, I mean, they're going well. I feel like there's been good communication on both sides. I think, it's just my agent. I feel like he's one of the best in the game. I feel like I got to trust what he's doing, and knowing how they feel about me upstairs, I feel like something will get done, but it's just a matter of when. And, until then, I just got to keep doing me.
Do you feel like something to sign, you've signed, is there maybe more of a concerted effort that, hey, now we'll get Nick signed?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they've pretty much, like, through the whole process, like, kept me, like, priority, knowing, they want to extend me, they want me here. It's just about, when they want to get it done and when, we're ready, so.
Do you want to wait until Parsons signs, possibly?
Say that again?
Would you prefer to wait until Parsons signs or gets his new deal?
Honestly, that's up to my agent. I kind of just leave that up to him. He brings me with ideas, and I just yes or no, but I don't really have no preference.
You said a few weeks ago felt like the market was catching up to the bigger players. You've seen the landscape, how much you guys have made in your squad. Do you still kind of feel that way as you're in a position to kind of wait and see how things develop?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, the edge market, it's just going to keep going up and up with the guys that are still needing to be signed, and just the position that I'm in, whether I was last year or the confidence that I feel I'm going to put myself in this year. So it's just kind of my favorite right now with that stuff.
Nick, is it important for you at all to have the deal done before the season or at a certain point?
I mean, not really. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm still under contract for another year. So, I mean, yeah, I would like to get it done, but that's like the least of my worries, honestly. Like, I just want to compete for a championship this year, do all the things that we have set out to do as a team and as a defense. So.
Nick, what has been your impression of Dre Greenlaw as you've got to know him? Obviously, brings a lot of proven past with him. What's just been your...
All right, that was pretty good, man. That was some banger questions right off the bat. I love that. So that everything you want to hear. The bone spur happened at the 49er practice. I can suffer through this or get it done. Let's just, get it done. Okay, that makes sense.
So that's only a handful of days. Like that's crazy.
Parsons, is it what you've said a million times? Well, all right, it's up to the agent, but that sounds like, that's a significant part of everything.
Yeah, I'll be curious to get you guys' takeaway. My takeaway from that, it sounds like they're having good, healthy, respectful conversations, but there ain't anything imminent. It sounded like they got a ways to go there, but he's happy with the respectful conversations that are going on.
Well, it's clear how much they have told him, we love you, we need you, all that. Like, he is being reassured, and boy, is he showing good faith. I'm under a contract right now, so I want to win a championship, so I'm out here.
Yeah, it's kind of refreshing.
I believe that. Yeah.
I mean, that's refreshing in a day and age when holdouts are commonplace everywhere you look.
Yeah.
To just have players say, "Hey, I'm under contract. I got to play ball."
You know what? Seriously, I think this is the smartest thing to do for him in a negotiation, and here's why. He wants to be in the a-hole and the tough nut or whatever, which we've seen. Fine, play out this year. Guess what? You're going to get paid next year, but you're going to be locked in. And then guess what? We're going to do it 2 more years, and now you're going to be 30 by then, 30-something, and then they can still negotiate. Maybe he's worth it. Maybe he's not worth it. But, dude, you got too many things. He's got a 1-year deal, but it's really 3 if they want.
And he said, which he's smart and right about, the edge market is going up and up. It's in my favor.
Yeah.
He's right. He's absolutely right.
Yeah, in time and patience is what that means, right? Like, hey, we don't need to rush this thing right now. I know you asked me about Micah Parsons. I'm going to say the politically correct thing here, but in reality, Yeah, of course we're waiting for Micah to sign his deal.
Yeah, because, I mean, you're rolling those injury dice. That's all. But he's right. The longer he waits and the longer he stays healthy, the more he's going to make. And he's a great player. He's making plays left and right. We saw what he's capable of. Do we have any doubts that he will be less than for whatever reason? This injury, this bone spurs thing, after you recover from it, are you the same guy? Are you fine? Does it hinder you whatsoever?
They can grow back, can't they, if you don't get it right or if there's
I don't
something. Know. They say, I read an article on it, and if certain elements are right, they can come back. But usually if you get them right and everything's good, and I guess there's not a lot of blood around the area or whatever, it's a foot, that a lot of times you get them and they're cleared up and they're done.
Well, whatever it is, it didn't feel like a big deal. He was back after a week.
Dude, why are you waiting on your foot if it takes 3 days?
I guess so.
Or 3 stitches.
I don't know. I got some other priorities in front of that one.
Well, that's hey, that's a pretty good little information there from Nick Bonito.
I think he's going to be an open, fresh guy in his career here. That's kind of nice.
Boy, I tell you what, the drama-free Broncos camp rolls on, huh? I mean, we can't even get some drama out of this one.
Well, I mean, you've been trying.
Damn.
You wanted it so freaking bad.
To create it.
I wanted something.
I mean, DMac was the only guy in town creating this narrative too.
Dude.
And I mean, my gosh, I just wanted to slap you. Like, would you just pipe it over there?
Can not because I haven't watched, and I know it's available anywhere. Podcasts are available.
Yes.
The DMac Smack, is that what it's called?
Yeah.
Did you go on the conspiracy train with
Oh,
this?
of course. Been hammering it. Got to retract. Damn, I hate retractions. But I got to retract on this. It seems like, okay. I mean, I'm fine. I think Benito's taking, okay, he can do whatever he wants. And as a fan, I want my guys playing. It is just staggering to me what he's got on the line right now.
But do you agree with what I said,
okay,
though, that it's better for him to be don't make it contentions. Let's go.
Oh, I don't think so.
Let's contend advance because
I think the hay's in the barn, man. I think he could. I think he could have milked this. I think he can find reasons to not practice. I don't think he has to do anything else.
Well, that's fine. He makes 1.8, and then he gets what's it called when they handcuff you and you're stuck for one more
franchise
year?
tag.
They franchise tag. I mean, do you want a relationship with the Broncos for 3 years in franchise?
No, of course not.
Now you'll make a lot of money, right? But it's 1 year.
I would not discount the possibility of a franchise tag at all.
Still,
well,
absolutely.
That means that would linger for a long time.
I've said this for a long time, and I still stand by it. This could be a very difficult deal. I know DMac has acted like it's a no-brainer. I don't think it's that simple. I mean, you're going to have to pay this dude. He's going to want $35 million per year. And you're looking at it as an organization. We got 1 year's worth of work. That's it.
Where do you think
Benito
Benito
got 1
falls?
year. I mean, all those other guys that got paid, they got 4 or 5, 6, 7 years of work of similar production level. We got one.
What do you want
went from 6.5 or 8 to 13.5 or something?
Yeah.
So do you think it's a bit of a mirage then?
That's not what I'm saying at all. But I'm saying as an employer, you're a little bit nervous because you don't know. I mean, it's simple when you've got evidence coming out of your know what, right? But right now, you've got contrary evidence. You've had 2 kind of decent years and then 1 really explosive year. So, you know, it would feel a whole lot better if I'm going to give a guy $35+ million per year to know that I had more evidence behind it.
All right. Damn, maybe we could do a little survey, bro. Maybe a little, what's your confidence level in Nick Benito being the man?
Oh, my gosh. Fans are going to be no-brainer. Sign
Do you
the
think
dude.
so?
Of course.
Yeah,
Ain't their
that'll
money.
be a 80-20, 90-10.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
What do you think a better question would be then?
Oh, I don't know. I wasn't making fun of the question. I'm just predicting what I think is going to happen.
I don't want to do a poll that's ridiculous. Like, what's a better question when it comes to Nick Benito? Should they do it now or wait?
Can you do multiple choice?
Sure.
Will Nick Benito's contract get done, A, before the season, before the first 4 games, or postseason, or not at all?
Well, that's where you get into not at all is where you get tagged.
Yeah.
Where that's
but it's
where
not there.
That's where it gets contentious. But that would mean like
That means we play the season out and he still wants money.
Yeah, the tag thing is what, in the spring or something like that?
Now what's Parsons' thing? Does he have a deal? Because they can't tag him. I mean, he's got a deal, right? He plays for Dallas or nobody unless they trade him.
I don't know if they can tag him. I don't know.
I mean, he's not a free agent.
I would think they could tag him. He's just coming to the end of his first deal. I would think they could.
But he's got a year left on. I mean, he's not a free agent right now. So I mean,
correct.
He's still got a year on his deal.
Right.
Well, he's played on his 5th-year option, right?
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it. I don't know off the top of my head. Something easy we can look up.
He was a first-round pick.
I'm pretty sure he's played on his 5th-year option.
Well, he was definitely a first-rounder, right? After Surtain.
Yeah.
Yep. If he's playing, I mean, how long has Surtain been here? I mean, it's the same draft.
So Surtain didn't have any drama. You got rid of him. The only guy that kind of went to their extra deal was your left tackle, and then that turned out okay for him too.
Listen, I don't think you're going to hear much drama here from Benito whatsoever. He's practicing. He's back. I don't know if we're going to hear another word about that. Was interesting. That was really interesting. But what else is there to ask? Nothing. I think the next thing we'll hear is there's a contract done. Other than that, this will probably operate in silence. I mean, the asked, answered, practiced. I mean, what else is there to ask?
Not a lot of drama.
That's it. The end. I mean, unless he gets hurt again, there's no reason to think that he'll be holding in or doing anything like that. So good for the Broncos, man. They've had a pretty sensational offseason.
I know this. If I were the Broncos, I would much prefer to get halfway into the season. Would be because I want to see him prove it.
Oh, yeah. You still, do you think that's how they feel about it?
I would imagine that there's plenty of people that do. Yeah.
That they love him. We like you.
We love you. You're doing awesome.
The difference,
you're the man.
From all
behind closed doors. Yeah, let's get about 6 games.
Well, it's either the 24 a year, 70 guaranteed, or the 35 a year, 90 guaranteed.
Oh, well, I mean, it's not really though. I mean, if you told me we could sign him for 24, do it today. Do it tomorrow.
Well,
but Nick ain't signing that.
Well, that's right. And that's my guess where the Broncos, that's my guess where this is all in between. I mean, do you think Nick is going to sign an extension for less than 24 and 70 million? I mean, I doubt it.
He's not going to sign anything less than 35 probably.
There you go. So you got, and there's gaps like that with these guys. And that's probably where there's consternation.
Hey, how about 4 years, $125 million, 95 guaranteed? Would that not do it?
Say it again.
4 years.
4 years, 125 with
that would do it.
90 to 95 guaranteed.
I'm sure. I think that would do it.
Yeah, I mean, so you're guaranteeing 30 per year for 3 years.
Yeah, that's really good. I got to imagine the Broncos think it's a little bit less than that. That'd be stunning if Benito turned down a deal like that. That would put him right up there.
Well, not an annual average, but it would be a decent guarantee.
It's pretty close.
I mean, annual average, he'd be about 12. By the time Micah signs, probably $15 million less than the highest paid.
God, do you think he thinks he's like the best guy out there? You think he thinks he's a top dude?
But that's the deal with free agency. You don't have to be the best. You got to be the best available.
Ooh, that's a good line. That's a good line.
Yeah. However it works itself out.
Kind of like when we got DMac over here.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, who knows?
When he signed that $90 million guarantee.
Oh, yeah. That deal was something else, man. All right. Well, listen, interesting developments. No real drama for the Broncos. The boring Broncos are back. The boring good Broncos are killing it once again.
We got 4 votes so far, 1 in each.
Tight race.
When will Nick Benito's extension get done? I bet you it gets done right before the season starts. I bet you it does get done right before the season starts.
Well, you got 3 weeks, right?
I bet you it gets done. I bet you he thinks it's close to being done. So I'm going to be a good soldier. I'm going to get out there. It's okay. I don't really have that big risk of injury. He's probably not going to play, I would guess, in the Saints game, right? I mean, that doesn't make any sense for him and Greenlaw to play.
I wouldn't play him.
So you got, I wouldn't either. And that means you got like 2.5 weeks, close to 3 weeks before you really need him. I mean, you got to be somewhat close on this deal. And he must feel like that too if he's back at practice doing this today. There's just too much to risk otherwise.
Otherwise, you hold out a little bit, or
that's DMac's way of keeping the conspiracy alive.
Yeah.
Now we know it's close because he's not doing what I said.
Well, that's the only thing that makes sense. There's so much money on the line here. It's so risky injury-wise to get out there, and everybody loves everybody here. It's it's like semi-pro. Everybody love everybody. We'll see. Not much drama. How's Croshank doing? Is he suck still? Is there anything interesting going on out there?
I don't think there was. Yeah, there was a lot. I broke it down a lot. There was a lot of good stuff, but I don't think they had a punting period that I remember.
All right, well, let's go through it in terms of the positive things. Nothing but positives at Broncos practice today. That's next. How'd you like Burrow almost getting eliminated for the year?
Yeah, it was pretty wild.
Dude.
Cincinnati is notorious for not playing their starters at all in the preseason, but I guess they're tired of these slow starts.
I guess, but at what risk, right? But I guess. Can you imagine that, though? Can you imagine losing MVP quarterback like Burrow in a preseason game because your team just cannot get off to good starts?
Speaking of, I thought the offensive line had probably their best day of protection today, which is good to see.
Okay.
Bo had lots of time, was not scrambled off his spot, didn't have to move off his spot a lot. It was good to see.
Oh, why pay them deep pass rushers? May not pay them anymore.
Did we both just go for round 2 of our do the do?
Yeah.
I was going for round 2, and I was waiting for someone to kind of say something about it, but you went for round 2 also.
Well, that's what I saw you doing it.
Yeah.
You guys got a new favorite drink?
Oh, that Diet Mountain Dew.
It's the only
that
thing in the vending machine. Everything's out in the vending machine.
But I'm telling you, that thing is refreshing.
It is refreshing.
The Diet Dew.
The Diet
Dew.
We are down to the final drinks.
Well, we're trying to get the dude that wears that lime coat around.
Yeah.
Maybe the Mountain Man.
Looks like Jason Momoa.
Yeah. We could be the Mountain Man, the new Mountain Dew Mountain Man.
I think I might be able to apply for that if I grew out my hair a little bit.
Well, about a year ago, that beard was about rough enough.
I'm having a debate. DMac asked me the other day if I was going to grow it out, and I wasn't even thinking about it until he brought it up. And now I got a haircut. I think it's tomorrow or day after, one of the two.
Decision.
I got to make a decision here because now I'm kind of getting to that awkward spot where I either got to power through it, and it's going to take me another month or so to power through it, or I'm going to shave it off. And I don't know. I'm kind of.
When you say shave it off,
well,
what do you mean
not shave it. I mean,
are you doing the 5 o'clock shadow kind of hipster look?
Yeah, well, yeah, just take it down, trim it up.
Yeah,
I was looking at some photos the other day of my long beard, and I do kind of miss that thing.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, why don't you keep it tight on the sides and let the chin grow?
Yeah, no, I did. That's what I had when I was playing. I used to rock what you're wearing right now when I was playing.
I got offered to braid it this year at the concert.
Really?
Is it long enough for that?
Niece.
Could you? Is it really? You got that kind of length? Yeah. Yeah, you can make it look crazy.
DMac mocks the big beards because he can't grow one.
Oh, I could grow one. That growing one's not a problem over here. I've done it before. It looks terrible.
You've had a big beard?
Yeah, looks
like a long beard.
It's been long enough. It's long enough that I can't quite do that, but it's like you can,
I've never seen you with the long beard. I've seen you with the scruffy, ugly beard, but never with the long beard.
It's not good. My father had it. My uncle had it. It's not an issue.
Okay,
but nor do I think I look good in it. Nor do I think I look good. Period.
Well, then why not? Maybe that could be this show's staple.
The long beard?
Yeah, or something.
Hey, if you're in, I'm in. That's all I needed.
How old do you want to look?
I don't care how old I look.
There you go. Well, then grow the beard.
Well, that makes you look older.
Because you're getting a lot of gray coming in with the longer the beard's going, the more
yeah, but
the gray
I got gray up top also. So what's the difference?
Hey, go for it.
I mean, I already got gray in the hair. So what's the difference?
Mount Polumbus, maybe they could get a Grecian commercial.
Yeah, just for men.
Is that? Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, just for men. Like Hernandez.
Yeah.
Hey, what do I care? You want to grow it, grow it.
Oh, you care clearly.
I'll tell you. Oh, you know what's funny? Facial hair to me does mean something. Like there's something you're going through one way or the other.
I'm not going through anything. I'm just thinking about bringing my beard back.
Okay. Well, Chase Dolander had problems throwing strikes. He goes to the minors. He comes back and he's got a beard. And I'm like,
and now he's stolen it.
Zach Agnos, remember that? He had the roly fingers thing.
Got rid of it after getting shelled.
He's growing it back.
Oh.
He's coming back and he's growing it back. So,
Well, didn't he get shelled when he came one game?
It was terrible. He had I think his grandfather passed away, and I think it really did bother him, and he was bad. And he shaved it off. I mean, you got the roly fingers going. That takes work, man. That is not a casual mustache when you're going like that.
I could do that.
You got to grow it out the mustache. That's the commitment. You got to keep going. You got to grow it out you're close. You could possibly do it. Do whatever you want. Who cares? I don't care. Now, when you're talking about getting your next tattoo, that's a different conversation.
Why?
Oh, the tattoo is like, I mean, you're way beyond it. I'm drunk on a Friday night, and I just stumbled upon
now it's a viable choice.
Oh yeah, I mean,
this is like
in your 20s. You know what's funny? Pete Davidson is getting
rid of all of his.
Have you noticed it?
Yeah.
Have you seen him recently?
I saw
it's
an interview
wild.
about him doing it.
It's crazy how
he
much
did
he's
an
cleaned
advertisement
up.
with the laser company.
He's all of a sudden being like, kind of like suburban house dad, aside from wild and crazy guy. Like he's like, he looks like a different person.
Well, I think I saw an interview with him where he said he's mainly just trying to get rid of all his drug related ones because he's trying to be sober, and so he's getting rid of all that.
Yeah, so I don't know. Well, I guess that's most fun because it's significant. But yeah, the hair. There you go.
I'll get another tattoo at some point. For sure, I will.
Yeah, we could get that to be a sponsor.
Sure. I got another thing. I'd get more tattoos. I got a couple of stupid ones.
Maybe a little teapot.
Stout's got that. Did you know that? Did you say that on purpose?
Oh, yeah, I was there when he got it. No.
You were? I thought he got it back in Buffalo.
Well, I was with him when he got something.
Yeah, you were. You were on the road with him.
Yeah.
And what was that? Weren't all you guys getting something? I think he already had the teapot.
It was at Cleveland for the John Elway induction Hall of Fame.
Okay. What was it then?
And we all got it.
It
was something for Amanda or Abby or what's her name?
It's Amanda.
Amanda, yeah. And she hated it.
I'm out, my boy Stout. He's doing a good job on the postgame shows. Boy, you guys are leading me into Rockies if you want to go there.
No.
No? Not interested?
Well, we all do a little bit later, but it was good.
I did hear DMac ramble about how the Rockies are a playoff team on my car ride over here, and I'm just like, what the hell is he talking about?
Tell me I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
About what?
They suck.
Really? 15-15 since the All-Star break sucks?
They suck.
Okay, so 500 team in baseball sucks.
They suck.
Okay. Good breakdown.
But you got to put the whole carousel. I mean, you could have a club car that's got first class everything, and the rest of the train is rickety. You still got a rickety train.
It was just like a week ago that they lost 8 straight games, D-Mac.
Correct. And they've won 6 of their last 7.
They suck.
Well, they've won 6 of their last 7, and they're 6-4. They have the best record in the last 10 games of any team in the NL West.
The interesting thing is
what about the rest of the season?
The rest of the season was a
Let's
different
see
year.
if they woke the Dodgers up last night.
That was this year.
Yeah, they fired the biggest problem they had, which was Bud Black.
And they've still sucked.
It took some time to get it together. They had another 8-game losing streak, but they're 15-15 and won 6 of their last 7 and just beat a team that they trailed by 36
games.
games
What happened
last
a
night.
week ago when they lost 8 straight games? That don't matter?
That does matter, but look how they bounced back.
Because that means they suck.
Okay, but they've won 6 of their last 7 since.
Cool. So they had a good week.
The one thing you didn't add to your soliloquy, was do they keep the manager?
At this point, they'd be idiots not to. If they finish the rest of the season with a 500 or plus record, they'd be morons to not keep
him. Just kill me now. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, but you're not watching the games. You don't know anything that's going on.
I would love to have a reason to watch the games.
Why wouldn't you watch last night then?
Because they suck. The season is over.
Do you realize
I don't watch a team that has no relevance in anything.
So you don't know what happened though last night, do you?
I do not.
Okay.
I know they beat the Dodgers.
Do you know how they beat the Dodgers?
I do not.
Walk off.
They were down 2-0. They came back. They were down 3-2. They came back to tie it. They shut out the Dodgers in the top of the 9th inning with a murderer's row lineup, the defending World Series champion. And then Warming Burnable had an RBI base hit up the middle to win the game in a walk-off moment against a team.
Man.
They trailed by 36 games.
That's cool.
So how was the celebration when he got that single?
They beat the best team. That's cool. Good for you. Congratulations.
And ended at a 10-game losing streak.
Weird things happen. A week ago, you lost 8 straight games.
Yeah, but
now, how will you feel if they lose the next 3 to the Dodgers?
I'll feel fine,
I mean,
frankly.
Scott, how many games in a row do you have to lose in basketball before you're just like, yeah, we suck?
Yeah, but you're missing a bigger picture.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. Because of all the bad teams, for example, the White Sox lost 17 straight games out of the All-Star break last year, and they won 5 out of their 6 to have the worst record ever. They are significantly better in the second half after the All-Star break than the White Sox. The White Sox were bad and fell apart. The Rockies were bad and now are playing like a playoff team.
No, they're not.
But they are, Tyler.
No, they're not.
They're 15 and 15.
A playoff team does not lose 8 straight games.
No, since the All-Star break.
That was after the All-Star game.
Since the All-Star break.
That was after the All-Star break.
Playoff teams have lost 8 games in a row. That's happened.
They lost their previous 4, I believe, their previous 4 8-game losing streaks, because the one after the All-Star break was their 5th, all happened before like July 4th.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
Yeah.
You realize the White Sox are 45 and 80 this year? And that's what we're talking about?
No. Well, yes, that is what we're talking about, because the White Sox the Rockies were worse in the first half than the White Sox last year. They were worse than the White Sox. And the White Sox fell apart after the All-Star game. The Rockies didn't. It's significantly different.
And the Rockies are already better right now with more wins than the White Sox had after the All-Star break last year.
We could find a 10 to 14 day period in probably every single season for the last 8 years where you want to say that's a playoff team. If you want to find a 10 to 14 day period where the Rockies won 500 games, we could do that every single year for probably the last 8 years.
Again, I throw this out there.
I bet that wouldn't even be difficult for me to figure that out. If I went back for the last 8 years, I could find a 14-game stretch where they won 7 games.
But I go back again.
Did that make them a good team? Did that make them a playoff team?
But hold on, I'm going to add something to it, though. He's talking about growth, and he throws in playoff, and you're stumbling over playoff, and I get you on that because you got to count the whole season. That being said, if they were to, when we're talking about can they even win 41, if they get to it, and it's mathematically possible that they win over 50 games, 50 or 50 over 50 games.
That would be amazing.
Which is still a bad season.
Of course, it's 110 losses.
In everything. That being said, if they won 50, this has been an unbelievable unofficial second half of the season.
Correct.
Serious question here. I don't know the answer, so embarrass me. Is a 500 team a playoff team in baseball?
Close.
Yes. The Guardians and Diamondbacks got to
Close.
the World Series with 88 to 90 win teams. Now, it's not 500. It's slightly above it, but it's just slightly above it. It's 6 games above. Well, no, it's more. It's 88 wins. It's more than 6 games. But yes, if you get to the wild card game, as the Guardians and Diamondbacks have done, you can get to the World Series.
You're a handful of games
You
over
don't
500.
have to win the NL West. You don't have to be a 110-win team to win the World Series anymore. Now, the odds are in your favor, and last year it's the Yankees and the Dodgers. Okay, fine. But the Guardians and Diamondbacks gave it a shot, a real shot. What are you putting up
These
there,
are the
Dan?
wild card standings. So I think the team with the worst record is the Mets. I can't see that from here.
Well, the Mets are leading their division probably there or something like that.
Well, no, because they're in the wild card.
Yeah, so, I mean, the Cardinals are 5 games out of the playoffs. They're 2 games under 500. The Reds are 6
They're 8 games over 500.
62 and 64 Cardinals.
66. Oh, I thought you said the Mets.
The Cardinals. I meant to say the Cardinals. The Reds are 66 and 60. That is 6 games over 500. That is just winning like +2 a month. +2. So in a month, if you have 24 games, what are we're going 12 and 10?
Well, Cardinals
Something
are
like
still in the wild card hunt, and look at their run differential. They're -25.
Right, but they're there. They're in the hunt, and they're under 500. So if the Rockies were a 500 team, if they were exactly 500 team, they would be 3 games out of a playoff wild card spot today if they were a 500 team.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Well, that's cool. I mean, we're a long ways off from that.
I think the anger against the Monforts has created a feeling of I just hate them so much that they can never do anything right. And the quirky question is, what if they have figured things out?
But because of that history, you look at the Monforts and go, have they lucked into something?
Well, okay, fine. But if I go around the diamond and I say, hey, Kyle Carrow's a young guy looking pretty good. Ethan Holiday will be up here in a couple of years. Charlie Condon is tearing it up in Double-A. Granted, Tovar's a Gold Glove shortstop. Ritter's, now they've moved him over to second base. He looks good. Some dude named Warming Burnable won player of the National League in his first week and has been tearing it up. Jordan Beck is good. Mickey Moniak's having his best season he's ever had. Brenton Doyle is a Gold Glove center fielder. And Tyler Freeman, who we got for Nolan Jones, has been amazing.
Damn, why aren't we good?
We are, but I'm saying we are good right now, Tyler. We are actually
we're
good.
Good for 2 weeks.
Hunter Goodman is an all-star catcher, and his backup just got a huge hit off Jalen Beeks that helped them on a 3-0 count, by the way, swinging on a 3-0 count. Braxton
Which they
Fulford.
should be.
And they are.
I don't know how you get here based off of, what do we want to call it, 10, 13 days worth of baseball?
It's more than a month. They're 15-15 since the All-Star break.
No, I'm counting it. I'm counting it as like I'm putting a break after the 8-game losing streak. That's where I'm putting a break.
Well, then
because
an
8-game losing streak, I know you told me playoff teams have done it. That don't sound good to me. That don't sound good to me at all.
It's not good, but the Yankees have had longer losing streaks and won a World Series. I mean, that happens.
That's fine, but I'm not going to include an 8-game losing streak in what you're calling as positivity. So I'll give you the positivity after that. How long has that been?
It's 7 games. They've won 6 of the last 7 games.
So we're, in my opinion, you're basing all this off of 7 baseball games.
Well, no, because they won games out of the All-Star break too, Tyler. They were winning games before the 8-game losing streak. The 8-game losing streak sucked, but they had a winning record before that started. So they were winning right away after the All-Star break. And then they hit the skids for a little bit, and they've come back to win 6 out of 7. And it's the way they're winning games and who they're beating. And you should have seen the celebration after the game last night. It's like they won the World Series.
It was literally last week that you were out on Warren Schaefer, and now you're saying they would be idiots if they didn't hire him?
No, I said they'd be idiots if Scotty said 50 games. To win 50 games.
Oh, I'm sorry.
After, first of all, you don't have the same amount of games after the All-Star break as you do before. You have significantly less, actually.
I got you.
So to go from a 21-win team or something
to win
to
14
games,
of their however
Wait,
many
so are
games
you in or are you out on Warren Schaefer?
Right now, I'm in because if they got to keep going, though. They can't fall apart. No, there's so much for them to play for right now. It's kind of ridiculous. And that's exactly how they've been playing. I think they got burned a little bit at the trading deadline when they lost a couple of veteran leaders, and it just felt a little icky and weird. And granted, it's more energy at home than on the road. But and you realize they're playing the second hardest schedule in Major League Baseball right now. They have the second hardest schedule, and they're doing what they're doing right now. The scary thing is, what if the Monforts actually are right? What if they have figured it out? And I get it. It sucks the way the season started. But what if?
That would be neat.
I'm telling you, man, ain't nothing like playoff baseball here.
It would be really neat and very surprising to me if they figured it out.
Ain't nothing like playoff baseball here. And the young players they have, I don't know, man. Like, I don't know how you would watch that game last night and not be fired up for those guys and that team. I have no idea how you wouldn't be excited for it. And they might lose 18-0.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, do yourself a favor. Don't waste your time. Don't waste your weekends. Guys, just go straight to the best dealership in Colorado, Phil Long Ford. They've got the best inventory, the best prices, and the best customer service. And you'll probably become a customer for life, just like I did after I bought my first car my rookie year. And I keep going back because I know them, I love them, I trust them, and relationships matter to me in life. Phil Long Ford has over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. You're going to get the best price. They're going to get you in, they're going to get you out, and you're going to have a fantastic experience at Phil Long Ford. Guys, keep in mind that Phil Long Ford has got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, remember to keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford. You're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and feel free to shop from home at phillongford.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, what's on the line? What do you got? No, I can't hear you. What do you got?
How honest, you have to get back in memory banks here. How honest are you supposed to be with somebody who cooks you dinner?
Well, I think there's another layer there.
That's a riot.
Does that honesty change based off you are a dinner guest versus if it's your spouse?
Give me a scenario on either one.
I don't know. You got a couples dinner. You're playing board games. You go over to your best couples friend. I mean,
luckily I never got to that level.
Boy, did she just char that food. What are you saying?
How good of friends are they?
Good friends. Best couple friends.
Is it good enough that we can tell the husband, go, dog, this thing's terrible?
Well, that's up to you.
Well, but I mean, if you're good enough.
I'm asking you.
If you're good enough friends with your buddy, afterwards you're having a drink or something, you go, what'd you think of your burger? And he go.
Well, there's clearly a story here. So what's the story?
Oh, no. Well, the warden made hamburgers. You saw me brought a couple patties here.
Oh, okay.
And they were absolutely outstanding today.
Okay.
She didn't like them, but I go, what do you? Well, I looked at the recipe, and I'm like, well, one.
There's a recipe for hamburgers?
There's a recipe for hamburgers.
I mean, I guess.
But that's the warden's
okay.
in ADHD. I mean, everything's got to be perfect. Very good, but a lot of garlic powder.
Okay.
So they're very garlicky hamburgers. They actually were better today than they were hot last night. She said, I don't like it. I go, well, I've cooked a lot of hamburgers.
But you actually did like it.
No, it was fine. It was fine. But I'm like, I go,
it was fine, honey.
She goes, well, I followed the recipe. And I go, recipe? And I've cooked a million hamburgers, as I'm
Right.
sure you two have also.
Throw some Lowry's on there, you're good.
Yeah, I'm salt and pepper.
Yeah.
You know.
On the text line, 100% honesty with the wife. If it tastes like dog food, she's going to know. But when it tastes amazing, she knows that I really mean it. Oh, okay. So that's saying, like, if you just say it's great all the time, then it's meaningless.
Yeah.
So you
No,
gotta,
I try to
sprinkle in some negative stuff to make
when
the,
it's great. Here's another thing that opens the door. When it's great, I'm do this the best. I mean, I'm not afraid to heap praise. When it's bad, I'm a little quieter, and it wasn't bad. I said it wasn't great, but it's a cheeseburger. Put a little ketchup on it, whatever, right? Get a Lay's potato chip, you're okay.
You're gonna be fine.
Yeah, you're gonna be fine. I have no big deal. But now she opens the door. I didn't like those hamburgers. I'm not gonna eat the rest of this one. I don't really like it. So now is the door open?
Ooh, that's tough. Yeah.
Right?
It's almost that's
It's kinda
bait.
like-
that sounds like bait.
Hey, I'm
Scott.
gonna go to my boy's house and play cards. Is that okay? If that's what you want to do.
Yeah.
I got another one on top
Played
of
18
that.
holes today.
Yeah,
So that's
don't go.
one thing is the food. What about she wears clothes that you think look terrible, but she wears them all the time? At what point are you honest about that?
Well, the greatest line I ever saw was
Let's just get to the real here.
somebody asked, the wife asked, "Hey, does this dress make my butt look big?" And the guy goes, "No, your butt makes your butt look big," which I think is a great line.
There's a shirt my wife wears that I think is terrible, but she's had it forever and she wears it all the time.
Is it like the comfy, safe shirt, or is it?
Yeah, I don't
or
know.
does she
It's-
think she actually looks good?
I have no idea. I'm looking at him like, Eesh. But whatever. What do I care? What do I look like?
You wear like the same 5 shirts.
I do. It's funny. Recently, I have my closet's a little spread out, but I just take the clothes I wear all the time. I just stuck them in the closet. I'm just like the same, like sort of 5 shirts all the time.
I've absolutely become that guy.
Yeah.
And now today I'm wearing Broncos gear because I was out there doing something for them. But I found about 3 shirts that I like.
Yeah.
In polo and a t-shirt, tank
Yeah.
top. I got about all the varieties. And then I buy about 3 colors of those. And then I'm good.
Same thing with your hat.
So
Because you got 2 or
that's
3
right.
of the colors of that building.
So I just wear the same shirt in a different color. But I'm really wearing the same shirt.
I've had to do this, and I started because I got.
At what point do you say, "Hun, you just don't look good in that"?
Well,
when do you just say, "Yeah, you're fat"?
Well,
well, never. I would never say that. That's the answer to that question.
That's probably
the
never.
worst is if she says something and you just don't say anything. I look fat.
I feel like I need to join the gym. You probably should.
No, that's good.
I should just say
How about
nothing.
when you're going something, they go, "I got to try some. I don't know what I want to wear," and they put some on. You go, "Hey, that looks fantastic." Well, I'm not sure. Look at this one, and then next thing you know, I end up just getting on the bed and laying down because I know I want to be here for at least six wardrobe changes.
By the way, she has no problem saying it's the same. You're gonna wear that? I hear that all the time.
I don't get that very often.
Oh, I get that all the time. You're gonna wear that? Yeah, I think so. That's why I got it on. And then it's a fight. Then it's go change.
Did you change?
It's one of the 2 other things that I have.
So like
the crazy thing is I got like a million things.
So I
could wear some different stuff all the
I
time.
know, it is stupid how big all of our closets are,
Oh,
and
it's
we only wear
ridiculous.
like 5 things out of it.
But here's the dumb thing. I got t-shirt drawers.
I
right?
got so many T-shirts. It's
But
ridiculous.
then you wash and put them back, and so it's like I wear 5 or 6 shirts. I get washed, and then I put them on, and I stay on top. So I wear the same the Bushwood shirt I wore yesterday. I wore last week.
I
all do the
recently
same thing.
purged all my T-shirts, and I was just like, "Look, if I can't remember the last time I wore this,
take
it's
it
out.
out.
It's just out.
Well,
I'm not going to overcomplicate this. I'm not going to think
but
about when I would wear it.
We're
Here's what
idiot
the other thing you
guys
do.
because when we put the clothes away, we should put them at the bottom of the pile, not
That,
the top.
well, that's what I was
But
saying.
We all
So
do the
I've
same
done this
thing.
before. Get in, get your stack of T-shirts, and flip them.
There you go.
And that way you start because
That is actually a really good idea.
I've started doing
I don't
that.
think I've ever done. How often do you do that?
Lately, I've done it twice this summer.
That's actually
because
a
I noticed I'm
great
wearing
idea.
the exact same T-shirts, and I went whoa, and so I just flipped it.
I've never done that.
Yeah, think about it.
It's a good idea.
Because I've done that, and I purge every spring. I purge T-shirts because if I see someone I like, I'll get one, whatever. But then all of a sudden, I start getting down to the bottom of the thing. I'm, oh gosh, I love this shirt, but I haven't worn it because I always do stuff on the top. So then I start Flipping.
The food,
you got to flip the t-shirt.
The food is like, if she sucks at cooking a certain meal and insists on cooking it all the time, you got to say something at some point.
Well,
I think it's easier to talk about the food than the clothes.
I don't know, but that's one that she's obviously confident in.
Yeah,
I mean, if it's something she's cooking all the time, she's feeling confident about it.
But when they say, "Hey, I'm going to go cook the whatever it is that you don't really like," but you go, do you not find yourself going, "Hey, I could just go run to Chipotle. Maybe it's a Chipotle night."
That happens too.
You know, I think we ours now Chipotle Thursday.
You know, we're basically to the point where if she can't heat it up in 3 minutes, we don't eat it anyways.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what. I brought
just
two
go
little hamburger patties today, just for my dinner. I didn't eat today. They were actually better today than they were yesterday, and they were okay. They were fine yesterday. They were better today.
No, I think
Do you microwave leftovers?
I have. I didn't these. I just put them in a baggie, and
I'm anti microwaving leftovers. I'm just eating it straight out of the fridge, whatever it is.
It's
cold
not bad
pizza,
that way.
whatever.
Well,
I'm just eating it cold.
All right, we'll get to now that we've solved the mysteries of the universe
you haven't
here.
hit a break all
Oh
day.
no, we've been all over the place.
Yeah,
it's been miserable.
You've been really disrespecting Kevin today.
Yep, ain't coming back from that probably either.
Yeah,
just is what it is. But we'll get to the Broncos practice and some interesting news about Nick Benito. Details coming up next.
something is signed, you've signed? Is there maybe more of a concerted effort that, hey, now we'll get Nick signed?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they've pretty much, like, through the whole process, like, kept me, like, priority, knowing, they want to extend me, they want me here. It's just about, when they want to get it done and when, we're ready, so.
Would you prefer to wait until Parsons signs or gets his new deal?
Honestly, that's up to my agent. I kind of just leave that up to him. He brings me with ideas, and I just yes or no, but I don't really have no preference.
Nick Bonito is back. Big question of the day, as we actually have it up on Twitter as well. Where do you think the Broncos are with Nick Bonito? When do you think a new deal gets done? And then we'll go on to the rest of the practice. But let's just start there with Bonito being back. Says that he says he's under contract. He says the market at my position is in my favor and going up and up, and I just want to compete. I got a good agent. They say nice things about me, so I'm here to play football. That's what I'll be doing. What's the future here for Nick Bonito?
Yeah, first off, I'll just say this. I thought Nick Bonito was refreshing to listen to today. So many times you get in these contract situations, and it doesn't have to be combative, but it turns into a combative, hostile environment. So it was really refreshing to hear Nick go up there, just have a great attitude about everything. I'm here to play ball. It'll get taken care of. I don't know what you guys felt. My takeaway after hearing Nick speak today was that everybody's being very respectful. Everybody's saying the right things. The team is saying how much we love you. I did not feel like any sort of deal was imminent.
But I don't, and you said it a while ago, it's not contentious. And he said, in fact, he said it, right? It's not contentious.
Yeah, that's what he said.
They're working on it.
And he's back practicing today, so okay.
Kind of pointed this out. Was it Allen that got paid, but it was like literally right before the season or like 2 weeks in the season? Cortland Sutton was right down up to the wire also, got a little extension.
I mean, both those guys just got paid, but.
Yeah. But I thought there was somebody. Well, Cortland's last year but it was minimal. I think it'll go right to the. I bet they're working on it now. And who knows? We may hear. Why not Saturday morning before the game? Nick Bonito won't play, but he just signed a new 4-year, $85 million guaranteed contract.
Nothing would surprise me. I mean, that wouldn't surprise me at all. If they got a deal done, cool. If they've seen what they need to see, cool. If they're willing to pay him $35 million, because that's the only way a deal's getting done right now, is if Nick Bonito gets exactly what he wants, which is going to be about $35 million per year.
Based to me, just on logic alone, no inside sources here, that his temper, which is great, and the way he's back, and I got to think it's somewhere close, and that's the only thing that would make sense to me. That things are going fine. They believe it's going to happen. But it's risky if he's playing regular season games without this new deal. But maybe he's willing to take a chance on himself. Hey, good for him. I'm going to guess it's going to get done before the season. We have the survey up now. It says before the season, by week 4, end of the season, after the season. After the season would be more like a franchise tag. Like if they can't figure it out then it's probably a little bit more contentious. But who knows? Good to see that. Practice itself was what today?
It was a good day, man. A little bit of a different practice. A lot of 11-on-11 work was going on out there. Clearly was a big emphasis on passing today. Multiple no-huddle periods. Bo Nix was sharp. I said it after the Cardinals practice. Okay, great practice from Bo Nix from the Cardinals. Now we got to string a few days together. Let's have some consecutive days of good performances. And he had to wait a long time because after that practice, which was Thursday with the Cardinals, Friday was a walkthrough, Saturday was the game, and now he finally had an opportunity to go out there and play football again. And he was really, really sharp. Lots of personnel groupings was going on. Every wide receiver that was in the mix was playing with the ones at some point. 5 wide galore. Red zone situations. Offensive line did a good job holding up. Just overall, I thought it was a very productive day for the offense.
Okay. Let me go through some of the things that Sean Payne brought up, see what you guys think about it. Running game, Dobson's looked good. Noted a big run from him. Dobbins more involved, getting more involved.
Yeah, it felt to me, and I wasn't counting reps or anything, but, just with the naked eyeball, it sure felt to me like J.K. Dobbins got the majority of the reps with the starting offense today.
Will he get the most work, you think, come Saturday?
No. He'll probably
Oh.
get zero work again.
Yeah.
I think they're just putting that dude in bubble wrap, and they're saying, we know what we got. We're getting to the regular season.
So work him these 2-3 practices and then boom, put him on the shelf?
Sean said they're going in pads. Well, today they did, and Wednesday and Thursday. And when the season rolls around, you can't do consecutive days in pads. I don't know when that starts, though. Does that start after the final preseason game, or do you get another week of wiggle room before you get into like your NFL rules about what you can do and what you can't do?
Good question. I would guess it's after week 1. Or started week 1, but you've got that 2-week period in between.
Yeah, what is that? Is that still preseason?
I don't know the answer, I guess.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of weird, isn't it? There's a little weird gray area there. Because I guess week 1 would technically be after Labor Day, right? I mean, technically.
Yeah, but you're going to treat it like a game week no matter what. So whatever your game week approach is going to be, I bet it's going to be the same thing.
Yeah, I just don't know. Will this be it in terms of consecutive days and pads for the team? This week here.
I bet you this many especially. Yeah.
I don't even know what you're allowed to do because
once you get into the season, you can have back-to-back padded practices, but you can only have so many padded practices throughout the entire season.
I mean, does anybody do that once the season starts?
Yeah. I mean, early on, and then
you only get like 14,
then you back off of it.
Yeah. Okay. Let me go through some other things here.
But you do it early on because later in the season you're going to back off entirely, and you're going to have weeks where you don't have pads on at all.
Jade Barron, they're developing him, and they say he's a nickel flex. He'll primarily be inside, and he'll flex out sometimes. Is that what we anticipate out of Barron? I assume that's what's happening, and that's what they're going to do.
I mean, outside of an injury to Riley Moss, I really don't expect to see him outside at all. I think he's just going to be entirely a nickel guy.
Unless there's an injury?
Yeah, that's what I said.
Knock on wood?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see here. Fullback position. Get into fullbacks. Tyler, what is the F? We've always had an F. What's the F?
I'm sure he's just talking about fullback.
It's not like an X, a Y, an F. It's like not a position on the field. F just stands for fullback?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. All right. Well, they made a big deal about, this particular position. But Nate Atkins, he's going to miss some time in the regular season, but they really like him. Does Atkins, is this a position where we're going to find somebody from another team? That this is the one spot that
for fullback?
Yes. At least in the beginning of the year.
I mean, I have no idea how much they like Adam Prentice or not. But I mean, Michael Burton will be your guy as soon as he can be your guy. So more or less, it's kind of a moot conversation, right?
They did this to Burton last year where they cut him first week and then brought him back that Tuesday.
Right.
After game 1, I think.
Because, and I know you know this, but they do that because they know he's going to be that guy. You might cut him 4 or 5 times this season, and you tell him, don't pack your bags. We needed an extra defensive back. We needed an extra wide receiver.
Do they
You'll be back on
cash
Tuesday.
in the door when they do that?
No, I mean, but it's the opposite of that. The reason why you don't carry him on day 1 is because if he's on the day 1 opening roster, now you got to guarantee his entire salary. So you got to pay him for those weeks that he's cut. But if he's not on the day 1 opening roster, now you can actually cut him without guaranteeing the salary.
That screws the player.
Well, yeah. I mean,
so that's what I'm saying.
Welcome to the NFL.
But if we're going to cut you 3 or 4 times, we're going to say, hey, by the way, here's a little $5,000. Enjoy the week. We'll see you next Tuesday.
There's always a guy or two every year that just is the yo-yo. It happens. It sucks. But hey, you're still
you pay the yo-yo. They ought to have it in the collective bargaining. You can have 2 yo-yos, and you get to pay them.
I don't know what
we
to
got
say.
a couple on this show.
Yeah. Yo-yos are ding-dongs.
Yeah.
Who knows?
But you're still in the league. And
that's the way it goes.
I guess you get enough years. How many games you got to play to get a year of service?
You got 2-way contracts in the NBA where you have a limited amount of games a guy can play in the NBA. I mean, that's more defined, I guess, but you're not going to play a guy. what are we doing here? Remember when Colin Gillespie all of a sudden was getting...
Gillespie had played too many games.
What are we doing?
And then still wasn't eligible. You were counting on him now, and now he was ineligible for the postseason?
Yeah, because you burned up all his games. Why did you do that?
Well, two-way players aren't eligible, I don't think, for...
But you can convert a two-way player, can't you?
You can convert it, yeah. But they didn't have room to do that.
So I guess the NBA already has that factored in, where the NFL just... They cut them, but they don't clean out their locker. I mean, you pretty much know where a guy sits if his locker's cleaned out or not. I mean, Burns probably going to be one of those guys. Maybe the position's going to be one of those guys. They're just waiting for Nate Atkins basically to get back.
Well, the position itself lends itself to being that guy. So whether you're talented or not, a fullback, I can get away this week without carrying the fullback. No matter how good the dude is, you're just like, that's a position that in theory we can get away with not having it.
It does show that Sean loves that position, though. Like that's just something they're always going to carry as long as Sean Payton's
Do you have
here.
wide zone running schemes without fullbacks?
Oh, tons. Yeah. The far majority.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, a fullback, even with a really good fullback, he might be on the field 7 or 8 snaps in a game.
Yeah.
But people look at that and they discount it. They're like, oh, why do you need it? Well, do you want to pick up 3rd and 1? Do you want to pick up that 4th and 1? Because the time that they're actually in there, they are some of the most impactful plays of the entire game.
The fullback more and more has become like a specialist.
Who's your fullback here with Shanahan? And then who was it in Washington? Washington, you had the guy that started with the last name started with a C.
I'm drawing. I can picture Darrell Young was my fullback in Washington, and he was good. He was a really good fullback. I'm drawing a blank on who our fullback was my rookie year.
What year?
2008.
We
had Ryan Terrain, Mike Bell.
Were they fullbacks? Those
no,
guys
no. They were. I'm just talking about the room.
Oh, okay.
I can't remember who the full. Oh, yes, I do. It was Peyton Hillis.
Oh
there
God!
you go.
All right. Okay.
Because he ended up becoming your leading rusher.
Can you remember the other one?
Oh.
You guys will remember it as soon as I say it.
Was it Kyle? It might have been a Syracuse
I'll give
guy.
you a clue that I guarantee gives it away. Two-way player.
Oh my God.
Refrigerator pair.
Oh my Lord. I am gonna, as soon as you say it, it's on the tip of my tongue.
What was his position on defense? Linebacker.
Yeah, it had to be linebacker.
Oh my God. I know it. I can see him. Not Jim Leonard.
Ethnicity.
Who is it?
Give me the ethnicity.
Gosh darn it. I can see him in my head.
White.
Okay. A white fullback. I'm shocked.
Spencer Larson.
I wouldn't have got it. That's it. That's right there, though. That's right.
Yep.
Spencer Larson.
Yep.
Played linebacker and fullback.
Yeah, he started on both sides of the ball, I think, a couple times.
He did. Take that, Travis Hunter. Spencer Larson. He did. I remember he used to run around to different meetings and practice. That was a whole thing back then. Spencer Larson.
What many years he got in the league?
Nah, not a ton.
Probably 5 or 6, I'd guess.
So he got a pension.
Yeah.
Yeah. Better than most.
Yeah.
But what's his face, who you just said there? What's his Peyton Hillis. That's right. But he became the leading tailback.
Wait, was Peyton my second year? I think Peyton.
Do you know he was?
I think Peyton was my second year.
Do you guys realize he was on the cover of Madden?
Yeah, for the Browns.
How nuts is that?
Well, he had a great year or two here, got hurt, but then went to Cleveland. Had the start of the year was pretty good, or maybe it was good all year, and then he got on the cover, and then he had the Madden curse.
Yeah. Yep. Part of Broncos lore is the most outrageous rumor of all time.
I never believed that.
I didn't believe it either.
I never even heard that rumor until I got in the media.
I know. I'm not saying it's true, but it's people bring it up all the time. Just irresponsible people. All right, let's football go. Dan Bud Squint Tanner is up next. All right, hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low testosterone causes all sorts of issues. Low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, so much more. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they are the experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions. They've successfully treated so many men for low T, you could be next. Losing T in terms of your age happens all the time once you hit your mid-30s. Well, here you go. But you want to feel like you did in your 20s. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can get you there. Take the low T quiz on the website, schedule a consult. They'll draw your blood and have results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider is going to review the results, and then you guys talk about it. What's it going to be? Cost of the appointment is only $99. Get the consult, the T and PSA test. If you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. So call today, 720-440-7900, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Damn right it would be neat. It'd be super neat. Thank you to MountainHighAppliance.com. MountainHighAppliance.com. All right. By the way, I got a couple of other, before we get to this real quick. Did Mitch Unrein go both ways at some point?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Did Matt McChesney go both ways?
For
the Broncos.
Well, not for the Broncos, but he did start his career as a defensive lineman, and then he finished it as an offensive lineman.
At CU?
He
no,
switched to
in
the
the
Jets.
NFL.
Oh, in the NFL. Okay.
Yeah, he switched with the Jets.
He was always
Gotcha.
a D lineman at CU. And
Right.
then, yeah, he got switched with Jets. Scott's right.
So he played both in his NFL career.
Yeah.
All right. Ben Garland went both ways.
Ben, yeah. Yeah, see, when you say win both ways, I think of guys that would play on both sides of the ball in the same game.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'll use whatever term you want. I mean, he played
you're right,
both
like
positions
switch
in the
positions.
NFL. Yeah.
Well, Ben Garland was a D lineman, wasn't he, at Air Force Academy, and then turned to an offensive guard.
And he was a D lineman here. And then first I knew of him as an O lineman was when I played with him in Atlanta.
Right. Didn't Ben start in the Super Bowl? I think he was a starting
He was on
offensive
the
lineman.
team. I don't know if he
I
started.
think they had some well, I mean, we can go back and check, but I thought they had some injuries.
For the Falcons?
Yes.
I mean, he was a contributor for sure.
For sure, yeah.
Ben had a great career.
Great career.
Well, wasn't Ben the one whose house burnt?
Well, his grandparents' house burned to the ground in the Springs.
But the Broncos and the team replaced one of his sabers he had from
that was
graduation.
All, they're very emotional. That was a huge
they
thing.
really respected the heck out of him even here.
Ben was on the team for a long time with the Broncos.
He also was on before he still had to do his commitment. They were moving him. Like he would come and do all of training camp.
Dude.
And then he'd have to go and do whatever he was doing.
I was playing during OTAs. He would do he would go to the full day of work, and then he would go work an overnight shift back in the Springs.
Crazy.
Come back, be at the Broncos at 8:30 in the morning. And I'm like, when did you sleep? He's like, I didn't.
Yeah. Active participant in the military while he was an NFL player. Just mind-blowing stuff with Ben Garland.
And a good dude, man.
Oh, great guy. And when they did the sprints, all the offensive linemen this is the Tebow days. And McDaniel, I mean, the sprints, but that was a common occurrence. Ben didn't care. He was like, he would run like Tebow. He would run them out. The rest of the elephants would all sort of, herd it up together. But Ben was like,
Air Force.
I guess it wasn't a big deal. I guess.
No, he was a strong union violator.
Yeah. But that was not a big deal?
That was not. Guys were not thrilled by it.
Oh, really? Okay. All right. That's fine.
There's a union for a reason when you're running sprints.
And he would violate it.
Yeah.
So what would you do with that? Just nothing?
Sometimes that got handled behind closed doors.
Oh, gotcha. All right. Damn.
But he didn't care. I mean,
he didn't care?
No, he was going to keep doing his deal.
Yeah. All right, go for it, Dan. Sorry to interrupt.
That's all right. Okay, so let's hear from Sean Payton. Heard from him earlier today at Broncos practice. Here he is talking about, he was asked, does he like having a specific number 2 wide receiver opposite of Courtland Sutton?
I think some teams are more predictable with where the X is and the slot and the Z and then in the term, the number 1, the number 2. I get all that. They're all going to play in different roles. And so we probably are a little bit different with our rotation substitution patterns that you guys can decide who 2 is and 3 is and 4 is. But there's going to be a role if they're dressing and they're getting on the field, and they're not going to line up in the same spot all the time. I think that would be the easiest way to describe it.
Okay, so I want to ask you guys who will be the consensus number 2. I'll ask it this way. Who do you think will have the second most productive season at the wide receiver spot, assuming that Courtland Sutton is number 1?
Troy Franklin's got all the momentum right now, but if I had to put my money on it today, I'd still say Devon Vele.
I'm going Franklin.
I want to go with Franklin. I think it'd be better for the team if it was Franklin, but I can't shake them getting the ball to Marvin Mims more. So Vele, that's interesting, man. Why do you say Vele?
I bet Marvin Mims is fourth in production on this team.
You think he just becomes more of a special team sort of dude?
Specialty
No,
guy?
no. I mean, he'll be involved as what he has been as a gadget player.
Well, okay, fine. But, right, down the pecking order, huh?
I mean.
Hey, I would get it, by the way. I mean, you're talking Vele's tall, Franklin's tall, Pat Bryant's tall, Sutton's. You get the trend. I mean, Mims is the only undersized dude there. So I get it. I totally get it. It makes sense to me. It's harder to find, and, maybe Mims is just a specialist. Like, I'm going to run 4 or 5 sprints a game, and maybe you throw it up to me once or twice, and I'm just going to take punts back. You got a lot of great options this year. Never mind Sherfield, who I don't think is that tall, but he's more like
he's stout a little bit, but he's
solid,
not.
don't you think?
He's shorter.
My prediction for Trent Sherfield is that he's going to be that dude that was the training camp darling, and that he just slowly fades out of the rotation.
Okay, but they'll keep him on,
which isn't fair to the dude because he's done nothing but earn his keep. He's done nothing but make plays. He's done nothing but make you think he deserves to be on the field. That's just my prediction. I mean, look, you only got so many bodies, right? And he'll be. The good news for Sherfield is that he will always be available because he will always be dressed for special teams.
Right.
Someone else might have a tough draw there.
Oh man, can you imagine? Like, there's games if Marvin Mims got screwed. Nah, that
No,
will
he'll
never happen
never
because
be
he's special
scratched either.
teams.
Yeah.
So you're talking about Vele or
Franklin,
Bryant. Oh,
or Bryant.
God, I don't know how they keep Troy Franklin off the field.
No, you
too.
don't. You don't.
You don't start the season because he's been your most productive, to me, from practice to games, your most productive wide receiver.
Yeah, but you're right. There's only so many plays. There's so many passes that you're going to throw a game. I mean, it's going to be tough. Hey, good problem to have. First world problems for the Broncos, no doubt. Next up, Dan.
All right, so a couple of weeks ago, Archie Manning, Arch's grandfather, said that he is for sure coming back to Texas next season. Well, Arch was asked about that today. Here's what he said.
Next year, is he right?
Yeah, I don't know where he got that from. He texted me and apologized about that, but I'm really just taking it day by day right now.
Okay, so
shut up, Grandpa. Shut up.
Yeah, I don't know where he got that. He texted me and apologized.
Hey, Meemaw, tell Grandpa to shut the hell up.
If Arch finishes top 4 or 5 in the Heisman voting at the end of this season, what do you guys think Arch does at the end of this college football season?
Is he the number 1 quarterback or not?
Right now, he's not. In fact, right now, he's like 5 or 6 as the mock draft stand right now. I mean, things can certainly change.
I am not knocking Archie Manning.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I am not knocking Archie Manning at all. I think he's going to be legit. I think the dude is good. I think he is talented. But has there ever been a dude anointed without playing a football game like the way that Archie Manning has?
It's insane. I mean, he's played a little bit.
He's played 2
I'm
games.
rolling my eyes.
He's played in 2 games, right?
He played all right. Played pretty good.
I think it was just 2 games.
He filled in for 1, and I think he started 2.
Yeah, I think he's. I mean, we can look it up, but I think he's played in more games. But I think you're right. I think he's only started 2. It's not a lot. He has not played a lot, to your point, and he more or less rode the pine for 2 years. For Quinn Ewers, who sucks apparently in the NFL.
No, he had a good weekend this weekend.
Quinn Ewers did?
Yeah.
All right. Well, he sucked last weekend. What did he do this weekend?
Oh, I don't remember the stat line, but it was a good game.
225, 11 for 14.
You're just
3
making that
touchdowns.
up.
Yeah.
You're just
sounded good.
Just go with it. All right, next up, Dan.
All right, let's hear from our guy, Adam Schefter. Here he is today talking about the situation still going on, fellas, between Micah Parsons and the Dallas Cowboys.
You can't get a deal done if you're not even talking. And the two sides haven't had any negotiations since late March or early April. And it sounds like at this point it's personal. It sounds like each side is dug in. The Cowboys have come out and said what they said publicly at the start of training camp, which Micah didn't like. Micah came out and asked to be traded, said he was ready to move on from Dallas, which I'm sure they didn't like. And right now, both sides seem to be angry. Now, have other people put those feelings aside in the past and figured out a way to work out a deal? Yeah. I don't see that happening here. I see these two sides headed towards a divorce in time. The only question is, when is that divorce going to happen and how is it going to happen? Are they going to trade him now? Are they going to trade him after this year? Are they going to move on when? But it certainly doesn't feel like these two sides want to enter a long-term relationship together.
What do you guys think happens with Micah Parsons? Does he ultimately go back to the Cowboys, or do you think they trade him?
I mean, don't you think at some point Jerry's just going to pay the man?
Yes.
That's what I think.
These guys don't grow on trees. He's a freak.
I still think the Dak Prescott contract as Jerry Jones for the first time, maybe as whatever his title is there with the team, scared. I think he is regretting it. I think that front office is regretting it. I think they are eating it, suffering for it, and they're afraid that they don't want to do that again. To the point is, you probably should have paid Parsons.
But Dak was never the best QB.
Making $60 million a year, though.
No, I know.
I'm
saying to your point, they paid him like he's the best.
But like Parsons, he was trajecting up and was looking pretty good. I mean, it's some nice years. And then they paid him, and he hadn't. I don't even think he's played. Has he played a full season since he got a contract?
Was he hurt last year?
I think he was hurt most of the year.
Yeah. He hasn't done crap as far as I'm concerned. What's he done in the playoffs?
Well, Dak is literally the highest paid quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, this is stupid. Micah Parsons is a game-changing, game-wrecking player. I have no idea how it got to this degree. He probably should be the highest defensive player in the National Football League.
He will be.
Yeah, I don't even know what the beef is. What is the beef? What is the problem here?
Well, now it's hurt feelings.
Well, that is stupid. That's a dumb way to run a business. And that's what you get when you got an owner who stupidly is a general manager and has got his. I am so glad the Broncos are operating the way they're operating. It's so different that there's nothing personal. There's so much personal stuff going on with the Broncos for so many years. Because the whole Shanny stuff was so ridiculous when you think about it. And personal stuff was John Elway's scared of drafting a quarterback because he got burned by Paxton Lynch. Okay. I mean, what are we doing here? We don't have somebody running the team. What are we doing here? This is the mess that the Broncos were in, and the personal stuff with Jerry Jones. They're not going to trade him. Trade him? Why? Why would they trade him?
Well, I mean, why? If you literally believe the dude that he won't play for you. I'm with you for the record. I mean,
bluff.
Logic tells me just pay the man, just like Myles Garrett, who wanted out of Cleveland.
Yeah.
All of a sudden that thing got repaired real quickly.
Right. Remember that? Right. It's incredible. What do you think the money's going to be for Micah Parsons? 40 a year?
I would, no, it'll be more than that.
Okay.
I would guess 44 to 45 per year.
Yeah, I think we feel good about things after that. We're fine. It was exactly like Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
How it got to this point is kind of ridiculous.
It's amazing.
I actually think the situation in Cincinnati's worse with Trey Hendrickson.
Yeah, well, they chose to pay 2 wide receivers.
Oh, there you go. I mean, they are going to trade him, I think. I think he's gone. You're right, though. They paid T and Chase, and they got Joe Burrow. That's what are you going to do? This is why you got to strike with the irons hot with Bo Nix, man. I tell you what, you gotta make some.
Didn't Kansas City win 1 or 2 while Patrick Mahomes was on his?
I think it was 2.
Yeah, rookie deal.
Russell Wilson got 1 in his rookie against the Broncos. I mean,
and once he got paid, that team kind of went the other way.
Yes, they did.
You got to reinvent yourself once you pay the quarterback. Period. That's it. You got to figure it out. You can do it.
Kansas City somehow did it.
It's unbelievable.
But Dak Prescott's a pretty good example of why you don't go all in on a top 15 QB, though.
Real fast, Dak Prescott, what do you think his career record is?
I'm sure
he played 8 games last
500.
year. 500?
I bet it's over 500. I think his regular season record's actually
you know what?
good.
Actually, you're right. Dallas has been the regular season darlings, like winning 13 games a year, right?
76 and 46.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, you're right.
The year I think he got paid was 23, right? Led the league in completions. 36 touchdowns, 9 interceptions.
Yeah, he's had moments. What's his playoff
4,500 years.
What's he done in the playoffs?
Well, let me see.
That's where the rubber kind of meets. But then again, how do you find guys like that?
He's been in the playoffs 5 of his 9 years.
Well, that's pretty good.
But he's 2-5.
And that sucks.
But that's kind of a Dallas. What did Romo do in the playoffs? He never won a playoff game.
He
never won a playoff game.
Pretty similar QBs.
Equally bad, and then he amps great for the TV booth rather than sucking it up and trying to win somewhere else.
The last time they were in the playoffs, 23, played one game, lost. He had a 68% completion rating through 400 yards and 3 touchdowns.
You know, that's another reason I have so much respect for.
Night.
I have so much respect for Peyton Manning. By the way, like Peyton could have so easily just said, "Hey, man, it's been cool. You know, and I'm going to make more money." TV would have had him in a heartbeat, and he took the harder path, man. When he didn't know what was going on. Like, why did Peyton do that? Why? Why did Tony Romo bail out and Peyton Manning say, okay, I'll put it all on the line?
Because
I don't know. I'm not judging Romo. Hey, man, somebody wants to pay me that amount of money to get in the booth. That sounds like a pretty good idea to me.
Peyton Manning would have done as well, if not better. Ain't no doubt about it.
Oh, I'm sure he would.
So why did Peyton do it?
Because Peyton Manning wanted to win a championship, and Romo was never about that.
And why are guys wired like that and some guys are? I agree with you, but why do you think some guys are wired like that and some guys aren't?
Peyton Manning's record.
Good.
Regular season.
Really good.
Oh, my God. Yeah, really good.
186 and 79.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Jeez.
Over 100 plus.
That is awesome. Meanwhile, look at his brother.
500.
Yep.
So, right at almost 72,000 yards, 71. 539 touchdowns, 251 picks.
5 MVPs, right? 5, I think. 2 Super Bowls. Probably should add more. I mean, unbelievable. He's the best.
How about that? You said 5 MVPs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thought he had 5, right?
And he's got a second place, a fifth place, a second place, a third place, a second place also in MVP voting.
Plus the motor, the desire to just.
So the difference between him and
crazy.
Romo, because listen, Romo had some good years too, but some guys want to win and don't care. And Peyton Manning's one of those guys. I think John Elway. I mean, John Elway could have got out of it quicker than he did, and came back and ended up winning 2 more Super Bowls.
How old was John when he walked away? 39, 38?
No, 30.
I thought he was younger than that.
37?
Yeah. I think he was a pinch younger.
Okay.
That would have been such an amazing season had Bubby started that year, like the rumor. Like Bubby starts and
Bubby
John
told me that.
John comes in week whatever.
He was 38 when he
38?
retired. Yep.
He was emotional. He didn't want to retire, man. I remember that press conference. Remember that Elway press conference?
Yep.
Holy cow. He didn't want to. He wasn't done with it.
Well, how about John Elway at 36, 37, and 38? Now it's teams. He was 35 and 8 winning percentage. 35 wins, 8 losses at 36, 37, 38. Yeah. 12. Well, his last year he only played 12 games. He's 10 and 2 as a starter.
Mm-hmm.
How many more years? How many guys do you think will play into their 40s in the NFL quarterbacks?
The QB?
Yeah. I mean, Rodgers is 41. Brady played in his 40s.
I think the number's going to bell curve and start going down.
You think so?
Because, I mean, like Patrick Mahomes, Dak Prescott. Say Dak Prescott stays healthy, plays good, he's a winning quarterback, making $60 million. Now are you gonna play an extra 5 years for 20, 25?
I think
I
these
mean,
guys,
I would, but I mean,
but don't these guys have to just love the game more than the money? It's got to be
eventually
past 38. It's got to be about the game, not the money.
I mean, hold on. Let's just think about this though. Of the guys that are playing right now, okay, Patrick Mahomes. I don't know. Maybe he just wins so much he walks away, but certainly could play in his 40s.
And I
definitely
Josh Allen, Joe Burrow
seems to love it that much.
He'd go into their 40s for sure.
I would say so. Yeah.
Matt Stafford, could go into his 40s.
I'd say Goff would go into his 40s.
Goff feels like a dude that could go into his 40s.
How old's Flacco?
Flacco is 40, I think.
And he's about to start.
I think he is 40.
So he'll start in his 40s.
And he's going to do it for $5 million.
I think he loves the game, man.
I think he loves the game.
I think he loves the game.
And he's got a championship.
It's so much more fun to root for guys that you believe at least they love the game rather than guys that you think are just doing it for whatever reason.
Does LeBron love the game?
Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He does. He's a billionaire, Scott. $50 million to him is nothing. He definitely loves the game. Ugh. Stupid LeBron. He could play for another 2 or 3 years. It's stupid.
You know, you missed another break.
Well, then we can take some commercials then. Nate and Andy coming up. It's PhD on 92.5. That's too funny. All right, tonight.
Tonight
is the Rockies again, but I won't go on and on about that. But they got the Dodgers tonight, so
Let me try to check in with that. What is today? Tuesday.
They'll probably lose by a dozen tonight. They'll probably get killed tonight.
I have been following them to help you out a little bit on my score thing. On my phone.
Yeah. They're on TV too, but okay.
Well, but sometimes I've been sitting in soccer and they start practicing a game, and I haven't been able to, and I probably could hook it up on my. I guess I could.
Can I tell you something awful I did last night? So my wife wanted us to go to a town hall meeting about something. I don't know.
Oh my gosh! You know what? Probably a new stadium.
It was something about taxes on something. It was at the library. I don't know. It's at the Lone Tree. I can walk to it, the Lone Tree Library. But I didn't know what the hell it was. I had no clue what it was about or what was going on. So anyways, I'm in the town hall. Yeah. I put in my earbuds and put on the Rockies game.
No, that's not a jerk move. That's survival. That's just pure survival.
And the guy seemed like a nice enough guy. He was doing a presentation about something that I did not understand. And then I was just waiting for the zany town hall moments. I was like, let's get to some kooky.
Like we see on Instagram.
I got him. I got it. You got some kookiness.
Really?
You got to understand, it was 40 minutes of me having no idea what this guy's talking about. So, I mean, all right. Hey, great. I know who Calvin Throckmorton is, and he doesn't. But whatever. It seemed like a nice enough guy. But I was just waiting for and sure enough, I got some zany town hall meeting moments. And I was like, okay.
Did you videotape them and drop them on your YouTube channel?
I didn't, but there were lots of people videotaping stuff and taking photos of things and documenting whatever the hell was going on. I was just like, hey, I'm in the middle of something here.
Meanwhile, it's 3-2 Dodgers.
I got this one woman, and she wrote this whole lengthy, she was just reading from a notebook. And the guy sitting next to me was like, I didn't know what she was talking about. I didn't know what he was talking about. Then I got another guy, and I guess he was on the other side of whatever the issue was. Now, granted, I don't know what's happening, but because I'm listening to the Rockies game. But this one guy, how we say talk show questions, like at press conferences, and guys will just go on and on and on. Holy cow, I don't think he even had a question. He was just straight up, doing a talk show.
He just needed to vent.
I guess so. And he just now let me tell you something about my money. And he just started talking. He didn't have a question. I'm like, I should have, would that have been funny? What if I just said,
what's the question?
What's the question?
What's the question?
I should have done that. That'd have been a riot. Then some dude, this is not a joke, town hall meeting in the library. Guy takes a phone call. Hello? Swear to God. He starts yeah. It was unbelievable. And then the same guy who takes a phone call, and again, we're talking local taxes and Lone Tree and Highlands Ranch. Yeah. He goes, when are we going to see the Epstein files?
No, we didn't.
I'm like, we're in a Lone Tree library talking about issues with Lone Tree and Highlands Ridge, and the guy busts out, when are we seeing the Epstein files? But that's what I came for. I came for the chaos.
No, you came to support the wife.
I came to support the wife. And then we went out for, we went to Yogurtini and got some yogurt afterwards and walked home. And
so you just walked down?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, have you ever gone to that little amphitheater? Not amphitheater, but little
Lone Tree Performing Arts Center.
Performing Arts Center.
2 miles from here. Yeah. Yeah, it's great. It's fantastic.
I saw John Oates did an acoustic set there. It was fantastic.
Wait, where was Hall? Seeing John Oates solo?
Yeah, it was John Oates solo.
Yeah, they've had some issues, the two of them.
But it was fantastic. Fantastic.
Are you guys interested in any more preseason football at this point? Is there anything else to gain from any preseason football game? Anything?
Sure. I mean,
what has your curiosity?
I don't know. Is there anything definitive to be learned? The answer to that's no, of course, right? Does preseason football? Do the results of preseason football matter? No, of course not. But does preseason football matter? Yeah, it does. It does. It's a huge part of the evolution. I was just watching. I caught some random press clippings of Georgia Tech's head coach, and he's like, oh, but we are not even close to ready to play a football game.
Good.
If we can only call 3 plays on offense, we'll only call 3 plays on offense, right?
That's awesome.
But I mean, you get through the preseason, and you'd be surprised how many teams, even in the NFL, are feeling very similar to that. And so you just hope that you're not there. I mean, look, we're going to get to see the starters for the Broncos play 8 to 10 snaps is what we were told. I would look at that as 2 series, right? And hopefully we can see our guys go out there. And do we know if the Saints are playing their starters?
I have no idea. What choice do they have? Who are their starters? I mean, who do they got?
Well, it's a good question.
Tyler Shuck's your starting quarterback.
Is he? I thought Spencer Rattler was.
I don't know.
I honestly don't know.
Did Spencer Rattler beat him out?
I shouldn't even. I don't know. I thought Spencer Rattler was number 1 on the depth chart, but I don't know.
I thought that's why they drafted Tyler Shuck. I have no idea. No clue whatsoever. As far as I could tell, New Orleans was aiming to be the worst team in the league this year. Like that's a
the Colts might be right on their trail.
How about that? Is he done? Is Richardson done?
I don't think so, actually. Like, do you guys know how old that dude is?
The laundry list of
like
guys.
24, isn't he?
23 years old.
23?
It's crazy how many people he's younger than.
Yeah, he's younger than like 7 or 8 starting quarterbacks in the NFL today. So, I don't know, man. I mean, their head coach comes out today and he's like, Daniel Jones isn't going to have a short leash. That's like your first sign the dude's definitely got a short leash. Like if we're talking about a leash after we just named him the starter, probably going to have a short leash at some point. He's only 23. Don't you think somebody will give that dude a chance at some point?
Let me ask about this. And
That's a
Daniel
good question.
Jones is looking for a rebirth, right? So we maybe this week as we get to, or the next couple weeks, you know, who will have the rebirth moving from team to team, that being said.
Mm-hmm.
But there's always a breakout guy that you don't count on. Do you see anybody who might be a breakout
As a
guy?
quarterback?
For any position. We'll start with the Broncos.
Oh.
Is there a guy you think is going to have a breakout year? And then maybe next week we start talking about the league because we got to get ready for fantasy football.
I mean, it'd be hard to say anybody but Troy Franklin right now, right?
He'd be the most obvious guy.
Well, you know what? What's our guy? Gruden. You know, Gruden put out there, I saw a video the other day, he said R.J. Harvey. He said keep an eye on R.J. Harvey.
That.
Yeah, I would guess most people around the country do not even know who R.J. Harvey is. So that could catch people. We do, obviously. But that's a good call. Like, a lot of people probably don't know who he is. Lots. I mean, he's a late second-round guy. I mean, that gets buried.
I'm just going back to Anthony Richardson here for a quick second, and I hate to even say this because I'm going to sound so much like DMac on it. It almost makes me nauseous just bringing it up.
There you go.
You want to talk about a team that has no plan?
Oh, they're brutal.
I mean, you want to talk about a team.
They're terrible.
You drafted the youngest starting quarterback in decades. You drafted a dude that had like 12 career starts in college. You drafted a dude that you knew was the biggest wild card of all the quarterbacks that were in the draft that was going to need years and years of development before he was going to look anything like a capable starting quarterback. And look, I don't even think Anthony Richardson is good. I don't. I liked him. I liked the prospect.
Well, why draft him?
But I mean, what the hell was the plan?
Right.
Well, if you're going to draft him, why not develop him? Why not get a bridge guy, and especially since he's so young?
But you realize the only way to develop him is to play him, and it might take 2.5 years to do it. And even then, there's no guarantee. So I get you. You do sound like me.
I know.
Why do it in the first place?
Well, I fight that.
It's a bad organization. That's why
I fight the young guy. I feel like there's more. I think Bo Nix is more of the exception than the rule as far as playing a young guy, and he really shines.
I agree.
But to me, I've seen too many. What was the Carr that went to Houston and set the record for being sacked the most? David Carr. And this guy's a great college quarterback, and all of a sudden he's out of the league in 2 or 3 years.
Oh,
right?
You can ruin dudes. I mean, you can make the argument Sam Darnold was being ruined, and
took him to get away and get with some people that could develop.
Was Baker Mayfield being ruined in Cleveland?
I don't know. I don't think.
Well,
so.
he needed time to develop.
He had a good year there.
Well, one way or the other, he needed time to develop.
Yeah,
and now he is rock solid and one of the top 10 quarterbacks in the league right now.
I'm just saying, like, of all the dudes that you could have drafted, Anthony Richardson was by far the biggest project.
It was
so
a
you're
flyer
surprised now that he's a project? Now you're surprised?
Right. I'll tell you this, man. these guys, these NFL guys, they're not idiots.
Okay.
Personnel people like Shedeur going in the 5th round, guys. Why did he go in the 5th round? Because the entire NFL is stupid? Everybody's dumb?
Maybe.
But okay. But when do we see Shedeur Sanders play again? Is he playing this weekend?
Week 5 against Miami Dolphins.
Okay.
Starter.
I mean, Flacco's going to start for the Browns this weekend, right? In the preseason game. Didn't they say that? They're going to start playing
Well,
the
they
starters?
said he's the starter, but I didn't know
Flacco did say he expects to play in the preseason game.
All right. Is Shedeur playing this weekend? He is. Andy, you're nodding his head. Do you know that?
Shedeur and Dillon are both supposed to play as they try to figure this out. I watch
What
more,
a mess, man.
I watch more preseason football than anybody should. And so that's all they talked about on the Browns broadcast last week was
They're both going.
They're both going to try to figure it out.
And Flacco's going too.
Because look, I mean, we've heard Tyler say it 1,000 times.
Figure what out?
Tyler doesn't like having 3 quarterbacks, much less,
right?
5. So what are you really going to do? And then you've got to decide: do you have value in either one of them? I mean, look, man, it's really fascinating because Shedeur had a great first game. Then it kind of felt like magically he's hurt. Now Dillon's healthy, so Dillon could play. And they were never in uniform at the same time to play. And now, look, I watched that game. Dillon Gabriel looked all right. I mean, he looked all right. He ran the offense efficiently. He had an interception. He had a pick 6 because 2 guys were in the same spot, and the tight end was in front of a receiver, so he pulled his hands back thinking his receiver was going to get the ball, and a DB split the 2 and made an interception, and that was – so is that really on Dillon? I don't know. Maybe he shouldn't have forced it over there, but it's not like it was some terrible, terrible mistake. They both look fine.
I saw Dan Orlovsky said that if he had to choose who played better, he would choose Dillon Gabriel.
Well, there you go, because it was efficient and in time is what he did.
Yeah.
So
it's KKSC FMHD1 Broomfield Denver Boulder. So you're watching preseason games, huh?
Oh, Nate, it's Nate's favorite thing to make fun of. Matter of fact, when I said I want to bring something up, Nate rolls his eyes like a disappointed dad every time I mention to him how much preseason football I watch over the weekend.
Clean-shaven, haircut, doing Nate Kreckman.
The act is cleaned up, my friend.
You are super clean right now.
It's a new school
You know
year.
why?
He's about to be on TV.
That's why.
He's doing a high school game on Friday.
Oh.
Told you, the facial hair, it always means something.
Yeah.
It does.
It always means there's...
Or you're applying for a job.
Well, that means something.
Hey.
But he would have to show up in nicer clothes here for that
I'm
to
saying
happen.
when a guy makes a facial physical difference, there's something. It might not be the biggest thing, but it's something.
Is Tyler getting rid of his?
Well, the Tyler's
that's a good question.
He's getting a haircut tomorrow.
I got a haircut tomorrow, and I got to make a decision. Am I growing this thing back out, or am I taking it down?
Well, aren't you
I don't
doing
know.
the TV game with Nate?
Yeah, but unlike Nate, I don't care what I look like.
Yeah,
on
he
that
doesn't.
podcast.
That's when you're the color guy, the ex-football player.
Whatever.
Again, you're allowed to be colorful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to look like a standard TV nerd.
Did you not see? Did you not?
You know,
see,
I did TV for about 9 years with that giant beard, right?
Well, but that's Nate's point. You
Yeah.
get to do that because you're the player.
You should have seen Michael
the nerd,
Bennett.
The nerd doesn't get, according to Nate, the nerd doesn't get to do it. Scott gets to look like that. Marlo's got to be clean shaven.
Michael Bennett on the Seahawks broadcast was literally wearing a T-shirt. He was in there. At least the other guy, I think it's Michael Thomas, the old fullback or whatever. At least he was wearing like a coat.
Dude, that would be a funny.
Bennett was like,
but wouldn't that be a funny ass play-by-play if the play-by-play guy was the wild-looking crazy guy, and the jock was all like buttoned up and all serious?
McAfee doing
Have we ever had a
play-by-play?
big bearded play-by-play guy? That's a good question.
The only so I actually I did some basketball with beard last spring, but it was short.
Best bearded play-by-play guy ever.
Well, you want color?
No.
Because
Play-by-play.
Marlon Olsen had an immaculate
No,
beard.
but Dick Enberg was clean shaven.
He was.
Spiro Didis, he rocks a beard.
See, that's it. You
he
did it right
does.
there.
Yeah.
It's the Don
It's tight,
Johnson.
though.
It's the slick guy
It's
beard.
tight. It's tight.
You know what it is?
Yeah.
Tight
It's
beard.
Miami Coke dealer beard. That's what it is.
Yes, Spiro does have that. The great Spiro Adam Archuleta twosome.
Yeah,
The twosome that our teams blow. That whatever those games.
Oh, we've lived on. You kidding me? We talked to all of them.
You know what's funny about it though?
We talked to the whole lineup for 6 years.
I love Spiro.
He's a great guy.
I think
he's a really nice guy.
I think he's so good, and also he did so many Nuggets playoff games, especially games in the bubble, that like it got burned into my brain the way that he pronounces Jamal Murray. because he's got that like Jersey East Coast accent thing, just that Jamal Murray like thing when he would yell it as Jamal was going crazy against Donovan Mitchell in the bubble. Like I got that burned into my brain. It's a signature Nuggets thing for me.
Yeah, I'm going to Waterworld. Y'all better watch out. I got 2 weekends to unleash the Alabaster Beast.
Did you
all better be careful.
Did you win the raffle?
I guess I did.
What a day!
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
There you go. Waterworld's.
Yeah, Woody, instead of a pay raise, we're going to give you a new title.
Hey, I'll take a little action on, hey, they're closing down the Screamin' Mimi. You know, back in my childhood.
What?
The Screamin' Mimi's that you proved you were a man because it was not safe. And chances were you were going to go off the track and lose a little skin on the elbow. But you better not cry. You better not cry. You will ride the Screamin' Mimi like a man and you'll deal with it.
When I went to Waterworld, the one time I went, I didn't know if I was having a lot of fun, which I think I did, or I was happy I just survived the particular day.
A couple of those,
It was like a little combo meal of emotions walking out of Waterworld.
It's the happiest place on earth.
Well, there's a lot of fun things to do there.
Until you've been mauled. See, again, though, this is where it's softer. Someone out there's got to back me up. 303-504-0925. The old Thunder Bay, dude. You would be, especially, here's 10, 12-year-old Andy. We're at Waterworld.
Yeah.
Oh, you're getting mauled by the guy you got the raft for the day. You were all excited to run out to the wave pool. Here comes the guy that's about Scott's build, 400 bills.
Coming right at you?
Belly, and then he scrapes you along the bottom of the pool.
What I found amazing at Waterworld, no matter what you look like, you didn't care about taking your shirt off at Waterworld. It doesn't matter.
Because you're on slides. Who cares?
Well, no, it's just the whole culture of everybody there is like, you look like whatever.
The fat person getaway?
Kind of.
That's beautiful.
That's
utopian.
It's a no judgment zone. Ain't no doubt about that.
That's how it should be.
Nobody seemed to care.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Do you go?
I've never been to Waterworld.
Did you go when you could have been judged? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, I mean, it was comfortable.
Did you spin the shirt around as you were freeing yourself?
I was like, well, I look better than those guys. I mean, I'm not great or anything, but I mean, my
you
God.
want the most disturbing shirt off experience I've ever had? Our boy Lou from Littleton was doing his show, getting ready to go to the Who one night.
Hey, cuz.
So he told me, hey, come back with, Teenage Wasteland or something. So I come back with this, and Lou in studio took the shirt off and literally was swinging it, and I had never seen so much hair on an upper body.
So this is back in the day.
I was like, oh my God.
No video.
There was no Twitch,
internet.
there was
Nothing.
no nothing.
He just took his shirt off for you.
Hey, I was still violated. Had I known, had I had a camera phone, I'd have taken a picture, I'd gone straight to HR.
Brilliant.
Also,
dude, it was like sweater stuff.
Also, really quickly, you guys, do you guys know the actual title of the song "Teenage Wasteland"
What
that
is
Andy
it?
was referring
Baba
to?
O'Reilly.
Baba
that's
O'Reilly.
right, you're
There
right.
you
My
go.
bad. My bad.
No, it was good. We had Lou from Littleton on our show. What was that, last football season?
Yeah,
we
he showed up.
Ran into him at Joe
Our
Willie's.
guys,
ran him on
Joe
the show.
Willie's, we all did
he's
a show
amazing.
there, remember? They were there, we were there, we were all having fun.
Also, the only time that I ever saw The Who was at the then Pepsi Center, and Roger Daltrey did that move. And he's
Did
like,
he swing the
and he's
guitar?
like 70 and yoked up. You know
What move? The swinging of the microphone?
He did the swinging of the microphone, but he also his shirt. He was one of those guys like hit the stage in like a jacket and a button down, and then it was like the jacket was removed, and then the buttons were undone, and then before you know it, it's just like 72-year-old roided out Roger Daltrey.
Iggy Pop strangely has been ripped his whole life, but I don't know if you've seen, he still takes his shirt off. I think he's like 80.
It's what he should be doing.
Flea joins him.
Something weird happened to his spine.
But if you went to
the body doesn't look right.
If you went to see Iggy Pop and he was wearing a shirt, you'd be like, "What the hell is this?"
I paid for this.
Yeah,
Comes out with a hoodie or something like
exactly.
that. You're like this. I get my first foray into talk radio, kind of, right? I'm still playing. Lewis and Floorwax, G-Man takes a vacation, so they'd always have me come in and do the sports.
Was he on the billboard?
For the G, it might have been. So I come in and do sports for a week. Well, they're doing remote. So, hey, Scott, come on and do your remote. We'll do your updates from the remote. Nudist colony here in Colorado.
Shut up.
No way.
Shut up.
Oh, yeah.
Did you get into the spirit of things?
Well, no, first of all, there's a preconception we all have of what cool nudist colonies might be like.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not what they are.
It's Waterworld without clothes.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, I was.
It's accepting.
Yeah, I'm like thinking, I'm a little nervous. I'm thinking, oh, what if there's, no.
Did you participate?
No, we talked about it for just a second, but no, I did not.
Did you take the shirt off at least? Did you at least dip your toes in the nudity waters?
Because let's be honest, you weren't the worst body there.
No,
I don't
was
even
not.
need to see it to
Dude,
know.
I was still playing, so I was.
Well,
I
so
was
yeah,
still
you
okay.
did elite.
Yeah.
I did it in Syracuse.
You went to a nudist colony?
Yep.
Okay.
Did you go?
Yep.
What?
Yep.
Little DMac
You
flopping
couldn't
out
even
there?
banana hammock that sucker for everybody? You couldn't go European?
When in Rome, New York.
Oh, no one ever should say that.
There is actually a Rome, New York. No, did it? Yeah, it was out on a farm. It was out on a farm. Everybody's doing it. I was like, all right.
Okay.
Was it the Lollapalooza farm? I mean,
It was
where
crazy.
the hell
There
were
was
you?
a field. There were bands, and then everybody's like, "We're going to go back to the pool, whatever that was." So I went back to the pool. This is off the air. So I was like, "What the hell?" And then I got like 20 people off the air. Just kept going.
Was it Waterworld there too?
No, it was a little better than that. It
Can
was
I ask-
a little bit more interesting.
Here's what I want to know.
Yeah.
What was the shrubbery situation like?
This is
Hey, this was not the Manscaped.
No, this is
days.
Syracuse. This is like 92, 93.
Yeah,
Okay? Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Hey, there's a lot of hedges to be clipped.
Mine was 91, 92. So yeah.
A lot of Oscar gambles down there, so to speak.
Have you guys, when you say the nudist thing, have you heard about the what they like to do at the Renaissance Fair? It's like some full moon ceremony.
Let's have it. What
where
is
all
it?
the carnies decide they're going to go running in the woods. A lot of what you're talking about.
What?
Oh yeah.
I did another one too. There was
Yeah.
there was some sort of play where it would come to town, and the radio disc jockeys who promoted it would have a role like you'd be nude and you'd like run across the stage or something. Did that too?
Disc jockeys?
Yeah. I forget the name of the
Who
play.
came up with the idea of
Because
naked DJs?
It was a scene in a movie that in a play that had nudity in it, and they would try to promote the play. And so they would pick out, hey, do you want to promote the play and do this?
Was that Hair? Wasn't Hair
No,
the nude
I forget
one?
the name of it. It was something like Hair. It was something like that.
There was a lot of hair.
I was standing backstage in a robe, and they're like, "Are you ready?" And I go, "I guess."
Yeah.
And I go, "Drop the robe."
Yeah.
I go, "Okay." And I had my cue. And I ran on the stage. And I gave a look. Hi, everybody. And then
Is that the
off
most terrifying thing you've done?
at some point, you're just like, I don't care.
You
It
weren't-
doesn't matter.
You weren't
old were
saluting
you?
the crowd,
I was
were
like
you?
23,
Yeah, at
24.
that point, you can't tell me you didn't care. Were you and Kim together?
Oh, yeah.
So that's why you
How
didn't
many
care.
drinks had you had before you ran out
Oh,
there?
I was loaded.
I was gonna say.
Was it a straight line that you're in?
Well, here's what was a bummer. Like, I thought I was, it was incredible, but all the cast, they didn't even care. Because every town they go to, there's some idiot like me, some idiot rock and roll disc jockey who's running naked. So
Sure.
it's like nobody cares.
So I was.
Oh man,
this probably would have been 99, 2000, somewhere in there. And my cousin got married in Miami. And so the morning of the wedding, like we got in the day before, the morning of the wedding, my dad and I were like, hey, let's go out and explore South Beach. And we just happened to be walking by the water, and we just happened to be walking by a beach, and we just happened to look over, and it was just like, they're not wearing bikini tops over there.
There you go.
Are they? Yeah. And I was with my dad.
That's awkward.
I was 20 years of age, 19 years of age, whatever I was with my dad.
Yeah.
You say awkward. We treated it as a father-son bonding
there you
moment,
go.
and we wandered in. We didn't lock the gaze for too long at anything. I think we were. I think that we were appropriate about the whole thing. But
You were shopping the shelves.
It's
a quick look.
again,
Oh,
like if
here.
you're gonna put the show on, I'm
Sure.
probably gonna look.
Honeymoon in Hawaii back in back in 94. Nude beach, just full participant, me and my wife. Just
check it out.
We checked it out.
Wow,
Did it.
you have done multiple occasions.
I just gave you 3 where I was nude in public. 3.
One
3
big nude-orama.
3 bangers in my life, nude in public.
You wore hockey jerseys to drum.
Hey, 3 times nude in public, twice in handcuffs. What a life. 20s were on. Syracuse,
God.
Syracuse and Buffalo were unbelievable. Actually, one was in Boulder, so, I got the,
Really?
Yeah, oh yeah. Mudfest back in the day.
Well,
Look
that
it up,
wasn't
Google it.
for the nudity.
No
That was
nudity.
for-
No,
that was
I
for
get
other things.
The nudity's
Yeah.
it's been 30 years
Yeah.
of public nudity.
Yeah.
We've calmed down on that one.
Hey, I just want to really.
Soda's disappointed. They would have liked that for the end of the campaign.
Well, when you're nude, you don't want it to be cold. You want it to be warm. Let's talk warming Bernabelle.
Let's talk about him.
Another walk-off last night. Warming Bernabel, my guy. Hey, we'll take it, man.
I got some crazy Rockies numbers for you.
Rockies, Coors Field outfield for the win last night. We'll take it every single time. I don't know where Teoscar Hernandez was standing out in right field.
Whatever.
But it put a runner on second, and Warming Bernabel was able to win that game last night.
I got a crazy question for you.
Let's have it.
What if the Monforts got this right?
You shut your mouth. No,
you want
stop
they had a
right
good week.
there.
They've had a good week.
Okay. Now listen, if they tank,
decades of failure erased by a good week.
I got you. But what if? I look back at what the White Sox did in the second half.
Yeah.
The White Sox had a better first half than the Rockies. Rockies were worse in 2025 than the White Sox in 20. The White Sox fell apart after the All-Star break.
They actually traded guys. The White Sox actually traded what they had.
Okay. Ryan McMahon got traded. Tyler Kinley got traded. Jake Bird got traded. You did trade guys.
They did trade.
And they traded the right guys,
too.
They
literally traded guys. You're right about that.
But they traded the right guys. They did not trade Halverson.
They should have.
They should not have. They did not trade Vodnik.
Should have trade everybody.
No. Well, hold on. All right, fine. So, do you know what the Rockies are 15-15 since the All-Star break? That includes an 8-game losing streak.
Yeah.
Pretty good, right?
An 8-game losing streak.
Well,
yes.
to have a 500 record, and part of that 30 games is actually an 8-game losing streak, and you still have a 500 record? No or yes?
No. A loss is a loss if it's in an 8-game losing streak or if it's not.
But the White Sox tanked out at the second half after the All-Star break. The Rockies have been significantly better.
Well, the White Sox,
but they tanked in.
The White Sox had to win 5 of their last 6 to get to their 41 wins
Correct.
last year.
They had kind of a miracle finish, but they had given up. This Rockies team has not given up. Would you agree on that?
Well, let's all go grab some orange slices.
I was going to say,
juice patches, and we'll hook
that's what I'm
everybody up.
looking for in my professional baseball team.
Do you think Ethan Holiday will be a good player?
I hope.
I hope so.
Charlie Condon?
I mean, I hope.
Kyle Karros?
I hope so.
Condon's in Double-A and ripping it up.
Okay.
Tovar, any good?
He's as long as he can face Yamamoto every single night.
That's been good. Ritter, all right?
Look
you
out
like
for
Ritter?
Tovar.
You don't like Ritter?
Not really.
Not really. Okay. You like Warming Bernabel?
I do. You know I like.
Okay, but right
Bernabel.
now,
do you like
I've
Hunter
seen this show
Goodman?
before.
You like Hunter Goodman or
Talk
not?
to me next year when
do
the
you like
league's
Hunter
got
Goodman?
it. Sure, he's fine.
He's fine.
Okay. You like Beck?
I do
Again,
like Jordan.
fine.
How about Moniak having the best year he's had as a pro?
He's been super duper. Former number 1 overall pick.
Playing like it.
Yeah.
Do you like Tyler Freeman over Nolan Jones?
If all of these guys peak out, I could see the Rockies staying within 30 games of 500 next year.
You can't see a 500 team right now like they have been.
You excited for the announcement of Warren Schaefer, full-time manager? Is that it?
Not with this staff, no.
Because that's what this is headed for.
Yeah.
What's your problem with the staff right now?
It's terrible.
Such as? Who?
Such as first off, Kyle Freeland had a great outing his last time out, but look at the balance of the season. Antonio Senzatella is the worst pitcher in baseball.
But let's talk right now. Oh, Senzatella's pitched better too.
How many times?
Hey,
it's shockingly because he was really bad. But he's been much more effective since the All-Star break.
This is a guy that should be up to replace Greg Fiesel to work in the front office, everybody.
There it is.
We had a good week. We don't need to make major changes.
15-15 is a good week or it's a good month. Beating the Dodgers, who you were 36 games behind on a walk-off moment, is what? What is that?
You've lost 10 in a row against the Dodgers.
Yeah.
You should eventually
It's
beat
the numbers.
them.
That's what that was last night? An eventual win?
It was.
Or was that a pretty gutsy down 2-0, down 3-2, walk-off moment, and you got a guy like Mejia shutting down Shohei Ohtani, Freddie Freeman, and Mookie Betts? That's not impressive.
Oh, Luis Peralta is the next coming of Mariano Rivera.
Did pretty good last
friends.
night, didn't he?
He sure
Is
did.
that the first time they faced him?
Okay, all right.
Well, there is something to it. They get a look at you and they adjust up.
You're talking to some skeptical buyers over
I
here.
get it. And listen, I see where the anger is with the Monforts, but I just pointed out, we're getting rid of Chris Bryant. He's gone.
Here's what I think is amazing.
He ain't going to be around.
How did you not fall into a stretch like this earlier? Because, again, you're going to run into teams where it's mid-August.
I tell you why.
And they ain't as interested as you are.
Because they needed to get over grumpy Ryan McMahon, who had bad juju because he wanted to be gone. McKinley was not a good guy, and they did slump a little bit, but they need to get rid of that bad blood. They need to get it. And Warren Schaefer is a better manager than Bud Black. He is. Bud sucks. Bud Black was awful. And the excuses he got, like the team is so bad, he would be burning this team to the ground. This team is playing all right. Listen, man, watch the game last night. Before you just say everything sucks and they blow and all that sort of stuff.
I've been watching the game and watching the same crap for years. It's fine.
You didn't watch the game? I can tell you didn't watch the game last night.
I got news for you.
It was an awesome game.
This is why I'm asking. When you face them again, how does it change?
They could lose. They could lose by 15 tonight.
Just
Andy.
because you go get someone the first time, guess who else did that? So Dolander fooled a lot of people his first time through. Then they saw him again. Results weren't the same.
Yamamoto pitched unbelievable for the Dodgers last night, and they still figured out a way to beat him.
He made a big mistake on that pitch to Tovar.
Tovar, yes.
Yeah, left that thing out of the plate.
Guy made one mistake.
But they could not touch his curveball last night.
Don't you think he was really good?
He was fantastic.
Right, and they still got over on him.
If you love it, you're going to have plenty of it.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, because this just leads to a whole lot of less change than they were on.
You realize you only have to be slightly above 500 to make the playoffs in Major League Baseball these days.
Yeah, I don't care. I want it's sustainable.
Okay, why did the White Sox just total and go way down? Why did they collapse after the All-Star break? And the Rockies have actually played like a playoff team since the All-Star break.
The Chicago White Sox are one of the saddest sack franchises in all of professional sports. Jerry Reinsdorf actively doesn't want people going to the games. Did you know that, by the way?
No, I did not know
Did you know that if the Chicago White Sox keep attendance under 2 million for the season, that Jerry Reinsdorf does not have to pay taxes on ticket revenue?
Unreal.
All right, so Monfort doesn't
know that.
So Monfort doesn't have something like that.
Is that incredible or what?
Okay, so he
is
sucks.
that Chicago politics or what? My God.
So he sucks.
Yeah, Jerry Reinsdorf is terrible.
And Monfort doesn't have anything like that.
No, but there were people at the ballpark last night. People wanted to go watch the Dodgers. Like in Chicago, they're actively boycotting the thing and didn't want to go watch it. It sucks that bad. So the atmosphere is extremely poor. It's a little bit better at Coors Field. I'm with Andy. I refuse to get enthused about a 500 month of baseball.
Against playoff teams in the second hardest schedule in Major League Baseball? That's what the Rockies are rocking right now.
Keep telling yourself this is all great. Keep doing it because I've seen it 1,000 times.
They did terrible against the Blue Jays because
that's a playoff team.
The Dodgers aren't a playoff team?
Didn't they get swept 45-6?
You don't think the Dodgers...
The Diamondbacks aren't a playoff team?
They're not.
They're
are trading
battling
everybody
for it. No, they're not. They're like 4 games out. That series
of
hurt.
The wild card.
So what?
Yeah.
Diamondbacks got to the World Series like that. So did the Guardians.
Dude, look, if this is what you want, it's cool. Have it. You're gonna have it. You got it.
So basically, what you're hoping for is you're hoping that the Rockies have like an 06 Cardinals 83 win season and win the World Series.
I think that's the best you can hope for. They're never going to be a 110 win team, no matter what.
I mean, the Rocks had their crack in 07 and they didn't quite get there.
Dude, that's the best we can do. Thank God for the wild card. But if you can get 88 to 92 wins, you got a shot. And you're never going to win the NL West. I'm not holding my breath.
Yeah.
But so what? If you get rolling and you can get to the wild card, you can win the World Series. What's wrong with that?
Or you can get bounced out right away like they
Of course, and that's the
Or
life
you can win your one wild card game and then not go score any runs against the next team you play in the Brewers.
But you got to give
Walters.
Tony Walters had a huge hit against you guys.
Mm-hmm.
You guys, Cubs. I'm saying you guys.
Yeah.
We won that game.
They did.
I mean, that did happen.
I'm glad you love the baseball.
They didn't score
because I don't think a lot of it's going to be changed.
I know you guys think I'm just an apologist for the Rockies, but I killed them.
No, we know you're an apologist for the Rockies.
Well, I killed them when they lost 8 and they looked like crap and they weren't trying
if they
against
don't
the Blue
break
Jays.
this record, how are you going to feel? Are we going to
They're
erase
only
this
6
tape?
games away, Andy. How could they falter
Because
at this
they
point?
somehow found a way. What did they win? 9 in the first 2 months? They didn't get the 10th win until June?
Bud Black won 4 games in April. It's really of complete managerial incompetence. It's tough to be that way.
I give you credit, though. Like, somebody has got to be on the Walker Monfort bandwagon. Somebody has to be there.
That's not it. That's not it.
You can be the guy.
It's describing what's literally going on. And I'm probably driving people nuts.
Yeah.
But what if the Monforts did get this right? What if Schmidt did get this right?
Well, we're not declaring it now. We'll know in a year or two.
In the ultimate sample size sport, they have 36 wins as we are on the precipice of the month of September.
They already have more wins after the All-Star break right now than the Cubs did, or the White Sox did.
They probably
after
have more
the
than
All-Star
the Cubs
break.
do right now. That team is making my
the
life
White
miserable.
Sox only won 14 games after the All-Star break last year, and the Rockies have already won 15. They're going in the opposite direction of the worst team of all time. And there's got to be a reason behind it. So whatever, man. I'm not angry. I love talking about it. You're one of the few people I can actually talk to. Andy's sick. He wants to watch the
because
Seahawks
I've watched this
preseason
crap.
game.
I've watched the good end of the season. I've watched a couple guys pop, only for them to come back and not repeat it.
Yeah.
You remember the name Kevin Ricard? Hell of a pitcher for the last half of the season. Then he shows up the next season. Whack! He's gone by June. Because you know what? At the beginning of the year, everyone's taking you seriously. By this point of the year, they're just teams that are realizing they're out of it, and now they're having their shucks moment.
Well, this is my fear in all of it. Okay,
that we're going to get yelled at by the PD.
There's that, but also my fear in what is happening right now with this ball club is that a mirage good month, a mirage good couple of weeks convinces an ownership group we are on the right track. And for them to not clean house, what if there is a world where Bill Schmidt is the general manager of the Rockies next year?
That could definitely happen.
You want that?
It cannot happen.
Don't tell me you want
What do they
that.
finish at? They're 15 and
I don't
15.
care.
I don't
He
know. It
needs
matters.
to be gone.
It matters.
It does not matter. You have 3
It does
100
matter.
lost seasons on your resume.
3 consecutive 100 loss seasons. Like there's no way. It
You've
absolutely
been busted
does
for
matter.
anti-tanking and can't have more than a 10th pick.
You got to look at the
That's
young
how bad
guys.
you suck.
But Andy, look at if you go around the lineup and look at the age of the guys that are
Don't
actually
care.
coming through. You don't care?
A middle
all right.
of the road farm system and a couple of young guys having a couple of good weeks at the big league level does not convince me for 1 second that Bill Schmidt should be the general manager of the Colorado Rockies.
I gotta see how
Burn
the season.
it to the ground.
These same guys have been involved about 5 or 6 bad news bears, little league, embarrassing plays that have cost them games.
So you should be
And just a
evaluated.
week or so ago, we were talking about it.
You should-
your guy Bernabell, unfortunately, has been a part of it.
Warming Bernabell won National League Player
Good for him.
of the Week in his first week as a major leaguer.
He's also been part of collisions trying to catch a damn pop-up.
He hung on to it, though. He hung on to it.
He did. But he hung on to it. It's actually the second time because he got in a collision with Hunter Goodman when he was playing third base.
Yeah.
So he doesn't talk like he should.
Warming, by the way, is not a bad defensive first baseman. I kind of enjoy him over there at the hot corner. It's always
fine.
a little bit of an adventure. Darren McKee apologizing for Dick Monfort every day, noon to 3, right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You will hear no such leash loosened between 3 and 6 in the afternoon. I guess you do during crosstalk. But either way, this is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rock. Hey, you want to come jump in? You do this too. It's Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Guys, how are your energy levels? Are they the same as DMacs are for middle of the road to lower of the road baseball? If they're not, then guess what? You've got to get on into the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get your T levels checked. You know, low testosterone can show itself in many ways, whether it's the low energy, not seeing the same gains in the gym, brain fog, depression, not having the same motivations you once did for your love life. All that can be signs of low testosterone. And if you're dealing with this, and trust me, many men go through this, especially the older that you get, go on in there and talk with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic about the solutions that they have for you. Low T, again, if you want to learn more about it, can take many forms. You can take a simple quiz if you'd like to at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. It's a 10-question quiz, yes or no answer, and it'll take you 2 minutes if you want to learn more about this. Then schedule your consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Head on into the location nearest you. They'll draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes, and you'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider about those results and review your options as to what you can do going forward. Cost of the appointment's $99. It includes the T, the PSA test, and the consult. But if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, well, it's all free. All right. So here's what you need to do. You need to go and find the location nearest you. They've got 5 throughout Colorado, including in Fort Collins and the Springs. Give them a call today, 720-440-7900. But you can get a lot of questions answered at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Poorly timed mouthful of pistachios. Shout out to my co-host, Andy Lindahl. Bringing those healthy fats to work today. Thanks, buddy. Let's let that bump music ride for a second, Spring.
Let it breathe.
New Turnstile album, by the way. Really good. Kreckman and Lindahl. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yeah, the Rockies win last night via walk-off. Well done. Take that, Dodgers. Coming up on Friday night, Andy, you can listen to the Valor Pine Creek game on 92.5. You can also watch it.
I'm excited for it.
On Altitude Plus, they're offering a free trial. Head to altitudeplus.com. Use promo code ALT7FREE. Alt7 free for a free 7-day trial. The revamped Altitude Plus features DVR functionality, multi-view, and the opportunity to save $40 by signing up for the new annual plan. More info at altitudeplus.com, and the promo code for that free 7-day trial is ALT7FREE. Alt7 free. Get on it, folks. Andy, let's talk football today. And we have an unusual way of doing this. And yes, I am a nerd. I get it. We're going to talk about football in a big crossover with punctuation today. Because I'm a total grammar nerd and I love some good punctuation. It's important to me. All right? We're going to start with the question mark. Versatile. Looked great on the Riddler in Batman. It's a fine bit of punctuation.
Did you like it in the new Batman? With the new Riddler.
He was creepy.
Oh, yeah.
He was real creepy.
I liked it. I like that movie. Had a bit of 7 to it.
I kind of like I like.
You like comic-y?
I like cartoon Riddler.
Sure.
Uh-huh.
Not me.
Yeah.
Kind of like the dark.
Jim Carrey or even the original from the Adam West Batman. I like that Riddler. Uh-huh. It's a good costume. The green with the question marks all over it. Who's a question mark on this Broncos team for you? Who's a guy that you look at and you just go, I don't know. Who's a question mark on this team for you?
Yeah, well, I'll start with this one.
All right.
And it's probably going to be an unpopular pick, but I want to get to bigger. How about I'll get to a higher level person here in a minute.
All right.
Let's start with Tyler Bidet.
Okay.
I got nothing against Tyler Bidet, but I keep hearing about how Tyler Bidet is going to be this, going to be that. He's working into the depth chart. I feel like all I hear about is Tyler Bidet all the time. Okay.
From who?
Just, we've talked about it in practice. He got a few extra snaps. Frankly, I heard it building up all last week that he was going to be, or all last year up to the playoff game that he was going to be a big deal.
Okay.
And then nothing really happened.
Okay.
So I am kind of curious as we try to medi out the running back situation.
Has the dark web been really into Tyler Bidet?
Everybody's been. Your guy Sean acts like he's in Tyler Bidet and then doesn't really call plays for Tyler Bidet. So I am curious. Again, this goes back to the broadcast crew. I want to know what was told to Jim and Tony at Faithful Day in Buffalo that we all thought we were going to get a big splash of Bidet.
Sure. Well done.
Only to not really see him. Only for the splasher to not be functional.
I didn't run the ball hardly at all.
They didn't do anything that day.
And then when they did run the ball, like they didn't attack the edges of the Buffalo defense. They just ran the ball up the middle.
Right.
To which my argument was, why not have Audric Estime just do that?
Yeah. So good question. Boy, how about this question?
Mm-hmm. Mark,
is Estime even on the roster at this point?
No.
Does it not feel like even
feels like a long shot?
I feel like even if they wanted him back on the practice squad, I'm not sure he'd agree to rejoin.
No, I think Bidet is making this team, but you have no belief in the running back depth.
I just want to. Here's all I'm asking for. Mm-hmm. No, it's not so much about the running back depth. Just I need some more. I need Bidet to consistently give me something that Jaleel McLaughlin does.
Okay.
If we're talking about those two backs, and to me they're kind of one and the same. Although it's probably not fair. I've got the roster in front of me. I got to get their heights and compare them. But to me, look, Bidet's 5'8". I can't believe that McLaughlin's much bigger than that, but I just feel like they're kind of the same back that would be used in the same role for what Sean wants to do. 5'7" for Jaleel. So they're practically the same guy. They're both kind of speed guys. They both give you a little bit of wiggle, and I think they're designed. Now, they trust Bidet more in pass protection. I heard a lot about that.
Yeah.
That they do trust Bidet to block more in pass protection. But for as much as I've heard about the young man, I just want to see some highlights to go with it.
I'll go running back as long as you're there, but I'm looking at the top of the depth chart. To me, J.K. Dobbins is a huge question mark. I think he's a huge question mark. This is a guy played 9 games over 2 seasons. Last year, 13 games, but missed a big chunk of the year from November till late December because of injury. Did not finish the year strong. Had a great start to the year. Like I'm hoping that continues. I hope that J.K. Dobbins is wonderful in September and October, but this is a dude that has consistently had a tough time being able to make it through an entire NFL season. And there's a reason why he was available late into the spring when the Broncos finally did pull the trigger. Hell, it was summer by the time you were asking Sean Payton about whether or not they had signed J.K. Dobbins up there at the podium. Healthy, productive player, but J.K. Dobbins going to stay healthy? That's right now, like he and R.J. Harvey are at the very top. Harvey's a rookie. Like I think Harvey is a guy that I expect him to get better as the season goes on. The track record of J.K. Dobbins pretty consistently is one that goes in the complete opposite direction. And again, we're relying on a player that we're talking about that played 9 games in 3 years. So J.K. Dobbins right at the top of my list of offensive question marks on this team.
All right, I'm going to go to really the top of my list right now.
All right.
And I've been banging this drum for a couple of weeks. We didn't have to see him the other night because they didn't play the starters. But is Mike McGlinchey going to be able to hold up? Is Mike McGlinchey dealing with a little knee thing that seems to have him getting out to protect the edge a little bit slower than we're used to? That big kick step to cut off the speed rushers? Because again, now, I didn't think too much of it when I saw Nick Bonito having his way with Mike McGlinchey in the early going of camp, because Nick Bonito is awesome and he's got a great first step, right? So not putting too much into that. Well, then the Niners come to town, and the Niners gave him a little bit of a problem. And again, we've seen consistently, and the word on the street was during those practices, McGlinchey had some struggles during some of those practices as well with the Niners. All right, whatever. We'll go now to the Cardinals. And Baron Browning. Remember Baron Browning? He was a Bronco.
Yeah.
Baron Browning was one of those guys you liked, but I guess you didn't love, so you traded him to the Cardinals, which I don't have any problem with the move. I'm not griping about the move.
Yeah, it worked out.
And then Baron Browning shows up last week, and Baron Browning's getting the edge on Mike McGlinchey. And again, when we talked about some of the problems that Bo had a good 2-minute period. But there are a couple times where I can't say for sure that Baron Browning wouldn't have had a sack of Bo because of the moves he was putting on McGlinchey.
So I think McGlinchey's a good player. I think he's a good veteran. I think he's trusted by this coaching staff. There's a reason why he's here. All that. I think he was a big part of the culture rewiring that Sean Payton did when he showed up. But also, and I think back to a conversation that I had about a week or so ago with our buddy Nick Kosmider. And I asked him during camp, I was like, wait, is McGlinchey hurt? Why is Frank Crum working with the ones? And he goes, they've been doing that all camp.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a combination of two things. I think it's veteran maintenance is going on because I think they're trying to be careful with McGlinchey. And also I think they want Frank Crum to be ready to play right tackle if the situation calls for it. And he's largely been the guy. Big number 73. Curly blonde locks. Frank Crum. Can't miss him.
It's been interesting because they had Palczewski playing there for a while. Then Palczewski jumped into right guard.
Yeah.
And Crum has been the right tackle.
Kind of pushed him inside, and it's been Crum on the other. And Frank Crum is huge.
He's a big man.
What is he, like 6'8"?
6'7", 315, it says here on the team's official roster.
He's massive. He's a really, really big guy, but he's getting the work in, And so, to your point, I do think there's a bit of a question there on McGlinchey. That's offensive side of the ball. Is there question marks on defense? Let's talk about it next. 303-504-0925. Question marks. Who on this Broncos offense qualifies as a question mark? We'll take your thoughts, and we'll talk defense when we return. Andy's got one that I was not expecting to hear. We'll tell you what that is next. We're talking Broncos roster and expectations, and we're doing it with punctuation today here on the show. Right now, we're doing question marks, and we started on the offensive side of the ball. We both started with the run game, and I think Mike McGlinchey definitely adds to the run game.
And look, you brought up all the right points. He is a good vet. He has come in here and I think
That's what he's here to do.
I like the person.
Yeah.
But he's 30 years old.
That
He
being
had
McGlinchey.
something go on at the beginning of camp.
Yeah.
And, there's been too many reps in camp where I've seen Bo get pressured from his side, and Bo's done a great job of eluding pressure and getting out of the pocket, but that's not, I want to see Bo develop in the pocket too. So
he needs that work. There's no doubt. All right, defensive side of the ball. I think you and I both agree this Broncos defense is it's wild to say, at worst, a top 10 defense in the NFL. At worst. I don't see a planet where you look at the big metrics, whether it's DVOA or EPA, whatever it may be, hell, points per game, and they're not in the top 10, all right? That's even and I'm allowing for injury there. This is going to be an excellent defense. They should be top 3. We know how good this group is. Position of strength, they added to it, they only got better. That doesn't mean it's nothing but exclamation points across the board. Who's a question mark for you on defense?
Well, see, this is kind of tough to single out. Okay, I'll give you one. How about PJ Locke? How's he feeling? He had something going on with his back last year. Well, backup safety, but listen, if Talanoa Hufanga and Brandon Jones are healthy, then I think you're in really good shape. But if they're not, and Hufanga had I'm not as concerned about Hufanga and his health. I think he had a couple freaky injuries, and I hope that's the end of it. Brandon Jones, also a guy that played a lot of games last year. But we know they lose a safety from time to time. It just happens. How good is the depth? Now, you could use Jahdae Barron at that point, so maybe it won't matter. But there's other things clearly they want to do with Jahdae Barron other than having him play safety. They want to move him around and be able to blitz him from the line of scrimmage, maybe have him be the dime backer. Sometimes he'll be the slot cover, whatever it is.
Defensive joker.
Defensive joker, exactly. I guess, and I can't point to one guy and be unfair, but the top 3 guys right now at the middle linebacker position are Dre Greenlaw, Drew Sanders, and Alex Singleton. Singleton ahead of Sanders. Although Sanders was looking real good until he hurt the foot.
I was going to say, I would put Sternad probably above Sanders right now.
Yeah, you would, because Sternad, but all during the mini camps and the OTA work, Sanders was doing
Sanders
stuff.
was ahead of it, but he's got the injury.
He had a couple of good opening days of camp, and then he got his injury. But you've got 3 guys there. Now, Greenlaw is a beast, and I think it was a great signing. Greenlaw has also had a few of those nagging muscle injuries, as Sean keeps referring to, and that's why he hasn't been as active these last couple weeks of camp as maybe you hope he would. Although, again, he was out there today. Singleton's got the swollen thumb. He's going to play no matter what. He told me he told me himself one day, just walking back from his rehab, I could go right now if I needed to, and this was 3-4 days after his injury. But again, that's little bit of an older player. I would say just the overall health of the middle linebacker room could be something you wonder about. Now, I like LaVale Bailey. If he has to play, I'm not worried. Look, man, Justin Sternad last year was the guy that sometimes you were wishing you had another option to put in there. He had some good games. He also had some bad games.
Back up for a reason.
He's basically an oversized safety playing linebacker, which is fine. That's the modern NFL. But I'm hoping Justin Sternad doesn't have to have a lion's share of snaps.
No, I think there was a reason they wanted Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah.
They wanted more physicality, and yet, Andy, to me, the biggest question mark on this team is Dre Greenlaw. I mean, not even just on the defense. I think it's on the team.
It's fair enough.
Really good player. Like he popped when you watched him in camp.
And he brings an attitude that you don't have from a lot of the other guys.
Love it. Okay? I get why you do it. And I'm not going to rip this signing, because when you sign players like Greenlaw and Hufanga that have a track record of big-time performance, even when they're huge injury cases, I'm okay with those gambles when your roster is in the place where it currently is. Like, your defense was already awesome last year without Greenlaw and Hufanga. if you get both those guys and they stay healthy and they play, they have career type of years, then like you just again like now we're in the territory of like, is this the greatest defense in Broncos history kind of conversation? But ever since Dre Greenlaw has signed here, it's a quad injury in and out and in and out, and now he's on the field and he's impressing early on in training camp, and suddenly he's back on the shelf. Okay, when a guy is returning from the injury that he is returning from, and he can't consistently stay on the field at this time of year with the Club Med training camp that they run down there these days, I'm worried. I'm worried about his ability to be able to stay on the field. I think Dre Greenlaw is a massive question mark. If the question is answered, home run.
Absolutely.
Terrific.
You may be the best defense in the league, then.
But I'm not terribly confident he's going to be that player.
Here's the other thing that you bring up there. He's one of those guys. He's just ripped. It's muscle on muscle with him.
Yeah.
But sometimes those guys get a muscle injury, and as you said, it just never seems to go away. Or one leads to something different, or whatever it is. I can't explain it. I don't know why. You see this with wide receivers sometimes. That remember David Boston? David Boston was a beast. How many times is that guy pulling something?
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it was almost like you're almost too muscular maybe for your body. But to your point, I'm excited about Greenlaw right now. I'm just wondering if Sean saw all he needed to in that first week. Let's go back to the famous trash talk day where Greenlaw basically headbutted Dobbins and all the trash talk broke out. It was one of the funnest practices we've witnessed in a while because there was some juice, there was some emotion to it, right? That day, you saw Dre Greenlaw kind of set the tone for what he's going to do, and I wonder if Sean Payton saw that. He's just decided, man, we are gonna kid glove you this whole camp.
You could tell that's what Payton is doing. But there's a 6-year track record, right? That's a guy that's played over 60 games in the NFL. You know exactly what he is when you bring him in here, and so you don't worry about him getting a ton of work in training camp. He's a solid NFL veteran. That's why you paid him what you paid him and brought him in the door. Can he stay on the field? Don't know. It's again like it's weird to try and predict injuries, but there's a track record already of like numerous things having sort of popped up and been an issue with him. So I don't know about Dre Greenlaw on this defense, but that's honestly, Andy, like as I went through it today and I was just like, question marks on the Broncos defense. Every player's good.
No, it doesn't feel like there's a lot.
Every player's good. Like, how good is your pass rush when Jonathan Cooper is your second best pass rusher? Well, according to ESPN.com, it's the 23rd best pass rushing group in the NFL, but those guys are high on peyote. Your defensive line is absolutely stacked and loaded. Again, like when the point of consternation is like, who's going to make the team, Awazarike or Jordan Jackson? You know what? I'm not that worried about that group. We're essentially arguing over who's going to be a game day inactive every single week, all things being equal and staying healthy.
All right. Let me try to top your biggest question mark.
Okay.
And he is kind of defense. And I think you know where we're going. Really, to me, the biggest question mark is Crawshaw.
The punting game is not good.
Is Crawshaw going to get it figured out? So like I said, because again,
by the way, he had his other punt the other night, besides the one that he blasted for a touchback, was a 48-yarder that got caught like at the 20 that needed to be a 58-yarder.
Yeah.
He's not good.
Pin him in there.
Yeah, he's really struggling.
So, again, you've got the Colts, that I think that's a game that you should win and you're going to need.
Danny Dimes.
You got the Chargers, and you've got Cincinnati.
Uh-huh.
You kind of get the little warm-up for the opener.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know how good their quarterback's going to be. I don't know how good Tennessee's going to be overall. But I know this. You got to get – Cam Ward cannot come in here and lead a victory for you. That said, you then have 3 important AFC games all in a row, and you got to get those. And you cannot have Crawshaw having a bad kick at the end of a tight game that puts your defense in a tough spot. You can't have it. Again, especially if we're talking about Joe Burrow and the Bengals. You watched that Joe Burrow offense last night? Now, again, apparently they don't want to block too much for him. And I don't know how much defense they're always going to play because I don't think Trey Hendrickson's going to be on that team by the time we get there. But you cannot give Joe Burrow the ball at the 50. It's the example I'm going to go to in Game 4 before you go on the road to face Philly and the Jets.
I don't
for
want to
2
give Joe
straight
Burrow
weeks.
the ball at the 15, let alone the 50.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You got to get this thing figured out, man.
Yeah.
You got to get this figured out. Now, Jeff has told us in past interviews that he does believe they probably have a veteran punter on speed dial if they decide that's the route they got to go.
Without a doubt.
But
without a doubt. They are aware of what they're seeing directly in front of them. I promise you, every time Sean Payton and Darren Rizzi are sitting together, it's just like, today the day he's going to figure it out?
Would you trade for a punter?
No.
Do you have anybody on this roster?
Well, because that's what's just so true. Is there some team that has 2 awesome
Has a wealth
punters
of
right
punters?
now? Yeah, like most teams get their guy and then they just leave it alone.
Is there some veteran that we don't know about that's even hanging out there?
There's somebody out there. There's some on the street punter somewhere.
Darren Bennett, wasn't that the Charger name we were trying to remember?
Yeah, there's some guy out there
Call
somewhere.
Darren Bennett. Hey, you want to unretire?
Yeah.
We offer you a Vegemite sandwich.
Why don't you go
mate?
Stretch the hammies out for a minute and get in here, okay? We need somebody to blast the ball and drop it inside the 10. I mean, we're not even asking that much with this defense, but you got to be competent.
Yeah, but seriously, you can't shank one.
No.
That's what I'm worried about.
Nope. That was a good question mark segment right there. I went Dre Greenlaw. You went
I got to go Crawshaw tops.
Crawshaw, yes.
I hate to do that, but
I'm concerned about Greenlaw's ability to be able to stay healthy. And again, it's just a lot of health stuff. And what I'm talking about is veterans that you sign that are in critical roles on this team that have track records of not being able to stay healthy. Guys that were available for a reason. But again, should they all stay healthy and everybody just peak at the same time?
Now you got something.
Now you got a team that can win the AFC West. Kreckman and Lindahl talking football on a Tuesday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Live in the Backus and Shanker studios, their passion is justice. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Sean Payton talking to the media. Broncos back to work today. Nick Bonito and Dre Greenlaw both on the practice field. Good to see. Sean Payton was asked. We brought up the conversation about Jahdae Barron last hour. Year one. What's the vision for Jahdae Barron, and how will that evolve over time as his career goes on and his skill set becomes more refined as an NFL player and as an NFL starter? But Sean Payton was asked today, and I love this question. What's the vision for Jahdae Barron in year number one?
Look, I remember us doing Malcolm Jenkins out of Ohio State, and he was a corner there. He played outside boundary corner. Our vision was nickel for him year one with safety flex. Our vision, I think, with Jahdae is nickel with corner flex. And so it's pretty valuable. If you can play outside, you can play inside. He's very smart. As the game went on last week, he really got involved and made some really good plays. But the vision for him is, he's got that ability to play inside but also flex outside. His size is plenty big enough, and his speed and physicality, those are all things that help him at that position.
Nickel with corner flex. Okay, so he's starting on the inside. That's what his job is going to be. So Jaquan McMillan,
he remains.
Who has been starting, by the way, and if you look at the depth chart, remains number one. But we understand Jahdae Barron, what he was drafted to do and what he is here to do. We bring up maybe the wrong name when we start with McMillan in that conversation, Andy. Did what Sean Payton say, nickel with corner flex, is he coming for Riley Moss's job?
I don't think right away.
Not right away. No. I don't. Again, nickel with corner flex. But
yeah, I would say
you want to have that guy on the outside. Like you used a first-round pick on the dude. I don't think it's – I don't see this as a slight on what Riley Moss is as an NFL player, because I think he's really, really good. But, like, let's look to the future. Like, there's a world where Patrick Surtain and Jahdae Barron over the next couple of years are going to be the starting outside corners on this team, right?
Yeah, because if Jahdae Barron's all you think he's going to be, he's going to be making that Patrick Surtain money, and then Riley Moss, you're not going to have the money for him.
Sure.
Because if and when Bo Nix pops, that'll be the really big chestnut in your little basket.
Yeah.
And then
it's big matzo ball.
Yeah. So, yes, I think they know this is what you're going to have to do. You're going to have to get savvy, and you're going to have to project, and you're going to have to be smart about this stuff. We may see the Broncos take some guys at position of strength over the next few first rounds, because, again, if everything's building up to Bo getting a nice contract, then you're going to have to draft and replace guys that you're simply not going to have money for. Quite honestly, if Cincinnati had their act together, they would have drafted to replace T. Higgins and not paid him, because you already had paid Jamar Chase and you already paid Joe Burrow, but they chose to pay everybody, and what a shock. You don't have money for everybody now.
Sure.
The Broncos can't fall into that trap. So I think you're right. At some point, if Riley Moss continues, he could be one of those players where, you may have to trade him before it's time for him to get a good contract, and then let Jahdae Barron move in, and then hopefully you got someone else still ready to play the Jahdae Barron role.
That point that you just brought up, though, about the Bengals, and I want to relate it back to the Broncos here for a moment, because I don't agree with you that it was a mistake to pay T. Higgins, and I'll tell you why. Because offense is the only shot they have. Their defense sucked last year with Trey Hendrickson. They were within a win of going to the postseason simply based on how good that passing game is with Burrow, including getting a big late season win over the Broncos with Higgins. Like, when I look at the Broncos and my optimism for this year, it's because I think they did something really smart. They took a look at this team and they said, well, we're awesome defensively. What if we just got more awesome? What if we used our first-round pick and our two biggest free agent signings as a team and add on to strength? Because defense is what, if we're going to win the division this year, that's what's going to carry us there. If you're Cincinnati, if you're going to make the playoffs, and I'll say you're in every playoff game you play because you have Joe Burrow, When you just look at it and say, well, if we're going to spend our resources, let's do so offensively.
I don't think so.
Okay.
But here's where you and I probably won't agree, and that's fine. We haven't had a good disagreement in a while. Maybe we'll even get yelling and people write in and say it's like mom and dad are fighting. We haven't had one of those in quite a bit. I think when you've got a guy like Joe Burrow, and I think he showed it playing with some of the second teamers last night.
Yeah.
We are going to give you the entire war chest, but then you're going to have to make some guys better. You don't get to have top at every position. You just don't, because I still have to fill out a comp. Because again, I would also say, like you pointed out, they had Higgins and they had Chase last year, and they still fell short of the playoffs. And Joe Burrow's MVP season was completely wasted because you had nothing. I mean, nothing in the way of defense.
Yeah.
You couldn't hold a lead to save your life. And so somehow they've got to find a way to be a little bit more well-balanced. I understand that when you've got one of the top quarterbacks in the league, that sure, it's fun to pay him. You know, Manning and DT, they found a way to make it work with Manning and DT, but Manning was towards the end of his run when they finally had to pay DT, and then when they paid Von Miller, Manning was out the door.
Yeah.
Like I pulled up the top wide receiver quarterback combos right now in the NFL, according to Fox Sports, is the list we'll go off of. At 10, Tua Tagovailoa, Tyreek Hill. They're both handsomely paid. Do you see a Super Bowl in the future for them?
No. Tyreek Hill doesn't want to be there.
All right, fair enough. They haven't even gone far in the playoffs yet.
Right.
CJ Stroud, Nico Collins. Now, neither of these guys, Stroud hasn't got his big fat contract yet. Did they pay Collins?
Yes.
Do you feel like you can build a Super Bowl core off of those two?
Yes. Well, I mean, you have to have other things around them, but for a franchise quarterback and a top-end wide receiver, yes, that's really, really good.
Lamar Jackson makes great money. Zay Flowers yet to get paid, but he's going to be on there soon.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a Super Bowl team.
You think that's a Super Bowl combo?
Oh, God, yeah.
Once they pay Zay Flowers,
yeah,
are they going to have money for your boy Derrick Henry?
Yeah, yeah. Well, Henry's only going to get older. I think that's a temporary stopgap, but Baltimore's too well constructed.
7 is Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin. They're already fighting over the money right now.
Sure.
Baker Mayfield and Mike Evans. Two very well paid.
No, that's not Super Bowl. Yeah, they'll win their terrible division, but no, I don't think that's a championship contending group. That's a group that can win 10, 11 games and maybe win a playoff game.
Okay, they won it. Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown.
Yeah. Yeah.
But are you still basing
really
it? I mean, you got a nice guy in Saquon Barkley to help bolster that.
Yeah, and they did a really good job of deferring money with that group, and then they could spend a bunch of money on the defensive side of the ball. We know the draft resources they've spent on the Eagles. Outstanding defensively, well-built team. Everything's just kind of perfect.
Jared Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown. I give them a chance at the Super Bowl.
Sure.
Prescott and CeeDee Lamb. They're not getting anywhere anytime soon.
No, team's too big of a mess.
And then number 1's Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Which is great. But again, if you don't have any defense, I don't understand how it goes any different for them than it did a year ago.
Yeah.
And look, remember, once upon a time, you had the Broncos paying Manning. They had Emmanuel Sanders, although Emmanuel had a cheaper deal. Emmanuel got his big deal after Manning left. It was DT and Emmanuel, both with nice, big, fat contracts, and the team couldn't even make the playoffs.
I guess my counter argument to it is you have to look at a football team and you have to look at You have to look at the foundation, the construction of it all, right? I think that Denver looked at it and said, offense, work in progress. Defense, championship worthy right now. So let's go after it there. Andy, we were stunned that Denver didn't use their first round pick on the offensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out who Barron was.
Right.
Because we didn't research him at all. We didn't think we needed to.
We hardly talked about
this team's not taking a corner.
No, we talked about receivers. We talked about the tight ends. Is Colston
running backs
going to fall? We talked about is Omarion Hampton going to be the guy? Travion Henderson or whomever it's going to be. Like we were so focused on that because we were looking at a team building strategy of a group that needed to get better on the offensive side of the ball. I do think some of it was situational. That Barron fell was so highly graded that they absolutely couldn't say no to it. But also for the Broncos to simply say, okay, we don't suck on offense. Like, it's getting better. I think it's right now. It's a middle of the road NFL offense. But what about that defense? We have seen plenty of teams that have won divisions, that have gone on playoff runs, held that have won Super Bowls, including one right here in this town 10 years ago that won a Super Bowl with a bad offense, but the defense was absolutely elite. If this Broncos defense plays to its full potential, and when I say that, I mean they could give up like 15 points a game this year because I just think they're that good. I think they have the potential to be that dominant. That's not to say, there aren't teams on the schedule that aren't going to get theirs every now and then against the Broncos. Like I bet you Cincinnati scores against them. I bet Philadelphia scores against them this year. There's some elite offenses on the board right there. By the way, I wouldn't put Kansas City in that list. But that's just it. Like, if you have a defense that has given up 15, 16, 17 points a game, you don't need anything special on the offensive side of the ball.
Well,
Broncos can win a lot of games 20-17 this year.
And to your point, because this is how 2015 was won, and this is why I don't have a problem with them grabbing Jahdae Barron, although if you watch some of the highlights, Travion Henderson looks like he's doing a nice job up in New England. That's one to keep in the back of your mind, I guess. But I had no problem with the Barron pick because, to your point, if you can put together elite, if you can put together something that's top 3 in the league, then that's what gives you a shot usually to go get something special done. And listen, this offense, it's not to the elite level yet, but I'll tell you this, when you compare it to the 2015 team and just what was kind of going on there in the offensive line play and not quite sure about the running backs and let's be honest about it. Part of that season, I'm not sure Gary Kubiak and Peyton Manning really agreed on what plays they wanted called in critical situations the first 2 months of the year. And then all of a sudden Manning gets hurt. I think he saw some of what Gary Kubiak's vision was, and they all come back and kumbaya this thing all throughout the playoffs and win a Super Bowl together. I think this offense is better than that offense, or at least has the potential to be. I think you've got a better tight end in Evan Ingram. I think you have – now, you don't have a better receiver than Demaryius Thomas. And I don't know if you have a better receiver than Emmanuel Sanders. I don't know. Would you say, is Sutton better than Emmanuel Sanders? I don't think anybody on the offense is, from a receiver point to compare to 2015, is touching DT.
Different player, different role. It's a weird comp.
Can Troy Franklin be or can Marvin Mims find a way to be the Emmanuel Sanders?
If they're the poor man's version of it, then I think you've got something right there. I do think this offense is better than 2015.
Do you like R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins better than Chris C.J. Anderson and your boy Ronnie Hillman?
Not really,
Hillman.
Thank you. But I like the group blocking for them in front a hell of a lot more, and so that gives me a greater belief in the run game right now.
Oh, guess what?
What do you got for me?
Pause this.
You got breaking news?
A little bit of breaking news.
You got a breaking news?
It's mainly more breaking news based off our last segment.
What do you got for me?
Thanks to our guy, Rob Trujillo. I didn't see this tweet. Ryan Stonehouse has been released by the Dolphins.
CSU legend?
There's a punter available in case Crawshaw is making you a little too nervous.
Ryan Stonehouse
is on the market. Bring him home. I don't know. I don't hate Crawshaw, but you don't seem to like Crawshaw. You're my specialist expert.
He's not.
Hey,
he's just struggling.
You're my specialist.
He's struggling, and so.
Would you get Stonehouse in for a little peek?
I would.
A little peekaboo?
Yeah, right now is probably a good opportunity.
If we go Moser, a little peeky weeky.
Top 10 offenses last year in the NFL, scoring offenses, only one didn't make the playoffs. It was Cincinnati. So if you're looking for a metric of like what generally portends success in the NFL, it's do you score a lot of points.
So I heard a little something this morning. I was out and about early.
Okay.
Did you know the morning guys do this bit where Moj writes a letter?
Who's he write a letter to?
Whoever he felt. Today it was Goodell. He was hacked off at Goodell, wanted us to just shuffle up the divisions. He was mad that the AFC West was so tough. So Steve Nelson.
Does he actually pen the letter?
No, it's
and
verbal.
Mail it?
It'd be like if I did it.
Okay.
Remember the whole audiobook, all the words?
Sure.
There's all the words.
Sure.
To quote Nate Bargatze. Anyway, a little bit of music comes on, and he just speaks his letter into existence.
Okay.
Of all the people here that would truly sit down and pen a letter, where you put Moj on the list? Where's your power ranking? I'm actually writing a letter list.
I'd put him higher than what you'd think.
Than me? I ain't writing nobody a letter. I don't even like writing an email. I just want to talk to you.
I was going to say,
I'm going to get it off my chest, and we're moving on. You can't even get me to text you, pal.
Yeah, you're a phone call guy. I don't know
I'm
anybody
the one
in the
everybody
world.
hates in modern times.
I don't know anybody that
guy.
talks on the phone more than you do.
I don't mind it.
You actually use your minutes every
I know.
month.
How about that? How about a time where we had to worry about our minutes? I should try international just to see what happens.
You do pretty well with it. I'd put Moser.
You got to be top of the letter writing list, don't you? Are you a letter writer?
I'll pen a letter every now and then.
Sure you will.
Sure.
You write Penny Parker here and there, do you?
Not Penny Parker. Never wrote a letter to her.
Who you? Dear Abby?
God, I can't think of her name now. This is the only time in my life, by the way, I've ever done this. I wrote an email to Fox 31 one time.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
you were
I
the
did.
viewer feedback.
I did. I gave them a little bit of viewer feedback one time.
Was it Libby Weaver?
It was.
Yeah.
That's who it was. It
Yeah,
was
with
Libby Weaver.
Zappolo.
Thank you. It was Zappolo
The
and Libby Weaver.
legendary duo.
Yes. But I wrote a letter. I wrote an email to Libby Weaver. This was years ago. Because Libby Weaver said something on the Fox 31 News. I wasn't a regular viewer, I got to be honest with you.
Doesn't seem like it would be.
Seinfeld was on right
Sure,
afterwards.
I get it. You're just passing time.
So I caught the last 2 minutes of the local news.
Yeah.
And Zapp and Libby Weaver did a story on a zebra had been born at the Denver Zoo, a baby zebra.
Like the water skiing squirrel.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So new baby zebra at the Denver
We're all
Zoo.
psyched.
Here's the zebra's. I couldn't tell you the zebra's name or anything else like that. They put a picture of the baby zebra on TV. This is right before Seinfeld, okay? This baby zebra had 5 legs. I don't know any other way to say it.
It was a male zebra.
Whoa. This is Nick Foles of the zebra world, okay?
Well done, zebra family.
Well done, okay?
They named it Dirk Diggler.
So, this is a zebra with a massive hog right there on my TV, okay?
You're hoping Lucy doesn't come in.
And
you got to explain the stupid mutant zebra.
So Zappolo's doing the story about the baby zebra.
Sure.
And, like, it's all if you were watching the show and you saw this, it
stole the show.
It stole the show. Zappolo doesn't acknowledge it. He's just a pro.
He's probably just reading the teleprompter.
Ron Burgundying all the way, just
not checking his video,
staying with the story,
or didn't want to get fired.
And Libby Weaver just drops a very dry after Zappolo finished the story. Just a very dry. I wonder if it's a boy. And it killed me.
And you were just like chef's kiss.
Killed me.
Chef's kiss, Libby.
So I wrote an email to Libby Weaver congratulating her on a great one-liner. Never heard back.
Did you think you would?
I would have.
You would have liked a little response, huh?
If I get an email or something from a listener, I write back.
Hold on now. Let me just point out, guy who never looks at the text line is mad that famous TV anchor didn't write him back.
But it was the email inbox. Like, come on. She should have been proud of it.
Have you ever heard what some of these news anchors, the female news anchors, deal with in their inbox?
Mine was
Have
a
you
compliment.
Heard the stories?
Mine was a compliment.
Yeah, but I'm sure they're not reading half of them.
Well, that's too bad because Libby Weaver would have missed out on some positive viewer feedback.
Adele Arakawa came into a class of ours one time. I was taking to Metro State, and she said half her mail came from inmates that watched her with suggestions on all sorts of things, so I can imagine Libby Weaver was not perusing her email on a nightly basis. By the way, all I wanted to find out was, do you think Vic writes his letters with a feather pen?
Well, now
because I would put Vic top of the list, the letter writer here with a feather pen and old-style ink.
If you were in prison, you had nothing else to do, would you become a letter writer?
Yeah, oh yeah, everybody be hearing from me.
Yeah.
General Mills cereal. Hey, what's with the kicks? What happened to it? I like the kicks.
I've gotten several letters over the years from inmates.
Have you?
I have, and oftentimes they're very kind and very complimentary. I'll take a compliment anywhere I can get it, Andy. And I think Libby Weaver should do the same. Kreckman and Lindahl, we did question marks. We're doing exclamation points, just like that baby zebra had. Next. Hey dudes, Nate Kreckman here for Roller Auction. The website is roller.bid. So the thing you have to do with Roller Auction, you don't have to do it, but if you had half a brain, you would help yourself out and you would do this. You'd go to roller.bid/altitude. Okay, go to roller.bid/altitude. Sign up to bid and get on the email list, because then they send you directly into your inbox when the new auction's open. And you want to be on top of this stuff. You want to be able to get in and peruse and shop and bid as quickly as you possibly can to get the best deals. Also, you can win tickets from us right here at Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Right now, one lucky listener that signs up to bid at roller.bid/altitude will win a pair of tickets to go see Lincoln Park at Ball Arena. Hell yeah. In the meantime, you'll go to Roller Auction. You'll check out their auctions. Like right now, this factory return electronics auction is open right now. It's also got furniture. It's also got exercise equipment. And it's got some great kitchen appliances available for you to be able to bid. Also, right now, I'm looking at this Dyson cordless stick vacuum. Brand new, available for less than $200. You're not getting that at a big box store. Go to roller.bid/altitude, get yourself signed up, and then bid right now at Roller Auction's website, roller.bid, on this August factory return electronics, furniture, and exercise equipment auction. Do it. All right, so we did question marks last hour. Andy was worked up about the backup running back and the backup safety.
Well,
it's a lot of confidence in the team.
You know what? How about we do this?
Yeah,
we should revisit the question marks maybe 3 weeks or so into the season.
I'm happy
because you and I have not seen. We just haven't seen a lot of the starters.
Sure,
you know what I mean.
Sure.
And right now, everything feels good. Hell, you want a new question mark that's a starter? What is going to be the Marvin Mims role? Because I see a guy that can do a lot more than they let him do, and I don't know why he doesn't do it. I don't know if it's them or if it's him, but I'd love to figure it out. There you go. There's your starter. Anyway, defense.
I think he's going to be productive.
I hope so. I would like to see it.
Yeah.
I think he's got more in his bag than what they do with him, but I'm not sure it's their fault. I'm starting to wonder, does he just not run the routes right? Like, what does he do that he's not featured more?
He's not a great route runner.
That's got to be it.
I think anticipating that, but he doesn't have to be. Again, look at what he did over the back half of last season. It had nothing to do with route running. The 93-yarder against Cleveland.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
That wasn't a great route.
It was a great throw.
It was a great throw. It wasn't a great route.
Yeah, he got past the guy. That's all you needed.
But like the play against the Raiders, the play against the Chargers, like those were just they really, it's all pre-snap motion stuff is what he's doing.
Right.
But he's not going to be a technical route runner on this team. Again, this is I'm pretty dug in on this take. Is that Marvin Mims can absolutely be a Deebo Samuel type of player. But Deebo Samuel was a hell of a lot better when they had Brandon Ayuk out there running precise routes and giving Brock Purdy somewhere to throw the ball to on third down. Just like Washington desperately needs to have Terry McLaurin out there to take advantage of what Deebo Samuel is. And quite frankly, I think that's smart on the part of the Broncos. Like, I don't think Marvin Mims is ever going to be a technician, but I think he's a hell of a playmaker. Like, the things that he does, the vision and feel that he has when the ball in his hands, you can't teach that. That's what makes that guy friggin' special. I think he's going to be good. But I also think, and I would prepare people for this, and this is why he's a weird fantasy pick. Some weeks he's just not going to do much.
Oh, we saw it last year.
Yeah.
He would go off, everybody go pick him up. He'd be invisible in the next game.
And sometimes he's going to have like 2 catches and he's not going to break the first tackle. And it'll be like 2 catches for like 11 yards or something like that. You'll be like, whoop-de-doo. The whole key is the games where he does break it, and then it's like 2 catches for, 65 yards. Now you got something. I think Mims is going to be really good. I don't consider him a question mark on this team almost. Almost. My question with him is like how they're going to use. Is he going to get used in any different ways? But I think they got something there. Like if I'm looking for reasons why the Broncos could have like a top 10 scoring offense in the NFL, Mims is something I'd put right at the top of the list and be like, other teams don't have a weapon like that.
I would agree.
Mimsy and Engram and then Cortland Sutton just being consistent, you've got something.
Wouldn't it be funny after all of this, he ends up being the Joker? Although apparently he can't be the Joker because a receiver that catches is just a receiver, right?
It's just you catch the ball,
right?
But you're not a wide receiver, so you're a Joker.
Yeah.
It's a pretty anticlimactic finish, wouldn't you say? All this Joker conversation, and it's just...
It's a pass-catching tight end.
Or a pass-catching running back. The end.
But you know what? Joker is a quicker way to say it. I give him credit for that.
Thanks,
He's
Sean.
shortening up the vernacular.
We really appreciate it, guy. Exclamation points. Nick Bonito is an exclamation point. I mean, holy crap. Foot seems to be okay. Back on the practice field today. A little bone spur thing.
He said the contract's not an issue. Nobody worry about it. He's not.
This guy's got 16 sacks written all over him this year.
He and Zach Allen being together.
Yeah.
After and again, for those that didn't see it, maybe I'll go find the tweet and retweet it. But the NFL's taking, half a year to get through their top 100 players in the league because they've had nothing to do since July.
He finished, 38?
He
Bonito?
was 38, but
yeah.
Go back to Zach Allen at number 90.
Yeah.
Okay? And the way Nick talked about the way they combo rush, the way they see the same things, the way that they just play off each other in the pass rush, not only is it great to get Nick Bonito hopefully under contract soon, it's great that pair gets to continue its work together. Because, again, I've said it before, the way Bonito talked about it, it was akin to the way that Vaughn used to talk about Derek Wolfe and how they would pull things off to get him the best pass rush line.
BJ knows what he's doing when he's got players like that. That's for damn sure.
But Bonito is absolutely an exclamation point.
I mean, Andy, anything less than a second-team All-Pro will almost be disappointing. As good as he has looked, like this isn't just that series against San Francisco. We've seen it day in and day out in camp, and we saw it all of last year. Guy's a star.
Do we even need to go into the exclamation point that is Pat Surtain the second? We don't, right?
I mean, he's defensive
He's
player of the year. He's Jeff Legwold has said this before, and it sounds crazy because he's a corner, and you don't often hear this, but like everything the Broncos can do defensively is built off of how good Surtain is and his ability to just, again, subtract a star receiver off the field and subtract half of the field away from opposing defenses. So, again, across the board when you're looking at it, like it's a well-known fantasy football talking point that, like, it's not just a given to play your WR1 if he's going up against Patrick Surtain.
Can I ask you, who's not, of the front three, the defensive line, not the stand-up linebackers, but the D linemen?
Yeah.
Who's not an exclamation point for them? You've got Allen Jones and John Franklin Myers.
And Malcolm Roach is your fourth? I don't think any of them. They're all really, really good at their
and
jobs.
Savion Jones has had some moments that made you excited. Jordan Jackson's been an intriguing player.
Zach Allen's a star, but maybe the biggest move of the offseason was re-signing DJ Jones.
Oh, yeah, because we didn't think that was going to happen. Figured they might have to cut some money.
Right. And instead, it was an area where they just said strength on strength. Bring back DJ Jones.
Where does Riley Moss fit? Is that an exclamation player? Because I think Hufanga's an exclamation point player. And for those asking, how do you know already? Some of the stuff that Hufanga's done in practice, including the day Bo had an interception that 90% of the time is not an interception. Hufanga's running in, realizes Bo's about to throw, and he had about 2 seconds to jump up and react to it, which he did.
Yeah.
Not a lot of guys can make that pick. I can tell you that. They might knock the ball down, but they ain't intercepting it. So I'm convinced Hufanga's an exclamation point player.
Star player if he's on the field.
What about Riley Moss? I don't think Riley Moss is a question mark.
I'll put him down as a period.
Just a period?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not a comma?
It's not an ellipsis.
Someone asked if we're going to do a semicolon thing.
What about
get that in?
What about a nice Oxford comma?
Sure.
You want us to throw into those in there?
A carrot mark?
The Riley Moss thing, I think he's a very good player, but that's all he has to be.
All right. Does Jonathan Cooper fall into that?
The guy had 10.5 sacks last year. You've been watching him in practice. What have you thought?
No, I know.
He's living in the backfield.
I know, but here's what
as a second pass rusher?
Here's what I will say.
I tell you what, Riley Moss is a second corner, pretty damn good.
Oh, they're both damn good compliments.
Yeah. Dude, Jonah Ellis was wrecking the game the other night.
I know. It is amazing how much depth it feels like they have on defense. I hope this isn't all just an illusion, but it feels like they've got a lot. Dude, LaVale Bailey's look good at times.
We have a full season of track record of what they were last year, and I think they're only going to get better because some of it was youth that was playing really well.
Here would be my request for Jonathan Cooper. And again, the 10.5 sacks are really good, but he's a sacks and bunches guy.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Give it to me a little more. If Nick's not getting home or he's getting the attention, then you got to make him pay every time.
Mm-hmm.
If this defense is going to be what we want it to be, which can be the baseline for a Super Bowl at least attempt, then you've got to be the one making them pay like DeMarcus Ware would or Shaq Barrett would when the other teams in 2015 were focusing heavy on Von Miller.
By the way, we learned in Crosstalk today, most of DMac's hangouts in the 90s.
Nudity.
Sacks and bunches.
There's no doubt. All these nude beaches, all these nude whatevers. He likes to be nude.
It's one big nuderama.
He's still in there. We got the door open. Maybe he can hear us. I mean, was he the undressed kid just walking around naked in the house all the time? Can you get your kid dressed? Can I just get your kid in a diaper?
Nudity.
Uh-huh.
Every day from noon to 3.
12. No.
More like nude to 3.
Listen, we're keeping it.
On Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
We're keeping the clothes on here 3 to 6.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
All
you know, we may have to revisit the question mark. I just saw a name where I was like, why did I not bring that up? Anyway.
Offensive.
Let's go to the offensive exclamation
points. I'll start here. Left side of the offensive line. Left side of the offensive line. Mm-hmm. You're pretty good over there, right?
They are pretty good. We're sure about Powers. I mean, he's not been bad. Don't get me wrong.
I think he's looked really good. Right. Hell, the right side of your offensive line's not bad. Miners is a second-team
Quinn
All-Pro.
Miners is an exclamation point.
Yeah, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
You know who I like?
Outside of center. And Wattenberg wasn't bad.
Hey, Wattenberg's not bad. Wattenberg's been pretty darn good.
Okay. Is it fair to call the entire offensive line an exclamation point?
Not when I gave you McGlinchey as a question mark.
Okay.
But most of them. I like me some Xavier Truss. We've got a bidet and a truss.
I don't know who that is.
Nor I hope you don't have to find out. He's the third string tackle.
Cortland Sutton is an exclamation point.
Okay. What's Devon Vele?
Now, I'm not saying that he's going to have 1,500 yards this year or anything like this. Cortland Sutton is going to be exactly what you want him to be. He is an exclamation point player. He is going to catch 80-plus passes. He's going to finish the year with 1,100 to 1,200 yards. He's going to score 8 to 10 touchdowns. You paid him for exactly that productivity, which really in the NFL, isn't that all you can ask for, is I got the productivity that I paid you to give my team.
All right, I would say after what we saw the other night, fair to say Evan Ingram's an exclamation point?
Boy.
That was a pretty nice catch and run. Now, in fairness, you're going against about as base a defense as I've ever seen in an NFL game. But
he's had a wonderful camp too. Like him and Bo really popped early on. I saw him have a great catch from Stidham last week during practice.
He's a third down guy. They're looking for him.
Yeah, I think he's I don't want to go star. It's tough at that position at the place where Kittle and Kelsey and McBride play. Like there's Brock Bowers. There's star tight ends in the NFL. But Evan Engram, I think when we look up at the end of the year, I think like minimum 75 catches.
Oh, he'll be the second target on this team.
Minimum 900 yards, minimum 6 touchdowns at the end of the year.
Going off.
Which these are the kind of numbers, like it would normally take the Broncos' entire bevy of tight ends 3 years to match this kind of productivity. Evan Engram, I'll put right in the exclamation point category. I think he's going to be wonderful in this offense.
All right, beyond that, can you fairly, right now, put exclamation point on any more of the skill positions?
No.
I don't know about R.J. Harvey.
Rookie.
Love what I saw that last game.
He's rookie.
Man, that was such a great run on his touchdown run, waiting for his center. I believe it was Wattenberg that eventually blasted the player out of the hole.
Yeah.
But took a lot of patience. He did a great job waiting for the hole to open up. Maybe I would say both R.J. Harvey and Pat Bryant have an outside chance of being the exclamation guys if we get about 8 weeks in. But I can't put it on there right now. You can't tell if what we're seeing in camps are going to be there come regular season.
In future years, et cetera, again, build up this offense with good young pieces. If you eventually have to pay Bo Nix, you divert some resources from the defensive side of the ball to the offensive side of the ball, but that's the general sort of trend of a football salary cap anyway.
Yeah.
So the Broncos are building this in a pretty good way. Yeah, Evan Engram, I'll put in the exclamation point. Okay. So there's a name that we did not talk about. And when we come back, we will.
All right. I know where you're going.
What punctuation mark does Bo Nix receive going into the 2025 season? Oh, yeah, quarterback. It's kind of important. We're talking about that guy next. Yeah, you can look at our stupid faces on Twitch if you want to, like the guy just said. Our Twitch feed brought to you by Safeway. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup of the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods and local flavors. Beauregard Nick, Sandy. Is he an exclamation point or is he a question mark as we embark upon the 2025 campaign? What say you?
Yeah, so I would say he's trending towards exclamation point, right?
Based on?
Well, I'm going based on how he finished last year.
Yeah.
Camp has been an interesting battle because, as we've laid out for people many a time, the offense has not had the better of it this camp, and a lot of it's because the offensive line, and again, as I pointed out, right tackle in particular, just cannot keep the pass rush off of Bo. There's just been too many periods where Bo's had to go do some jazz just to get some plays out because they've just been suffocating as far as a defense. So, and then, look, things got better. He's trending towards exclamation point if we go off of what we saw against Arizona. But again, that wasn't the same day against San Francisco, and I believe San Francisco has the better defense.
Yeah.
So right now, I'm not going to stamp the exclamation point, but he's certainly not a question mark.
Not going to triple stamp a double stamp?
I would say this. Is he a comma because he ties it all together? Is that going to be the kind of punctuation that we need? He ties two things together, so he's a comma at this point, but he's on his way to exclamation point?
More of an ampersand, really.
Well, your boy Eric, you Chicago guys, your boy Eric already sent that in.
I had not seen that. I came to the ampersand conclusion.
Really? You didn't read the text and respond to your guy?
Independently.
Yeah, the guy who's upset with Liberty Weaver? What a shock. No, seriously, how would you put it? I mean, again, you go off of the end results last year and what we've seen in camp thus far.
Yeah.
But the people that come out, the unit that's come out with the highlights every day has mainly been the defense for the most part.
I think Bo Nix is a bigger question mark right now than he is an exclamation point. To go full on, well, he's a question mark. I don't know what he's going to be. No, he's going to start 17 games this year. Like he is the guy, and I believe he is this franchise's guy going forward. I think second years can be tough. Sean Payton tried to dismiss the idea of sophomore slumps a couple of weeks ago with there's way more success stories. Jeff Legwold has talked about this. Sandman brought up a great point about it yesterday. Okay. They know his weak points, okay? Tight window throws. Like, he's not elite there quite yet. And I think he's going to see a lot of tight press man coverage this season. And he's going to really be forced into making wise decisions with the football operating outside the pocket. They're going to want to disrupt that timing as much as humanly possible. Now, Sean Payton knows this. He's no dummy. He wants to help Bo Nix out as much as he possibly can. That's why he works Bo Nix behind the line of scrimmage as often as he does. He wants to give Bo Nix the easy outs, the easy buttons, and get the ball into the hands of the speed guys and the playmakers. So, like, it makes sense to draft an R.J. Harvey. It makes sense to have a Marvin Mims available to you or a speedy tight end like an Evan Engram who can make a play close to the line of scrimmage and then turn it upfield. But, like, I think that Bo Nix has more questions to answer coming into this season. I love, just like Sean Payton does, he doesn't take sacks. He generally keeps the offense on schedule, keeps them ahead of the chains for the most part, and doesn't put them into bad situations. That's all you have to do with the defense that is this friggin' good. And he's going to hit throws. He doesn't suck. He doesn't lack arm talent completely. I just think there's a greater emphasis on how to limit the things that he does well this upcoming season, and he's got to answer those questions for me. I have more questions about Bo Nix than I do certainties with what he is right now. And the question isn't, is he going to suck? I don't think he's going to suck, but I'm having a hard time defining where the ceiling is on Bo Nix right now.
Fair enough.
What do you think it is?
I don't know. Look, I've said it before, it gets people upset. I see more of a Brian Greasy, a Jake Plummer type. The guys that aren't lauded as the most physical freaks out there, but won a lot of games and had the support of their team. Their teammates love them. Already, guys talk about, I'll go Jake Plummer in particular. Already, guys talk about Jake talk about Bo the way they used to talk about Jake. They absolutely love Jake. You're friends with me. You talk to Nayland from time to time. Tom Nalen, by all accounts that I was told, absolutely loved Jake. Love Jake.
It's a skill set to be beloved by your teammates that much and to be that good of a leader. It is 100% a quarterback skill.
Hey,
it's intangible, but it's important.
Here, I'll give you this question Bo has to answer for me, because we've seen a little bit already this year. Bo has had, after the first, that alleged scrimmage where it was very controlled that Saturday. Remember that? It was before they'd played a preseason game. It was probably 3 weeks ago. Bo came out and for 2 weeks had some really rough days.
Yeah.
Now, got against the Niners in the joint practices, and it was a little bit better, but it still wasn't phenomenal.
Yeah.
Then, for whatever reason, and Bo came out in the first part of last week, a little rough, a little choppy. We all talked about it. He had the picks in the 2-minute drill. He missed a couple throws, blah, blah, blah. Then, Bo gets against the Cardinals, and in that practice, had his best practice of the day. Why? He was freewheeling. He was not. He just felt like he was Bo getting to play football. You know what I mean?
It was a lot of zone stuff, and he knew exactly where he was going with the football pre-snap. His recognition was strong, and damn if he wasn't ready to go.
If Bo can get quicker, because it felt like he started out the season with probably putting a little too much on himself too.
Yeah.
And then he yells at Sean, and from that point forward, he kind of just started to be himself again, I would say, on the field.
Yeah.
If Bo can be himself from the start of the season and having fun and be Arizona Cardinal practice Bo, everything is going to be just fine.
Yeah.
But if for some reason, as it does sometimes to second-year players, because you talked about this, it's not that just that the league adjusts to you, and I believe they do, but it's also that you realize you're the guy. Now you're the dude. You're the dude in town everybody's a fan of, and you have a large part in how good their Sunday goes because the whole fan base can't wait to watch you play football. And sometimes that gets to guys. So let's hope that doesn't happen this year. Do I think it's going to happen? I don't think so. But I'd also be lying to you not to say I think Bo has been gripping at points in this camp. And I think some of it's because Sean's hammering on him. I think Sean's been harder on him this camp than last camp because he's been the true designated starter from the word go.
Yeah.
And I think it's led to some kind of robotic and frankly just not free having fun playing football Bo. But when we saw it against the Cardinals, if that's how he shows up game one, everything will be fine. I'm convinced of that.
When he plays with a fear of mistakes, I think he struggles. And we saw it last year in camp. And to your point, I think we saw it at points last year. But also, I think naturally what he is as an NFL quarterback is a guy that just doesn't make a lot of mistakes. Again, I think he's pre-programmed, son of a coach, that whole thing that he's got going for himself of the worst thing that I can do is go backwards. The worst thing that I can do is put my team into a bad spot. So if that's me making a play with my legs, whatever that may be, I'm going to do it. And he leaned on that early on, and then he became a better thrower of the football as the season went along. Like that's the guy that he has to be. This is just one metric on Bo Nix that I think is kind of an interesting one. So the quarterback stat that I pay attention to sometimes it's called success rate. Okay, follow me on this. Success rate is just did you get 40% of the yards needed on first down, 60% on second down, and did you convert on third down? Okay, that's it, and it has to do with not taking negative plays and everything else like that. Last season, Bo Nix, in terms of success rate, 27th in the NFL.
Okay.
That's one of those spots where I'm looking for a clear big jump out of him this year. And a lot of that is going to require him, and I think that Sean has emphasized this because I think when he's looked good in camp, he's doing this. Take the snap, drop back foot hits, ball out. And it's a lot of pre-snap recognition stuff, and you can be much more successful in that way. The best quarterbacks in the league in this kind of area are your Joe Burrows, your Jared Goffs. Tua is very good at this stuff. Baker Mayfield is very good at this stuff. Like, some of the more creative, like Josh Allen isn't necessarily awesome in this metric, right?
Josh Allen?
He's just he's Jackson Pollock back there flinging paint against the wall, but
deep cut.
It results into some awesome stuff. What I want to see is Bo Nix look a little bit more like a Jared Goff, Baker Mayfield, Joe Burrow light. Hell, I'll even put Tua in this conversation. Just hyper efficient NFL quarterback, running it as it needs to, and then using those legs to make plays really only when called upon.
Here's my thing with Bo. Bo, I do believe, is a football robot like Peyton Manning.
Yeah.
And I think those guys love crunching tape. I think they love the grind, but they can also be a little too hard on themselves, and I hope that's not what happens.
Some of that too, yeah.
So.
Yeah. So right now, going into year 2, this is not, is Bo Nix the guy? Is he the franchise quarterback going forward? No, he is.
It's his team.
It's his team. As long as Sean Payton is the coach right here. Is there going to be a massive Bo Nix leap in year 2? I would lean more towards probably not. And then I'll look at it and say, dude, if you can just go out and play some efficient, I'll even use this term, game managing football, this team can win the AFC West.
Yeah. Look, he just has to be a little bit better than last year. And by a little bit better, pick up more first downs.
Yeah.
Maybe improve a touch in the red zone.
Yeah.
But again, you don't need him to completely evolve what he was.
Mm-hmm.
He's not trying to pull an Anthony Richardson, for goodness sake.
No, I don't think he turns into Lamar or Josh Allen overnight. He's not that dude. He just needs to be Bo Nix.
It took Josh Allen 3 years to get to be Josh Allen.
Sure did.
You know what I mean?
Sure did.
We all tend to forget that. Same with Lamar. Lamar had to evolve a little bit too.
And what was the biggest thing that he had going for him? He had an organization and a coach that were invested and believed in him, and Bo Nix has that going for him right now. It's, it's just funny when you look around the NFL and you look at the mess in Cleveland and you look at Anthony Richardson not being the starter in Indianapolis and things like that. What are you guys thinking right now? And it's just like, yeah, you guys can't stop screwing this up. And it's not surprising to anybody. That's why Daniel Jones is in Indianapolis and the Giants are still trying to figure things out right now. We'll talk about those quarterback decisions and much, much more coming up next in the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. I've been talking football all day long. Let's just keep doing it. Let's go around the league right now with the 5 biggest stories from within the National Football League today. Going full Mike Shanahan on you today, Andy. Let's do this. Mark Springer.
Hey, let's go full Jim Nance on you. We're talking
the Broncos!
And Sean Payton talking to the media today. I thought this was interesting. He was asked about wide receiver 2. Does he like to have a specific player set for that role across from Cortland Sutton, or is it going to be more rotational, more mixing and matching? Here's Sean.
Do you like to have a number 2 receiver after Cortland, or is it kind of like Cortland and 3 or 4 guys, depending on the game?
Yeah, I mean, I think some teams are more predictable with where the X is and the slot and the Z, and then in the term, the number 1, the number 2. I get all that. You know, they're all going to play in different roles, and so we probably are a little bit different with our rotation substitution patterns that you guys can decide who 2 is and 3 is and 4 is, but there's going to be a role if they're dressing and they're getting on the field, and they're not going to line up in the same spot all the time. I think that would be the easiest way to describe it.
Andy,
it's
is
a
that
number 2?
Thank you, Sean. Is that by design, or is that because the pecking order is so weird on this team because they just don't have a bunch of great wide receivers?
Yeah, I think it's the latter.
Yeah.
I don't think you know who your number 2 is, but I think Sean is saying, look, I don't have to have it well established. I can make it work.
Sure.
Now, I'm sure he'd love Marcus Colston and Michael Thomas again.
Yeah.
Was Jimmy Graham the tight end in there? I'm sure he'd love that array of characters with Mark Ingram in the backfield. That would be great. But sometimes you don't get it all. And I do think, I've said it over and over, Jeff Legwold said it over. I do believe that Evan Ingram is going to be the second most targeted player on this team, period. He's not a wide receiver, but he basically take the wide receiver 2 role. That's the guy.
Yeah.
So I think that's why Sean's not terribly worried about it. I think Sean likes the idea that he'll mix in. He's got all sorts of different combos he can mix in. If he wants Troy Franklin for something specific, he can use it. We've already talked about the unique things that Marvin Mims can do. And Pat Bryant, I could see clearly, especially in the 3rd and 5, 2nd and 5, in that kind of tweener range, I think Pat Bryant may eat defenses alive if he can continue to get open as quick as he does. So I don't think Sean is stressed about it. But yes, I think when you don't have an established one, that's the answer you get.
Yeah, if he had Jordan Addison, if he had Chris Godwin, he would have a very different answer. He didn't have those guys. And in the opinion of some, I think it's a little harsh. Cortland Sutton would be ideally your number 2, and you'd have somebody even better than him. Yeah, I would say that that's probably the ideal, but that's not the Broncos situation. ESPN, when they did the positional ranks, had Denver at number 31 at wide receiver. And you and I both sat here, Andy, and went, I don't really have a good argument. I can't really push back on it.
I think they'll be better by the time we get to the end of the year, but
sure,
they're not right now.
Yeah, like I've been saying Troy Franklin is the number 2. I think he is.
I think a lot of people agree with you.
Yeah. I can't imagine there's many other teams in the NFL.
That doesn't mean he's going to get, but he could be the number 2 to start the game, and we could see about 4 other combinations out there by the time it's done.
High five. Nick Bonito talking to the media today. He was asked about how his contract negotiations are going.
Yeah, I mean, they're going well. I feel like there's been good communication on both sides. I think, it's just my agent. I feel like he's one of the best in the game. I feel like I got to trust what he's doing, and knowing how they feel about me upstairs, I feel like something will get done, but it's just a matter of when. And, until then, I just got to keep doing me.
Emails are being answered, Andy.
Yeah, and again, I believe I saw some tweets where it looks like he referenced that, I'd like to know what Micah Parsons is getting. I mean, he's got no reason to be in a rush right now. If he does this, he could get Pat Surtain real easy, where about a month later, whether it's the Cowboys or wherever Parsons gets traded to, you'll get outdone by the contract.
Yeah.
So if you're cool with your money, then go ahead and wait for that shelf to get set, and you can build the next shelf above it.
The biggest reason I have no concern, I don't know, no concerns is the word. I'm interested, but ultimately, it's going to get done. You want to know why? Because that's all that this ownership group has shown a track record of. They've paid everybody so far.
Yeah.
There's been no holdup whatsoever. When it came time to go and drop big coin on a head coach, they gave Sean Payton $90 million. You know, Surtain got paid, and Zach Allen got paid. Sutton got paid. Everybody has been paid. Nick Bonito is going to get paid. Like, when it's the Bengals you're talking about, and you're like, oh, they fight with everybody over money. You know, if it's the Manders, they can't get the stink of Daniel Snyder off themselves. They fight with everybody over money. The Dallas Cowboys, they fight with everybody over money. That's not really what happens here. The Broncos they've had a couple of tricky contract things in the last couple of years, and like they've kept the vibes good in every one of those situations. That's no small accomplishment. I think that's where George Payton and Sean Payton and the ownership group deserve some credit right there of like, guess what? Everybody keeps showing up for work, even if they haven't gotten their massive payday quite yet.
Well, the only hint you had if somebody was tired of the timeline was Cortland Sutton when he took a couple days not to practice.
Yeah.
And had his own little mini hold-in.
Yeah.
And that wasn't even a storyline by the time it was wrapped
up. It was miniature. Yeah. And he was still at OTAs this year, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he was still showing up.
He showed up to everything.
Yeah. He just be careful for a couple of days until you get yourself paid. The organization probably
he
wanted
went through
that too.
warm-ups, didn't go through team periods. That's kind of how they do it.
Exactly. So this team is, again, nothing but good vibes when it comes to paying dudes. It seems like everybody is happy. I think Nick Bonito's going to get done. Spring.
High five. All right, Broncos' Week 2 opponent is the Colts. They play them in Indianapolis today. The Colts named Daniel Jones their starting quarterback. Coach Shane Steichen saying that they will not have a quick leash on Daniel Jones. He is their firm starting quarterback. Anthony Richardson said he respects the decision. Quentin Nelson, their star guard, said he'd be lying if he said it wasn't frustrating that they're going to have yet another new Week 1 starting quarterback. But let's hear the initial opening announcement from Shane Steichen.
All right, I'll start off by letting everyone know that Daniel Jones will be our starting quarterback this season. I thought the competition in training camp was great by both of those guys. I thought they both competed really hard, and it was good to see them cheering for each other and battling the way they did. And you guys heard me talk about the consistency, and that's really what I was looking for. And really the operation at the line of scrimmage, the checks, the protection, the ball placement, the completion percentage, I think all that played a factor in it. I think Daniel did a great job doing that, and I think AR has made strides in that area, but I do feel that, he still needs to continue to develop in those areas. And I had a chance to talk to both of them this morning. They were both great. AR was great. He knows that he still needs to develop and learn in those areas, and he knows that he's one play away. Let those guys know, let the team know this morning. Team's very supportive of Daniel, but also supportive of AR and his new role, and he's got to attack it the right way, and then we'll go from there.
Doesn't he need to learn to read defenses? Doesn't he need to learn?
He can't. Anything he needs to learn, he can't do sitting on the bench.
No. This is what I find so funny about this story, Andy, is just like, this is again the cautionary tale for everybody in the NFL. You have to have your ducks in a row when you draft a quarterback, and you have to have the willingness, using a first-round pick on a guy, to say, we're going to be patient, we're going to build, but we're going to allow this guy to develop into a quality NFL player. And look, it's a weird it's hard to defend Anthony Richardson because he sucked last year.
He did.
He was awful. He completed fewer than 50% of his passes. He threw more interceptions than touchdowns. He was atrocious, okay? But also, like, you and I both see, that guy is a freak of an athlete. You want him on the field, and you want the ball in his hands. But the problem is it's like, clearly, ownership wanted him. Irsay passes away. Ballard's not completely sold. Steichen's trying to save his job. Like, it's not though I can't squint and see the argument. You got Pittman on that team. Taylor is a good running back. You got a good offensive line. You drafted a tight end, Tyler Warren, this year that they drafted in the first round. Like, you got good weapons. You're trying to take advantage of it. And again, people are trying to save jobs right now. I understand all of that. It makes sense. The problem is that you guys screwed this up 3 years ago when you drafted him. And the result is today you're handing the job over to Daniel Jones.
Here's what I hate about all this. Everything you described that he needed to do was exactly the product you got when he came out of college, and you've done nothing to develop him. You've done nothing to stick with him. Now his injuries have hurt too. And then to your point, now you get to a point where we all know that is the sound of a coach who knows his job is on the line, and I can't put it in the hands of Anthony Richardson because he's not consistent.
Yeah.
I've got to win. And I've got to win now, so I'm going to go with the veteran that we paid to come here, even though you know what he is. That's the funny thing. Daniel Jones is consistently not great at delivering passes when he needs to. Consistent at running out of – dude, he dropped a snap the other day. Some of the stuff I watched in that preseason game, it's like, do you really have a good option here? Your better option in my mind is just, again, like we just talked about, stick with the young guy and figure it out. Figure out what he does. Craft something around him, and while you do that so he feels good, what did Sean do to get Bo back? He gave him all the short passes. He went to some stuff that he did in college to get him back in his comfort zone, and then when the confidence built, he added on from there. You've done none of that with Anthony Richardson.
Think about, for a moment, the last team that Daniel Jones was on, the Minnesota Vikings, okay? I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to yell that J.J. McCarthy is going to be an MVP candidate or anything else like that. But what did that organization do? They said, Sam Darnold, nope. Daniel Jones, good to have you around, but
no thanks.
You'll get a better opportunity if you go elsewhere. And J.J. McCarthy is the dude with a very smart, quarterback-friendly head coach, to be sure, but they are 100% all in on the development of that player, and they're going to make it workable with a ton of talent around him all over the field. Like, that's the likelihood of J.J. McCarthy turning into a good NFL quarterback because he landed in the right situation, just like Bo Nix did here in Denver, is so much higher than Anthony Richardson, a guy that landed on a roster because an owner got excited about the film.
This is my last point on it. I've now heard with Sam Darnold. We heard it a little with Zach Allen. We certainly heard it with Anthony Richardson. We heard it with Trey Lance. All guys that Jeff Legwold said to me, 3 years minimum to get them where they need to be to play the pro game. None of them got a 3 full years to figure it out.
High five. All right, yesterday evening, Joe Flacco was unsurprisingly named the starting quarterback for the Browns. He joins a short list of quarterbacks to be named a Week 1 starter at 40 years old, joining Tom Brady, Brett Favre, and Aaron Rodgers. He was asked today, he talked to the media today, if he was emotional knowing that he's joined that exclusive club, and also that he's finally a Week 1 starter after several years since being one.
I don't know if I was very emotional about it, but listen, you don't take for granted opportunities in this league, especially, to get one at this point in my career is, definitely special. But like I said, it's pretty much business as usual and just kind of trying to get better.
I don't think Joe Flacco gets emotional about very much. I think it's a pretty steady Eddie dude.
Yeah.
Andy, I sent this paragraph over to you earlier. I read this in The Athletic this morning and it blew my mind. In Cleveland, naming Joe Flacco their starter might give the Browns their best Week 1 quarterback of this century. Since 2000, Cleveland's Week 1 starters have gone 3-21-1.
Oof.
Completing 55% of their passes and throwing more interceptions than touchdowns. Joe Flacco in Week 1 in his career, 6-5, 65% completion rate, and a positive touchdown to interception, 12-7.
Hold on. There was a tie to begin the year in Cleveland. 3-21-1.
Sounds like there was.
What year did they tie?
It's a good question.
How bad would that suck? How can I not remember this? I wonder who they tied now. Oh, well, we started out with a tie. You waited all summer for a tie. What?
Sometimes we joke about the stretch of quarterbacks. Sometimes. We did for a decade. Joked about the stretch of quarterbacks that we had here in Denver between the end of Manning and Bo Nix finally taking over as the starting quarterback. But when you listen to that list right there and you look at the names in Cleveland, the Tim Couches and Kelly Holcombs and Derek Andersons and Brady Quinn and Colt McCoy and Brandon Whedon and Brian Hoyers and Jason Campbell and Deshaun Kaisers of the world, as you run through what that franchise has had, and you hear an argument that 40-year-old Joe Flacco is probably the Browns' best Week 1 starter since the turn of the century. How do Browns fans do it?
I don't know. You've literally been 1-0 3 times in 25 years.
How do you put the shirt on and gear up and go
Well,
watch
look,
it.
we had a guy that was all super mad at us for wanting to blow the Rockies up because they're trying hard. You're that guy. You're that guy. I don't care that it's pro sports. They're trying hard.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's fantastic. I'm here for try hard.
The Browns' last consistent quarterback was what? Bernie Kosar?
Yes.
Vinny Testaverde for a minute? They didn't even get the good version of Vinny. Unbelievable.
God, you're right.
Unbelievable.
Like, they've had a bunch of guys they thought might be it, only to find out they weren't it.
You know what I bet the best years to be a Browns fan were? 1996 through 1998, because they didn't exist.
You found another team?
Those were good old times when the Baltimore Ravens were out there building a Super Bowl winner. Unbelievable how craptacular it's been.
Hold on. Let's update the story. Schefter just tweeted it.
Okay.
Remember, you just gave us great coach speak about the Colts situation and how great Anthony Richardson took everything and everybody in the room is kumbaya.
What do we got?
From Adam Schefter. With Anthony Richardson's future in flux following the decision to name Daniel Jones with the Colts starting quarterback, Richardson's agent reacted with disappointment in the move and said he's unsure of his client's future with the club. Sounds like they're going to ask for a trade. But hey, he was cool with the move.
AR couldn't have been more professional about it. He couldn't
What
have
do
been
you think he's
better.
going to do? He's not going to toss computers and stuff around the room, but do you really think he's like, yeah, cool, I'll be the backup. Yeah, great. He can't learn any of the things that consistency throwing and running the huddle and calling the plays and reading the defense will not happen from the sidelines, and he's about to take the role that gets 2 snaps a week in practice.
One of the biggest reasons the Broncos are starting to get things on track and make the playoffs a year ago and have a chance to win the division and do something cool this year is because they finally found some friggin' consistency. Andy, you banged the drum for it for years. Stop changing your coaches. Stop changing your coordinators. Stop changing everything over and over again. Now, here's the thing. A lot of those coaches they had sucked, okay? And they had to go. And then they finally hire an actual professional, and look at how good things are going right now. That stuff matters, man. It is not small stuff that you have to find alignment from top through quarterback in an organization. Otherwise, you end up like the Colts.
Yeah, and again, you got to have, like you said, you got to be all in on your guy. So Sean Payton, all in on the guy.
Yeah.
And you know what else is great? Bo Nix's play caller. I will predict this. Bo Nix's play caller will not change his entire career here.
Let's talk about one more kind of weird quarterback situation before we wrap the high five. Spring.
High five. I want to hit this one because we got to clean something up here because we've been under the impression, according to Archie Manning, that Arch may not come out after this season with Texas, and he'll spend another year there before he declares for the NFL draft. Well, Arch Manning, grandson of Archie, talking to the media today, was asked about that comment from his grandfather. Here's what Arch said.
Yeah, I don't know where he got that from. He texted me and apologized about that, but I'm really just taking it day by day right now.
Yeah, man, you got to stay in that NIL marketplace if you are going to stay another year in college. Get paid top dollar.
Yeah.
I don't know where Grandpa came up with that.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
Well, because everybody else stayed there. But, the difference was Arch was the dad of the other two that stayed in Peyton and Eli.
Yeah.
I think Arch is a big fan of you. Just go do your college thing. And it sounds like this is all NIL money now. By the way, it was the Browns and Steelers, thanks to TD, 2018, 21-21 to open the season.
Who was the starting quarterback that day?
Tyrod Taylor. Who I forgot even was a Brown ever.
That was the year Baker took over as the starter, right?
I think you're right.
Yeah.
Was that Hard Knocks? I think you're right. That was Hard Knocks, Cleveland.
Yeah. Baker took over as the starter, and that was the magical year, wasn't it? Or was it the next season?
Oh, my God, and that snapped a 17-game losing streak for the Browns.
That's hilarious.
The tie snapped a losing streak that went back to 2016.
The Broncos going to tie in week 1 against the Tennessee
shut
Titans.
your mouth. You shut it. You don't put that out in the universe.
Now I'm rooting for it. I always root for chaos. We did question marks and exclamation points on the Broncos roster. What about the question marks in the AFC playoff picture? Who qualifies as a question mark? Who qualifies as an exclamation point? We'll break that down next. That's Andy. I'm Nate. This is Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, broadcasting live from the Backus and Shanker Studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Hopefully the Broncos won't be seriously injured this upcoming season, and if they stay healthy, they can be a playoff team this year as they were a season ago. All right, Andy, so here is your list of playoff teams in the AFC a year ago. Kansas City was the 1, Buffalo the 2, Baltimore the 3, the 4 seed going to the AFC South winner, the Houston Texans. And then it was the Chargers, the Broncos, and the Steelers getting the 3 wild cards a year ago in the AFC. That group right there, those 7 teams that I just gave you. I'll frame the question this way in terms of question mark. Which of those teams is not going to the playoffs this year?
If I'm just going off of early returns.
Yeah.
The Aaron Rodgers thing is weird in Pittsburgh.
Yep.
It's not weird. He's old, and I guess he's kind of starting to look old. And again, it doesn't sound like he and Arthur Smith haven't quite figured out everything they're hoping to do there right now.
He looked old at the end in Green Bay.
Right.
And that was like 4 years ago.
Well, but this is really he had a couple moments everybody thought with the Jets in the very, very early going. I'm not even sure he's giving him that so much right now.
Yeah.
So, and remember, this is also the first time where he hasn't had Hackett with him, where he just knows what offense they want. He's legit, best I can tell, trying to learn some of Arthur Smith's offense. And I just remember, you and I saw it with Peyton Manning and Gary Kubiak. They just did not see the same thing early on. And I would tell people, I think it took Manning getting hurt, watching the 7 weeks of Brock Osweiler as it ended up being, running the offense to see what Gary was hoping to do with it, understanding the value of the run to where they were more on the same page that playoff run. I don't know if Aaron Rodgers is going to have an injury for him to maybe buy into what Arthur Smith did. I don't even know what an Arthur Smith offense is. Do you? It's supposed to be ultra creative. Was he with Tennessee? Where did he get hired out of when he got his first job? Because he was with the Falcons after being the Tennessee OC, right?
Yeah.
He did some nice things with Mariota and who was the Ryan Tannehill and all them.
Yeah.
But I don't think, obviously everybody thought he was going to be great in Atlanta. Wasn't. And again, he had Justin Fields and Russell Wilson.
Didn't he go exactly 7-9 every year in Atlanta?
I think he did.
I think he did.
You're right. But anyway,
3 straight years of that, and now he goes off. He's got to be better than Matt Canada was when he was in Pittsburgh. And I don't even need to know how things are going in the preseason and in camp to have my questions about Pittsburgh. You have an ancient quarterback. Good luck with all of that. Looking for but Tom Brady, Aaron Rodgers has been trending in the wrong direction now as a football player for multiple seasons, including it not looking great at the very end there in Green Bay and having his issues right there. So I got a ton of questions about Pittsburgh. I agree with you. I don't think that's a playoff team this upcoming season. I think Tomlin's run finally ends this year. Or if it doesn't, it's because they go 9-8, but they miss out on the playoffs. So I would point to them. All right. What about the Chargers? Already have a major injury at left tackle. What about those Chargers? Is that pass rush going to be good again this upcoming season? I don't know. I'm not so sure about them right now. Already dealing with a huge injury to one of your superstar players in Rashawn Slater. I got a lot of questions about the Chargers right now. And I come into this conversation as somebody that you know this, Andy. I probably rate Justin Herbert higher than most do at this station. But right now, I've got my concerns about that roster. Plus, I think Jim Harbaugh's having a weird offseason. I guess every day is weird if you're Jim Harbaugh.
Listen, man, it's preseason. So what you read of anything, I don't know what to believe anymore, because right now Jackson Dart looks like, frankly, he might have been missed by a few people.
Sure.
And I'm not sure that's going to continue in the regular season, right?
Sure.
I do think Jim will wear on people, but I think I think we're still in the very early process of it.
Early enough in the tenure, yeah.
Early enough in the tenure. Now, again, like you said, they lost Rashawn Slater. They're constantly having some weird catastrophic injury, whether it's to him, Joey Bosa. It feels like they've always lost the guys that are critical to them, but they've kept Justin Herbert going, so Justin Herbert's good.
What if something happened to Ladd McConkey? What would that offense even be?
I have no idea. But again, will they dedicate to running the football?
I think they.
And he's got
that
Omari
I
and
think
Hampton.
They will. Yeah.
Look, I didn't love Omari and Hampton necessarily in Denver. Now, part of it was because we just were coming off the Javonte Williams experience. But I know this: Jim Harbaugh is going to run the football.
Yeah, a Greg Roman offense is going to run the football.
So Hampton probably could be. He might be a pain.
God, there's skill position weapons outside of the run game. And like Ladd McConkey, I think is really good. I've made the argument I think he's the best wide receiver in the AFC West. After that, it is not a real special group out there. Quentin Johnson hasn't turned into much of anything quite yet. I don't know about that team. I don't know. The talent on the defensive side of the ball, nothing jumps off the page at you. What's weird about it is like some of the metrics on them were real mediocre defensively, but then if you looked up at the end of the year, I think actually by scoring defense, they finished ahead of Denver last year. And I know the Broncos had like some weird outlier games just getting lit up by Baltimore and Cincinnati scoring 1 billion points against them. Hell, the Chargers scored 1 billion points against them multiple times last season. But that's another team that I look at and say, I don't know if you're trending in the right direction. Okay? I've already picked Denver to win the AFC West this year. Are we positive Kansas City's a wild card?
And
they've played so much
I
extra
know,
football.
but again, we're all just kicking dirt on them. They went 15-2 last year and got to the Super Bowl.
They won games on voodoo.
They still went to the Super Bowl.
I know.
I just don't think you poke the bear, and that's all we've spent all of this offseason doing is poking the bear.
Andy, I went off on a rant on you earlier today of my hatred of the Milwaukee Brewers.
And are we going to do that before the end? We got to do that next segment. I want you to relive it.
Here's what I'll tell you about the Brewers, okay? They have 79 wins. They have more wins than anybody else in baseball. They're not even that good, okay? The Chiefs last year, I'm watching that team, and I know you got Spags and Chris Jones and your secondary has studs all over the place and your linebackers rule. I get all of that. But I'm watching the Chiefs last year. I'm just like, they're not even that good. And they're winning 15 games and going to the playoffs.
I get it.
I hate when teams that I can tell aren't good are still winning games. That makes me insane.
I get it.
I know. That's how sports books make their living.
But I'm just telling you, I mean, again, for all of us to just think they're just going to turn around and go away.
Turns out a quarterback with a beer gut's actually a pretty good thing, and you want to have it.
So
I get all that.
Now, look, I understand this. Here's what I hate. All of you guys have me back. I'm not trying to support the stupid Chiefs. I hate the Chiefs. The way you feel about the Brewers, that's how I feel about the Chiefs. They make my blood boil. It has been a miserable 8 years since that dude showed up in our lives. I can't wait for it to end. I want them to go back to anonymity with their stupid chop and all the other crap and just go back to enjoying your barbecue and Camaro head. Can't wait. But we probably are 7 or 8, 9, 10 years away from that thing, man. Okay? I saw it with John. He's the John Elway. Whether you like it in this town or not, he's the John Elway. As long as he's on the damn team, they got a shot. You may not be able to explain it, but I'm telling you, the NFL couldn't understand how John got half of his Super Bowl teams to what he got him to, all right?
No, I know. Manning won 12 games every year.
We're all going to say Manning was good for 10 wins a year no matter what.
That's all he does is win games. I get it.
And Mahomes is that guy.
Their offense was...
So, yes, I hope they have a down year.
Bleed last year.
I hope they have a down year. I'd love to not have them in the playoffs. I hope that the Christmas game means nothing because they suck that bad. But the problem is, until I see it, I'm not going to believe it. So you're going to pick somebody else to kick out of the playoff conversation. Does Baltimore have a slip back? See, that's the crazy thing about this. You would think that among the Chiefs, Bills, and Ravens, somebody would slip sooner or later, and yet none of them seem to. None of them are.
I can't see a world where the Bills and the Ravens don't just run away with their respective divisions.
Thank you.
I can't see and I'm serious, like winning by like 4 games.
Could the Patriots be somehow, like, I don't buy it, but I'll ask a question. Could they be sneaky good somehow?
Josh McDaniels gets Drake May to elevate his weapons.
He
They got
hasn't yet.
Good young back. It's early. It's
Yeah,
you know.
Travion Henderson, man, that's the guy.
Brand
Every
new
time I
head
see a
coach.
highlight, I'm kind of like, are you sure you should have passed on him?
Outside of Travion Henderson, though, can you name me a receiver on the Patriots?
No, not really. Can't name half the Patriots, period, anymore.
Their top three wideouts, you forget that Stephon Diggs is there.
Oh, that's right.
Mac Hollins and DeMario Douglas.
See, I should known about that because Mac Hollins, I kept thinking, wow, I left Buffalo for the Patriots. I wonder how people feel. Mac Hollins is the shoeless guy every time he walks in. Remember that?
And their tight end is Hunter Hank. Drake May at quarterback, and Travion Henderson is going to replace Ramondre Stevenson pretty quickly. Yeah, who the hell are those guys? But they got a good coach. They're well coached. There's something to that. I won't kick the Patriots out of bed as a wild card.
Could the Patriots
candidate.
not be what the Raiders are in this division?
I would circle right now New England and the Raiders. Besides Cincinnati, which is obvious just because they're going to score 32 points every single week.
Here's what I think, though, why I put those two teams together. They both now have veteran head coaches that know how to get it done.
Right.
And I watched the Raiders preseason game this weekend. Aiden O'Connell still stinks. But at the end of the day, Ashton Genty is looking like the Heisman Trophy winner after having a whatever opening game.
If anybody wonders the importance of good, competent, professional coaching, look at what Sean Payton did with this roster.
Yeah. And you know what? If nothing else, and Sean Payton's been doing this to the Chiefs since he got here, even with Russ.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't win all the games you play against them. You're causing them to stress about you. I think the Raiders and Patriots could be the teams that at least cause their division to stress about them again. You weren't worried about that in the past. Oh, we got to worry about either Aiden O'Connell or Gardner Minshew. I'm not stressing that too much.
Yeah.
But now I got to worry about a Geno Smith that, by the way, the two times he faced the Broncos in Seattle, he won.
Who is an AFC South team that has any
Jacksonville
crack at a wild card? You say it's Jacksonville?
Because now, again, I hate this. I'm only going off of, I've drafted guys in fantasy that have made me wish I never watched any preseason football and bought the hype. But Trevor Lawrence, who I do believe is a good quarterback, has the skills to be one of the tops, is looking like this is going to be one of those years where he's good at football again. Brett Favre, at one point in his career after he won the Super Bowl, went like good year, bad year, good year, bad year, good year, bad year, right?
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence is kind of fallen into some of that. Now, he gets a coach every other year, and for whatever reason, it's a weird reason. He seems to be all right in the first year. Remember, he and who did they just?
Doug Peterson.
Peterson.
Yeah.
He and Peterson were all right in his first year. When that the year where they came back and they beat the Chargers, and Al Michaels is mad because I'm convinced there must have been money on that thing.
I think everyone was just in a good mood because Herb was gone.
Yeah. And again, it looks like he's playing some good, consistent football. They were talking about a great camp he's having, blah, blah, blah. So if Trevor Lawrence is that dude and Travis Hunter is a fun player, they got a little something.
This is my solution for the Jaguars. Every 5 years, hire Urban Meyer back for one season.
Just to remind him.
Let him walk around and kick people and grope 20-year-olds.
Sure.
And then fire him. And then everyone will be in such a good mood the next year, they'll make the playoffs. It's not a sustainable plan, but it is something. Maybe the Rockies can do something like that.
How many teams do you think are eyeing the Broncos and trying to get their spot? If we were having this conversation in another AFC city, are they all circling the Broncos? Now, I know the Broncos have been the big hot pick and all that stuff. They're the hipster pick.
Baby.
But do you feel like, because already we've got a texter, and this is some of what I'm talking about. Are you kidding me? The Patriots are in the same level as the Broncos. They're going to push the Bills for the division.
They won 4 games last year. 4. Like, even the bad Broncos team from Sean's first season, they still won 8 games.
Yeah.
That's such a okay, look, somebody in the NFL does it every year. I won't say it's not possible that the Patriots are a candidate to be able to do it, but that feels more unlikely to me than what Denver did a season
Denver
ago.
was a surprise team a year ago. Who gets to play that role this year?
Now you're right, and they were doing it with a rookie quarterback.
Are you worried it's the Raiders?
I think there's
competent, steady veteran
quarterback,
quarterback and coach,
smart coach.
And look, they could have they could have the star of the rookie class on their team.
Brock Bowers is the best player on their team. Ashton Genty could be an absolute weapon, and Jacoby Myers is a perfectly fine wide receiver. If you give him a quarterback that can actually get him the ball, I don't think their offense automatically stinks. Huge questions on that defense.
I don't know about their defense, though, really.
Huge questions. Huge. But I think the Raiders are a competent football team now, which makes you dangerous. You just have to be sort of competent, and you can rip off 10 victories in a league where so many of the games virtually come down to coin flips.
But here's the other wild thing people have to remember. It's about the formula.
Yeah.
If the AFC West just eats each other's children all year,
You're right.
then that opens the door for an NFC South or some other team because they play in a sucky division and don't have the same tough division that they're dealing with right now.
By the way, I'm looking at right now at the AFC South from last year. I have the standings up. Did you realize nobody in the AFC South last year had a positive point differential?
Not even Houston?
You know what theirs was?
Even?
Zero. Yeah. Indy was minus 50, Jacksonville minus 115, Tennessee minus 149, and Houston broke even last year on their way to a 10-7 record. That's hilarious. Has that ever happened before in the NFL? I'm sure it has. 7 and 9 teams have won divisions before, but still, that's wild to me. Absolutely wild. Here's another one that's crazy for you. You know who won the NFC West last year? The Rams. They had a negative point differential. Seattle and Arizona both had positive point differentials. In fact, Arizona had the best point differential in the NFC West last year, and they finished in third at plus 21. Again, a lot of these games come down to coin flips. You just have to be semi-competent. Kreckman and Lindahl. Kreckman and Lindahl. Andy, you got a bit of baseball audio that I want to play for you. Okay?
Can't wait.
You sent this over, and I have to say that I chuckled at it. So, I'm a huge John Kruk fan.
Hey, I sent that over. Give me
I was
credit.
about to say, I don't think I did.
Okay.
I was like, the damn
I want
Twitter
my
thread
credit.
gets us again.
Somebody put it on there.
Somebody, yeah.
You're welcome.
Wow. There's a lot of eyes in Kreckman and Lindahl today, I got to say.
Well, there's a Springer. There's a Lindahl.
There's two.
Got a lot of. We're all a little credit thirsty today, aren't we?
Are you a Nathaniel?
I am.
There's one in that,
There's
too.
an eye.
Hey.
Yeah, there you go, pal.
We worked it in there somewhere.
Anyway.
So the
Hey, look,
Phillies.
you like the audio.
Hey, there's no I in John Kruk, okay? So the Phillies, which has several eyes, were playing the Mariners last night. And John Kruk, who, by the way, like, I think it was like a year or two ago, John Kruk kind of went a little viral because John Oliver did a bit about this on his show, about just like John Kruk non sequiturs in the middle of broadcasts.
Right.
He had a pretty good one last night. John Kruk was wondering about the invention of the clock. Here we go.
So you know how I think of things when I have free time and I shouldn't?
Yep.
So I was wondering, the person who invented the clock,
Yeah. Which one, the digital or the hand?
the first clock ever,
Okay.
how did that person know what time it was?
Boy, that's a really good question.
I thought so.
Bouncer back toward the middle. Gobbled up by Young. One hopper. And Bohm is safe. You know, there is that sundial they might have used.
Is that accurate, though?
Oh, I guess it's as accurate as it can be.
I don't know if Young would have made a good throw here. He would have got Alec. Yeah, he probably would have, but what did they call that?
E4.
Yeah, good throw would have had him. Lucky there wasn't a big collision there.
So when you were contemplating the clock thing, did you come up with any answers
No,
yourself?
No, I thought I'd ask you.
I would think sundial.
Okay.
That sounds like our show.
I know, right?
Because again, the play-by-play man's response was very Kreckman. Yeah.
I mean, 162 games.
You got a lot to, you're filling a lot of time.
Kruk spends most of his free time watching pro wrestling, I believe. All he watches, I think he's even said this, is baseball and wrestling.
Yeah.
So he's basically, he's Mark Springer, but, you know, like a famous ex-ball player.
It's a little bigger.
Yes. Different shaped, I would say. So I did look into this, Andy. First off, the sundial, like, it was accurate because it's based on the sun.
That's true. Yeah.
I'd say the sun
knows where it is.
Pretty consistent day in and day out. I suppose you have to put the sundial in the right place, but so really, like, the first modern geared clock, Andy, was invented by the mathematician Archimedes during the 3rd century BC. He created this astronomical clock, which was also a cuckoo clock.
Interesting.
With birds singing and moving every hour. But this is how he came up with the first geared clock, a system of 4 weights, counterweights, and strings regulated by a system of floats in a water container with siphons that regulate the automatic continuation of the clock. So there you go. The principle is based on the work of the mathematician and physicist Hero, who says that some of them work with chains that turns a gear in the mechanism. So that was the invention of the clock. There were doors opening every hour, apparently, and that was how they knew that an hour had passed. Again, how did he know what time it was when he turned it on? I'm assuming he looked at a sundial. I don't know.
Good old John Kruk.
That's good mid-ball part.
Good old John Kruk.
Mid-ball game, August kind of conversation, dog days. He's got a good team. Big game last night. They were playing the Mariners. But there you go. I guess he didn't want to Google Archimedes. It is more fun to ask the what's the deal with this question. Like you're Andy Rooney versus just like Googling it and then explaining that to people on a broadcast.
Well, you got to talk. We had a texter earlier. You guys just throw a bunch of bleep up against the wall and see what sticks. Kind of, dude. We're talking sports for 3 hours every day. Not going to lie to you. Right now, we have one real kind of intriguing topic until the Nuggets and Avs get going, and that's the Broncos. Even CU, because of the lack of really any information coming out of that camp right now, whereas they were a big deal last year, and would Shedeur do this or that, even a lot of that is not going. We don't have any of that matriculating.
I'm proud
to
throw things at the wall.
Broncos.
Yeah, I don't. I never want to not be throwing things at the wall.
And again, how much baseball have those guys watched? How many times can you describe a guy standing in the box waiting for the pitch to be thrown? And so, John Kruk, I get it, big Krucker. We got Krecker and Krucker.
It's a good question.
You know?
It's a fair question.
Yeah.
How did they know?
Yeah. Things come to you as you're sitting in the same seat you sit in for 162 games.
Andy, I sit here in this studio, and I have in front of me 5 different clocks.
Yeah.
And
none of them are the same.
Actually, these 2 are pretty similar.
Sure. Kevin worked hard on
Although
that.
I suppose one of them is behind me. The other one directly in front of me.
This ain't right.
Yeah, no, there's a 12-second difference between those 2 atomic clocks right there.
Yeah.
How the hell do we know?